As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery item dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery item dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in a spiach shelan.
Dream League Season 26 actually. Close qualifiers will start here in Southeast Asia with Harry and John. And John, we're gonna have some exciting games today, but before that, how are you feeling on not so fine, or actually on this fine day for you? Because now it's noon, right?
Yeah, it's close to noon. I know it's a little bit earlier for there, Harry Freak, but I'm glad to have you on. Of course, our other Harry Freak, Michael Phoenix, is celebrating his birthday. The biggest April Fool you could ask for is him himself. But we've got some not so funny games coming up. These are all very serious matches. A lot of good things to show up. Like, we're kicking off with Talon up against Essence. This is going to be an exciting one. Essence did swap the roster around a little bit. They've got Akashi in. He's left Execration. You know, they've got Ahad in as well, which is a name I haven't seen since Ponyo and WS's time on Team Atlantis and back in what, 2018 or something, before the pandemic. So it's been a while since a player like Ahad's been like in this level of the scene, but this is a team that's still very capable. Of course, Talon has that experience on lands now. Maybe not the hottest experience so far. They've not done too well in the past few lands they've been in, but that certainly does give them an edge on top of just having scrim partners in EU during that time. So on paper, Talon should be among the favorites coming into this one, along with, say, I believe Boom Esports as well should be up there. But we'll see. You know, maybe some of these teams surprise us.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm looking for. So we're gonna be doing Talon and Team Essence, and then Ivory versus Trailer PB. The other stream is gonna have Mongols, Execration, and Boom versus Nimister. So depending on which matches that you want to watch, or maybe which casters you want to watch, right? We do look nice here, as do never work together. So we'll see how that goes. But let's focus on that first match, right? Talon Essence. Before we got into the live here, you kind of were leaning quite a lot towards Talon, which is fair. What are the chances of Team Essence, right? There are definitely some known players in the team, as you mentioned.
I think their chances are still up there. I mean, you can't really underestimate Akashi and Mac and Cox. I think this Tricore is actually very solid, despite, again, their team's not really having the most success. You know, Akashi, again, getting let go from Execration, and before that from Talon, has had quite the meteoric rise, considering where he came from before Talon. He was in, like, Grind Sky Esports, Atomic Esports, very small tier 3 teams, almost in Southeast Asia. Cox and Mac have been around the scene, Mac, for a lot longer. He had a really good time in Polaris. Very middling run in Boom Esports, but I wouldn't really fault him. He was also on hand for GeekFam for quite a fair bit in a lot of those runs where they were just on the cusp of qualifying along with Cox. So this is a team that can bring that out. What I want to see from Essence is something entirely different. You know, I don't want to see the same old picks. I don't want to see stuff like the DK on mid. I want to see some specialties come out. Maybe Mac on something that play makes a little bit more. Maybe Akashi on a carry that is much higher tempo. Whether or not they'd want to lean into some cheesy combinations as well could be one way to go. You know, Akashi's Weaver is pretty good, and Ponyo's Phoenix is pretty nice, and that Weaver-Phoenix combination can be devastating if you want to play aggressive there.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're hoping for. The drafts should be starting fairly soon. I'm looking, or should be on our screens fairly soon, because it has started. Talon and Team Essence are already inside of it, and of course these curtains are gonna be closing out on us, and well, the next set is going to be the draft. In terms of bans here, I don't really see anything out of the ordinary. Pretty much the same, something that you would expect in other regions as well. Do you think there's anything region specific that we should look out for while we're here in your home in Southeast Asia?
I don't think so. I don't think so yet. I feel like a lot of the teams maybe haven't had the time to expose their strats in a qualifier since the patch drop, right? Like that drop during the land phase of a lot of tournaments, so a lot of teams aren't able to really throw it out. They're copying what they see on these LAN events or trying their own thing. I think we're at the point in the patch where it's still very... It's somewhat just building off of the last patch, with some exceptions, you know, like the hero AA bans, Abaddon being a key hero as well, but the foundations are still there. Like Beastmaster for Talon for WS is something that he has played for a long time, and I'm keen on seeing what he decides to build, what the game dictates he has to go for, whether or not that's the Overlord or the Ags build. Both are still very viable. I like the Storm pickup for Team Essence. This is something that we have seen from Mac, that he has popped off on. It does leave a lot of mid lane matchups for Mikado to consider. It's very open for him to kind of figure out what he wants. There's stuff like Ember, even though the hero is a little bit better. The lane matchup against the Storm isn't too bad. That can still pan out. Now, you do have hard hold for the Storm Spirit already, with a Beastmaster coming out first, so I like that here from Talon. I'm curious to see if anything like the Abaddon slides through, if that DK is kind of allowed through as well, as Talon will ban out the Ember flex onto offlane here from Essence, just in case. They don't want to have to deal with that from Cox, as he was running that for a fair bit, and he played mid as well. He knows the ins and outs of the Ember, but I do recall a couple of games on, say, Geek Fam, where he did run offlane Ember for a while. So I like that little read from Talon, just in case we get any of those weird flexes in. For Essence's part, I mean, you do have, again, a lot of big options. DK is the one that's kind of hanging out there in the open. I know Dazzle's not as prioritized nowadays due to the nerfs. It is pretty extreme, I will say, especially the cast point. The cast range is pretty big. We get the Ringmaster out instead, which is, on paper, probably not the best hero. I think its win rate has been pretty atrocious, all things considered, but it's a very annoying hero. It's a great save against the Roar, so you always have to watch for that back line to prevent the box from coming out, and that can make all the difference in the world for the Storm to have enough space to just play his game. But now you get the Tinker out for Talon. Despite the nerfs, this hero is still a menace. Can't really fault Talon for leaning that way, and I just hate seeing this hero, but it makes a lot of sense here for Talon.
I guess you're an OG support player back in the day, so you're hating on Tinkers because you have PTSD. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I've seen teams who have a big Ringmaster specialist annihilate with this hero, but we'll see how it works out here for Essence. This is the first time I'm casting Southeast Asia in a while, so we'll see how it works out. So we get a Tusk. Talon now have revealed their 2 supports. Or what are the how are things in Southeast Asia? How often do you see a mid lane Tinker?
For the longest time, you really don't see it. You only saw it really from Yoe, and that was in TI Quals last year. And right after that series, right after that qualifier, actually, Tinker immediately got nerfed for his mid. So I believe Wikram was watching, because I remember him commenting something about that Tinker. And then the next thing you know, is sub-patch, Tinker was nerfed as a core. I don't think this is the likely Mikado here. It's likely just going to be that support, probably for Cuckoo. You give Jokam his specialist Tusk. You end up with that Tusk Beastmaster lane. You get your own Tusk out. I will say that the catch for Storm is very reliant now on your Beastmaster. So that can put a lot of pressure onto WS if this is the route you're going for. And that can make things a bit rough. Again, you already have this Ringmaster to protect the Storm Spirit pickup. You've got the box to save from the Roar. And it is going to be fairly annoying for Talon to kind of have to contend with that. For Essence, going to the Troll Warlord. He should lane pretty fine to the Beastmaster. It looks like a very capable lane. This is something that we've seen Akashi play to a pretty good tempo. I'm curious to see if he will prioritize something like the Ags build-up or the straight-up Battle Fury farm-centric kind of build. Both of them can kind of clear out the camps well. And I'm curious to see which way they drag this around, because Talon don't really have like the best answers for Troll now. I mean, maybe a casual Yules pick would be great, but you don't even have supports that can really try for Yules. Maybe your Tusk could, but it doesn't feel great bypassing the Blink. And now they get the Shadow Shaman as well. At the least, you don't have the old Cluster Clock where you can just Hex your ally. But this hero is still a nuisance, and I hate this hero. I can't believe
a
Shadow Shaman works the way he does.
I love this hero. What do you mean? You attack somebody, gets hexed?
Yeah, exactly. It's so annoying, man. It's like, and then he still turns into a chicken if you're about to kill him, which is not as bad now, because, hey, at least it's not a flock of chicken.
It's only one, yeah. There's not
I
10
still
of them.
hate this hero. Yeah, man. I mean, it's a great pick. You've got the Troll Shaman lane. You've got the Shackles into just beating down on a hero. You can kind of help clear out those summons from the Beastmaster as well. You have really solid hold. Right? Yeah, it looks that way, at least right now. You'd be happier with a 5 Shaman in this game, even with like a delay on, say, a Blink, an Aetherlance, or a Glimmer Cape down line. It's still really, really good to just play the lane. But man, is it annoying. I do like this from Essence. We were talking about what they needed to do to have a good shot in this game. This is the kind of draft you'd want to see. Just something pretty aggressive from lanes. You've got a pretty free Storm game lined up so far. And Talon are going to have to try to work against that. They get the Tiny out. This is likely our Mikado mid. And that can lane fine into the Storm Spirit before, is not unplayable for Storm. In fact, a melee matchup for Storm feels really good. You could opt for the 1/1/1 at level 3, double overload, and that can make it a little bit annoying for the Tiny, although you will have to kind of respect the Avalanche toss. And even just a tree cleave here for the Storm if you step a little bit too close. So you kind of have to do a bit of balancing act here for Mac, but this is a matchup he's seen before. And this does leave a lot of room now for safe lane bans on the side of Team Essence. Taking care of the Morphling and taking care of the TA so far. Talon for their part. Taking care of the more annoying offlaners. Tidehunter is gone. Might want to show some respect for Cox Mars, but whether or not that's a priority as well. Probably not the highest priority in the world.
I mean, depends on what you want to pick as a position 1. But I'm looking at this Tiny, and I don't know about you. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I mean, you touched upon the Storm versus the Tiny matchup in the mid lane, sure. But also Shadow Shaman, you cannot burst him down. The Ringmaster, pretty tanky hero as well. I'm not sure if I like the Tiny. Sure, repositioning tool is always there, but with this Enigma, it means that we're gonna be getting to see a position 1 Beastmaster.
Yep. They've done this before. I think in some of their last qualifier games, they've actually been doing this with Natsumi. I think it's fine, but I am concerned about their scaling, right? Like, Tiny can scale. He does hit a little bit of a hard cap, but he can certainly scale up for more right-click if need be. The Enigma does provide you some pretty big AoE hold. It's not like you're playing into Silencer or Rubik, so there's not too much to worry about once you do get a BKB up here.
I have a question. Does Essence play a Dawnbreaker?
That they do. Cox does play Dawnbreaker, so it can fit in. That could be one good
Looks
solution for it.
Pretty good, right? Not only for Enigma, good at protecting the Troll, solid in the lane versus the Beastmaster and the Tinker. You don't care about the laser too much. I love it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that could fit in quite nicely. The poke you have with a Ringmaster and Dawnbreaker lane is pretty nice as well. And it also can help you just deal with Beastmaster if he does decide to go for some early boar summons. So you have some good creep control coming out from that. It's the Bristleback option instead. So just doubling down on a little bit of this physical output. And again, there's no easy way to try to burst down Cox at this point. I do like this draft from Essence. I think going for the Snot Rocket's the right call as well when you're just playing with a Troll. Soften everything up, especially as you hit your Shard on Troll. You go in, you cop a lot of damage on Cox, everyone gets gooed up, Troll cleans them up. With the extra hits he gets out, a very solid draft out from Essence. Like, this Bristleback can also help answer or help deal with some of the Enigma Eidolons that are going to try to push out, especially with the splitting image facet that WS has taken over Event Horizon. So he is going for just a little bit more coming out, a little bit more presence in lane, which can be counteracted quite nicely down the line at the very least. Not as relevant later on. I think for Talon, this kind of draft, they've got to play very up-tempo, right? Like, they've got to win out their lanes. They've got to start playing really aggressively at the 15-minute mark. And it's not like Essence can't play at that point. If these lanes draw even, for the most part, you're likely still farming on Akashi, but Cox should at least have one item up. Mac's going to be ready to jump in with the 2 supports. You've got some good hold on hand. And you can really shut Talon's tempo down if they're not too careful. This is a very... It's much more complicated to play Talon's draft, right? Like, you have to hope that your lanes go well, you have to hope that your tempo goes well, you have to start killing off these tier 1s very early on, shutting down the map a little bit faster, and it's just much more forgiving for Essence. If 1 or 2 things go wrong, they can sit back, they can count on the Storm, count on the Troll to scale up, count on the Bristleback to be nearly unkillable if you play your cards right. So I'm curious to see what happens. This, from the draft, I will say that I think I do prefer Essences by a good margin here.
Yeah, I feel like you're right. I mean, I don't see anything directly addressing the first pick Storm. I know that the hero is in a really good spot right now, but that means the problem. Also, lanes, you mentioned them. I feel like Essence have got a pretty decent edge in those, right? Yeah, Talon, they have strong lanes, but then I see the response of Essence, and actually those strong lanes might just be countered, but we're gonna have to hold that thought. Espanio might be starting off with a Death Beautiful Shards, catching him in. Absolutely no chance that he's going to be getting away versus so many heroes. Even the body blocks, there is just a billion units, but they're thinking about turning it around with Akashi going in. Going to be connecting onto anybody, onto everybody. with his whirling axis. Kuku in a little bit of trouble, uses the fairy fire, tries to get away. Those repair bots are really coming in handy, but they're not going to be repairing you enough. Akashi does finish him off, as now they're looking towards Mikoto. He has 0 armor. Akashi has been caught, and with the blood grenade, should be going down. One more hit. There it is. He is gone. Cox has brought down Mikoto and WS as well. He gets the wand charges off, and you got a lot of those because there's been a ton of spamming in these fights. Making it a 2-for-2 with Cox dropping low as well. Needs to be very careful of Natsumi, but now Natsumi's the one that's going to be in trouble as Cox is blocking him in, not allowing him to escape, and he dies as well. Essence, they do get 3 kills, and despite giving away a first blood, I'd say that turns out rather even.
I'd say a little bit more than even, actually. This slight EXP advantage coming in now for Max, staying alive throughout all those kills, just about to hit level 2, makes this lane even more hellish for Mikoto to play on mid. And again, you were pointing out the Storm matchup. It doesn't feel great for Tiny. It's playable, but not amazing for Tiny to have to contend with a slight EXP disadvantage into that level 2, into the level 3, which is really key for Mac. It's just not going to be too great for Mikoto. At the least, he did manage to drain Mac's mana. It's not like he has his bottle flying out, although it will be flying out relatively soon. And that's going to cause some troubles down the line here for Mikoto. Very well played out from Essence. Talon looked a little bit confused in that chase down. Right? They were a little bit split up. We saw 2 people trying to chase down Akashi earlier on. The rest was focused on the larger clump up, and that does cost him in the end. And again, this slight EXP advantage will kind of magnify on mid lane rather than anywhere else.
I was thinking even-ish because the Tiny was the one who got the first blood, but Storm survived through that fight. And I mean, you mentioned that Talon got a bit confused. I think they got confused when they saw a troll running into 5 of them. They're like, what the hell is going on? But Akashi played that beautifully.
That he did. Again, we're ending up with the Troll plus Shadow Shaman lane up top for Essence. So Akashi is going to have a very free time. You do have some decent combinations down the line. Once Jokam has his value point and tag team up, with the Eidolons, with the right click that WS can provide, and the threat of Malphus, there is some good play here. But it is still a relatively straightforward lane for Akashi. He has some clear, he has the Axis to kind of toss around. If the Eidolons get a little bit too close, you always have the save out from Ponyo, and you've got the hold on Shackles to kind of help beat someone down. Y'all are having a great start for Akashi in terms of last hits. WS a little bit slower off, but this should start to build up a little bit more for the Enigma. As long as it stays relatively passive, you are happy in this top lane as Talon. We'll see if that's something that Essence will want to try to maintain, or if they look for some aggression down the line. The bot lane is probably the one lane where things will be a little bit slower, especially as level 3 starts to approach here for Cox. You've got the Beastmaster for Natsumi up against all of this, with some good poke action coming out from Ahyad, who's already seeing the pain in getting hit by one of those Impalement Arts daggers. You are at least able to constantly shove out, counteracting Cox and his shove with Quilt Spray. So that is allowing the lane to stay at relative equilibrium here, for Beastmaster to kind of just play a safe farming game, which is what you'd want. But again, this lane does get more annoying as the levels go up. Like, as soon as you get more damage out with the arts, or you get Tame the Beast up, you get the escape dap going, you get more levels in the Quilt Spray, it does become pretty hard to maintain your presence here for Natsumi if he's not too careful.
That's, you know, usually when you have a Tinker and this many wand charges on both the Tinker and the Beastmaster, you'd be fine. But these 2 heroes, they are really pressuring him. Akashi is going to be in trouble. He doesn't have the Whirling Axis melee form. Now he's going to have it, and it doesn't save his life. He didn't save it there to have it to use once the tag team was up. And now that puts him in a very uncomfortable position. When Ponyo is left all alone, these Eidolons really do hurt him without the troll to protect.
And that is the one cause of concern, right? Like, again, you have your own aggressive setup here for Essence, but you do have to respect, again, once that tag team's up, which Chokam does have on hand, a little bit of an entrapment, and because of the splitting image, your laning presence on WS is pretty damn high. As you poke him away, he gets a free Eidolon, the Eidolons stack up. It's not like you have the highest levels in Ether Shock just yet to melt through. Again, you're very reliant on your rolling axis, as you mentioned there. They're free to kind of keep things in control. They're going for a bit of a dive. Not quite fully committing, but again, you see the pressure these Eidolons are providing, which is why Enigma is such a potent pickup in the right lineup here.
Oh my god, they even used the glyph and are looking towards Akashi. Ponyo is also trying to find an opening there. Lucky for him, the Tusk didn't have the shards for the time being. The troll is pulling the way, but now with Ponyo getting close and that snowball, that is a very dead Shadow Shaman. No sticks, no fairy fires, no life. Very easy kill.
Evening out just a little bit here on Talon. 4-3 start now in terms of kills. And you are finding that aggression. Most of that aggression coming up from top is a little bit surprising, but they are finding holes in how Essence have to manage. Like, you do need some levels up on Akashi to start to feel comfy with the access to defend. You do need some more coming out from Ponyo as well, with the Eater Shock to clear through the Eidolon, so the creep spam from WS is still highly effective overall. The one lane that's been going really well for Essence has been mid, which you did leave alone for quite a while. You are at the point where Mac is going to hit a little bit of a faster 6. He's going to have that zip, and again, that's where things can really start to get out of hand here for Talon if they're not careful. If Mac finds an opportunity with that zip to just make a play, there's not much really stopping the Storm from going in and out. You do not have the control on Talon's end. You're reliant on really just, at this point, Malefice and Snowball, not the best tools of lockdown to find the opening on the Storm. At least, again, to compensate, your side lanes are going well. Natsumi's building up a huge lead bot. You were seeing Akashi suffer up top. This timing for our Beastmaster shouldn't be too bad, and they're looking for opportunities again up top.
Well, let's see if it is going to be working out. Nice cancel there on the shackles immediately. Akashi, he has 4 stick charges, not really enough to allow him to live. He's pretty fast, and the whirling axis didn't come out in time. Now the Storm is TPing in. You talked about his level 6, and that's going to be the turnaround that they need. Doesn't have too much mana to work with, but just enough to bring down WS. That is a nice killing spree. It took away Joachim going in. He's gonna get shackled. That means that Ponyo is gonna be healing quite a lot. Goes with that hit. Another Hex. He's just turned into a chicken, and finally he will run. Just like one, going for a snowball, hoping that maybe these Alpha Wolves are gonna be the ones that end his life, but that's just not going to be happening. Mikoto uses the avalanche onto those Alpha Wolves, pretty much not assisting his teammate in any way.
And they find those openings again. It's down to how much can Mac get out from this level advantage. Not really a big level advantage now, and Mikoto has 6-6, but it's not relevant, really. You're not expecting Natsumi to show up, even if he had Roar, to help out these circumstances yet. Very focused on shoving in bot. But this Storm is going to be a thorn in the side of Talon. Again, with all the zips around, with you having to commit Malefice and Snowball to just find some kills, does give a lot of leeway out. Silcox!
Very dead. That's gonna be the rotations of Joachim. We haven't really talked much about the Tusk, but this hero is always an X factor. I mean, especially with the Twin Gates, ever since their addition, these kind of roaming heroes, it's very easy for them to move in between lanes.
And it is. He does manage to really pinpoint the weakness here so far, but here comes Mac again.
Yeah, he's gonna be trying to go in. Natsumi doesn't have his level 6 just yet. You talked about having problems with lockdown, and now that's definitely the case, but they do have sustain. That is one thing that they have going for them.
Oh.
However, Mac dropping low, he's gonna be zipping away. Joachim is still staying surrounded by 4 heroes. They will be getting at least the shrine, not allowing any kind of steals to happen. So that was a nice defense coming out from Essence.
It is. It does cost them pretty much everyone except Kashi to show up. They will get the deny off in tier 1 at the very least. And they are, again, having the right understanding of what they need to do. They need to play with Mac. I like the Soul Ring build-up he went for himself. Just wants that extra mana to keep these zips going. Get that farm going for himself. Nothing major just yet. Power treads are up, but that's all he needs. If he shows up to a fight with that lack of control from Talon, it's a very easy time to clean up. Now, they've got a little bit of room to try to poke onto Mikoto. No 4 TP in, so...
But these 2 supports took away half of his HP with pretty much small poke, no big commitment whatsoever. Rune has been denied. I think that Mac is not going to be too happy about that one.
Didn't want to risk having to give it away, but that does cost Mac just a little bit. Would have had a pretty good opportunity to try to, again, leverage this advantage Storm has very early on. They have managed to clear out a lot of space up top for WS to just play free farm now. He's got the drums up, can pressure these towers by himself. He's got the black hole ready if an opportunity does present itself. And again, for the Enigma in this game, this is a pretty good black hole game to play. As long as you get something like the BKB, you really don't have anything that pierces through that that debuff immunity for you to kind of control these team fights. So that's also a little bit of an X factor on top of, Joachimp's Tusk that you did mention there, Harry. So far, very even game, 6-7. Again, you're still building up quite a fair bit on Mac, and you are getting recovery out for Akashi, who is just opting for the classic Battle Fury build-up here. Small smoke out with Mac and Ahyad, trying to look for a flank angle here. Joachim would be a nice, easy target. They can find him.
They don't want to allow the Enigma to move deeper into the jungle. I can understand this. They don't want that area taken. Already the Enigma is in the vicinity, but you're going into a black hole. WS pops the drums. You will use the black hole onto the storm, and with the Wheel of Wonder, they will make sure that it does get cancelled out. Mac, he's playing with his life a bit too much, but these Eidolons shouldn't be enough to finish him off.
No, not quite. Jokam, again, does manage to break the smoke, but there's no vision to really spot out. Again, good flank out from the side of Essence. And there's just building up on the storm. 10 galvanized stacks out, a lot of mana regen on hand, the Kaya about to come through. You are getting space out for Talon once again. Mid is being shoved in just a tad bit. You've got free space coming in for Natsumi, who is working into that Ag's timing for a +1 Beastmaster, which is when things can start to get a little bit silly. But not quite there yet. Mac gets unlucky with the dip as well. Rune. Potter will manage to snag that away. That is something that is lacking quite a fair bit for Essence. Rune control has not felt great. At least you have the shovel for Mac to keep his bottle topped up. A little bit of aggression from Cox here onto Natsumi.
He does have a solid amount of mana to work with. The Roar gets used, but he already turned his back to the tower, and with a healing Lotus available, that guy's not going to die. Natsumi, he's had enough with this lane. We'll just TP out, understanding that death is coming, and very nice disengage from Talon.
And just knowing that there must be a reason for Cox to play so far forward. He is fairly durable now on that Bristleback. Level 2 Bristleback along with the Vanguard up. Joke TPing right in front's a little bit crazy though.
To defend this, Mikoto have a toss onto the two of them with a snowball forward. Ponyo will be dropping low, of course. He's gonna be saved there, but only for a second. And Mac doesn't really have that much mana to work with. They did save the tower from what it seems. Serpent Wards not gonna be killing it, but Mikoto will get the deny. So very nicely done by Talon. Something that Essence most definitely weren't expecting.
A really great flank angle coming out from Talon, managing to get that forward movement from the top part of their jungle. No vision being set up from Essence from that move in. So not expecting that kind of flank. And Jokam just again going crazy a little bit, just opting to TP right in front of everyone, sending a message as that initiation came into play. 8-8, still even, but the net worth is starting to lean towards Talon's way just a tad bit. WS and Natsumi are starting to ramp up. There is a lot of room for recovery on Akashi, especially as that Battle Fury comes up. But you do have to take some caution. At the very least, you haven't lost Mac yet. And he is still going for more.
Well, they want Tiny, nowhere to escape. Will Wonder, perfect positioning basically from Ayad. And man, these Ringmasters have gotten too good too fast. It's kind of scary.
That it is. And that's again also why I hate playing into this in pubs. Like, I just hate his damage values. I honestly feel like everything's fine, but Impalement Arts as a poke tool is... It's too much, man.
It's
like,
not
he
a
gets
poke.
4 charges of that damn thing.
It's
not a poke. He lands all 4, you lose half your HP, and he's gonna have more to toss out. It's like, yeah, nah, that's not right. For 80 mana. It's like, so annoying. Smoke out from Essence trying to stay annoying here, as they will try to find WS again. In the same spot up top, no wards to watch that smoke as well. No one to break, but WS does get the message with no one showing mid. It's like he should be able to escape right by the tier 1 at the very least.
They might want to dive him. He's going to be sending in the Eidolon, so now definitely aware. Even the ward being placed. Essence, they really wanted this Enigma, but in the end they did push him out. Smoke from Talon. They're looking to reclaim that area. Need to be careful about those wards, but Troll is kind of isolated still. Won't get caught, at least not just yet.
Not quite. It is wasting quite a fair bit of time. Like this repositioning from Essence on mid is pretty clean. They can look to poke. Issue as you're trying to push into a Tinker with March, so that is also a pain in the butt for him. And try to get some space out. They do walk right in and they'll just drop the wards. Again, trying to force a response out from Talon. They do have the Ags up on Natsumi if you'd want to join, and they've got a flank here.
Shield rune on the storm, so he doesn't really care. Going for Mikoto. Snowball. Mikoto is going to be next to the Wheel of Wonder, and he gets out just in time. Ponyo gets the shackles off, he's healing up, but he's inside of those repair bots, so in the end he will be going down as Natsumi is going forward. He does have his Aghanim Scepter. 1 charge is being used. WS threatening with the black hole, and Mac, he has lost all of his mana. He doesn't have enough for the zip. He's caught with the shard, and he needs to run right now. The black hole will not allow him. That is a dead storm and an unstoppable streak going to Cuckoo, but still taken by Talon.
Oh yeah, and they managed to get that successful defense of the tier 1 down to half HP, but now they've got their own opportunity to push. They've got the blink up on Mikado off the back of that. And really great patience out from Talon. Again, finding these flank angles. This time through the triangle into that collapsing point. Right in the true line for tier 1. And they just force a little bit of an awkward engagement out. You have to respect how tanky Mikado is just from Grow alone. And the raw stats he has in terms of HP. Tiny is not an easy hero to kind of prioritize first. And to be able to try to isolate him out, or at least ensure that when you do jump to Tiny, there's no room for anyone else to come in to help you get your channel off, to help you try to land every single spell. Because if you don't, you know, as you're twacking away on Tiny, as his innate craggy exterior kicks in, you're doing less and less damage as time goes on, and it just becomes harder to hope for that burst play, especially as the ore starts to get built up. WS does have that full pipe up, again, mitigating a lot of that powerful blow-up potential that you had on Essence with your Storm. As long as WS is around now, it's not going to be as simple in terms of clearing out these targets that were once very, very squishy for Essence kind of feed off of. A 3k lead for Talon coming out now, 11-9. Still very playable for the side of Essence. Still a very good farming game for Akashi. The road to recovery is right there, right behind Natsumi now in terms of net worth. Considering where he was a while ago, it's a really good spot to be in. This needs a lot more farm. For that Yasha next. They are looking to take the Tormentor next. The Eidolon will scout out at least and sure that they won't fully commit for the walkthrough. In fact, we'll try for a smoke here.
They're here. Mikoto. Smoke breaks. We'll find Ayad. Toss back. That is going to be a dead Ringmaster. Now the question is, can they go for more? Or better yet, do they even want to go for more? Because they've got a Torment.
Again, great usage of WS with the Eidolon to scout that out. Setting up this entire movement here for Talon. Free shard out for Jokam is pretty damn nice as well. The deeper shards with just a little bit of damage can help you just control a lot more. Choke out these heroes quite good. And side of Essence are starting to lose that momentum. 5k gold swing off of that Tormentor gold coming in now for Talon. Key items being farmed up. Blink next for Natsumi. Already up into the BKB next. And for Talon, this is when they're strong. Right? We were talking about the tempo we wanted to see from Essence and the tempo we want to see from Talon. From Talon, they needed to start going by 15. And they've got everything lined up for that. They're setting their eyes on mid just a tad bit. Don't really have Mikado around with Blink yet to jump, though.
They don't have the shards, and now you are going over some vision there in the big jungle, so that's going to be a cue for the Shadow Shaman to escape. But I feel like Talon got everything they ever would have wanted. I'm looking at Essence, and remember we talked about it, their lanes can go well, they have solid lanes. I think they didn't go as well as they intended.
Oh, certainly not. It's been Talon's show since. Like they went off to a good start. Again, you had that EXP advantage for Mac. He plays really nicely with his TP rotations, but with these wider team fights, hasn't panned out. Maybe with his play on Natsumi, it could end up better.
If they can kill him, he's gonna be getting the roar off onto the troll, standing his ground. The Wheel of Wonder being used, and the pipe to protect him. Also the mech and defense matrix. He cannot die. They have the black hole as well. And the side of Essence, they already lost to Storm, will be the third casualty of this fight. Ponyo, just a very slow hero. They actually ignore him, or didn't see him there because of the Fog of War, so Ponyo will be fine, but a small consolation prize for him to escape.
The fact that Akashi faults is a big loss for Essence. Again, this is your hero that you're relying on stable scaling. He's trying to join in these fights with just the Yasha Battle Fury. A little bit keen to put himself in the front line like that, not respecting that Talon had his tier 1 to TP into. And now they're going to lose Roshan off the back of that awkward fight. Again, I like the idea. They knew Natsumi was alone, but with a tier 1 to protect, with TPs on hand, it was just very optimistic to look for that burst window. You've got a lot of HP on Natsumi. Again, you've got the aura play ready with a full mech, healing, Holy Locket up on Cuckoo, the pipe up in WS since a while ago. And this game just gets a little bit more complicated now for Essence. What could have been a very straightforward game now has to have a lot of questions answered. Like, what kind of angle do you want Mac to take? Who do you find in backline here for the Storm? Who backs up the Storm when he dives in? It's not like any of these heroes are natural follow-throughs with, say, a Blink Dagger pickup, at least not very early on. And so your options to burst are growing a little bit limited off of this draft. Yes, Mac can come in and try to clean up, but... Oh.
That is Ponyo in trouble. Roar was used. Foul play will come in handy. It's not going to save his life though. Mikoto from afar just uses the avalanche. Natsumi does all the heavy lifting, but Mikoto gets all the credit.
as a standard for your mid player in your pubs.
course.
That's how they like to go. And, you know,
course.
classic easy game at 60 minutes. This is the kind of guy who typed it. Nah, Mikado's pretty chill, but you never know. And some games can... Actually, no. Mikado is probably the most chill guy. I haven't seen him tilted in the pub ever. I think, actually, trying to think. Probably Cuckoo's the loudest. That should be obvious enough, I guess.
If he doesn't tilt, that means that he can be trolling from time to time. Easy mid.
True.
Can happen. He does have that haste, so he's just gonna be running away. Lower sponge being used. Natsumi jumping in. He's gonna get X'd up. He's surrounded by serpent wards, and he has an Aegis. So even if you take him down, which does look impossible with the bear boss there, Mac going towards Jokem. Everybody's so tanky. Escape. Act onto Ponyo. Still alive, and they do get rid of the AD. There will be a snowball, and with the pipe being used, you don't take any damage. Actually, Akashi is going to be finding the Enigma, and now they're going to be turning it around in essence. They find an opening. Kuku tried to get himself away. Tame the beast. Not going to be allowed. The triple kill for Akashi, and Talon are gone. What an opening, and what kind of a brutal teamfight play was that from Essence.
They managed to break it apart. They know there's no threat of Black Hole coming in there from WS, so he doesn't have that hold to really lock in Mac, which is, again, the big key thing in keeping that storm down. You've got Cox just playing with full confidence up front. He's got his own pipe up. He's very hard to kill. He's popping all these snot rockets out, softening these targets up for the warriors to kind of deal with him, and for Akashi to start cleaning up. So you do have to be very cautious about how you take these team fights on town. And it's like what you were saying there a little bit here, freaking out. Sometimes, because Mikoto's pretty chill, he can troll a little bit this time around. That little troll poke onto the bristleback, it ends up trolling Talon. It kind of backfires, and that's a massive gold swing back the way of Essence. You look at that graph, a massive crash down to just a 2k advantage for Talon, and a very equal game now for Essence to play off of. Like, they're hitting their spikes, Ags coming for Akashi next. You've got the full Lotus Orb for Cox to protect. Now the Roar could be a double-edged sword for Natsumi to kind of wield here. And again, things can go a little bit wonky for Talon if they're not careful. Their scaling isn't straightforward. They kind of need to pivot on Mikado to try to get some damage of his own going. He's got the Echo Saber going for the BKB next. Maybe going for more damage down the line could be a good answer to all of these issues. But that's still way down the line. And Essence, they're hitting this point where they can just hit and run as they do go for one more smoke play out again. Witchblade almost done on Mac with his rotation out. And all they need to do is find a straggler coming out. Talon taking a much more defensive stance though, hugging their objectives and their area of the map much tighter. They don't have that much forward vision to kind of try to scout out the smoke, but they are clumping together at the very least to break smoke in the tree line.
Essence seem to need those longer fights though, so you need to be careful that your other heroes don't get caught. But if it is the bristleback, it might just be fine. Of course, this time around they have a black hole. Cox is gonna get turned around on, toss the back as well, quite deep in. He did turn his back, so it's not the easiest of kills, but they're still gonna try. Now, Storm into the backlines. They do bring down Cox, so without him, you might just be wanting to escape. Ponyo, no such luck. He's already too deep, and the overtime damage, not enough foul play coming in handy. But from afar, he will be taken out there. That creep still following on him. Avalanche, Akashi, they don't want to allow him to escape. Shards in a solid position. Walrus punch as well. Stroll, he does have an ult in. There's the buyback. They do want to bring Ponyo back into the fight. Mac going in. He's going around, and there's the black hole. Instantly tamed the beast. Ayad, perfectly done. The Storm now has an opening to just go forward with Natsumi. However, he has his BKB troll. Using the ulti, not really going to be enough for him to heal up at all. And Mac, lucky for him that haste is still going, because he would have been dead otherwise.
Yeah. Still a pretty decent fight, all things considered, here from the side of Essence. It does cost them 4 heroes with a buyback on Ponyo, but that black hole, a bit hasty out from WS. Doesn't look for the Storm, doesn't look for the backline, just wants to catch Akashi, and they do get that Troll Warlord kill. But it does make this fight maybe a little bit less worthwhile. Mind you, you do keep Natsumi alive throughout that. He does have his BKB, was used up for the first charge there into Shiva's next to maintain that presence. Again, Mikado is staying alive through these engagements, only lacking the recipe for the BKB. But it does feel like this Enigma of WS does have to watch the Storm. It does have to watch the backline. Because if you don't see where Shaman is with a long-range Hex or a Shackle, where Ayad is with that Team the Beasts, then the black hole does fall flat and you're sitting duck without that piece of control. So Maybe, again, a little bit hasty for Talon, but it does net them the troll kill on Akashi. Overall, very worthwhile, and the graph, again, bounces back up just a little bit more, evening out the game. Net worth lead 4K for Talon, but at 24 minutes in, it's not as impactful. They'll go for a smoke play. Mind you, you do have the full Lotus up on Cox, so again, Reflected Roar is going to be a possibility here that you have to be very cautious of on Talon. Oh, smoke on smoke.
Going in, we're going to be looking towards the Tinker. That'll be a perfect one, but instantly the Roar onto the Storm. Snowball as well. Once you go in, he's going to be saved by that one, so the Storm is going to be definitely fine with Cox stacking down all of those minus armors. This is going to make the fight very, very hard. Akashi already did pop his ulti, the defense matrix, keeping the Tinker alive a bit longer, not too long, not to be next on the menu. Without his BKB, he's a sitting duck. He's banging those drums, trying to heal up. It's not going to be allowed WS. He gets the TP away, but Essence, once again, overtake the fight, and without the black hole, Talon just are not scary enough.
They certainly aren't. Again, it's all a consequence of how that last fight went. I'm a little bit surprised Talon opted for that smoke play, not respecting how often Essence can fight in comparison without their own reliance on big team fight spells. And Talon are more constrained to relying just a little bit more on that black hole. The Lotus Orb timing as well for Cox. As you've seen, just the reflected spells back are causing delay issues out for Talon in terms of getting that first play out. And for Talon's part, it does feel like you probably want someone to get a Silver Edge at this point. You want to have a break source for Cox. Like, this guy staying alive, copying a lot of AoE damage, spamming out the goo, is just making a nightmare of these engagements. And it's not easy for Talon to try to reposition, to try to kite your hero around, to try to kite this troll around when you have like 6 goo stacks on you. So some sort of solution needs to be found, and none of it is presenting itself here anytime soon. Now, Essence, again, in a very good position now in this game, taking that tier 2 mid off the back of that fight, and are going to be able to try to keep stalling out as Yukam will just get a nice TP away with a blink after being scanned out. That does leave the venture open here for Essence this time around. And this time around, Talon. No. No, I mean, they don't have the scouting done here either.
I'm starting to think, you know, about what you said about Cox and how they are supposed to kill him. I don't even know if the Silver Edge takes care of their problem, because I'm looking at the Talon's lineup, and kind of their thing is staying alive for a long period of time, which versus a Bristleback is kind of a crappy lineup to have.
And it is. I think the one thing with the Silver Edge idea is more just, at least you managed to take care of the Snot Rocket coming out.
Yeah.
With the Bristleback, and that's been the main killer. Like, the quilts itself, you don't really care for. It's the fact that you're so softened up. Every single right click coming in is just melting right through you. Even Mikoto, who has 16 plus armor, who has that innate with a Craggy, he just melts. Just does not last long enough in these engagements. So, I don't know. It's either you manage to isolate away this Bristle and ensure that you're not poking him whatsoever. None of your spells are hitting him, triggering that Bristleback, or you just try to burst him down as fast as possible with a break. In isolation. It has to be either or. Either he's not in a team fight or he's all by himself. Because if you take that fight with him in a wider team fight, you are way too soft. We'll go for the Roshan. The Roar does fly out, signaling this for Essence. They can look to contest. Again, you have some good zip angles here from Mac. Does fall pretty fast, though. So no time to really go for a steal.
Standing in the spotlight, that's the only thing. Not really the biggest shard to get in this game, but sure, it is something. How do you feel now about Essence just giving them the Aegis? Because Master quite a good user of it.
That he is. I don't think it's the biggest loss in the world for Essence. Again, if you consider their scaling, it's just a lot smoother. You're at the point where Akashi is a beast to contend with full Sanj Yasha and Yags up.
They're committing. Avalanche onto the Storm Cruise has that Shivas to give a little bit of vision. Going high ground a bit too dangerous. Lotus Orb, and it will pull back for now.
Yeah, but you're seeing that threat come in from Essence. And you're seeing Talon not even jump that opportunity. With the Storm so far forward, with a good Avalanche out from Mikado, they don't want to have to roar. They don't want to have to try to get this wider fight when they know the rest of Essence are there. This might be a bit of an awkward spot for a fight as well. High ground position out from Essence. Smoke out from Talon. Natsumi.
forwards first. Defense Matrix on Mikoto. Wheel of Wonder being used. Still have to be careful of that black hole, but the troll is doing way too much damage. Natsumi needs to get away. He already used his BKB. If he dies, it's going to be a problem. Nice zip away, not to get roared. And they found the Tinker. That is the big healer. He's still somehow still alive, and without the BKB on the Enigma, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. If Fear connects, Defense Matrix will be expiring. Mikoto next on the menu. He does have his BKB, and they do want to pop it. Will be able to do it. Takashi says no, you will not escape. Once the first net connects, it's going to be a problem. Roar just in time to protect Mikoto. Toss back. They're into tier 4s. The glyph was used. They're doing a lot of damage from those towers, but they do not care. Joker, he did buy back. They're going to be finding the shackles onto the Beastmaster, and you're next to a Shadow Shaman. Luckily for you, he doesn't have mana, but surrounded by 5 heroes. I don't know if he can escape, and the answer is going to be no. He's going nowhere. Akashi gets a triple, is standing in front of the fountain, buying items from your own shop, just showing dominance, and that is what Essence did in this fight. Showed dominance and destroyed Talon.
Oh yeah, they're just mopping them up now in Talon's end. Talon, again, it just feels like they missed that window. We were talking about what they had to achieve with this draft. At 15, 16 minutes, they were kind of close to that. They took out tier 1s. They couldn't really apply pressure onto tier 2s, but they had to keep that tempo up. They didn't really apply consistent pressure onto Akashi. He did manage to find room to recover and just farm up. They are very reliant on the black holes of WS, and now that scaling damage just isn't there. And again, as these fights prolong, not even prolonged, as Cox comes in and stacks up the goo, like, these fights are a nightmare. I was looking at the armor on Mikado. With 6 goo stacks up, he went from plus 21 to minus 11 armor on Tiny. Like, you just melt. You're not going to survive that kind of debuff on. His WS does get poked out a little bit here.
He's being kept in place by the Storm. As the Black Hole will be going for it. Lotus Sword has been used. Will of Wonder coming in. It's going to be defending Mac. He's literally not taking any damage. He's just baiting them into dying. That is a Tusk that just bought back instantly. Storm is going to be going for more. They want to end this one now, and you're in the spotlight. Dying on the scene. Cuckoo, he's going to try to use the Defense Matrix onto himself to TP out, but the hexes, the stuns, they are going to be there. Yeah, basic. That is what it looks like. A very straightforward game coming off from Essence.
That it is. I will say for Talon, again, this draft, its ideas were just way too tight. It expects you to win at 20 minutes, almost 20, 25 minutes, right? And the moment you lose that tempo on Talon's kind of draft, you just lose the game. There is no recovery. There's no scaling left on hand. Mikado had to scale. He hasn't reached that point. And now the end game for Essence, very nice and quick. Even a respawn from WS, no black hole means no threat. Natsumi's not even bothering to show up, trying to get that full farm. The plate mail doesn't even have that. Tried to hold out one last time. They do have Roar, they do have some tools, but
BKB Troll, he's going for it. You might have the Roar. The question is, will you be using it? They're just gonna call GG. Natsumi has popped his BKB, running into the fountain, using the Roar, barely to survive. And that is it. Essence, they win game 1 coming into the series, John. We thought it might be an easy one for Talon. Doesn't start off in a good way.
no, it's certainly not. And I don't think they're drafted them any favors here on Talon. Again, they opt for this Beastmaster first to try to counteract the Storm, which makes a lot of sense. They're forced to run it safely, which still makes sense. And then you just look at this draft, it's like there's no scaling. WS is not scaling on Enigma. Mikado can scale on the mid Tiny, but the matchup itself was already a little bit awkward. You had that first blood debacle as well, where you did go 2 to 3 in Essence's favor, and Mac again gets that little bit of an EXP advantage. You just play the lane. I think Talon have to look back at their draft, because I don't know what the idea was. Their idea was to win very fast up against a lineup that wasn't necessarily slow. Right, like they were winning at 16 minutes there for Talon. They had like what, an 8-9k lead, but Akashi was farming up. They had this confidence that Cox would be a tanky hero, and he was, with his build-up being very smart as well into Vanguard and Pipe. You couldn't instantly burst down to Bristle, and if that team fight connected with all 5 out from Essence, you had no presence. Like again, with Snot Rocket out, if you're jumping the Bristle back, you're just going to be minus 11 armor on a Tiny with level 2 grow. That's insane. That's an insane amount of minus armor, and it's just unplayable for Talon at that point. So I want to see what they've got on hand for us in that next game. But Essence are looking great. Like, this is a lineup, again, that has, on paper, really capable players. They had a really good understanding of what they wanted to pull off in this draft. They prioritized Max Hero first, knowing that the Storm Spirit was probably going to have a free game, because Talon just really didn't draft any stuns outside of Snowball, Malefice, and Roar. Really, the main thing that was reliable was that black hole from WS, but even that was not consistent enough here for Talon to try to real control in this game.
Do you think they maybe overdid it with trying to kill the the bristleback a couple times, because I feel like if you hadn't done that in 2-3 fights in a row, was it, that maybe you could have gotten away with the victory.
Yeah, I think they did get a little bit trigger happy a couple of times there. Especially, again, that moment on mid is the one that comes to mind when Mikado was playing with his haste and just poking around, and then they fully commit with Jokam jumping in. It's way too much. Like, they had to try to ignore Cox as much as possible, but it felt so difficult when your only initiation really was, like, Mikado with that link, right? Like, you had to find a backline. You had to maybe take care of Ahiad and Ponyo first, ideally, and then you can try to focus down onto Mac, or, you know, try to jump Mac first if he's a little bit too far forward. But they course corrected it on Essence really nicely. And again, that game just felt really impossible for Talon past 17 minutes in.
Yeah, that's pretty much a bummer when you lose one big fight, when it seems like you should be the ones that are controlling everything, and then you lose the fight like that. Everything goes to hell. With that being said, I mean, you touched upon it. You would want to see Talon for them to switch things up. Well, they're gonna have a chance to do so before we do get into the draft of Game 2 and focus on that one. We are gonna be going onto a very short break. one started well for Talon, but Essence, they stood their ground, they took the game back, and they won it in the end. Now they're one game ahead. Of course, this is double elimination here at the close qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 26, but it is still not the ideal situation for Talon to be in here with Harry and John. And John, now looking towards game 2. I mean, you're the Southeast Asia expert. How often does this momentum maybe even carry on to the underdog winning the full series 2-0?
It happens often enough. We've seen this in terms of overall qualifier runs. I think we've seen teams like Kukuis kind of do that quite a fair bit, although they always kind of fall short in the finish line. And again, this roster of Essence does have quite a few members from the Kukuis before. So it is a good start. It's a very good tone for them to set. I think for Talon, we've seen them also do this a couple of times. Not in recent times, to be fair. I think recent Talon has been very solid overall. This time around, it felt like that first game draft was jumping onto this idea for a very fast game, and it didn't quite pan out that way. There were a lot of things they could have done different, of course, and we'll see if they do different here as we have our draft ready to throw into in a short time. But you know, stuff like jumping into the bristleback, kind of focusing all their eggs and trying to burst down Cox, kind of getting attracted to Cox a little bit too much, did cause some issues in the end for Talon. So I'm keen on seeing what kind of draft we get, whether or not the ideas for, let's say, a high-tempo game with safe lane Beastmaster is still something to lean into here for Talon, because it felt like you could have had a good game for WS on Beastmaster as well, and maybe just opt for a scaling core. Your early game tempo might not have been as high, but your scaling would definitely have felt a little bit better. Get Essence out with the Terrorblade, and this is here we've seen Kashi and Cox kind of play really well. Previously, heck, we've seen Ponyo play it in support as well, so a nice open pick for them to kind of figure out where they'd want to toss it concerning what this hero can get done. Talon will just go back to the Beastmaster idea once again, which I still don't mind as an opener. Again, WS Beastmaster is right up there in in the top Beastmasters we've seen in Southeast Asia, at least, kind of matching what we've seen from other great Beastmasters, like, say, previously FBZ, previously Jabs, with this hero. So WS is certainly very comfy in that. Natsumi is comfy with that as well, but we'll just have to see what they do allow through. I'm wondering if they actually keep that Storm in contention here for Mac, as it felt like he was a lot of that early game tempo that they were getting out here from Essence. I wouldn't mind if Talon just took it out of the picture if they wanted to.
10 seconds remaining.
See if they so you're fine with Beastmaster. It doesn't give you
5
like
seconds remaining.
the from the previous game, like don't do it. You I think that this hero is very easy to implement in the kind of draft.
It's not giving me PTSD. Again, I do feel confident with how Talon plays it. I think Natsumi, again, he's done it before with the 4 Beastmaster. I just felt like they had a little bit more scaling coming out, or at least a much more stable sort of ideas with the draft in comparison. They do get to have fun with the Ringmaster themselves now, so they snag that away from Ahiad. And they've got their own long-range poke and save, but now they have to deal with the Keeper of the Light sliding through and a Tiny on hand for Essence. So that should be our Mac Tiny now. Maybe potentially an Akashi Tiny, but probably not. And this combination of Tiny Keeper of the Light is very nice. Lots of sustain to keep that aggression going. If you do go Solar Bind, it can be quite crazy with how fast you melt heroes. If you go for Recall, you're going to be all over the map quite fast on Essence. So very high tempo coming out from Essence already. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Again, Talon has some save with a Ringmaster. You don't quite have that sustain we were seeing, unless they'd want to opt for the Tinker again, but that could, again, potentially lead to a little bit of lack of control here for Talon. Although, into Terrorblade, it doesn't sound too awful. We'll go with the DK pickup first, so that should be our Mikado answer on the mid lane against this Tiny. Matchup is slightly Tiny favorite early on, but it is certainly playable for the Dragon Knight. I'm curious to see which facet we get as well. If it is on mid, you do have some choice between the Corrosive and the Frost Dragon. Depends on what you want out of this lane, so it's pretty cool. I think the Corrosive Green Dragon might have a little bit more benefit in terms of eating through this high HP, high armor you're seeing from Terrorblade and Tiny, but it's open enough that either Dragon form kind of works here for Talon on the mid lane.
Thinking you go Corrosive and you just punch this Tiny in the face in the laning stage. That's kind of how I feel, and they will get the Tinker in the end. But now they do have the DK to to have that at least targeted stun. I'm just a little bit afraid of if this DK goes for a blink first and he wants to fight with it, who is gonna be his follow-up damage? Sure, Ringmaster can do a decent amount, but I don't know if the Ringmaster DK before, let's say, minute 12, 13 can really bring down a big hero.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. I think chances are you're probably just going to look for a little bit more farm here on Mikado. I can see them finally going back for Beastmaster 1 with this kind of draft, as you're scaling DK on mid. It's a little bit more stable in comparison to like Tiny and what he requires in terms of items. The DK is just a little bit safer in terms of just trying to go into the late game point. So I don't mind it as much. I think you can afford to play a little bit slower on the DK's end overall. And the concern is that you will have a DK and a Beastmaster who will be farming up, especially if you do opt for the safe lane Beastmaster here overall. So you'll have to see what Talon wants to do with their last pick. They have last pick overall. So Team Essence will have to show their hand first and kind of figure out what they want to get done. They'll get to pick up the Underlord, so that is solidifying our Terrorblade now on safe lane likely. Again, there's some quirky fluxes you can do if you wanted.
I haven't seen this hero for a long time. Why the Underlord? I saw it being banned in the previous game, so it's definitely something that that is being played by Essence in particular. Like, why Underlord over some other offlaners that are more popular right now? Let's say okay, Tidehunter is banned out, but you know, your Marses, your Centaurs, and things like that.
I think it's just a very stable foundation for you to play with. You've got some decent combinations to get out. But down the line, Will-O-Wisp plus the Pit can be nice. You've got global plays coming in with Recall plus the Gate now for the Underlord to play with. So you can drag in 3 heroes, instantly 2 more heroes for a movement across the map if you wanted to do that on Essence. I think this build-up for Ags is pretty devastating as well. I think a lot of people have been seeing use out of that quite nicely, and it's a solid base for just aura plays coming out here. So I don't mind it too much. It makes sense against the potential Beastmaster safe lane, as you can just Firestorm away, take away the threat of the bird, take away the threat of the boar, although you'll be mainly playing with Axis in that kind of lane if you will run safe lane Beastmaster anyhow. I think the Underlord can kind of give a good grasp on it. And again, it's a foundation for auras. I mean, you're playing into a Ringmaster, you're playing into a Tinker, you're playing into some decent magical poke. A nice fast pipe can feel good in this game. A nice fast mech can feel nice as well, or Crimson Guard if you feel that need, although chances are you don't. Essence are expecting a safe lane to come in, so they are banning out the Morphling and the Life Sealer, leaving a couple of interesting options open. I feel like a Razor for Talon could look really good. If they want to go that route into the Underlord matchup, not too bad. Into the Terrorblade, it can be really nice as well. It does have some good magic damage to play with as well, with Dynamo and Thunderhead. And Essence will go for a nice save on the Shadow Demon. So another tool for stopping the Roar from being as effective as it could be. And for Talon, I'm just wondering what they want now for Natsumi, because again, we've seen them at this position just go for a WS hero to kind of flex. I feel like you can kind of just go for the WS Beastmaster and try to consider something like a Razor here.
Yeah, could happen. I'm also thinking maybe some high magic damage offlaner wouldn't be too bad either. Something that came to mind is a Primal Beast, but you get the idea of the type I want to see. And that Centaur that I mentioned, because Demonic Purge is going to be very, very annoying to every single one of the cores in this game, and no save from the defense matrix. So maybe a Centaur to just bail them out.
Yeah, the Centaur kind of fits in as well. Issue is you're going to be playing it into an Underlord anyhow. So if you are getting Demonic Purge, chances are you're going to get Pit of Malice as well.
Yep.
Which means that for the most part, your retreat is cut off. I think the lane into Terrorblade is somewhat okay for the Centaur, but you probably aren't leaning into it as much. I guess this Centaur Ringmaster combination could be pretty sick though. Like the long range poke, the slow leading into a stun, the double edge could be nice. They'll just go for the TA. So we will just get the WS Beastmaster coming out. They'll go for straightforward scaling here on Talon, with Natsumi going for that Templar Assassin. Laning into the Underlord is pretty alright for the TA. Melee matchup for this hero can feel quite good. Overall, a little bit more of a balanced draft out from Talon, as we are getting the Mikado corrosive drafting again, as you called out there, Hero Freak. Just going to try to run down and right-click Mac, poke him away from this lane as much as possible. I will say the early tempo of Essence is looking pretty good. Like the fact that they've got this play where it can just kind of gate across the map. They will stick with Solar Bind on Ahyad to try to play that burst. But even just having the gate option for these ganks is going to be a big issue for Talon to have to be very aware of. Right? If they get caught off guard and, you know, isolated as a unit of 2 into 3, I think for the most part, Essence will win that out almost every single time. So that is something that Essence will try to play around with. Akashi in the Terrorblade, we've seen him play this before on his time on Talon. And it has looked spectacular when it can get the farm going. Laning into the Beastmaster might not be the most pleasant feeling in the world for the Terrorblade, especially if WS does go for the Axis. So you do have a lot of magic damage to pump out there. But it's still manageable enough if he can kind of do what he did in Game 1 here for Akashi. Sit back, farm up, kind of try to play around, say, closer to the 16-minute mark. If the lane goes bad. If the lane goes even, that's where things get a little bit better for Essence. You can expect Terrorblade to join in. Say a mid-siege with your transformation up. You get the right clicks off in range form. You can push these objectives nice and fast with how much wave clear you have on Essence, and that's the kind of the ideal timing. But even if you don't hit that ideal timing, even if your Terrorblade's not comfy enough to join in with Metamorphosis, then you're still kind of happy playing the farm game overall on Essence. It's just that this time around for Talon, it's a little bit more forgiving if the game does go slow. TA, DK can scale up nicely. You've still got this ace in the hole with WS's Beastmaster on hand that can still give you that control you need. You've got the aura play, the healing play coming out from Cuckoo's Tinker. Still a big factor to have to consider true here. And overall, I think without having to deal with, you know, like a bristleback in comparison to this Underlord, this game is a little bit more manageable for Talon. We'll just have to see if they can execute a little bit cleaner this time around as well.
Oh, that has to be done for sure. They do have this lineup that is still kind of a tempo lineup. Doesn't have to be, and maybe it can be an ultra late game lineup, but only down the line. I'm guessing their biggest timing is between 25 and 35 minutes maybe. We'll see if they are able to hit that one. But talk to me a little bit about the Terrorblade. Okay, wait, gonna have to hold that thought. I forgot we're in Southeast Asia and people just wanna kill each other before the lanes. But no, they'll stop. So I had an interview with Crystalis recently, and he said Terrorblade from the Carol tends to fall off after the 35 minutes. Just starts feeling useless if you can't find the right angle to just get into the fight deep and start right-clicking everybody. How do you feel generally about the position of the Terrorblade in the current meta, and overall which timings are we going to be looking at this hero to feel strong?
I'd agree with that assessment from Crystalis. This hero can drop off quite hard in late game. Mind you, I think his matchup against TA is a little bit better, so I don't think it's going to be as tough. TA doesn't scale that hard as well. All things considered, it does have a hard cap in its output as heroes get more armor. You know, your melt strikes don't feel as good. Your physical damage is capped. You don't really have a steroid on hand to kind of boost that output as well for this hero. In comparison to the Terrorblade, we will have more output as long as Metamorphosis is up. So I can see the point. I don't think it's as much of a concern in this game because your physical burst isn't really that high. Your magical burst isn't that high as well on Talon. So this Terrorblade will be relevant. You've got some good auras, again, to kind of mitigate more of that damage with Atrophy Aura on hand. I don't think Akashi's going to be too worried. We'll see. But I do understand his point. I think if you were up against, say, something like a Morphling, I'd say, yeah, you know, your Terrorblade is going to have a lot of a harder cap, but you're dealing with TA, you're dealing with DK, a little bit more tempo. Maybe the DK a little bit less so. He does scale pretty nicely, but from mid, it can be a little bit longer. You're sharing that farm with the TA as well. It's not going to be like the DK is going to get that full envelopment of the farm priority across this game.
I'm looking at the supports of Essence though, right? I like the Shadow Demon, and it has a last pick, as a save, as something to deal with defense matrix, but I can't help but feel these supports don't feel good, so let's together. Pretty much. Ayad is in a little bit of trouble. He did have a Fairy Fire and will be surviving the end there. You just don't want to play versus the TA and the Tinker head on. So talk to me, how are these two supports on Essence gonna be working together?
I think the key thing is they're going to have to launch off with Cox and with Mac. Like, they can be quite good when you tie it in with, say, Avalanche, or you tie it in with Pit of Malice. By themselves, if they're going as just looking for a lane rotation, it's not going to feel that great. Especially since you don't tend to prioritize Pit of Malice too hard on the Underlord until later down the line, especially up against a physical lane matchup with TA. You're probably going to want a little bit more in your atrophy if you can afford to go that route here for Cox. So you won't have that straight up double stun coming through. I think the sticky thing is really Ayad, right? Like, he does end up going for the recall, so that is something that can just force these rotations to happen. As a while ago, he was sticking onto that solar bind. But you will have recall to at least drag heroes around, try to get Mac active early, try to play around with the gate, to drag even more heroes around. They're doing a great job of just managing their lanes as well, although Natsumi is still finding farm. They have managed to do a lot of poke onto Cuckoo at least. Mind you, it's not like, again, the TA really cares. This matchup into the Underlord is very stable. You do have that level 1 atrophy, or at the least try to slow things down, but not really going to stop Natsumi from farming. At the least, Ayad does manage to get the camp blocked and manages to clear out some creeps as well in this pull. They are, again, impacting this lane. They're making it a little bit more manageable than it otherwise would be up top. The bot lane is maybe where things are a lot slower for Ponyo, right? Like, he went Disruption level 1. He does have Shadow Poison ready to go now for some spam, but you do have the wands and sticks up on the side of Talon, and they're going to just be able to sustain through. And as long as Akashi doesn't have Metamorphosis, this can be a little bit slower of a process. And every time you have that up, you do have significant amount of damage to pump out. You can try to play around with some illusions here as well. Akashi doing a great job of just keeping track of Jokam, sending that illusion forward to just constantly keep track, maybe even break off this pull, and he is. So you're not able to control the waves as much. So it does feel like you are sacrificing your bot lane presence just a tad bit for a stronger top lane presence overall. Like, the lanes are just set up that way. Let's see if they can kind of maximize that in essence, because like we were talking about, reeling back to that point about Terrorblade, the faster this hero gets online, the sooner it can kind of join in for tower pushes, the better your game goes for the team with the Terrorblade on hand.
Oh, Akashi does have a Metamorphosis right now, back from his first usage. We'll see if he wants to push the advantage. They've really been putting a number on this Beastmaster. Both of the offlaners kinda struggling, given that the Underlord and the Coddle have been shoving out the wave, which is one way to play the lane, but it does give free farm to the TA. What about the mid lane? I mean, Tiny actually doing quite well. Usually the DK does apply a lot of pressure to this zero armor here, but look at that. Max starts off with a Ring of Protection just to get that Soul Ring, so that definitely did come in handy.
And it does. I do like how even the mid lane is. I think DK in an even mid lane matchup is pretty happy overall, right? Like, this hero doesn't really lose lane. Even if your Tiny's not losing either, you are cutting off this potential for a faster blink, for the faster timings into everything else. The Soul Ring means you're not getting bottle refills anytime soon. Mind you, not that Mikado is going to try to contest Rune anyhow. At least, though, the walk runes are still fairly open, or were fairly open a while ago. Like, it's not really the priority. Still, it does cut into maybe some of that presence, right? Like, a stalled out blink for Mac can cause some issues. That's where you try to compensate with the gate, with a recall, if you find some opportunities as level 6 starts to approach here. Although, again, those aren't going to be up for your side lanes anytime soon. So he's going to have to try to finagle away into finding an angle himself. A relatively quiet game to start time around as well here, you freak. 0-0, less than 1k lead for Talon, but it's been a lot of poking and prodding, but not a lot of commitment to look for openings. And mind you, you don't really have as much explosiveness for either side to kind of look for those commitments anyhow.
Yeah, if you look at it, I would be very surprised if a kill does happen. It kind of has to be a lot of Shadow Poison stacked up, or maybe here on the bottom lane Essence going way too deep and then being ran down by the boars. It's actually very, very hard for anybody to die. And I don't know if we're going to be getting to see any kills before those rotations to the mid lane, or from the mid lane rather. But talk to me about the Beastmaster, right? Is this a Aghanim Scepter game, or are we maybe gonna see a Helm come out?
I would probably prefer an Ags overall. Just ramp up in that magical damage you can output overall. I think you've got a lot of heroes that'll kind of succumb to that. The Terrorblade in particular, of course, stands out, being very weak to magical damage himself. That is one way to kind of just keep Akashi down, Try to force him into a faster BKB than he'd like. Try to force the auras to flow through from Cox quicker as well. And just kind of get control from there. They are getting a little bit of a chase down in WS, but not quite enough to commit just yet.
They can't do much to him, but Anyo went too deep, and he does use the Healing Lotus. It's not enough to survive. WS finishing him off, and this is what we talked about, right? Go too deep versus a Beastmaster, get run down by the boars. You really need to be careful of that. Nice way to start it off, especially for a hero that is kind of racing towards that first item.
Yes. You do have a lot more sustain with the Arcane Boots up now, so even without your support around, you're just going to be able to apply to harass. I like the balanced build-up as well in WS. 2-2-0, no points in that Inner Beast. Just looking for as much laning presence as possible from the boars and the axe spam. And it is certainly paying off. You are starting to see... Oh, Mikado.
Stalls back. They even bring Cox here, and this is a big kill if they can get it with a blood grenade. They need another spell usage, and there it is. Avalanche, even with the defense matrix, there was no chance it was going to survive that. And this is the power of the Coddle plus Tiny. You have that chakra magic, so spells just not gonna have that high of a cooldown.
Certainly is the key combination here for the side of Essence. And for Talon, I mean, killing off the DK is pretty damn big, but then again, you're opening up these lanes to just be really free. Natsumi has free reign up top. You've got the scaling coming in for WS. It is going to be an Ags rush by the looks of it. He is queuing that up. They are still maintaining that presence on mid. Keeping watch, trying to grab these runes off. They've got nice deep wards here as well. So they are setting up for this aggression on Essence quite nicely. Inside of Talon, we'll have to kind of respect that, because this invasion force, again, is pretty damn strong on the side of Essence. They've got that early burst with Mac. He is slowly going into the point where he'll have phase boots into the blink. And they're already looking to line up maybe for a movement out onto Natsumi. Again, no wards to really watch that top quite cleanly here. And the traps are at least keeping track.
It's very hard to go versus those traps. Ayad is gonna be going to the mid lane just to protect it from Mikoto. You kind of have to do this, but unfortunately for them, Mikoto did find a haste rune, which will allow him to escape. If he hadn't, then you might not even get those couple of hits into the tower. It would have been too dangerous.
That would have. That's where the tempo really
very
comes in.
Very slow overall from both teams. So what are we actually waiting for to ramp up the tempo?
You're gonna want an intermediary item for Akashi. The Yasha might lead you to joining in for your own mid siege here from the side of Essence. You want some of the early aura to be up on Cox. I'm a little bit surprised he opts for the Vanguard first. Protection from TA and the DK is nice, but it does feel like this key timing coming in with the Ags from WS is just going to offset that by a huge amount. They do manage to scout out the stacks at the very least, and they are clearing out those triangle stacks. And they will sap away from the farm that WS would have liked to find for himself. So they are keeping this economy game in check. Not a massive lead for either side. Very even across the board. Looking for a gate move now.
Mikoto is out, so Cox just comes in, says hello, goes back to continue his farming game, which hasn't been going the greatest. I guess the trade-off is that Ayad is getting a lot himself and allowing this Tiny to farm really fast. The DK still okay. Now he has queued up the blink daggers, so Mikoto is going to be rushing the tower.
Oh.
Does use the avalanche, but there those impalement darts. They're gonna be looking towards Jokem. The illuminate barely clips him, and now they want to go forward. They'll be putting down the Pit of Malice in a really good position, so WS he cannot join. Now this Dragon Knight is in an uncomfortable position, of course being protected by the Tinker, but Mac with his low mana, he needs to be careful. Roar comes out, and that is gonna be a very dead Ponyo. Looking towards Mac, he's gonna get his mana back. Nice TP out from the Underlord, gets himself away just in time, and just to continue farming on the top lane. And Essence, they make it or Talon rather, they make it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it evens out in the end. You do manage to apply some good pressure. You are seeing some of the damage issues if Natsumi doesn't join in. Like this Corrosive Dragon is great to tie in with the TA, but by itself in a vacuum, the damage isn't really there. And you don't have the Ags yet on WS. Mind you, even with the large camp being cleared out, the Ancients have been left alone for WS. So overall, it's still a bit of a boon for Talon as they get the lion's share of the stacks gold coming in, accelerate that Ag's timing for WS into a faster point. That did buy a lot of space out for Akashi to free farm. Again, intermediary item is flying in. Yasha's up for our Terrorblade. So again, there is some potential to try to join in with Metamorphosis just for a quick power take. Beyond that, you're likely not looking at anything deeper here for Akashi, especially without the value point committed yet to Sunder, although he does have the points ready to go. So you have that safety net to play with, and yeah, just gonna quickly run mid, get Reflection, maybe look for this pick-off.
Yeah, they want Cuckoo. He has the defense matrix to use, and well, it's not really gonna be changing anything. Cox, every single time that he has the Fiend's Gate, he uses it, comes over, assists his team, goes back to the farm. So how do you reckon the Underlord is going to be building in this game? Because this is the one that I think has the most leeway in terms of how he's going to be approaching it with his items.
I'd like to see Pipe along with just Guardian Greaves. I think rushing the Crimson Guard is also fine over the Greaves if you want to go that route. And it does look like he is committing for Phase Boot, so probably the Pipe right after into Crimson Guard, and you're pretty happy. It's a lot of damage reduction coming in. It cuts off this timing for WS into the Ags, who is just about 750 gold away. So you will still have a window where Pipe's nowhere near being done, and you'll have the Drums of Slong banging away, but that window is not going to be as wide as you maybe want it to be, depending on how well Cox kind of manages his farm. Essence starting to take control of this game, and they've almost got the blink up in Mac, going for the smoke up top. The side of Talon are trying to defend, dragging Cuckoo down to help Natsumi out. And they do at least have the traps to give some vision into the tree line, but in an isolated vacuum hole.
If he doesn't get the disruption off, it's going to be huge. But also on the other side, Mac shows his blink dagger. He does have the arcane rune. Still needs a little bit of help. He's isolated, goes towards Cogs. Nice bit of malice. Mikoto going around, and from every side they are coming. WS has the roar that will allow Akashi to move himself away. Cogs, however, is not going to be as lucky. And, well, running into a Tinker March of the Machines seems to not be working for Essence this time.
Quite. Again, you don't have the aura play ready. They take that fight a little bit fragmented. Talon were ready on the uptake. Managed to get the angle in for Natsumi. And again, this connection between Corrosive Dragon and the TA can soften targets up real nice and fast. You've got the Desolator all done as well on Natsumi. So he is going to have even more output if they do manage to get that connection with Mikoto. And again, it's lining into these key timings. Ags for WS already flying in. After a little bit of a slower game, you're reaching that breaking point for Talent to start to play this game on their terms. For the side of Essence, I feel like the best opportunities for them comes down to, again, utilizing Gate aggressively and playing off of this recall as well. Like, you try to farm around the map, you group up with maybe your support plus one, or your two supports going around the map looking for something, you get the recall and the Gate usage off, and you kind of play like that. I don't think a straightforward executes what you want. You want to catch Talon by surprise as much as possible, take these weird off angles and ganks just because you have this theoretical global presence going, and you just kind of break them apart one by one on Talon. That's your ideal at this moment to widen this, or to try to get an advantage out on the side of Essence. And see how well they can try to work into that point. You have Cox going into the Atos from the disassembly on that Vanguard. So a little bit more control to kick in. No aura play just yet. They'll try for a smoke out with that blink on Mac once more. And the lines are being drawn onto that bot jungle. But Talon's also smoked up. And again, this is the Ags reveal for WS. This could be a little bit dangerous if you're not careful in Essence.
Well, they will have 5 of their heroes, and the TA connecting is going to be a little bit tougher for them. So maybe that will be giving the advantage to Essence. As this Underlord comes over, they're gonna try to go to WS, tossing him back. They need to kill this guy. He's gonna get the roar off. Wheel of Wonder being used, not enough to save his life. It will be connecting onto Mac, and now they're looking towards Mikoto. Has the shield rune, defense matrix is very tanky, and also Natsumi will be joining in. Terrorblade going in. Akashi, he needs a Sunder target. He gets denied. Any chance of using that Natsumi shows up and shows off as Deso.
The damage is just way too high. Killing off the Beastmaster is massive though. This prolonged fight does not feel good for Talent if they want to retake it. Again, you've got recall going, you can get resets off, you can just drag your heroes around. You've got all the spell spam in the world with Chakra. Talent are still holding this position roughly.
Though. He is coming back. Well, let's see if they can burst him down again. It doesn't look like anybody's too eager to fight right now, and that ward could make a difference in the long term. Very nicely played by the Coggle.
I'm a big fan of these wards coming out from Essence. Even in the last game, their vision game was pretty on point. But just having control of this bot area, they know that Tormentor is going to be something that's going to be contested. They've got a good line of vision in. Mikado does manage to sneak through the gate, though. There's no vision in this spot either. And the Watcher is there to at least give some info out. And they still have their tier 1 for a TP point as well. But this Tormentor is not going to take too long with the full power of Talon on hand.
Illuminate? And not there in time. I think it would have been short anyways. Still, if you shove out that wave, that's gonna be annoying for Talon, because they're gonna take a little bit too long to take this tower down. At least they did get the shard for Joker.
They are trying to work all sides. Kuku just getting flipped on the avalanche, and
They should be able to get him here. He is way too deep. He's gonna be healing himself up with that holy locket. Not enough to survive, of course. And Cox again, you wanted to see it speed around the map. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they're trying to get something of their own. Onto the Shadow Demon they go, and no disruption to save himself. He already used it earlier. WS is kind of low. Potentially, they can finish him off. The escape act will be used, and that is the save enough for him to survive. Mac trying to get away, and with the impalement guards, he will die. Akashi from the other side has the metamorphosis to finish off WS, killing this guy again. The Beastmaster timing is getting destroyed a little bit by Essence.
that it is. They're managing to isolate out WS quite nicely up front. Kuku just died, so you can't really heal up. Doesn't have too much as well outside of March and the Holy Locket at the moment. Nothing like the full mech up just yet for Kuku to help sustain through. I think the key things you're getting out here from Talon is some early activity for Natsumi starting to look good. And you're reaching a point where Mikado is starting to go into his next set of items quite nice and fast now. Already getting that build-up that he'd want to have, and is already at the point where the Mage Slayer is going to be done. It's a little bit more tanky, a little bit more damage coming through here for the DK. And again, that's the key thing. You just need to kind of survive the onslaught, survive through the magical damage coming in. You're not going to get something like a pipe anytime soon on Talon's end. So this Avalanche Toss, this Illuminate, this combination with Chakra Spam coming in from the side of Essence will always be relevant. And just having this Mage Slayer on Mikado can kind of soften that blow. Allowed him that little bit of durability to get ahead there. Well, we'll see. 2K lead still maintains here from Talon, the side of Team Essence. Again, they've still got some good timings lining up. Echo Saber for Mac, not too far off now. You've got the full Dragonlance coming in for Akashi with a Manta Style already up for some protection. And again, we're hitting critical mass now on the Terrorblade as well, like the time we talked about here earlier, Harry Freak. Around 30 minutes it does peak out, but maybe around 20 minutes here, 25, you do feel really good. At this point, you are feeling really good on Akashi with his output as well. They just need to try to find ways to leverage. And again, for the side of Essence, they've done it a couple of times, but these gate plays, these recall plays, that's where they really shine. I think they've just got to constantly hit and run with it whenever it's up.
Talon, they want to change it this time around. They want to be the ones who are starting off the fight, and then those recalls and Fiend's Gates aren't gonna be as useful. A little bit harder to make this move work, considering that the mid lane tower of Essence is still up. Are going to try. Jokum, be careful, that smoke breaks, they can burst it down with 90 fairly fast. Blink back to W is going to be revealing that one. Jokum, Ruler Wonder being used, and you cannot wait. Disruption alive a bit longer. It's a bit of Malice. Mac turns around, the damage is insane. Escape back, not going to be doing anything for you as they are running forward. The Avalanche, right, trying to find another one. There's the shard from Natsumi just now revealed, but we get a reflection with the slows with a bit of Malice, perfectly placed, and now you burn. Jokem will die first. They do connect with the Atos. Defense Matrix a bit too late. Kuku is running forward, and Mac, he finds an opening once again with the toss in. That's gonna be easy one for Akashi to finish off another one, and I feel like we're looking at the repeat of the previous game here in the mid lane.
Almost so. They're trying to jump onto this tanky Tiny this time. They don't have the burst damage to back it up. You don't have any protective items either from Talon to help sustain a prolonged fight like that. And it just kind of falls apart. I think this aggressive play from WS without the connection of his teammates, of his other cores fast enough, it's costing them. They need to just calm down a little bit on Talon. Try to get their cores together. At least one additional core on top with WS. And Natsumi or Mikado, either one would be enough. You do have an opportunity to try to respond here.
Take their experience at least. Mac is going to be in trouble, protected by the Pavis, forced out of the way. Disruption still available. TA getting a bit too deep. Escape act instantly cancelled. The TA needs to be careful. He's still inside of the pit of malice. The toss is there, dropping low, but the defense matrix and the heal bots are giving it up. WS finding Gaiad in the other side, and they want him dead. Wheel of Wonder perfectly placed. All three of them caught by it, mesmerized by the wheel, and Akashi has lost every single one of his teammates.
At least he does manage to bail out, get out of danger himself. The big kill does elude him here on Talon, but that does balance the game back again. Although Akashi is just running down Cuckoo. Oh, not quite enough.
And he also can't relate the stroke, so Essence, this is what happens when you get, we want to fight, we can now take their experience, take their triangle, take everything, and then you just mess up and give all of that hard work away back to Talon.
Man, again, they've seen this TA shard already. They're playing in such tight spots that every single reapplication with Silence is just devastating. They go all in and trying to burst down Natsumi, and it did feel good, but you are getting that impact out now from Cuckoo with the mech on hand, with the March of the Machines and the Holy Lock combination kicking in. It's more than enough to keep Natsumi alive when that full focus of power wasn't quite there, because Mac was not able to really commit. He was trying to back off initially until Cox went in, and at that point he was too far to try to leverage some burst damage in. So it does feel like some disconnects in Essence, but it is still anyone's game. 12-12, 2k lead for Talon. Not a massive amount by any means. And again, you still have this good window for Essence to play off of. They've still got the scaling on hand, and for Talon's part, they do have a lot of scaling left as well. So I'd say a rather even game. Maybe slightly favorable to Talon at this point, but not by a huge margin by any means.
He can easily swing back the other way, but Dota Plus says 60% for Essence. I guess that is the Terrorblade versus the TA matchup. Still, one thing we haven't really talked about too much is the Spotlight versus the Terrorblade illusions there. He's not going to be too happy about that one.
Radiant are scanning.
No, certainly not. It's been something that's been mitigating some of Akashi's output in the middle of these fights. Even just the mischance alone is causing quite a few issues here for the Terrorblade to just fully commit. Speaking of, Jokam does TP out before he could break a smoke. Might have been useful to break the smoke first, but this TP rotation out from Essence is pretty far from the action. Talon playing it safe at this moment. Still have Aegis ready for 3 minutes. Are about to hit their major BKB spikes across all of their cores relatively soon. Just lacking a little bit more gold on WS and on Mikado. But once that triple BKB timing's lined up, you are going to have issues here on the side of Team Essence. You're very reliant on utilizing your Demonic Purge to try to kite around at that point. You don't have anything else that pierces that debuff immunity. It's going to be hard for Akashi to look for aggressive Sunder opportunities if he does even want to consider that. And it's going to be Talon's turn to shine once that triple BKB timing's lined up. They do have to be careful about losing a core at this time when it's only one BKB ready to go, as they would want that to make that connection. Essence will just go for a straightforward siege onto mid with the damage on Akashi. This does not take too long in Talon. They're playing it safe, you know. They're willing to give out to tier 2. They're willing to just shove out the waves, keep that farm game up, and again, just make that steady progress into the BKB timings here.
It's very weird that they just let it go. And also, I really like what Essence are doing. They're doing an awesome job at controlling the waves, right? So Talon, even with the sieges, they haven't been able to utilize it properly.
Yeah, they've been forced to really just use it for farm. Which again, it's about to pay off. If this smoke rotation with triple BKBs pays off, I think it's well worthwhile. They just need to find an angle. Talon's forward vision isn't really there either. They've got one forward ward down bot on the cliff. Nothing else. Look at the vision of Essence in comparison. So many wards all across the river. Talon's going in a little bit blind for this movement out, but if they get the right jump here for Mikado, it can pay off.
Well, Ponyo his target. He's going to be going forward there onto the Underlord. A bit too deep, and I think he's going to be able to get himself out. So you might have lost Ponyo, but not losing anything else makes it still okay. And let's see now, the defense of the mid lane tower. Will it even be attempted? Doesn't look like it.
Gonna have to just give it away. It has served its purpose. It's 26 minutes in for that mid-tier 1 to be standing. They've already gotten a lot of value out from Essence. You're also getting a split push out from Matsui down bot. With that Deso up, with WS even joining in now as well. It shouldn't take too long. Fortify will stall it out.
What the hell is that? 2 cores find you, reposition you, and they don't even get close to killing this Tinker.
No. You gotta love Holy Locket and Guardian Greaves and Defense Matrix maxed out.
Joachim is not that tanky at all. If he maybe if he got that glimmer off, would have survived just a tad bit longer. But yeah, definitely no Tinker.
No Tinker. Still, I mean, you're doing your job here on people.
Oh, Tiny has found an opening. He's gonna be finding a Tinker, but Ayat comes over with his recall. He wanted to give mana to Mac, and he did manage to do it. WS is gonna be taken down to once, but you're going versus 3 9-second BKBs. Oh no. BKB TP out. WS might have to do that as well. This is pretty much perfect. He's gonna turn around with the roar, try to heal himself up, and lining up those side blades onto Ponyo. Maybe a high ground miss, but he gets the disruption off first. And now Akashi just going forward. He does have a Sunder to play with. Natsumi has been silenced up. That BKB still going strong, but will be expiring right now. Mikoto is back to the fight as well. Still, 3 BKBs forced out. Not too bad by Essence.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to take care of that Aegis as well. Wasn't long for the world anyhow. But they are getting that tempo back in. Still, they're going to be surrendering another Tormentor out. Talon's going to be able to find it. Free shard for themselves to find. And it is going to Cuckoo, so you've got a little bit more annoyance out with Warp Flare as well. It's going to be making those ganks onto the Tinker even more or less worthwhile. And see if they can kind of angle that out. You are seeing some of the power coming in from Essence again. The aura is starting to kick in. The Crimson Guard from Cox is keeping them very well protected when these engagements come out, along with the max level Atrophy aura. The physical burst isn't as clean for Talon to try to pump out at this point. We're going to need more. Mikado with the AC eventually is going to start to provide just that little bit more extra minus armor. Catching out Jokam just a bit.
Gets force-staffed out. Defense Matrix going to protect him long enough. So easy for him to get himself out of harm's way. How are things looking right now for Essence? Because the gold lead of Talon seems to be increasing, but Essence seems to be the one applying pressure. Where do you think the next couple of minutes is going to be taking this game?
I think it's again all down to how you start these fights. If Essence are allowed to just play with gate recall every single time, just get the numbers game on top of Talon before they can find a position to take that fight, it's always going to look better for Essence. And look at his positioning up top now. They're looking to play aggressive. There is at least this tier 2 TP point for everyone on Talon to respond to. But I think when they take these fights away from points of control for Essence, that's where things really get wonky for Talon. Like that bot fights away from too many TP spots for them to try to regroup faster, to try to take that position. They're keeping an eye on Kato now as well, just farming up by himself.
Oh, not see if they can do anything about it. He has been very close to Essence for a long period of time. There's no Tiny really to get him out of position. Oh, blink in. Instantly he's gonna get silenced up so that roar doesn't come out, and that is an 8-second BKB. Essence are doing an awesome job going through these charges.
And that they are. At the least you still have the roar, but without that BKB to protect from WS, things are starting to go southbound. And again, Essence are forcing these engagements closer to where they've got their vision set up. They've still got the ward standing on the cliff. They got ward even in the triangle keeping watch as well. They've got ward in the top jungle. This is where they have control. This is where they can start to isolate out Talon one by one as Cuckoo.
Yeah, Mac will be finding him. The second that Mac is a part of these fights, it's so easy to go for kills. But then Orchid is not going to be getting any of those annoying spells off, and the tier 2 will fall. That's going to be the second one that Essence do take down. Only one outer tower for Talon left, whilst Essence, they've got 3, and they might even try to poke here without the Tinker. The defense is not as easy.
Yeah. You don't have that easy clear. Oh, the toss back.
Oh, he managed to get the boar out just before the toss during the avalanche. They're still gonna connect on him. Blinding light doesn't pull him back enough, so with the escape back, he's gonna be in a decent position. But this tier 3 isn't a problem, and also Joe-Cam, force staff to the high ground. Memory Cape as well, being healed up, he's alive. Can't say the same about this tier 3. Can they really get it?
Not quite. Town, again, they've been holding back. They've got the BKB up. A little bit of a fake back out from the side of Essence. They do smoke out, and Talon is trying to smoke in. Again, this is where you've got vision on Essence. This could go terribly for Talon.
Metamorphosis. Got the Pike as well. Talon, of course, they have all their BKBs. The 7 seconds on WS, however. So it's not the longest one. And Talon know. Talon know if they go there and there's vision on the enemies that they're gonna get destroyed. So better not do it. However, this does give an opening for Essence to go for the high ground and finish off that lane Arax. I mean, the melee Arax is still under half HP.
Yeah. Nothing much really stopping them. Roche still some time away as well. So not going to be able to kind of try to clear anything out. At the very least, Cuckoo is here with a March spam. So this is a little bit more of an annoying process than it otherwise would be. But they are trying to force a response out. And again, they can just fully commit. Akashi does drop the meta. Take out the melee, take out the range next. No response from Talon. Well, they just have to surrender it. Camp the Roche, hope for the best.
They got
And
it.
it comes out a little bit early.
The thing is, now you do not have a Metamorphosis, but while you're killing this Roche, Akashi, he wants to continue to push. If they can get the glyph out of this, losing the Roche might not be the worst thing. And there it is. They did manage to do it. But
They've got to be
Indian
smart about this.
They're stuck in. Tier 3 is gone. Essence, without their meta, I don't know if they can fight even around their own vision.
No, it's a little bit dicier. They do have an amp damage they could opt to pick up, although it looks like it has already been picked up or despawned. They are still in position for Talon to try to play. There you are. Yeah, it's not the ideal, but a little bit more magic damage. Certainly not something to scoff at. You know, it's something.
I like the not ideal. It kind of sucks,
Not
you know.
ideal.
I
Yeah.
have my tiny, I have my Terrorblade. Nope, we are gonna give it to the Conway. Was the main one. Ponyo does get found. Bit too staying there a bit too long.
Yeah, but that's certainly not the ideal pickoff. You need something bigger now in town. You've lost your net worth lead down to just 2k. Not massive by any means. If you look at the graphs, win probability is favorable for Essence. They managed to ride out that weaker point earlier on. Your dual cores on the side of town don't feel like they've fully scaled yet, and they're still a ways off from hitting that big spike you'd want, right? Like, you need a damage steroid for Mikado. You need a little bit more of a damage steroid for Natsumi as well, who is going for the Daedalus. Try to make a play onto Akashi if possible. Just a lot harder to jump that mobile here, and a good scan from Essence does reposition themselves here.
Actually, is posturing aggressively versus 3 BKBs, Aegis, and of course this Nullifier Mikoto. It is kind of dangerous to go for it. Also, what is the Nullifier for?
I think just for Crimson Guard. That's the one that makes the most
sense.
sense. Just take off that barrier, soften them up, allow Natsumi to actually kill someone off. Smoke out from Essence this time and find a freebie support. So trading support so far in the past few minutes. Does feel like this does give a better window here.
It does look like it. They want to go high ground.
Doesn't take that much commitment here for Essence. And just blasting Demon Seal out is enough, and will actually pop the meta as well.
There's no cliff. I mean, you can focus this one down if you do want to. There's no buyback from the Ringmaster. They're letting it go. WS on the other side. Nice Mantle Dot Lotus are being used as well. Natsumi has to be careful, of course. Defense Matrix will keep him safe, but nothing is keeping those Raxes safe.
No, and Talon just can't find an angle to fight. They've got the trap vision now. They're getting some silences and slows, but no one's able to really jump in. They've got the roar. They've got the BKBs ready. And again, they just rinse and repeat on Essence. A slow chipping away at Talon. And again, this is a fantastic series so far for Essence. Talon looking so lost, maybe looking a little bit sleepy, not gonna lie. A few sloppy mistakes here and there. And it looks like if this continues to go this way, if it's Essence dictating every single engagement, they could be our first upper bracket semifinalists. Talon will have to trudge through the lower bracket, which we were talking to pre-show a while ago here. Freak, you'd expect Talon and Boom to actually be the shoo-ins. This qualifier already looking like not the case. Talon just lost, as it's Essence just constantly cleaning up.
I mean, I'm getting excited because they also did take care of the last outer tower. So one more mistake from Talon and it's over for you. Versus Mega Creeps, yeah, you do have heroes that can deal with them, but generally you don't want to do it. Now this will lead the Dragon Knight all alone. Mikoto will go for the BKB TP out and not allowed inside of the base. Demonic Purge damage coming out a bit too late. Mikoto will live, but still, they are showing some power.
Showing a lot of power out. Talon really need to be able to dictate these fights. They've got to find a good roar. It's hard to figure out who the proper roar target is. They're all so durable. Your burst damage on TADK isn't really there.
Being on the high ground, this can be dangerous. Metamorphosis is not going to be lasting for too long. It's now whenever Avalanche gets dodged by Natsu because they blink away with the Swift Blink. Pretty fast. We are losing range axes though. Those melee creeps, super melee creeps, are going to be finishing themselves. Now, yes, going forward. Wheel of Wonder, nice disruption just in time there to protect Akashi. Natsumi did bring down the Coddle, so you're not going to have that Max still fighting there. And WS is around the enemy heroes. No more Metamorphosis. Escape back to save his life, and it is time to run. Now the question is, can they do it? Nice turnaround from Akashi to deal with that trap. If he hadn't, it would have been a problem. Foxy has a ton of armor, very hard hero to go through, and nice tame the beast just in time from afar. Joe can make sure that Cox goes down. Talon, they get themselves to, and finally a solid fight.
Took them a while. Took them almost baiting out Natsumi like that, just poking those illusions for a long time, having that confidence with the Aegis as it does expire now. They need to get as much as they can off of this. Respawns aren't that long. You have the buyback ready in Cox. You need to try to work this back because your 2 racks is down. You're playing into these super creeps. It's always going to be shoving in. You've got the full butterfly out now for Akashi. You don't have a way of just twacking onto that Terrorblade any longer. You don't have something like a Bloodthorn either to just keep those hits flowing. It's going to cause some itemization here later on. Still,
Him revealed himself as the Aghanim Scepter as well. Don't even need to toss him back into it. He will die. That's how it's Mac at this point. Does more than enough damage to deal with the supports themselves.
yeah, and that's going to be a big cleanup. Still having the buyback ready is nice. Buy double damage out on Mikado with a BKB TP away. At least snagging that away from Akashi does simplify the high ground fight just a tad bit. But not having BKB is going to be a big boon for Essence to play into. You don't have to worry about Mikado just doing his own thing. They still have 2 BKBs to kind of think about at the very least. But without the DK being in the front line there, it does feel, again, a simpler process for Essence to go into this last set of racks.
Can't believe Essence still aren't committing for a gem. They will be putting out the Ignis Fatus. You might have to BKB jump if you want to go for Akashi, but you need to think about this. You're allowing him to do way too much damage to that tier 3. He's gonna be sending the illusions now. That tier 3 is gone.
Yeah, just like that. That's the power of the Terrorblade. Very non-committal pushes that can just come out. Even without Metamorphosis, just using the Demon Zeal and melee illusions can be nice. 16 to 17, 6k lead for Talon, but the game is in the control of Essence. They have the map under their control. It's a little bit of a shove down bot, but it's easy enough to clear out. No threats of a counter push from Talon anytime soon. Go out for their own smoke play now on Talon. See if they can manage to find this jump angle again. As even a kill on the 2 supports would be massive here for Talon. You just need to find that target somehow. Again, the forward vision for Talon's holding them back here. Don't really have wards. They've got some traps keeping watch. Not the cleanest set of vision to try to play around here. And Essence can just kind of hang back and farm. 4k deficit at this point in the game, 40 minutes in, really doesn't mean much at all.
Yep, those waves shoving in are much more valuable than any kind of gold that Talon could have. And just constantly you have info, exact info on what's going on. Because Talon, they weren't showing in their base at all, and there were creeps there. So very easy for Essence to read the situation as it's dangerous, get the hell out.
Kind of have
Why
to...
don't they buy a gem? Oh, they bought a gem. Finally, Ponyo does have Thank you.
Yeah,
Are
not
gonna
just
be jumping WS. Force out his BKB. Action, yep, he has to do it. Maybe using it a bit too late. He has the roar, Metamorphosis being used. Ignis Fatus, Force Staff, and the defense matrix keeping him alive.
Oh.
But that does leave the Tinker undefended. Kuku is gone. He does have a buyback. Can rejoin in 70 seconds. It's gonna be happening anyways. But look at the damage of Akashi. He doesn't care about backdoor protection. Now finding the there used to be a Dragonite there. He's not there any longer. At least they're going to be finishing off the MKB. But 4 versus 5 scenario, not ideal for Talon.
really not ideal, but oh, one more.
But they're going to be going in. Tiny this time around, a bit too deep. The disruption will be keeping alive a little bit longer, but make no mistake, he will die the second that he leaves it. Onyo, a bit of trouble, has the glimmer to get himself away, and the Ignis Fatus will be keeping Talon at bay. Their chase is a bit harder because of it.
Right. This time around, bit of a mistake out from Essence. They got some good cuts going on there for Talon, although Tsumi is a little bit far forward. But they did manage to cut the creep wave and prevent that high ground. I think if you didn't manage to cut and you won that fight in the high ground, I mean, it's over for Talon at that point. But with a creep so far away, with that stall maneuver coming out from Natsumi and from Jokam, even if they lost Mikado and were forced to buy back on Kuku, they do hang on with a sliver of hope in this game. Not a massive amount of hope, but it's not over just yet. Yeah. Still, Akashi.
He's gonna go in. Has the Blood Thorn, of course, cannot go through the refraction charges fast enough. If he did, that would have been one dead DA we saw earlier what the solutions do to her.
There's way too much damage coming in. And again, like we're going back to this point about the Terrorblade, you can see it in this game. The core-to-core matchup for TB into DK and TA, it's not a be-all and all, right? Like it's certainly not a hero that is being outscaled by any means here for Akashi. He's got a lot of room to play. His itemization has been very clean. He's going for a Linken's next to protect from Roar. And with him not worrying about Roar, it's going to be a very, again, it simplifies the game further for the Terrorblade to just be in charge. Just kind of try to reach that endgame scenario. Heck, they might do something sneaky and just smoke in and find a pick off into tier 4s.
He has the Ghost Scepter to keep himself alive a bit longer. Of course, with the Demonic Purge, it does absolutely nothing. So gets removed immediately. 100 seconds on the sidelines. You have to make something happen here on the high ground. We'll be finding the right target. No disruption saves will be happening here. Does have a buyback. Hard way to rejoin as to find another one out there. Blade next on the menu. He does have a Sunder. We're trying to force staff away, but that's not going to be happening with the BKBs. He needs a Sunder target. He needs it now with the Glimmer. Where's the vision? They do have it. The dust coming out just in time. This is the opening that they were looking for. Now they will go forward. Ponyo, he did buy back, nullified as well, and they want him dead again. You want to live, you want to pay for your life, you're gonna have to do better than that. As Mikoto gets himself a double, and Talon, they're not gonna be pushed out of this game just yet.
That's a massive win for Talon. Roshan's up as well, so they can opt to just take that objective, try to go into the high ground, force something out. No buyback on Ponyo and on Akashi's massive. Not having to worry about that Terrorblade for a full minute is the kind of opening Talon needs. Maybe not enough to try to fully reel them back into this game. Certainly enough for them to try to at least rebalance these lanes, get some forward vision going for themselves, get this Aegis up and running. They've got the cheese on hand. They've got the refresh for WS, double BKB, double Roar now in play. And they do litter Roche Pit just a little bit. A Windlace being left behind. As, you know, Southeast Asians are infamous for littering on rivers. WS is no different. Does get picked up in the end at the very least. Cleaning up after himself. 19 to 23, 12k lead for Talon. A very topsy-turvy game. Still in favor of Essence. Like, despite that loss, again, it equalizes just a little bit more for Talon. But they are 2 Raxes behind. They're 1 tier 4 down. They have no outer tower left. No towers. And only the tier 4 left. Rax are exposed down bot. They don't really have an opportunity to siege onto the high ground. So how do you find this opportunity with the Aegis? Because again, when you look at what Essence has, they have this gate play. They have this access point through top. The moment you leave top alone, sneaky gate play onto a tier 4 could cause a commitment into the end game. Just like that for Talon to have to deal with. You don't have anything like a Ags up for Natsumi yet. Not something he's considering anytime soon. Feels like the only way to counteract that kind of cheeky play is your own mobility here for Natsumi. But again, it's too tough to kind of call for an early I say early, we're 45 minutes in, but something like the Ags at this point is just not feasible yet. Smoke out from Talon, trying to scout around, look for stragglers, but the side of Essence are also starting to stick together as a team. And for Talon, this boils down to target priority. Like, finding Ponyo feels like the best target you can find. Take away that disruption, take away the saves, that opportunity for them to make these snap decisions and turn around the fight. And that's what has to happen. Still room for Natsumi to siege onto a tier 2. They've evened out as well. No outer towers at the very least. Just the nut that is the high ground to break open. Talon have to be cautious though. I mean, look at this commitment out from Essence. 5-man pushing bot to try to force out the mega creeps slowly but surely here.
But you have to defend this. I mean, you do have a tiny tossback, and they are sending the illusions, so Talon will be being back. It's going to be a lot taken away from their Aegis. Joachim's staying a bit too long here, but it seems that he will be getting out just in time to survive. Also, we haven't discussed this, the Refresher Shard on the Beastmaster, and also Hex, so you might be okay starting off the fight. Maybe not even with the perfect initiation, because you do have that massive amount of lockdown coming out from the Beast.
That you do. I'm gonna key thing feels like being able to find a backline, being able to find Ponyo, maybe even Ayad, would be the boon that Talon needs to kind of reel this game back. 19 to 23 still standing, 13k advantage for Talon with 2 minutes on the Aegis left. Not too much time, not too little time either. More defenses coming out for Akashi with a full BKB done. On top of that, Lincoln's already up. It's a lot harder to pin down if you don't manage to actually pop the Lincolns and then go straight for your roar here for WS. A little bit tougher to try to look for that lockdown. But they are starting to play far outside their high ground on the side of town. Just have to see an angle out.
Doing well dealing with the waves. They've had a problem with that for the majority of the game. Now with the Tinker being this farm, this high level, it is really not a problem for them to do it any longer. Tiny is, however, shoving out the bottom lane, so that is one that you're gonna have to deal with again.
And you will. At least, again, as you mentioned, Cuckoo can kind of manage these lanes by himself. They're constantly keeping an eye on mid. They want the stragglers to come in true mid. Maybe not expecting Mac to kind of play here.
Probably can. 2.3k HP, defense matrix, definitely not. Plus he has Force Staff, Ghost Scepter, Pipe. That's not a support that you're bursting down.
No. Not the point. They've got an angle for the high ground, a true top in mid. Without the banner, it's a little bit tougher. Again, they're just looking for someone to overextend, but no one's going to be doing that anytime soon. Meanwhile, the bot is just slowly getting shoved in as you'd expect. Cuckoo is just having to march every single time, so you remove that healing factor in the middle of these team fights. There might be an opportunity with WS hanging a little bit far forward, but no one wants to take that risk. They know what's on the line. I think Essence understands that. There is a spike for Talon coming out, but they also shouldn't be too scared. They've still got that major advantage.
Ken is under enemy vision, has to be careful. Ignis Vadas does connect. Tinker coming over to help. A bit of Malice protecting the Tiny is level 25. Oversealed Totem, Nullifar will be connecting only at the tail end of it, so the Tiny will be fine.
You're sitting through this Aegis timing nicely on Essence. Aegis is going to expire in a few seconds. You forced out DK Dragon form already from Mikato. And once that secondary life is gone, your safety net for Talon starts to disappear a tad bit. Buy back 200 gold away for Natsumi, not too far off. It just becomes so much riskier. You've got a Silver Edge now to kind of angle around here for Mac. Still correcting down bots, still ensuring that someone has to respond to that lane every single time. They've got their own smoke play out for Essence now. And again, this could be the fight that makes or breaks it. WS? No.
He was thinking about going in.
Oh.
EA with the defense matrix into the Terrorblade's hands. Now let's see if he can get himself away. Ignis Vadas being used as well into the backlines. They found Ponyo, but there's no follow-up. He's going to be using the pressure. Has to use it onto Akashi, and the Manta does not allow it instant. The ultimate Lotus are protecting him. Now Ignis Vadas is still going strong. They're going to be looking towards the light. And I don't know if that is something that you want to be doing, but the escape that Jokem is just doing so much in these fights. Disruption onto Mac. The end, it's not enough to save his life. Akashi still has the Sunder. Might be needing to use it. Going on to Natsumi. Lincoln Sphere broken. Akashi is the one that has to be careful. He doesn't really have a clear Sunder target. Tiny's back. Overseal Totem. Mikoto gets out of that avalanche in time.
Forced a couple of buybacks out. This is favorable for Talon. The creeps are still in a good position for him to keep playing forward. There was no backdoor shenanigans or a little bit of a split push shenanigans out from Essence. And they've got that smoke out. They want to get some value out from this buyback, and WS does have the Hex ready. Second BKB on cooldown, but Roar not too far off.
Is Mac going to die?
Oh, this
Still
is
totem?
huge.
He used the Invis first and then the Ogre Steel Totem. Sure, they would have had vision, but that is gonna be a dieback. Disruption comes out. It's not gonna save his life. It's just gonna make sure that Ponyo is out of position as well. He's the one that has to be careful. Wheel of Wonder, keeping them in place here. They want more. Hyad will get out in time. We'll be okay, but how do you defend without the Tiny for 2 minutes?
It's a nightmare. You do have enough coming out from Akashi at the very least, but you are reliant on these tossbacks. Mac is such a big part with that Blink, Ava tossback, repositional tool, just trying to isolate away Talon and force their supports a little bit more forward to try to save. And that's out of the picture now. Again, the lanes are still in a pretty decent spot. Cuckoo's constantly fixing bot. They've got mid and top. Well, top not quite in their position yet, but mid certainly an angle they can take here. BKBs are back up as well. All for core, so they're set to go, and they still have another Roche banner to secure this push.
This spot is being used, needs to be taken down. They don't want to be under that light. You are doing your best here with Essence, but your main hero is gone. Really, Mac has been the playmaker for the entirety of this game. I don't know what the angle to start the fight is. Well, just go in with the Terrorblade. He has level 25. The Metamorphosis lasts pretty much forever. Atos onto the DK. He's just standing his ground. Not really taking all that much damage. WS goes in, uses the Hex. And now Natsumi. Keep onto Akashi. Let's see what he can do. Another Ignis Fatus will be used. Those repair boss and defense matrix way too strong. Cuckoo still has a lot of mana to work with before he needs to go back to the base. Power buying time. Power buying time. Can kill that banner as well, but the tier 3 on the bottom lane will fall just as well. Blood being used late or maybe early. Onto the Terrorblade they go. Disruption is there. Will of Wonder will still connect a little bit longer, but he does have the BKB Sunder used a little bit earlier there. Didn't really give him too much in terms of HP. WS protected by the escape back. He's supposed to do too much. Akashi needs to be careful. And the Dragon Knight so strong. 4-step stopped by the blind wall.
They managed to get some value out for Talon. Taking that mid, taking the tier 3 bot. Not going to be able to find more as the respawn of Mac does kick in. But they are equalizing the game. Mind you, you're still in a very precarious spot here for Talon. Win probability has swung their way now at 59% to Essence's at 41 with his 21k lead on Talon's side as well. And you are seeing the nuisance of having to deal with a late game tinker now, especially as the Ags is being worked on here by Cuckoo as they try to catch more.
Cox is going to be in trouble. 4-staff's not really going to help versus the Nullifier. Move them a bit. Go forward. Metamorphosis is used again. The downtime now is really low.
Mac?
He's in a bit of trouble. He's going to get roared.
What?
There's no saves. Where's the disruption? Ponyo wasn't paying attention. Now you can just go forward. WS, he has the Ghost Scepter that's going to protect him if need be. Akashi has the Thunder, doesn't have the BKB. He needs to get the Thunder off, and the stuns are not going to allow it. He does have a buyback without a Metamorphosis. He's useless, and it seems that everybody feels that way on Essence now that Talon have found their stride. Cox will try to go through the gate and does allow himself to live, but 2 heroes without buyback. How do you play this game now?
You've got to find some sort of way. No Metamorphosis up on Akashi is going to be devastating as well for these fights. And the side of Talon does have the push required to just go for the endgame if they want to. Looks like they are slowly but surely chipping away here on Mikado as they take off bot, equalizing the map state in terms of super creeps. Pots?
For the Underlord, not the easiest of targets, but multiple times they've proven that he's really not that tanky. Akashi, without his Metamorphosis, he just has to fight, doing his best. Of course, the Ghost Scepters are really coming in handy as WS has found the backlines onto the one goes, and the Thinker now with his laser bouncing is going to be doing major amount of damage. Cuckoo definitely making this game very easy for his team at some point, just not allowing anybody to die, and of course, dealing with those waves over and over again allows Talon to equalize the series.
Yeah, and that's quite the fashion for Talon to kind of bounce back in. We are still seeing Essence play a spectacular game. You know, it's not taking away some of that. Game 1 was not fluke, even if they lose Game 2. Game 1 was definitely not a fluke. They looked just as good here in Game 2. The difference this time is Talon has a draft that actually scales. So in a game that goes longer, you've got damage still coming in from Mikato, you've got stable damage coming out from Natsumi. It was a little bit awkward in terms of how to take these fights. We were seeing some issues in trying to find that backline when Ponyo was left alive. The saves were a little bit overwhelming, but Talon did manage to work it out in the end. I think this game really boiled down to that one moment where Mac was caught on the left side of the map, right by their Shrine of Wisdom, and just randomly dies. That was just not what you'd expect from Mac after what he's done the entire game. And you mentioned it, Harry Freak. They were reliant on those tossbacks. They were reliant on that repositioning to find their openings on Essence. With that death on Mac, with that dieback, like 2 minutes without him, that was the opening Talon needed. And they broke the game open off of that, really.
Did you see the heals by Cuckoo? 40,000. 40 freaking thousand. It is insane what this hero is doing. And recently I cast a tournament and there weren't too many comebacks, but the ones that did happen, they were on the back of a Tinker. Sure, this wasn't a big net worth comeback that we saw, but it was still a comeback nonetheless. And for me, any other hero, any other support other than the Tinker, it doesn't work. Do you feel the same way?
Oh yeah, no. In this kind of circumstance, you can really see that Tinker shine, right? Like the split push coming in, the sustain in those prolonged fights. I mean, he was healing through pretty much the entire damage output of Mac. Mac did 37k damage total in comparison to that 39k healing done by Cuckoo. You basically nullify the enemy hero and you do your own damage, you control the lanes. I'm curious to see if it gets banned out in the next game here, Harry Freak.
Yeah, I hope it does, because sure, you beat it once, but beating it twice, a little bit too hard, and you probably got very annoyed by it. But we get to see a decider. We didn't want Talon to go to the lower bracket without showing us what they got, and they've got a lot. But can they win the full series? We will find out after a short break.
sure toils and snared we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid he road sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet.
We get to see a decider right off the bat here at the DreamLeague Season 26 close qualifiers here in Southeast Asia. I'm Harry, joining me is John, and we're watching Essence versus Talon. Game 1 to Essence, Game 2 to Talon, but ever so barely, John. And after what we have seen, how do you feel about Game 3? Do you have a favorite?
No, I'd say this is a very evenly matched matchup already. I don't think I have a favorite coming into this one. For Game 3 at the very least, I will say I am expecting Tinker to be banned out at this point. I think Essence has allowed it a little bit too much through. And I would be very keen on seeing what Cuckoo gets anyhow, outside of just Tinker. As there are a few heroes that I do enjoy seeing Cuckoo play. Tinker is fine, it did its job, it did a lot of healing last game. It's just kind of boring, you know? It's Tinker, it heals, it survives, it doesn't really play make. I want to see Cuckoo on, say, I don't know, Clockwork, Phoenix. Those are always fun to watch Cuckoo on. If they do decide to go that route, we'll see. But I do feel like this is going to be very even Game 3. Because even if Talon won Game 2, for a lot of that Game 2, it was Essence in control. It was Talon kind of trying to figure out a way to break through all of these defenses, trying to find a way to catch that back line. It was easier said than done. Akashi became a really big issue. Mac was getting some good repositioning out, and Talon had to really whittle them down, find some mistakes to get the advantage and reel it back in that game. So we'll have to see what ideas are there. I'm very curious to see if we get the Beastmaster opener once more, as that is something Talon's also been allowed to do every single time. I think we've seen the value in it. We saw the flex potential in Game 1. We see why WS loves to play it in Game 2. So I'm also wondering if that's going to be a consideration for Essence to ban out or pick for themselves here if they won't.
I mean, there are some heroes that you want to ban versus Talon anyways. I mean, that's why they've been letting those heroes go. But we'll see. We'll see. It's usually losing does tend to make you rethink your life's choices. But how do you feel, right? Let's say that you were in Team Essence shoes. Would you be banning out the Tinker? Would you be banning out the Beast? Or do you think you'd still play versus those?
I think I'd ban out the Tinker for sure. I'd leave the Beastmaster if it really didn't feel that high priority for them. I think the Beastmaster might not be the end of the world. Heck, you might be able to force Talon to play Beastmaster Pause 1 again, and then just kind of try to outscale them at that point. So we'll see. We should have our draft up shortly. In some short time, we'll be able to see what the ideas are for this game tree and our best of 3. And whether or not those heroes will be allowed to slide through. It's Talon that's adapting a little bit. They will ban out the Terrorblade of Akashi, which was doing a lot of work, and even the Max Storm Spirit. So just preventing these comfort heroes to kick in for game number 3. For Essence's part, it's just the Magnus, it's just the PA, it's just the NP, nothing too off-standard from what's been in the meta right now. Maybe the Jakiro being left in is something they'll want to clean up with, if not the Tinker ban. So again, leaving Talon the option to take Tinker for themselves. I mean, they might have the ban opportunity after anyway, as Talon will probably prioritize something like Beastmaster if it is kept in the pool. So we will have to wait and see. But I like this targeted set of bans from Talon. You know, take care of Akashi's big hero. You take care of something that Mac was dancing around on them with in Game 1. And just simplify it. There you go. Tinker's banned. So Jakiro's left in the pool if you want to go that route for Talon, as it was consistently banned as well. And again, Beastmaster's still open as well if they want to kind of take that up. So still a lot of options for Talon. Curious to see if Tidehunter gets banned here again, or if it gets picked up by Talon. Could be another way to go as well.
I think whatever they ban, they pick up a Jakiro. Then you don't necessarily want to get the Beastmaster on Essence, right? Because Jakiro can, at least in the lane, be kind of annoying to use. See?
Yeah.
There it is.
Just like that. I mean, Jakiro is such a nuisance to deal with. I can't believe this. Can't believe this hero is just like this now. I mean, to be fair, it was dead for a long time. So, you know what? I kind of understand why Jakiro has to be relevant. It's just... It's such a nuisance, man. And it's such a menace. You're dewarding out. He has 2 right clicks. What do you do? He's just going to deny every single time you don't win the trade. It's just, you know, it's a downer. As a support, it's a downer. As a core laning into all of those debuffs, it's kind of annoying. And then if the game goes long and you allow this Jakiro to actually get some semblance of farm, it's just a nightmare. And both of his facets are pretty damn good as well. Like, maybe... a little bit overall, just more useful on the double attack because it's just so much damage. But the double ice pat is just such a menace if you manage to use that setup well. If your lineup can kind of use that setup stun well. This hero just does that.
John.
Yep.
So a lot of the heroes that we have seen so far being picked up, and there's the Ringmaster once again. You seem to be very annoyed with.
Yes.
Is there a hero that you love, right? You love to play with it. You love to play against it. Is there one that you would hug if you would meet him?
That's a good one. That's a good one. A hero to hug. I think overall, I've been having fun. For supports, it's been a lot of Lion Witch Doctor, but I've been playing Lion Witch Doctor nonstop for at least, I don't know, 3 years now, because I know I'm a sicko. I enjoy the basic gameplay. Witch Doctor particularly is just really fun. With the Cleft Death now, and you get Ags. It's hilarious, but they're fun. I think for core, probably my favorite overall right now, that no one's picking because it's still kind of trash. Axe is really fun. I think Axe is actually so fun to play right now. Just because, you know, you see all these PAs coming out, unsafe land, you're like, all right, I'll just play Axe. I'm going to first phase Axe because someone's going to pick PA anyway. And you're like, yeah, this is fun. You know, just dunking on kids. It's always hilarious. I wish we'd see an Axe game here. I wish we would.
Yeah, I think we're not, but sure. I would like to see it. It's okay. So you're out of the meta kind of guy. I like that. That's a guy with integrity, right?
Yeah.
I love these heroes, and even if they are weak, I'm still going to love them, no matter what. Yeah, okay. Now, I respect that. I respect that.
Pick.
Yeah, I mean, I look, I play the game to have fun. Isn't that the point of a game?
No.
Do you not
no.
play for
No.
fun? If you're not playing for
No.
fun, I don't know. I think you
This is not a game, John. This is a competition. Every game that you go in, the idea is smack your opponent in the face, make them feel bad, so that you feel good about yourself.
Yeah,
that's how
I
it
think
goes.
I think that's honestly that's the majority of how the community feels, which is why you get so much toxicity when they're losing, and when they're winning, you still get that toxicity because it's not about the game for them. It's about winning. Winning's all that matters. Oh, you're a loser. You're not gonna win. You might as well give up. You're a
Exactly.
loser. It's such a toxic thing, you know. And I'm just too old for that. Here, you freak. You know how old I am. I know how old you are.
Yeah,
But
you're
younger at
freaking
heart.
Ancient.
I'm-
You are
I'm
freaking
so-
ancient.
so-
Yeah, unreal.
crumbling
We get to see a
apart.
Tidehunter, so he made it through. But then again, the Beastmaster made it through as well. Do you think it's still a good pickup here for Talon? Or, well, we're gonna find out.
I like this a lot better. Just go hoodwink, go break. You know why? Tidehunter, you were saying I hate every hero. I had 4 or 5 games against Tidehunter last night. And it was so annoying because I think one of the games we won, but it was just the most annoying thing to have to deal with. Because, you know, we sometimes we play some turbo, right? And it reaches the point where Tidehunter hits level 25, right click, anchor smashes up. And even before that, he's just so damn tanky now with his active on Kraken Shell. He is a nightmare to try to burst down. Just picking the hoodwink as a direct response to that, I respect that from Talon because they're like, you're not going to have that gameplay. We will try to mitigate that gameplay. We open with our supports. You know, we reveal our hand a little bit here on Talon, but they already banned out Storm. The only highly mobile here that these two supports probably don't deal with well now, that's still relatively in meta, something like the Quap, maybe something like the Ember Spirit if Mac really wanted to go old school, but it's been not the best hero, still somewhat viable. Not the best, but again, you kind of covered your bases anyway by banning the biggest mobile threat in Storm, so you can afford to pick 2 supports that don't necessarily stun down, and you get the break option. I don't mind this whatsoever. You get the TA playing into the Tidehunter lane, which in the first few levels is going to suck. It's not going to feel that great for Natsumi, but you can also poke back at the Tidehunter. Level 1 to 2, it's not the biggest deal yet for the Tide, so you can kind of deal with it on the TA quite nice. And you've got some good scaling out. Mind you, there's a little bit of flex here, Harry. Mikado does love his TA. He probably won't take it mid, but it's always a possibility for Talon if the lane favors it. I think that's one thing
Yeah,
to
I like
be
it.
aware as well.
I like it, right? Because what are the 2 heroes that would actually lane really, really well versus the Tidehunter? Or actually 3. I can't believe that the Monkey King isn't banned out. It's so much favored in some other regions. But either way, you get a Slark or an Ursa who naturally have problems shoving out or killing the towers and generally getting objectives. And then you destroy the Tide. And if you have a TA in the mid lane, you kind of offset that because you have a hero that's going to be able to take down the towers.
Yeah. I'm curious what they choose here for Talon. I feel like I like the options of the Slark Ursa. I think overall, I know I'm sounding like a broken record a little bit, but I do like Razor. I think Razor gives you that tempo that the TA can kind of play off of. You get some minus armor coming out with Eye of the Storm to kind of tie into that TA again. You make TA your focal point, but you still have some scaling left. Essence will go into the Monkey King you mentioned there. So they've got their own decisions to make. They could try to run the Monkey King safer. Mid, both options sound pretty good. I would maybe prefer it for Mac mid overall, as I do think he can just crush his lane matchup, be it the TA or something else. You don't have that many great options left here for Talon into a Monkey King lane. And that's going to cause some trouble. You know, you have a lot of big circles to play with on Essence, Ravage, Static Storm, Wukong's command on hand, even the Ringmaster and his big rolling thing. I always forget the name of that. Wheel of Wonder. And his big wheel. You have a lot of circles. And, you know,
What
it used to be
about a Doom here?
another big circle. Well, this time for Talon. I mean, it does make a lot of sense. I think it lanes fine into the Monkey King. Yeah, the AoE Doom down the line could be good, or even just double Doom would be really nice to break up the Monkey King as well, and the Tide. I think when you look at how WS plays, it can feel a bit passive, but we have seen him play Doom a little bit more active, where his team collapses onto his top lane, and they just hunt the jungle, or in this case, the bot lane. They'll just collapse onto him and just play off of that. Instead, Talon bring out the Bristle. So now you've got Bristle TA, potentially Snot Rocket coming out here. Still open enough for Natsumi or WS to opt for that. So you do still have some of that flexibility here on Talon's end to kind of make that decision.
10 seconds
Bristle into the
remaining.
Tide lane does sound miserable, so you are likely just maybe considering it up
5
top.
seconds remaining.
Or maybe just mirroring the Monkey King. It's not the best for Bristle, but it can be a workable lane once you hit level 4, which is a lot to ask for him to survive through a Monkey King lane. But it can kind of work itself out. So
You have a Hoodwink, so you're fine, right? That's a decent hero to assist you.
that's fair. It can
10
provide some setup and
seconds
some
remaining.
good poke, at very least, for you to play with. I'm curious to
5
see
seconds remaining.
how Talon decides to close this one out overall, though. Like, it does feel like... It does feel like there is a lack of control. Like, you look at the teamfight potential, again, the circles from Essence. The Wheel of Wonder, the Ravage, the Static Storm, the Kinetic Field, the Wukong's Command. There's so much teamfight lined up here from Essence, and Talon don't really have that. They ban out the Doom and the Mars as well for WS, so you don't have that option for that counter control and your own teamfight control on that offlane pick potentially coming in here. Essence have covered their bases well. I don't know what you want to go for in Talon. Again,
10
it doesn't feel
seconds
like you have a lot of control left. It's... No, I'm
5
scratching my
seconds
head.
remaining.
Maybe a Brewmaster could be disruptive, but it also doesn't feel like an amazing Brewmaster game anyhow. So you're probably not looking that route.
Turn to pick.
And it's not something that people have been picking up too much, right? Well, we forgot about something that they've been first picking. Now it's going to be making it to the last pick. So definitely Essence, not a hero that they were afraid of.
Nope. And there's still some quirky flex here for Talon. It is looking very likely he'll just run...
10
Beastmaster.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
I think that's the way they'll go. Carry Beastmaster into the Tidehunter lane, Bristleback into potentially a
5
Monkey King
seconds
lane,
remaining.
and the TA mid up against whatever Mac will take, be it the Monkey King or something else. I think that's fine. Again, I still worry about the teamfight potential on Essence. It's a lot easier when you can just kind of stun everyone back to back to back for a solid 5 to 6 seconds pre-BKB. So you have to be a little bit concerned for that on Talon. They will have to play pick off in tempo. And if the fights do get prolonged, like if there is a lack of damage, if this Bristleback does go Snot Rocket, stits forward, gets 6 Goose Stacks out, your TA is dancing. Heck, even your Beastmaster is dancing with some right click, and your Hoodwink as well.
Choose
So those are your options. Essence will go into the Dusa. So just going for something that we've seen pop up a little bit more. The Venomous Volley is
It's
kind of queued up.
mid-beast.
It's an interesting choice. It does kind of deal with Monkey King all right. I think you play with Axis. There's some dodge moments there for Mac. It's still a melee matchup for Monkey, so it still feels good for Mac, but it's somewhat playable for Mikado. His access to camps, it's not as good since this patch. The self-stacking is not going to feel as great. I'm curious about how that goes out. And this Medusa for Akashi is relatively free. Like, there's nothing really to melt some mana here. You don't have anything to be directly worried about. I do like seeing the Venomous Volley as well over the... I believe Undulation has been seeing a little bit more pick in the off lane, which for me is probably a weird facet that I just don't groove with. It's so weird, and I don't know. We're also seeing Kinetic Fence out from Ponyo, which is also super cool. If he does manage to get that position right, it feels like you don't really need the kinetic field at the very least, because you have Ravage on hand anyway to cover you. So could just go for defense. Some good aggression early on can come out. WS does shift towards Snot Rocket, and nothing else too interesting. The Krill Eater coming online more often than not now is also, yeah, that's the annoying one, because you scale into the late game, it's like, God help me, why did I queue for another game, you know? But they have no choice here on Talon. They have to play this one. It's not like they are unwilling participants into this match into Essence. They brought themselves into the 1-1 condition, so they've got to find a way to deal with it. My big question is, how do you deal with Akashi's Dusa? Because, you know, before she gets fat, you can melt through that mana quite fast. You can just go through the shield. It works out relatively fine. But scaling in, again, it's a lot of circles. It's another circle. Stone Gaze with Wukongs, with Ravage, with Static Storm. Essence has really tripled down on this team fight potential that they've lined up for themselves.
I still feel like they could deal with the Dusa, right? Because if I look at Talon, if it is a super long fight, they survive the Ravage, they survive the Wukong's command, they survive the damage output. of Essence in general, you get rid of the Medusa armor, she will melt to the TA, to the Bristleback, even to the Beastmaster. So that is kind of how I'm looking at it. If I'm Talon, I'm starting off every fight by focusing the supports. I don't care about the cores. Focus the supports, make sure they don't get their spells off, make sure that you survive through those spells, and you're fine.
Pretty much. It's just funny. Cuckoo's already throwing the shade to Akashi. Good luck in the lower bracket, he says. Akashi's like, see ya. I mean, Akashi is always friends with Cuckoo, even when he was on Talon. Cuckoo wasn't. Probably one good pro friend, actually. So, good to see that spirit of Southeast Asian camaraderie, or Filipino brand of friendship online. I see a late smoke here.
How is it then? I'm gonna wait a moment. Maybe there's a fight, but generally I'm thinking: is there a lot of friendships in Southeast Asia, or are there more hate ships?
Oh, there's a lot more friendships. I think I can count on my one hand how many hate ships there are, and it's less about personal hate ships. It's pretty much this player is just really not someone that gets along with a lot of people in terms of pubs. Once you're in a team, you know, it's something you work through, but in terms of pubs, there are quite a few, like 5 characters I can think of that do have that rep in pubs. Overall, it's fine.
Yeah, that's great. I'm really glad to hear that. Southeast Asia to me always felt like every single old chat was pretty much a friendly poke, rather than you know, your classic pause and then a question mark type of approach. So I was always glad about that.
I mean, there were a couple of circumstances where the all chat wasn't amicable, but that was maybe like 2-3 years back. I don't think we've seen too much actual beef in a while. It's almost a bygone era, almost. Maybe down the line we'll get some real beef again, and that would be interesting. That keeps not good for the players, but certainly something that keeps the spice alive, as we are seeing some spicy mid. I don't know when was the last time I've seen Beastmaster mid. I remember it being the time when he first got his Ags, being the Whirling Axis with no cooldown, if I recall right. That was a long time ago, the Wild Axis with no cooldown. So it's been at least, what, 5 years plus?
Played a decent amount in Fishery Interface though.
Fair enough.
Not too many times, but you know, from time to time they would put it to the mid lane, and it actually looked really good, right? I was surprised.
Yeah, I think it does make a lot of sense in mid. It crushes a 1v1 matchup, even up against Monkey King. You can play around with the Axis, with the Boris, get some good slows out into this melee matchup. It should still be alright for Mac, but depending on how well Mikado kites around, not going to be the smoothest ride for the Monkey King either. Does leave him a few options. Also really interesting that Wukong's Faithful is picked up, not looking for that aggression, instead wanting to have that utility with Wukong's command lasting a little bit longer, being able to weave in and out and position himself nicely as well, and have that impact even if he dies in the middle. That's one thing that's maybe a little bit underrated, but having that linger through death is also pretty damn good.
Both of the offlaners taking a beating, of course. Kraken Shell there from Cox is going to be allowing him to not take as much damage, especially from the Jakiro. This is why I wasn't sure where the Jakiro is going to be taking it, but he did go for the Twin Terror. And I guess when there's no Kraken Shell and minus armor is there in the tie, that he's still going to be hitting him by quite a lot.
And he would be. Again, it's the initial levels for the tie that feel awkward. Once you hit level 3, level 4, it does start to equalize. You can lane into this TA quite nicely. For a ranged hero, Natsumi doesn't have the furthest attack range, so you're always going to be able to walk into Anchor Smash once you're tanky enough to cop it. And that is something to be mildly aware of for Natsumi in this lane, but they are managing that lane well. The last lane down bot, of course, you've got Dusa and Disruptor up against that Bristleback and the Hoodwink. And as you mentioned, this is a little bit rougher for WS. You also kind of move up to level 4. Trying to lock in Jokan, but kind of missing out.
They missed on the grasp. With the grasp path connected, that most definitely would have been a dead Hoodwink. It's a dead Hoodwink anyways. Akashi though losing all of his mana, but he does have some angles to work with, and because of that he will be surviving WS. Definitely wants some revenge for his fallen comrade. However, he is not tanky enough to run anybody down.
Does waste through quite a fair bit of mana as well. At the very least, gets a salve and his stick out. And trying to rush into that Vanguard now to have some durability to play the lane. But a pretty big win for the side of Essence. It does cost them quite a few resources once kind of down. With having to ferry out clarity on Akashi to sustain through the lane. They are making it hell punishing. Cuckoo as well being punished quite a fair bit up top. as you are hitting that slow EXP ride up for Cox and for Ahia. Not quite there, but once level 3 threat is up, maybe value point in Gush, Kuku's gonna have to watch himself even more as the threat does start to grow. Overall, pretty strong start for Essence in terms of lane though. Kashi's having a pretty smooth ride bot, although Natsumi is making up for it in terms of raw CS. Max having a great ride on mid, and Mikado not really able to stop that. Again, melee matchup for Monkey still feels good, even though there are some tricks you can play here on Beastmaster. It's still at its core not a lane that you can really try to shove the Monkey fully out of.
Yeah, it is. It is not an easy one. I feel like Monkey King just does well in most of the lanes, right? Even versus a Huskar, he can be dangerous. It is just that kind of a hero. Overall, though, the Tidehunter is being annihilated in the laning phase. Was that something to be expected versus these two?
I think, again, in the initial levels, yes. Level 3 is when it maybe gets a little bit better, but really level 4 is when you try to equalize and you try to play around potential durability. You're slow on hand. They have gotten enough out on Talon up top that it doesn't feel like you'll be seeing that anytime soon. So you really did have to be a bit more cautious early on. Buying all these regen out does give Natsumi quite a lot to play with. And you've always got pull control. I think that's a big part as well of that business. You didn't mention run down bot, but
At what cost? It is going to be a 1-for-1, and Akashi is quite healthy, whilst WS not so much, so he's not really going to be able to do anything about this Medusa farming. Getting close to the creep's not going to be the easiest, but they did push the creep wave into the tower, so we are getting a little bit of action, definitely a little bit more than what we saw in the previous game early on, but not as, not that much overall. Both of the teams kind of conservative.
yeah, just a little bit more so. I think just these openings down bot is giving a lot more out to Essence. Again, Akashi's farm isn't as impressive as Natsumi's, but these kills are starting to ramp up. The extra EXP you're getting here for Akashi is going to matter quite a fair bit. Lotus control is also huge, and just how far forward this Dusa can play with confidence. Heck, even getting a rotation out from Ahad as well, knowing that top lane can be left alone. Tidehunter is now into level 4, slowly approaching level 4. We'll get that solo EXP up. It's going to be able to manage well. And yes, again.
That's a nice glimpse, and also a nice kill. Well, his support wasn't there. We talked about the Hoodwink being needed to assist the Bristleback. Now this is going to be hurting him for sure, and we talked about the Medusa and just how strong she can be with some timings. This is great considering her lane is going perfect.
Yeah, you're set to hit those early timings already. Bring a Bassi up, power threads up, some good shoving on the bot already happening. You can start
What's
to
the build
make
for the
some
Medusa?
stacks as well. Take just the standard Manta. I don't think there's too much wrong with that. Some good spells to kind of take away. Maybe a value Lincoln's could be nice as well. If you want that, I wouldn't mind that. You could kind of bypass the butterfly, but it is a big source of damage. It's relatively open. The Manta's a good foundation. I would say a Lincoln's would probably be wanted as well, if you can kind of get to that point. A little bit of a collapse up top, but the scan does find him trying to sneak in for that Shrine of Wisdom here.
Coming forward. Kuku will try to stop it from allowing them, but there's a lot of heroes. Nice usage of Tame the Beast, and there's gonna be a steal. Shrine of Wisdom. Oh, Kuku. Or actually, no steals. They didn't bring too many. Joachim is also gonna be in trouble. These supports are just not tanking enough on Talon, unfortunately.
They didn't manage to drag any of the cores. Natsumi, of course, not wanting to dive the tier 1. Mikado is very occupied on his mid. Did have a haste, but didn't opt to try to use it. So a big win for Essence, getting the Shrine of Wisdom, getting all of those kills for free. It does relieve some pressure in the lanes, right? Like WS can breathe a little bit down bot. He does have his level 6 up, so he's got Warpath, a little bit more going for himself here. Haste was popped by Mikado, but he did run right under wards, so they're not going to be able to get flanked down here either. Maybe a little bit of a shove at the very least, and he will get that done. But a 5-1 start for Essence, nothing to scoff at. Are getting some good stacks going as well. Some good flash farm for the Dusa to go back to, or the Tidehunter to clear out himself. And you are at the self-sustaining point for Tide. Level 6 up, Ravage ready. The back of those kills. No threat of a solo pickoff from this TA anytime soon. And Talon kind of have to watch themselves, right? Like, they have to sit back a little bit, get that initial farm going. There's no one to really connect with just yet. Maybe you could try to make a play with War, but you don't have the Drums of Slum, so that extra damage isn't there. You're nowhere near a Blink either. So you don't really have that play threat that we were normally seeing from Mikado just yet. At least maybe until a Blink, but this year just doesn't really want to rush them. You really do need your Ags to have some impact here for Mikado. And again, that's just some time away.
It is a long time away, actually, at this point. But I'm also thinking about the other side. I mean, other than the Monkey King, you don't really have big playmakers. So is it maybe gonna be alleviating some of the pressure of Talon, knowing that they only have to keep tabs on the one guy?
To an extent, I think the key issue is if Essence does decide to just drag heroes into lane, even if it's the only monkey, if it's only the Monkey King that can kind of set up, the follow through is a lot cleaner on the side of Essence right now, right? Like, you have Ravage you can play with. Eventually, you'll have Static Storm. You have the Glimpse back. You have the Kinetic Fence down the line as well that can block off once you've got the value point. We'll try to get some control now onto Matt.
Goes for the Wukong's Command. The extra armor might actually allow him to live. Cox also has the Ravage, so you have to run away from him, of course. They did leave the Wukong's Command. It's going to make it a little bit easier. But he's already low mana. Boundless Strike was used. Ravage as well. Max standing his ground. He needs those Jingu stacks to start healing up, and he will be doing so. Wukong's Command should be expiring fairly soon, and there it is. Somebody needs to help Mac. The Ice Path will not allow him to leave. Beautifully done, but the Jakiro does die in the process. Now looking towards Cox. He's in a little bit of trouble as well. Natsumi losing his refraction charge is very, very dangerous, but they're surrounded by traps. Natsumi setting those up earlier allows him to go for a very nice chase, and Ponyo doesn't look like he's gonna be getting away from this one. Natsumi gets a triple, and that's all of the kills that his team got in this fight.
They just didn't manage to stagger their spell usage as well as you'd want there on Essence, right? Like, again, you're forcing this fight before level 6 up in Disruptor. You are using your Monkey King forward. The Ravage just came after everyone was already out of the initial Wukongs. I think that was your period. When that first commitment came from Mac, you had to kind of go all in to try to burst down Natsumi at that point. Instead, they managed to get out of Wukongs, enough time for everyone else in town to respond. And the moment WS steps in, sure, he dies fairly quick, but he did manage to get off, again, some good use out from the Snot Rocket. Only level 1 goo, but that minus armor is stacking up with a TA, with a Melt Strikes available. And you are sitting ducks with just that sheer amount of physical output that Natsumi and WS can kind of get going for themselves. So you do have to respect that. Good set of kills, equalizing the game just a tad bit. Still 7-4, but you are, again, finding openings as Cox.
Oh, destroyed. That's just the two of them, and Sharpshooter coming in handy. This is what happens when there's a decent amount of kills in the laning phase. The supports hit their level 6s in time, and then some cores they do suffer. Tyrant 3, he's going to be suffering a lot with that spell in this game.
And that's why I really like that Hoodwink Pink. Again, on paper, the support duo of Hoodwink Jakiro is not amazing for high mobility heroes, but you don't have a high mobility hero to worry about outside of maybe the Monkey. But he's not like the fastest mobility hero anyhow. There's still windows where you can catch this hero out. You've always got the ward to fall back to on Mikado to kind of help manage that if things really start to get out of hand. 7-5 still holds. You're hitting that early Deso timing for Natsumi coming up rather soon. Already has the Dragon Lance up. So his output's about to scale. You still need quite a fair bit more in WS. Like the Halberd is ready to go. So there is a way of, again, stopping this Monkey King from being an issue, as that is just going to ruin him, even if he does go for the commitment in. Just going to need some way of maybe getting a little bit more dribble on WS down the line. If you can find him to go for, say, the AC for the team, a little bit of a slow process, or a Lotus wouldn't be too bad either. Reflecting back some of those nuisances, allowing him to play up front could be good. Eyeing mid just a bit, but chasing down Ponyo is a little bit optimistic, as the game is kind of getting quiet a tad bit. They do have all their teamfight spells ready once more on Essence, though. They have some options for the defense play if you do push the envelope here in town.
But you do want to use those spells aggressively, right? So things are not the greatest. Fence gonna be put up. WS taking his back. Does have the Halberd. Softening him up. Now it's not stop inside of that Disruptor. Static Storm coming into play quite strong. And he will be able to take him out. Overestimating his abilities a bit there in the quest.
I think he did his job. 3 big ultimates thrown out, so you don't have the Wheel of Wonder, you don't have Wukongs, you don't have Static Storm, which does allow Talon to farm in relative safetiness, right? Like, they don't need to worry about this kind of big combination in the gank coming out. There is still Ravage and Stone Gaze, but that alone, without the follow-through damage ultimates, is not quite enough. So you're buying yourself a minute for that Bristleback dying, and it's a very important minute to buy, because Mikado is still inching towards that Ags, 500 gold away. And that's enough, and a minute is enough for you to kind of hit that point. So I can understand why WS was so keen on just forcing all of that out himself, just for that stall time to get Mikado to the point where he will show up for that fight. So yeah, 200 gold away from that full Ags. You have all the space in the road for Natsumi at top, with this action being away from him. Into the Blink Dagger next now on RTA. And you even managed to get the Arcane Room for WS, so he can try to do that all over again without the threat ultimates. Just take a forward position, be a nuisance, direct all attention towards yourself as the Bristle, and buy space for these cores, because those timings are still set to come out.
The ultis are coming back though, so Essence, let's see if this time they can use them on the aggressive Talon. They don't want to allow it because they want to be aggressive themselves. Let's see. Smoke up. Where's the mid lane? Tidehunter is smoked up as well. He does have his Vlad, so definitely not the easiest target in the smokes. Both Cox and Cuckoo, they do break. This is an interesting one. Mikoto and Joachim trying to find an opening. Not gonna be finding anybody just yet, so now let's see if the slow poke into the tower will work out. It does look like they should be able to get it, because Essence have lost their position. And another smoke. Does this feel a bit forced to you? I'm not really sure what they're trying to do with it.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit forced. I figured if they wanted to do this, maybe they'd think about like Roshan. I suppose
maybe
were
the
kind of lining up for
Tormentor,
it.
right?
Tormentor is a safe bet. They'll just go for it. A nice safety net for themselves. Lots of gold to pump out. And the side of Essence are way too far across the map to contest. So nice freebies come out. Doesn't take too long with the damage output they have, as they will get that gold fluent 3k lead coming off of that. But a free shard on Joachim, as they will still be in position to still defend here as well. Although, mind you, again, those teamfight spots are still up here on the side of Essence.
And WS is out. They do glimpse him back, forgetting about it. The Disruptor is not something that is played too much nowadays, so people tend to make these mistakes. Let's see.
Really
Tower. They need to wait for WS, it seems. Siege creep. Once it does go down, then this tower will be safe, so I feel like Talon have done their job. Took the Tormentor, defended the tower. They still control the mid lane.
Managed to keep it alive for now. It does cost them the macro power, but maybe not the most important spell. Joachim? Oh! Jump over the fence.
Yep, can do it with the sharpshooter. A lot of the things cannot bring you over the fence or the field, but the ulti seems to be doing a job. And Akashi now will be joining in. So when the Medusa joins in, that's a little bit too much beef that you don't want to be going against.
Not quite. They are still using this time well on Talon to, again, get this farm game going, but one has to ask, when is enough enough? Managed to set some good forward vision again on the side of Essence. Again, something consistent across all these games. All these sentries to show respect for the TA traps, all these forward wards to set up for their own play. One defensive ward watching around Roshan for the potential play earlier on, although it is now swung top, of course. But they are doing a great job of just trying to anticipate what Talon would want to do. Mikado almost has his blink up. Could be the launching point they'd want here on Talon to really get things going. And having the Drums of Slom with his Searing Signet is a lot of damage to have to contend with, to be fair. That is a very silly combination to see online, at the least.
Man, whenever I see Searing Signet, I feel like in a lot of heroes that pick it up, it's just too strong, right? I thought in C that it is gonna be tweaked. But nope.
Oh, it's the best. Sometimes it's one of the ones that you maybe keep into your Q3 if you don't really see anything worthwhile. It's like, it's worth keeping. It's so dumb. Actually, that's the best part of this patch for me. I think the neutrals are probably the most interesting change. makes it feel very much like an RPG. As they will start to RPG their way into a large boss that is Roche, but they back off as the smoke comes in, in essence.
They still don't have that butterfly on Akashi. It's still super strong WS. So many times we've seen them go for him. Let's see how tanky he really is. Not tanky enough to survive that one. And with the blink, that's going to be a reveal from them. Some of them still inside of the Wukong's man trying to go. That is a beautiful positioning for the Macropyre. And now you have to go through all of that damage if you want to fight this one. However, the Medusa standing inside of the Macropyre doesn't care. Mac, how? Wait, that was a very short boundless strike move with the shard. I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, it looked a little bit funky. Still, they managed to take control, and again, just take 2 freebies for nothing. The durability for WS just isn't fully realized yet, especially up against magic damage. This does still allow them to take Roche. They did force out all the big ults. So despite losing 2 for nothing, Roshan is open with a TA with Desolator up. With the drum slam going on Makato, this does not take too long. Butterfly fully up for Akashi though, so they get some big openings for themselves. They try to chase down Nakata with.
Yeah, look at bottom. I mean, the cores are killing the Roche, and then the rest of the 3 going for the Monkey King. He's not going to be escaping through this one, even with the shard. He is going to be taken out. Just too many slows between the 3 of them. Now WS is going to be slowed himself. Akashi talked about it. Has the butterfly. Bushwhack though to prevent his damage. And now Talon are going to be going forward. What are you going to do with all your ultis? WS says nothing. There will be a kinetic fence also pushed back by the repulsion. But with the glimpse, they need to take him away. Talon now going to be joining with their cores as well. Looking towards the Medusa, already losing half of her mana with the escape back. They're going to try to save him, but he's losing mana rapidly. However, he's also doing a massive amount of damage. Akashi is not somebody who can fight right now. Has half of his mana left. He's all alone. Him and the Tide without the Ravage doesn't really help all that much, but they're trying to remove his armor once again. Mikoto back to the land of the living after the Aegis has been taken. Thinking about going forward. Akashi with his Stone Gaze. Gonna be stunning him up. Now you have to think twice about it because the Monkey King will be back.
And they do back off of that. A really good in and out. I like how they're trying to poke down on Akashi, but this butterfly is causing issues for the damage transference on Natsumi. Just doesn't have a way to pierce through that evasion despite all of that squishiness being applied with the goo coming in. And with how low respawns are, they just can't afford to take the prolonged fight. Big win for Essence in that they did manage to take care of the secondary life on Makato relatively quick. So you don't have any big tricks lined up for Talon and forcing a wider team fight. Ultimates are slowly coming back online as well. Stone Gaze is the one that's down for a little bit longer, but Ravage only 20 seconds away. Almost. You do have some timings to play with here on Essence. Talon still maintain that 3k lead, but this Medusa at this point in the game is just a little bit too strong. Top of the net worth board for Akashi, going into Shadow Blade for some in and out escapes. You've got to find a way to just melt through the mana, and again, you don't have a straightforward answer to that here until you have a way of piercing through that evasion. I do like that WS is just looking to go into the Ghost Scepter for some self-saves on hand at the very least. Maybe can start to consider a little bit more of the aura coming in later on. It does feel like the magical poke is pretty significant, all things considered. Like you're playing into some pokes on Thunderstrike. There's the Static Storm that can do quite a fair bit in these prolonged fights as well. The snake can be quite annoying, flying around. So there is some value, and it feels like WS is mainly melting to some big spells being thrown at him. But he is taking that commitment only onto him for the most part here. 11 to 8.
How do you feel about him wanting the Ghost Scepter and the Blade Mail? Right? Is that
I think
is that kind of weird?
It is very weird. Like I feel like the halberd alone takes care of the physical output. Again, when you watch him getting right click down, he's not dying. He's dying from magic. So I think you ditch the Ghost Scepter, go for the Blade Mail, and I don't know, go Eternal Shroud to keep spell spam up, or pipe to save your team. Like either one kind of boosts your durability by a huge amount, and you're kind of happy to just play that same way with being able to at least survive a little bit longer and spam some more spells out. And he is opting for the Blade Mail first, maybe just kind of keeping this idea of Ghost Scepter on hand as a pocket pick, maybe considering something like a little bit quirky, but maybe something like an E-Blade just for some saves, or another disarm source. I think that would be a very cool thing, just to kind of kite around Akashi as much as possible. Perhaps that could be the consideration. It would take a long time for that to come online, though, as we do get another pause, microphone issues for Akashi, and Natsumi takes this chance to disconnect himself. Very clever.
Well, reconnect. I don't know. I have never experienced it, but some people, I mean, a lot of people are saying when the game starts progressing in Dota, that FPS just drops. I don't know if you ever
I've had
had
that.
issues with that.
I have actually had it, and I've got like a 5800 X3D and a 3080. So it's been kind of annoying. It's not it's not that my frame rate goes down. There's just some major stuttering that hits in by my fourth
Yep.
game. Like nonstop. If I don't close the client and I'm into game 4 or 5, I get some really bad stutters. Like the game freezes for at least a second. And it's not lagging. It just freezes. The render pipeline freezes up. I'm not sure what it is. But something happened. It's been like that in the past. I'm not sure why. It's very
Okay, okay. Either way, it is a 4K gold lead for Talon. The Medusa is still at the top, so we'll see how well he can play. It is now the timing where the Medusa is probably at her strongest. Maybe once you get the third item, when you have that damage item as well, he's deciding to go for a silver edge. But how does this look to you? Do you think Essence, with the current state of the game, are feeling confident, or is this a bit problematic for them?
I think they're in a decent spot. Don't think it's too scary for them to play into. At the same time, I don't think Talon's feeling too uncomfortable just yet either. The moment you do get the silver edge up on Akashi, that's when WS's entire playstyle does disappear though. So that is the main thing. Like this timing on silver edge Medusa will kind of destroy what WS has been trying to do, which is stand forward and cop a lot of damage to get some snot rocket going. You can't do that when you're broken up. So I think that's when you start to get concerned for Talon. For now, you're happy enough. I don't think Essence, again, is too worried. They've got good scaling with 2 cores. Even the Tidehunter can kind of opt for a wacky build. If the game drags into the point where we're seeing everyone hit level 25, there's some wacky shenanigans the Tidehunter can get up to. Let's say a
Speaking
Harpoon
of
down the line.
wacky builds, the Monkey is going for Manta Radiance. I've been seeing this quite a lot. How do you like it in this game? Is it?
I think it makes a
something
lot of
you-
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense into Beastmaster, into TA, even into Bristleback, who eventually will want to use Warpath for the damage that he does get for some right clicks. The Radiance will kind of neutralize all of that. It also makes it tougher for Mikoto to blink if you're already in an aggressive position there for Mac. So finding the angle in with the Beastmaster is a lot tougher. It makes a lot of sense. It's a really strong pickup for Mac once he does hit it. Issue is it's coming out a little bit late, because again, he kind of went for your typical Mage Slayer into Manta first, Radiance coming afterwards. Its impact will still be felt, but at least you'll have a couple of Radiances if need be. You can kind of sit it out just a little bit more and not be as concerned overall about the blind chance, at least on the aura. 5k lead built up by Talon, BKB flying up for Natsumi. Already have the BKB for Mikado as well. And WS does end up with a Ghost Scepter with a Halberd Blade Mail, as they will go for a smoke out on Talon's end. This is the window where they need to play. Again, if you reach this point where Akashi has a Silver Edge, you'll basically nullify WS. Like, he is not a hero at that point. And you kind of need to play before that point, because you are reliant on him just spreading the goo, getting the Snot Rocket going.
Okay. Get the pushback off. There's the boomerang as well. The damage output is insane. Even with the mech usage, Ringmaster gets annihilated in a second. Talon is a good way for them to start the fight. Also, bottom lane TPs are already happening. The Beastmaster is there, smoked up, ready to find the Monkey King. His smoke will break, try to get down the trees, doesn't get the right one, and the Monkey King will escape. Mac should be fine. Oh! Okay, that was a bit too close for comfort, but still okay.
Very calculated out from Mac, of course, knowing how far he can get away there. They are stalling for time quite nicely. Like, Talon aren't really getting too much. All they found is the support. They're trying to chip in onto tier 2s, but the response has been pretty quick. Creep wave is coming in bot, so Natsumi has this angle down here at the very least. But they've got their own angles up top. At the very least, Talon has some vision. So they see Ponyo, they see Mac kind of farming up there. Could look for a defensive play onto that tier 2 if they so wish, while pushing down bot.
You feel that everybody is just so freakishly farmed in this game. And look at the Medusa TA they're approaching. Okay, TA has her level 20. Medusa getting close to that one as well. And then we have his Beastmaster also developing. Well, he might die. Oh, nice BKB just in time to survive.
Does force out a pretty big spell. So Talon probably not going to be gunning for this tier 2 defense up top. Already retreating Cuckoo out as well. They did manage to find bot with all of the space given out to Natsumi. But that is going to be an even tower trade overall coming out here. On the matters of farm, yeah, I mean, everyone's kind of juggling that farm well. It's a bit surprising Max kind of behind, but he is the guy kind of running around trying to make space. Matching WS's farm at the very least. Cox is pretty underfarmed for what he is, though. That's going to be the breaking point. As another tormentor gets taken, Cuckoo gets his freebie, so he does get to have the double Liquid Fire and the Liquid Frost now online for him to play with. A little bit more presence out if he is allowed to right-click a couple of times there. And a little bit of a slower game. 11-9, we're 20 kills into a 26-minute game. It has been relatively quiet. But okay.
Well, gets out in time. Forstaff getting away for the from the grasp. Also, that Monkey King almost bringing down the Beastmaster earlier. We saw it, but of course without the Wukong's command now he's not gonna be as dangerous.
Not.
How's the
Okay,
next
still
stroke looking for you? Who's gonna have the advantage there?
From Talon, almost always will have the advantage purely off of that third eye. You know exact timing, and if they find his kill, it would be an even bigger advantage.
Nice sharpshooter there towards him. The roar is not back up just yet. Very nice push. Oh, they get the slow in as well. The roar gets used, but the escape act is there as well. Ice Path and the macro power with the Meg. They're gonna try to keep him alive. No, Bushwhack will be enough to take him out. When you're trying to find a target to glimpse back with, now they're gonna be running towards him, and that is where the disruptor struggles. Very nice fence. They're not allowing Natsumi to get close. But this other one is just gonna be used so that the rest of his team can survive. Bushwhack almost on the money, but the Medusa gets out, or rather the Tide gets out just in time.
Managed to get the most out for Talon now. Just again a bit forward there on Mac, but he's having to play as that front line here, as Cox is even less farmed than he is. Trying to utilize the Monkey King as best as they can. All their farm is just poured out for Akashi. And talking about that freakish farm, I think the sacrifices Essence are making for that freakish farm are substantial. Like having a Monkey King this under farm, considering how much WS has just been dying, and considering how well Max mid lane was going early on, is pretty big. I think that is some cause of concern here. Talon again can also set up for Roshan. We've got that turret eye up. We've got some, not that many stacks of Deso damage on Natsumi, but enough. Kind of get that going. 11-11, 12k lead for Talon maintaining. And Essence, for their part, they have to be really smart. Again, he went Silver Edge here on Akashi. You can't just jump a Hoodwink, which is what they did a while ago, before that fight broke out closer to the tier 1 area. You have to break WS. Like, even if he's not a massive threat, the fact that he gets this goo off is really the big issue. And this is actually a game where you could have made an argument for undulation on Dusa, just because you're playing inter-bristle. Like, not being slowed down by all these goo stacks provides a chance for Akashi to move himself in and out. Chase with
He's gonna try to TP away, and Stone Gaze was still going strong. He knows when he... was there a place for him to TP to? Not really. With every tower, he would have turned himself towards the Medusa, unfortunately.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah. He at least managed to force out that Stone Gaze, which isn't the longest cooldown, but it is a tool taken away for a team fight. Mind you, not having more for Talon also means that you really just shouldn't take this engagement. And the right ideas are being found here by Essence. They can't allow this next Rosh, so they have to take a fight while they've got that advantage here before Roshan's set.
They are running into traps though, so you are gonna be going into an area that does being controlled by the other side by Akashi. Seeing Joe Ken breaking him as well, forced Staff to run himself away. The squirrel will find that WS running forward now the Silver Edge. He really doesn't feel that scared. Push back, use away. Staff is managed. Be careful. Nice glimpse. Static field, static storm. Static fence rather will be blocking out his way. Very nice usages overall coming out from this disruptor.
Talon again didn't find anything meaningful there. They did manage to get the reuse of the Silver Edge for the break after forced kind of break again. But you do have Mikado back off. Beastmaster's ready to go. And they don't have Static Storm to be worried about. Stone Gaze is up with Ravage, so that could be an issue here. Find some way to get this going for Talon. As Roshan is up, they can't allow that to kind of just be handed over to Essence.
Moving to the bottom lane. That would be a good target to start it off on, but Bushwhack off the mark instantly. They will be going for the Bloodwing. Can Boundless Strike, he's dead. He had the Force Staff and the Ghost Scepter, neither of which will get used. Fastest approach. Okay, so Cox matchups. Do you want to fight this?
Could try to be cheap with Makato, but it's a massive risk into 5 going to back you up. Not gonna be able to get that done. That is Roche being handed with the banner over to Essence. Very smart. Again, they had to take that fight with a numbers advantage while Makato was down. Talon don't really have that much playmaking. Like, without that roar, you don't really have the best setups. You have some unreliable setups with, say, Acorn Shot, Bushwhack, or the Ice Pack and just connect. But it's easier said than done. 14 to 18, 8k lead, hang for Talon. But if you take a look at the graphs, win probabilities hang on to Essence. In fact, it's been 62% at the start of the game somehow. I feel like it was the same situation last time, so I don't know if it's, I don't know how. I wish we had a breakdown as to how this graph works, how the Dota Plus win probability graph works, but it seems to have always been leaning towards Essence, and I can't fault them. Talon does feel like they have to put the work in. They've got the MKV on Natsumi, so piercing through that Dusa is a lot easier. They just need to find a way to actually take a team fight, which doesn't feel that simple. Especially with that full disperser up on Akashi, having that self-suppress on is going to be nice. A basic dispel to wash off that Q and do a lot of work.
Oh, they are going to be looking for Cox, breaking him up. He escaped back just in time, so Ravage is still going to be there as a threat. That the Blade Mail sparring will be using the disarm to the new side. So they're gonna pull him back with the glimpse, just not allowing his Bristleback to live. Yusa, even without the mana, really not that big of a deal, but they're looking towards the Tide, Roar being used instantly. Flubber takes it off, but it is enough for them to get the kill. Both of the offlaners have been taken out, and if they could take away this Medusa Aegis, that would have been a perfect one for Talon. Unfortunately, not going to be happening.
Quite. Well, still, you're in a decent spot for Talon. You did manage to, again, get everyone to commit onto WS first. This feels like the game plan they've been running the entire time. That's going to be harder to do once this full BKB is up. But for now, it is already causing a lot of issues, right? You have to throw out the static, you have to throw out the Wukongs. That means there's so much leeway for the rest of Talon to hang back, wait for all those spells to kind of fade away, get your angle in, and clean up from there. Oh.
Has been found. They do go for the choice in the end. He didn't go for the radius for staff. TP out. Cuckoo. Somehow he does survive this. Oh no, he doesn't. Glimpse from Ponyo just in time.
Just in mid-time there for Ponyo. Does have a keen-eyed enchantment on his neutral as well. So a little bit of to play Mac.
Yeah, he's gonna be in trouble. Surviving attack still flying through on him. But even with the Acorn Shot, it is not going to be enough. He still survives. Natsumi, he did pop his BKB. Now he has to run. Mac, you have to be very, very careful when approaching this TA.
What you do? You barely managed to scrape by, but does manage to do so. And with a BKB down to Natsumi, it's going to be a little bit awkward to look for anything. Mikado is getting some good split push going for himself. Again, you have to appreciate the wards coming out here from Essence into the triangle. Nice and aggressive, keeping good track of everything. Sentries down all across the board just to keep track of the traps as well. And for Talon, it feels like everything hinges on WS actually getting this BKB. I think this guy has to survive. Like, it's not enough for him to force these spells out. He has to actually live long enough past the initial onslaught to get some value out for his team. Like, he has an AC. They need that AC aura to soften up these targets for the TA even more. You can't just die here in WS. See what the ADs are with the smoke out, though. Mikado, I mean, he's still pushing down bot. He does have a TP, but you don't have that roar initiation just yet to play here.
Yakashi wants the tower and gonna be able to get it. Bushwhack, nice dodge with the Manta. Not sure if that was even needed, but he's up for another minute, so Yusa should be fine, even if they go for him right now on Talon. Don't be expecting that. WS up front. They're gonna try to go for Cox. And the escape back every single time. On point, the break is there. Onto the Bristleback. They're gonna try to kill him. Dead in the water, keeping him in place. He is going to be turning his back towards the Medusa. It still doesn't matter. The damage up to this Medusa is way too high. They take away his mana. Still has the use just for 30 seconds. So Akashi doesn't feel the threat at all. Ravage was used. So Talon might decide to go forward with some traps. Doesn't seem likely. Too low on resources.
Not quite. Without that roar, doesn't feel like 100% force a fight. At the very least, ages will expire, so you don't have that to worry about. But it took so much to just drag Akashi to this point.
Those Ghost Scepters are really coming in handy. Who's gonna be buying the Nullifier? I feel like Beastmaster might have one. Oh, Monkey King, too deep. Escape back every single time. The saves from the Ringmaster are coming through. Ice Path gonna be keeping them at bay. A very nice positioning. These choke points with the Jakiro spells have been a good spot for Talon to fight, but never did they utilize it to its full potential.
No, not quite. And then you are seeing the damage issues come in for Talon. Like, with WS dying too fast, again, he can't leverage this goo as much as he'd want. There's a lot of dispels up on the side of Essence that they have to worry about when that Bristleback dies, because the goo's not going to linger for long enough for Natsumi to try to melt these heroes.
What's
You
the
do need the
solution?
nullifiers to kick in. The BKB. I think WS with BKB is a different hero up front, and it's just been a long ways off. But it is necessary. Like, once you have that, the game does simplify a little bit more. You didn't get a triple core BKB timing like you would in some of the other games for now. They're trying to utilize him as bait, trying to smoke around with that. Again, no vision for Talon. It's almost always pretty dark in these smokes for them. Outside with the traps, they need to find an angle in. It's just so hard to tell who dies first. Like, if you get Ahyad, the game does simplify. You kill off Ponyo and Ahyad. It does feel like the supports are the biggest nuisances here for Talon. Combined with the durability of all these heroes. Like, these supports have to go. These saves, these counter control options cannot be allowed to linger in these team fights. But Essence are also sneaking around with a very nice time to smoke themselves here.
They have avoided that area. They now know they're over a trap, and they roughly know the positioning of Talon. And they find the right ones. For now, Medusa will be showing herself. That is your tankiest hero. It's your biggest damage dealer, Talon. Not the guy that they want to go for. Things are looking very tense, but I feel like Essence have gotten better vision out on the map, especially this one in the mid lane. If that doesn't get taken out, could be a fight-winning ward.
That could be. They're posturing around it nicely, just staying in the triangle. They know something's up because no one's defending bot, clearing it out as fast as you'd expect it to be cleared out. They're trying to split push on Talon, like trying to cut some creeps here on Natsumi, stall this game out as much as possible, buy themselves some time to hit this point where a BKB can start to be a reality for WS. Again, it's been pretty wonky for him this game. 1-7 and 8 pretty off-lane as Natsumi's being collapsed on.
Want to stop his blink, they're not going to be allowing him there with the Ravage being used. He gets the 4-step away. Couple of seconds, the Swift Link will be available, and he gets himself up to the high ground. Jokim, very nice plays there to save his buddy. Now, can he save himself with the Scurry? He's speedy. Here comes Mac, goes with the glimpse. That is going to be a dead squirrel. Also in the backline, Mikoto going in, pops the BKB. He wants to go for the Ringmaster. He's going to be inside of the Wukong's command that he can leave in a second, and he blocks himself in with his own boards. There is a fence that you are not going to be able to go through, and that invasion from his definitely doesn't feel too good right now.
No, that was ballsy from Kato. Maybe if you manage to also take out Ponyo, it feels a little bit better. 2 supports down, all ultimates down. There's an opportunity for Talon in the 3v3. But with that constant threat of glimpse back, with a connect chance to cut you off, it's not like you can really find anything for Talon off the back of this. Much bigger win coming out for Essence. Full BKB now up for Matt as well. So he's got his own protection up and running. And for Talon, it's a matter of how do you take control in these fights. Your team fight control really isn't there. Again, we talked about the overwhelmingness, the tripling down of Essence in that team fight control. You're seeing the effect of that. As the game drags into late, your control really isn't there on Talon. You've got Roar, you've got Ice Path, maybe a Bushwhack if you're lucky. Again, not reliable. And WS just hasn't had a game. will continue to not have a game until a BKB is up, which will be fine.
Speaking of not having a game, Cuckoo in a lot of trouble, gets the ice path off. He was close to escape there, but Dame the Beast just in time. Glimpse actually puts the TA in a better position.
Essence have equalized the game. They've got push control. This time it should go a lot faster with the damage that you have on hand. Or is out to at least notify Talon, but again, without team fight options, can't really take it. Rush will go with a refresh and the cheese on hand.
Their third game in a row, pretty much playing better Dota than Talon. Sure, Talon did win in the previous one, but it was barely coming back into it. Whereas here they had the lead, and Essence still did every little thing right that brought them back completely.
Yeah. Again, I think this is still somewhat down to draft, because Essence's draft is just much more forgiving. Like, when you have all these teamfight spells, if you drag 5 heroes on 5, you're gonna win. Like, if you lose that on Essence on a 5v5 with this kind of draft, you're doing something terribly wrong. Like, you were playing terrible Dota at that point. So I think, again, Talon does themselves no favors with draft, which is something that Talon has been doing to themselves for a long time. It wasn't as seen, I guess, in the last 2 qualifiers we've had for EWC, but it's certainly coming out here. Like, this combination just has no control. You're relying on Ice Path and Bushwhack. Really, kite heroes around. Your Bristleback has no impact. At least the BKB is up now for WS. I don't know if that's going to do enough. It allows a little bit more to come out, but you still have to be smart. Talon still has to work hard to try to angle in and out of these fights and get the maximization of that Snot Rocket to soften up targets for Natsumi and Mikado. It's not easy. It helped it out, but it's still not a very simple game for Talon.
Yes, a very low. This is the Ghost Scepter now to protect himself. And in the water, not allowing him to move. He's down, he's trying to do it, they just run down, and he doesn't manage to do it. BKB, just to escape, it seems, doesn't really help him whatsoever. This Bushwhack, the 2, isn't stopping this push. There is still a Ravage, but there is no BKB on WS. However, no static storms, so some things have been forced out. The good side break. So Maggie will be going onto the tide. He hasn't broken as well. The escape back. He pushed him out of it too fast. He will be buying back. Going onto the outpost. That is deep. From the Beastmaster trying to escape. Mikoto is surrounded by his opponents, and that for 90 Essence. They feel like this could be the end. Natsumi hasn't done anything in this fight, and they still have the Aegis, they still have the trees. The Wheel of Wonder, it does turn around the Bristleback, but they do not care. They have more than enough damage to finish him off. Escape back, gonna be saving the Monkey King there, not allowing him to fall any lower. And the Jakiro will be next on the menu. Defense will not allow him to move, and that is the first lane of Rax. Akashi, he wants more.
We have nothing to be scared of. You know, Aegis is still up. You have a free reset on hand. There's no roar. There's no Bristleback to worry about. Pop the all this damage. And the damage from Natsumi alone is just not enough. He tickles. It's really doing nothing without all of that money on him. Back.
And they go for the Ravage. They're going to be connecting onto the building. They want Natsumi first. Can they get him out? He doesn't have the blink. So he's going to have to stand his ground and fight versus this many heroes. It is just not going to work. Does buy back. And let's see if in this scenario 3 versus 5, when there's no Ravage, they can do something. Doesn't seem likely.
Not many options left. Half a minute until Mikado and WS are up. And even if they are up, what the hell are they going to do? Maybe take care of the Aegis.
They're going to lose the Hoodwink for that. Ice Bat, Cuckoo, and Natsumi even replace Mac. In some trouble, not in enough trouble. Jakiro nowhere to go with the Overseal Totem. You cannot go to the kinetic fence. Also, the Static Storm was used. That might give an opening early on, but the Anchor, the EA. Here comes Akashi with the Blink. Ravage being used. Natsumi gets the BKB off just in time. And enough for him to escape. Now, with them having 4 heroes, maybe this is going to be enough for a fight, but you are going to be against the Mega Creeps in just a second. There it is. The range axis falls. WS going forward. Going to be spreading out the goo, getting those minus armor out. Mikoto, he thought he was strong, and then the Medusa just went forward. The E-Blade is going to be stopping him from attacking, but it doesn't matter because they still have a Tidehunter who's going to be doing the same. So Blink forward, wants to get the kill. At least the Beastmaster is out with the Blink. Akashi now going to be focusing on the TA with the Scotty. There is no contest between the two of them. Where's the vision with the Anchor Smash? They're going to get Natsumi lower, and he cannot blink out. In a second, he's going to be able to do it. Gets the Melt Strike off before before getting himself away. Jokem onto the fountain he goes, and the fountain strike ends his life. He also brought down Akashi. They're going to be looking towards the rest of them. Talon, the only thing they can do right now is accept defeat. It is going to be Talon in the lower bracket. Essence, 3 games in a row in control, and they will be winning series 3-2.
That they will be. Akashi was just popping off about being kicked from Talon. My man, it's been a while. You know, he's had his stint in Execration since then. He's had his stint elsewhere. It's still great. You know, it's looking good, and certainly Talon look a little bit lost. I don't know what's going on. Upper bracket start. Now they have to trudge themselves through the lower bracket. They really, you know, as a team, I know Talon has been really looking hard in gaining those EPT points to get their way into the Esports World Cup. This journey just got a lot more complicated. Not that their performances on lands have been hot anyhow, but that hope is getting crushed down a bit, because losing to Essence is a big message from Essence. Mind you, Talon again, coming into this, you're looking at those rosters, I would say, you know, Essence has potential. Talon normally still is on top. Now, I don't know where they stand. Losing like that, it's a wake-up call for Talon that they've got to keep that shape in form, because Southeast Asia still has some up-and-comers if you do allow them to punch down on you. And Talon are going to have to work their way up. Big win for Essence. This is an organization that's been fielding a lot of different rosters, trying to find some success. This kind of win sends a message. You know, that Essence is here. Essence can dance around with Talon. If they can dance with Talon, they can dance with Boom. They can more than likely dance with Ivory, maybe even the Mongols and Execration. So you've got to watch out for this team moving forward. For Talon, I mean, they still have that chance, like you mentioned earlier on, Harry Freak. It's double elimination. They have the lower bracket, but man, that is a stinker for Talon. Like, they played a mixed bag of Dota. Essence certainly came out as the better team in terms of execution and draft ideas. For Talon, I know what they're doing down there in the boot camp, but it's certainly not cooking well, to say the least here.
And you mentioned that there's just so many good teams here in the lower bracket. I mean, they can easily get pushed out. The only thing that needs to happen now is one bad series. Good for them that 2 teams will be qualifying, so you don't have to beat everybody, but almost everybody has to be beaten. So that's gonna be a rough one. It is still only the start of the day for us, John. We've got Ivory versus Trailer PB up next. How do you feel about that series? Let's talk about them a bit.
That's interesting. I would say, actually, for this one, I would favor Trailer Park Boys. I think on paper, I think their playstyle is a lot more dynamic. I've seen Ivory for a while. You know, I was watching them in like the Predator League beforehand. They've grown a lot, and they have kept the same lineup for the most part, which means there's a lot of room for them to kind of tweak how they play as a team. And I think that's what has to come out. We have to see that team unity. We have to see this understanding, almost like what we saw from Essence here today, where your execution as a team was just a lot sharper than Talents as a team overall. Because the Trailer Park Boys, I mean, again, individually, I would rate all of these players a lot higher. And for the most part, some of these players have played together as a team for a while, but not in this iteration. So there is some gelling together that they have to get done. And that's where Ivory has to shine. We have to see some great execution out from them, because otherwise, I think individually, even if it's maybe a little bit more disconnected, I would expect Trailer Park Boys to be able to outplay that.
Makes a lot of sense. As we mentioned, that series is gonna be up next. It is not gonna be long. Usually we have long breaks here in the DreamLeague qualifiers, but not this time around. This first series was long, which means that in around 25 minutes, half an hour, we are gonna be back with the second series of the day.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you've been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora bella bella sore tiene buon mancherà già la luna mezzo al mare mamma mia si salterà luna bella sore tiene buon mancherà già la luna mezzo al mare mamma mia si salterà resta in danza donna mia venite qua un garzo bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà mamma mia già la luna in mezzo al mare mamma mia si salterà fringe mamma mia si salterà fringe mamma mia si salterà
the moon in clearest light, and say as she does in the heavens in earth's own winds and waxes my delight, and whisper his softly to her ears. What often hangs the head and does shed and in my thoughts you may mistrust my love. If thou mistrust my love, you do blame. Say though you alter, yet you do not look as she does change and yet remain the same. Let all that love return to me no more. Till my love shine as she has done before.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and day. Agus foy marish and krushki in the speak shelan.
Hope everybody didn't miss us here, that everybody didn't miss the action too much, and they used this half an hour to stretch, eat something, rest, and be ready for the continuations of the close qualifiers here at DreamLeague Season 26. We're in Southeast Asia, here with Harry and John, and, well, we did send Talon to the lower bracket, and now we're going to be seeing who's going to be doing the same with Trailer Park Boys and Ivory. Coming into the series, before we went on the break, John, you said that TPB is kind of your favorite. You had some time to think about it. What are the things Ivory need to do? How do they need to play to have a shot in this one? And do they generally have a shot?
I think they do have a shot. What I think we do have to see from Ivory is it's something that's very hard for them to kind of bridge the gap with. It's all the experience that the Trailer Park Boys has. You know, Norman spent some time in Europe. Chuen has been on lands. He knows how to play at a high level, knows how to synchronize his team. He's usually the voice of his team as well, although this is a Mongolia majority stack, so I'm not sure if that's the same case here, as I know all of the Mongolian players are pretty chatty, so they might not need Chuen to kind of step in into a commanding role. Whereas for Ivory, you know, there's a lack of experience there. Gohan's a little bit more fresh to the team. Ken, Rupido, Grims, and Drick have been around longer, but again, not to that same level that the players on Trailer Park Boys has been in the scene. So I think for the side of Ivory, what they can do to compensate for that, they've played with each other for a lot longer. Like since the start of this year, the stack was already there. Even before, like in the last half of 2024, they were already a team as well. So I think that's something that they kind of need to leverage. How long they've been playing together, how well they understand each other, how well they read their cues, when they want to fight, when they want to control the map. That's something they need to really bring out here up against a relatively newer stack, even though a lot of these players have played with each other before. This is a new iteration of some of those older, you know, like little gun offshoots, and it can take some time to gel together, which Ivory has no adjustment period whatsoever to speak of. So we'll have to see them kind of pull out some specialist heroes. Maybe, you know, you get Rupid on something that he pops off on. Maybe a Timbersaw slides through and he gets to play his game. And you just kind of play off tempo and play off of each other here for Ivory.
Yeah, that is what we would like to see. Of course, all those things that you mentioned, we don't know if they're going to be going that route. But, you know, we're going to be finding out right now, right? Because we are getting ourselves into the draft. It is ready. These curtains will set. And once they open up, we are back in it. Do you think the Dream League Season 26 having these curtains and stuff like that has something to do with the Ringmaster? Do you think they it influenced their choice to go with this kind of an approach?
I'm not sure. I feel like it's carrying over the motif from last time as well, which I already loved. I feel like for this one, Like the curtains have been kind of the same. I'm not sure if it's been different.
10
I haven't
seconds
noticed.
remaining.
I'm an old man, you know. My brain is crusty as well here every week. It
5
doesn't remember
seconds
too well.
remaining.
I do
Yeah,
know
you
that
pre-
some of the music's
You
newer.
keep repeating it. You keep repeating that, but you know, recently I cast with Lizard, and to be honest, he's even older than you. So, you know, I'm not noticing. I'm not noticing the brain deteriorating there. Maybe you were even smarter back in the day. I don't know, but still holding on, old man.
Yes, we're hanging in there, just like we're hanging into this draft. We've seen the initial bans, of course, DK and Bounty Hunter being banned out by Ivory, along with the Dazzle, which was completely ignored in the last series, and the PA slides through for Ivory. Already a good tone, as this is something we've seen Aizen/Gohan play before. Something that's very stable. I like both facets, actually. I would lean towards methodical still, but Sweet Release does have its upsides, so there is
10
that.
seconds
The Trailer
remaining.
Park Boys, for their part, NP banned Magnus, TA, and Tinker. So no
5
Tinker
seconds
shenanigans.
remaining.
Jakiro's open. Beastmaster's open as well, if you want to go that route. For the Trailer Park Boys, we'll have to see what they opt to open with. But with a PA on hand, it's already fairly annoying, I would say. Maybe something like Tidehunter could kind of alleviate your troubles there if you want that. Just stand forward. You don't care about Dagger too much in lane. You anchor smash, PA starts crying. Eventually, PA can get break, but Tidehunter's still kind of fine into that. So wouldn't be too upset if Trailer Park Boys just went for a very early pickup there. Instead, they'll go with the Terrorblade first. So a high armor here to deal with a high physical output on that PA. Pretty sound response here from the Trailer Park Boys. Still some flex on hand for them to kind of consider throwing that into a different lane. Although I will say
10 seconds
it's not a hero
remaining.
that I really associate with 11 in any way, shape, or form.
5 seconds
I don't think he's
remaining.
really an off-lane Terrorblade player. He could do it. It's just, I feel like it's a waste of a player like 11 to just give him Terrorblade. As, I mean, it can still hold its own. In the lane matchup, it doesn't really feel great anyhow into PA, so you're probably just considering this maybe as a support if you want to go that far, or just a straightforward 4-2-3 here on safe can be kind of fine. You can ban to protect it on a lot of its off-lane matchups now as well.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. I'm a big fan of the offlane Terrorblade, especially in some of the games. And I feel like your lane is
5 seconds
fine-ish. It depends on what the supports are, of course. And, you know, it's kind of a bummer nowadays when we almost always have 2-1-2 lanes. Though it does happen from time to time that something changes. But generally, we do have 2-1-2 lanes. And then it used to be, oh, this hero can beat this hero in lane. Oh, this hero can beat this hero. But now it's just a 2 versus 2 that you're looking at rather than the hero versus hero. 1 versus 1.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm with you. I wish we had... There was a long time when the standard was actually a 1-1-3 setup. And I miss that. I miss playing offlane Undying
10
into 3
seconds
heroes,
remaining.
killing everyone because you're Undying into 3 heroes. It's hilarious that we force it. You know, but we are well past that point. Jakiro does come out, as we mentioned, was not banned out, and Trailer Park Boys do manage to pick it up. So they've got this annoying amount of magic damage coming out to play with in lane. I think the potential for a Jakiro Terrorblade is actually pretty damn good. There
10
is some
seconds
cheeky
remaining.
plays you can do with Reflection, plus the Breed Fire, the Dual Breath,
5
plus the
seconds
Liquid
remaining.
Fire, Liquid Frost.
Radiant
It
team
can feel pretty good
double.
for setting up a stable lane. There's the Tidehunter we were talking about, coming out for Ivory instead. So they do get to snag that very fun balanced hero for themselves. Just have a great time in lane. Maybe laning into Terrorblade and Jakiro. Probably not as fun as you'd want it to be as a Tidehunter.
10
Still
seconds
playable enough.
remaining.
Your first 2 levels will feel pretty atrocious. But once you hit level 3,
5
level 4, it
seconds
starts to
remaining.
stabilize a little bit more. And they'll get the Ringmaster save as well. Ah,
Boy,
God
they
bless.
really love this hero, right? Muerta used to be like the staple. Go for Muerta, defend your offlaner. No matter what you're up against, you're gonna be fine-ish. But now it seems that the Ringmaster has taken over.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think in terms of the poke, Ringmaster is a lot
5
more
seconds remaining.
painful with that dagger. I swear, I don't know why the damage values of that thing is the way it is, why its cooldown is the way it is, why its mana cost is the way it is, but you can think of it like a much better dead shot, which it honestly feels like. It's just a nuisance. So there is that, at the very least, to think about. Funny enough, just an offhand because I'm getting distracted here. We do have Team Nimister playing, right, as well in the parallel stream. For whatever reason, I chatted Tino to ask about his team name and because it's Team Nimister. In Filipino, that's Team of Mister. It's not just Nimister. It's Team of Mister. I asked him because there's another team in the open qualifiers called Team Nemesis, which is Team of Misses. I'm like, who's the Mister and who's the Missus? And he's like, no one's there. I'm like, okay. And then he's not stopping to chat. He's in a draft and he's chatting away. How professional, Tino. This is why you're on Team the Mister now, not Execration.
Team Mister. Okay, I was about to say that they are in the qualifier and Execration are not, but that's because I was looking at the open qualifier, not the closed one. But yeah, sure. TPB though will be getting a Night Stalker and the Monkey King, so that is gonna be something that they're gonna be leaning towards. This could be a 4, could be an offlane Night Stalker. People have started playing it a bit more now on the offlane, but how do you feel? Is the 4 Night Stalker still viable in your eyes?
I think it's still viable. It has some value here. I think your draft is really open on the side of Trailer Park Boys to kind of figure out what you want to do, where you want to throw these heroes around, how you want to shuffle it. You get the Ember Spirit out for Ivory, and that just kind of adds some value to the Night Stalker pick, right? Like, this is the highly mobile hero you want to silence up. Your Night Stalker is just going to be able to walk up and get that silencing off every single time, so it cuts out the mobility of the Ember. And I think it fits up nicely. It's a nice tanky front line. It's something you're lacking here on the side of the Trailer Park Boys anyhow. I do feel like I would prefer it on offlane overall. I think you've got your bases covered pretty nicely. Like a Monkey King mid against Ember is pretty fine. I'd argue that it's probably a little bit better for the Monkey King anyhow. A Night Stalker into a PA lane, it's also workable. You're tanky enough. You're not going to get shoved out of that lane. You could run Night Stalker Jakiro instead, go with a different safe lane support here for the Trailer Park Boys if you so wish. But it does look like Ivory is expecting it to perhaps be a support Night Stalker, with the Enigma being banned out, are kind of covering their bases here to ensure no deep flex shenanigans do come out from Trailer Park Boys. Because again, they have a few ways to kind of run this draft. They could opt to be a little bit cheeky with a Terrorblade. Again, it doesn't feel that great into the PA as a reflection lane, but you could still run Terrorblade off lane for sure. You don't care too much about the physical damage and trading at the very least, so you can kind of sit there and just cop some good output. For Trailer Park Boys, it's much more straightforward. They just have to take care of some supports. Morana actually getting axed off is maybe a little bit surprising. The hero has been popping up here and there, and you don't really have the setup for it outside of Ember, but Ember alone might be enough. Just Chain Arrow. You've got some good damage as well, with Storm being the way it is nowadays. So just taking out some easy combinations for Ivory to kind of try to utilize those clear comms that they might theoretically have an advantage over Trailer Park Boys. Just take away some of those synchronization combinations you can kind of work out here.
I don't know why, but when I'm looking at this Ringmaster and just when he gets his legs together, it feels like he's standing in a pot for plants. I don't know if you see it as well, but it's
I see it.
Yeah, it's very weird when you don't see the bottom of his feet. Either way though, the Phoenix will get banned out as well. I like how whenever somebody's mentioning Mirana nowadays, they don't even bother explaining the Starstorm. It's just way too powerful. Not gonna lie. I kind of expected this hero to be played a little bit more.
I did as well. I think there's just a lot of high priority supports that kind of eclipse it. Like Jakiro, Dazzle are the two that come to mind. I know there's been some experimentation with like AA Silencer, although that has tapered off. I feel like AA is still somewhat viable, but all of his counters or all the heroes he countered just kind of faded into the background a little bit, so maybe not as high priority. And yeah, I think that just kind of puts Moran in the backseat in comparison to everything else you could pick up. I'm still curious if Ivory are reading this as, again, a support Night Stalker, whether or not they just kind of ban out another offlane here. I mean, the one thing that's there that still kind of works is maybe something like Mars is still kind of in the picture if they want that. There's some weird combinations you can do with Dawnbreaker. Like the vision changes are going to be interesting with a Night Stalker on hand. So you have that. Some forced nighttime changes to give you some vision. Not the most important thing in the world, but can be a bit surprising how much that Dawnbreaker innate can do. They'll ban the Centaur. So again, expecting Night Stalker to go support here. And how do you close out this draft in Ivory? We are looking for just a support pickup.
Probably a 5, right? That makes a lot of sense. Something that will make the PA lane strong. So something that we've seen in the past is like a Warlock, Crystal Maiden. I don't know how many others are left. Yeah, they'll go Warlock.
Warlock disappoints me. I mean, not as a pick. It makes perfect sense here. It's just this patch came in. I expected a little bit more for Warlock. You know, I expected a rework because, yeah, I know everyone likes Black Grimoire. You get a fast level 6 or level 10, depending if you can hold on to that. But realistically, if you've got charges in your Black Grimoire, you are going to get level 6 faster anyway. It's a weird one because it gets stronger as you snowball, but the reason you want Black Grimoire is because it helps you when you have a slow game. Which, again, it feeds off of snowballing, as they do pick up the OD on Trailer Park Boys. So we've got a very... Chuan, I haven't seen this man in so long, and the first game I see him play, he has an Outworld Devourer. The Outhouse Destroyer. Outstanding.
Yeah, I really want to see how it lanes versus the Ember, because there was a time where OD did... But I feel like it's kind of back right now, so we might see it destroy that lane once again. Then we've got a Monkey King versus the Tide. I feel like the lanes of TPB are looking amazing.
That it is. I think maybe outside of 11's lane, I think the Terrorblade doesn't have as much impact. Not that it will lose a lane, it's just that you're not pressuring PA as much. I think that's the one thing. It's really not a strong reflection lane. PA really doesn't do much right click anyway. She relies a lot on her active spells to kind of get anything done, so reflection isn't going to be an issue. But beyond that, like, the lane matchup for 4-2-3 is great. Chuan should have a good time. I am curious to see what this OD does get done, because honestly, OD still feels like garbage. I'm going to say it outright. I think this hero...
Really?
The hero's annoying as all hell, but once you buy BKB, what does he do? Like, his Ags is going to be annoying, his saves are going to be annoying. But literally, the moment you hit BKB timing, this hero just has no play. I think that's a big issue, and we tend to see, okay, maybe in this game, expecting a Tide to have BKB is a tall ask. Ember's a little bit more in line, and PA certainly will have to go BKB. But it does feel like it has a hard drop-off. I think your game is much more reliant here on 4-2-3 and 11. Like, this Chuan will build a space up, but he will lose tempo fast, so it's down to Monkey King and Terrorblade to capitalize on that, and these two heroes can capitalize on that strong mid-start from Chuan. So as a whole, the draft makes sense. In a vacuum, I'm not the biggest fan of OD. I think the hero is flawed, fundamentally design flawed right now. It's a little bit strange, because ever since they took off his...
a constant name. That is very true.
Yeah. Like, think about it. Like, ever since they took off his scaling through Arcane Orb, in terms of stealing some intermana percentage before, just kind of stuck that to Astral, and they took off, what, the multi-charge Astrals, right? Like, it just doesn't scale. Like, your Santies is a little bit of a joke. In this game, it's not as bad, because you're into Tide Hunter, you're into Ember PA, they don't have the highest mana pools, so you can do some decent damage pre-BKB. It's just, I don't know, the hero design is just something I expected to be touched up on 7.38, and it's one of those things that really wasn't. So it's like, I hate the hero, but I'll be frank, I do miss it. I hate it, and I'm kind of glad it's dead, but I do feel like it does deserve to come back alive.
I mean, it's coming back. Recently, people have been playing it, so who knows? Who knows? Maybe people are going to find the right way to play it. One thing that I do like for DOD is that you have pretty much 3 vision-giving heroes. TB with illusions, Night Stalker, of course, the best vision hero in the game pretty much, and then the Monkey King. And I always felt that if the OD has a good view of the fight, that he's gonna crush it.
Yeah, I can see that. It's all about just finding that key target, getting some key saves if need be, being able to right click. Let's see, they do go for the late smoke in the Trailer Park Boys. See if they find that aggressive angle as the smoke has already
30
faded
seconds to
on the
go.
side of Ivory.
Well,
Not really... Oh.
nobody wants to fight. I guess TPB might fight once the nighttime does kick in. You just want to wait for that to happen. Give vision with the smoke during daytime, and then nighttime comes, bam, find them, kill them.
Does look to be the call. Might be able to sneak around onto Aizen here.
It will definitely do some damage. No, not really. Only the reflection. Won't even use the void, and pretty much nothing too interesting happening here before the lanes.
It's alright. I think they were also smoking up right by the tier 1, which was spotted out by the ward, so that kind of held them back as well from the side of Ivory, so you do have that to consider. Now, we'll take a look at the lanes as they do break out. We're looking at some good blocks down bot to force that creep wave under tier 1 tower to shove in a little bit more. Always feels good to get that done. So you're going to have maybe a little bit more of a manageable time here for 11 and Norman. And just keeping the camps open. This lane for Grims and for Aizen isn't the most comfy. It's also not the most annoying lane in the world, mind you. At level 1 to 2 at the very least. You can always play with Dagger back. You've got Warlock who can just go for Shadow Word, heal you up. And you can always just kind of play safe here. Nothing too much to worry about. It's really down to Norman to keep these consistent pulls. Warlock can't contest that too well. So you do have that going for you here on Trailer Park Boys, and looks like they will be able to successfully just keep pulling back and soaking up some EXP to the detriment of 11 early on, but eventually this will pay off once you have some good value levels up on Norman, at the very least.
I can't believe that the Ember Spirit with the immolation there got the kill onto the range creep trend, just making a slight mistake. It happens, but it is what it is. So how do you feel about this mid lane? As we mentioned, it used to be like OD crushes the Ember. How is it nowadays?
I think it's not exactly crushing. Like, it's very costly for Chuan to apply that pressure. Your damage values have gone down a little bit. I like the value point from Flame Guard from Ken. Being able to just Flame Guard, Sleight of Fist. You have some options to dodge out some right-click damage. And again, it's very costly to spam out the Astrals, and the damage just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to shove Ken away from the imprisonment alone. So Ember's going to have a lane to play with. You're not going to be hurting too badly on the side of Ivory in that sense. You're still going to be able to maintain that build-up. I think maybe by level 4, level 5, this is when it gets annoying for Ken. Like, you get the level 2 Astral up, so start for Chuan to apply that pressure. But before that point, it's kind of fine. Especially since he did double down in the Flame Guard. So you're blocking most of that damage from the harassment of the OD anyhow, and that just means Ken can always rely on the Sleight of Fist to just build his farm up and keep that lane shoved away.
Makes a lot of sense. So if something different will be happening, meanwhile, top lane, generally the Monk King is solid versus the Tidehunter, but this Ringmaster is really making a difference. One more hit for Jingu's Rupido into the trees, and he does not give it away. Level 1 Jingu's not really that important, but still it would have helped 4-2-3.
Yeah, that would have. I do like how they're managing this lane up top. Your CS on 4-3, it's not amazing by any means. He's matching Rupido at the least, but it pales in comparison to what Aizen's able to get away with down bot. And again, as you approach, say, level 3, level 4 for Rupido, this lane becomes a little bit more manageable. You're seeing that long-range poke combination of Gush, plus the Impalement Marks just flying out, and we've whittled down 4-2-3 to the point where he's uncomfy to contest creeps well. Right? That's the key thing, to make it very uncomfy for the enemy safe lane, so he doesn't get aggressive, he doesn't manage to work out that strong matchup potential up against the Tide and build up Jingu stacks, and you just play a farm game, which is kind of what you want on Rupido anyhow. So it does make it a little bit awkward, especially since you're not able to really just try to play off of this Jakiro's presence with the dual breath, with the liquid fire and ice pad. There's just so much long range poke, and there's so much room for Drick to just stack as well.
Narman?
Stack, walk into the runes.
He's coming to the mid lane. There's the Astral. The Ringmaster will be in the vicinity. The question is, can he help his Ember? Impalement Darts are not going to be connecting, but they're enough to dissuade you from going for the chase. Se will be rotating as well, so neither of the water runes will be going to Ember, and they got him low, so that's quite nice from TPB.
A really good read. Like, again, they're doing what they can to keep this mid lane even, and you are finding even CS. Ken is ahead with, in terms of denies, which is pretty damn big, holding back the level progression of Quen. Does make that a little bit tougher. He does have the level 2 Astral, so every time he lands it though, he's going to be able to do some decent poke damage onto Ken at this point. Not right through the Flame Guard, so its absorption isn't that high, and even apply some poke. Just having the value point finally up on Essence Flux does make a world of difference here for Quen. Just allows that to sustain true, forcing out Salve onto Ken as well. It does free up these side lanes just a tad bit with all of those support rotations coming in, but it doesn't feel like you're really in the best spots anyhow. You are picking up on 11 now. Does have level 2 Reflection, has the value point, the Metamorphosis, and the Image. And this is where this Warlock pickup really doesn't show its legs too well. Right? It's not a lane where you can play Upheaval and chase down. These are tanking heroes you're laning into. At least daytime kicks in, so Narman has less of an impact here.
They're gonna be tickling 11 a bit. But yeah, as you mentioned, Narman will try to get a pull off if he gets a lane into a better position for a Terrorblade. He's probably gonna be just very, very happy about that one anyways. But do you think the Terrorblade will suffer now, or is him being level 5 gonna be enough for him to pretty much stay in this lane even if he needs to alone?
Oh, it's more than enough. You can just keep playing with Reflection. You can always pull back, juggle around the illusions a little bit, and just kind of farm. There's no threat of dying physically to Aizen, although going into the Shadow Word does provide some opportunities for Grims to actually look for an aggressive opening. They are looking to still secure that rune, and they've got the numbers to do so. Illusion rune picked up by Narman. Again, another rune denial out of Ken. The Ember still maintaining that lane despite these denials. It's really just about keeping Quen in an even state off of that. Still,
Gone. And the Terrorblade survives barely on a sliver of an HP. We didn't even see his HP there, and for an 800 HP hero, that is quite low. Nice rotations for the two supports. The second that they got close to the tower, both of the supports TPing in, and they bring down the PA. Plus the Night Stalker got the kill. I'd say that he's gonna be using that gold better than Jakiro would have.
He does. A little bit of a chase down as well. They can treat.
That's a dead tide, for sure. I feel like when people started going towards the mid lane, that suddenly all of the lanes became so easy for TPP. If it's a Terrorblade versus the PA, he's winning. If it's a Monkey versus the Tide, he's winning. And then the OD obviously is going to be scarier in the lane than an Ember Spirit will early on.
I'm a bit surprised they actually opted to leave their side lanes on the side of Ivory. And considering that they already lost the rune on mid, they don't really have a kill opportunity for these supports just yet. It felt like you might as well use that numbers advantage in your side lanes for your favor. And instead it just goes the way you'd want it here on the Trailer Park Boys. They're applying some good pressure onto mid. You get some movement out on set. They're still camping down bot. You do have some sustain coming through for Aizen at the very least, with again Shadow Word being prioritized 2-2-0 right now. And that Warlock. Even a little bit of a chase around with Brick and Set just playing poke here.
Not even playing poke, they're playing kill the Ringmaster, and with a lot of ease. It just goes to show the power of this Jakiro. This time around he did go for the Icebreaker, but the damage output's still insane, and also 4-3 stealing the Wisdom Shrine. Is there anything else that can go right for TPB, or have they hit all the boxes?
And they've hit all the boxes. I think the next thing you'd want now is probably just when Quen wants to come in with that Santis. He's got the Arcane, little cooldown, some good opportunities here to just melt something like the PA. You know, again, very low mana heroes to burst down. Instead, he's just satisfied playing mid, which is fine as well. Quen's just looking to get some farm up, looking to keep that presence on mid, keep some attention onto himself to free up those side lanes in a massive way. A 2k lead being built up by Trailer Park Boys already, and that does not bode well for Ivory. I mean, the lineup can scale up. It's start getting entrapped just a tad bit.
Trying to go for Cannon, or at least to apply pressure onto that mid lane tower. There's one thing that is pretty bad on this lineup, and that is pushing. Other than the Terrorblade, especially early on, they don't have anything to do that with. And the days of the Meteor Hammer are kind of gone. When is that item coming back? No! No.
No. Look, I want I want OD back. I do not want him back in Meteor Hammer form again. I don't mind if he's this beastly right clicker, but Arcane Orb, because he gets countered by BKB, who cares? at, you know, at 25, 30 minutes as he kicks. It's fine. He has his moments. Meteor Hammer is just annoying for minute 0 as they jump onto Rupido.
Trent did take a lot of damage there, so he needs to be careful. Wukong's the man, however, let's see if he's gonna be using the Ravage here. No need to do so. It wouldn't have even saved his life inside of the Wukong's man. So 2 ultis, making sure that Rupido gets taken out.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Did use that Santis without the arcane up, so the long cooldown kicks in. But you are getting, again, a ton of space. 11 managed to get that solo push down bot, like you mentioned. The Terrorblade being your main push in here right now, outside of maybe Jakira applying some liquid fire. You are feeling really good in this Terrorblade. Aizen's game has been so slow. Level 5, about to hit 6, does get that now with Methodical, so some damage to kick in, but nothing to really play off of that yet. Battle Fury still to be farmed up. Power Treads are up at the least with the Orb of Corrosion, but it's not going to be enough as they jump more.
It's going to be the Tame the Beast there onto Narman. He's not going to be deciding to use the Crippling Fear. The second that they saw those Fatal Bonds next to an Ember, it is time to move away. Those really do hurt.
That it does. Have to respect that combination with Warlock. And that they do. Looking to just now apply their own pressure mid. They have shown quite a few heroes to get this done. And it is just Drick and Ken. You could try to look to turn, but without these Santis, you don't have that instantaneous burst. It is nighttime for Narman. He doesn't quite have the Dark Ascension to really have the move speed to instantly gap close. But this process is a slow siege. They do at least have the siege creep on hand to try to speed it up. But even the movement's coming in now from our Monkey King. 423 looking to join in.
They're all looking to join in, even 11 joining in on the fight. Grimsky only has 1 point of the Black Grimoire, obviously, as they didn't have a single kill for their side in the game. And the tower still falls, so DPB bring in pretty much 5 heroes. I guess 4, Jakiro wasn't there. And they don't defend the tower. Neither do they get the deny.
Yeah, you managed to achieve something on the side of Ivory. You open up the map, you know, you force some rotations out that really amount to nothing whatsoever. You take this Terrorblade away from his farming area down bot, take the Monkey King away from the free top lane for a little bit. They're still looking to make some aggressive moves. Lines are being drawn bot, gate movement coming through here from 423. If they can spot out Aizen and stall out this battle here even longer, it'd be a big boon for the side of the Trailer Park boys, but good game sense from Ivory to just instantly back off. They saw Narman just running through, so not far
See
enough.
Aizen. He's gonna be in trouble. Void has been used and also gets stunned up by the neutrals as well. The Croaker not really allowing him to move away. That is quite unfortunate. Probably was dead anyways, but this just solidified it.
Yeah. And they do still have a long time on Dark Ascension. Armin's still trying to look for more. They've got the mobility to keep his chase up.
They're looking towards it. The trend, he just wants an Astral and will be getting out to Ember. He did get his Remnant off. DPs are coming in with the Ravage. It is a little bit tougher to go for this one, but in the end, you are forcing out DPs, and they aren't getting anything.
Not quite. Again, they force out a lot of rotations onto mid themselves. Now it's Ivory kind of responding and not finding much to really care about, as they'll keep that pressure on the Trailer Park boys. Slowly shoving bot, taking control of that bot jungle, giving a lot of room up top for 423.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Just a Mithril Hammer away from Maelstrom. In fact, trying to go solo here.
Ooh, that's a bit dangerous, especially with 3 heroes here. He will get himself up into the trees. He saw that he wasn't alone there, or there was help coming. At least the Warlock now has his level 6. That is with using the Grimoire, only 250 HP, the XP, sorry. That is one of the saddest Grimoires I've seen lately.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about with this facet. Like, if you're winning, you probably don't need to pop the Grimoire to hit 6 at a good time. If you're losing, it's not going to take you to 6 that much faster. It's a nice boon, but it's like, it's so weird. Like, I wish it was changed. Come on, you can do so much with this boring-ass hero. I love Warlock. I'm a Warlock player. It's so boring. And the other facet's only good for Turbo. Please, give us something.
Yeah, Seth is in a little bit of trouble. He's gonna get forced out of the way, so should be okay there. Trent coming in with an Astral. It is still dangerous to go into a tie. TPB, they've gotten this lead, and they don't want to be giving it away, but just running into a fight that Ivory are the only ones that want to take it.
It can be, again, a really good fight. They just need to find his position with Rupido. Try to get the blink if they can. 43 still playing poke by himself. This guy's crazy in the monkey. Drops the Wukongs, instantly backs off. Just looking for solo plays, trying to make space on map. It feels like 11's their actual carry with how he's playing on the monkey. Making space for the Terrorblade to actually farm up, along with, to an extent, Chuen on that OG. And so far, it's paying off. Like, you have this massive net worth advantage on 11. He's been camping bot all day. Manta style not too far off. Aizen is just a few, maybe 1,000-ish gold away from the full Battle Fury. So we've got some openings as they will kill off Se, a little bit of a pick off for Kin to make up. But that's their first kill. Jeez.
Well, now he wants to get more. Has the haste rune. Maybe he can do something with it. Impalement darts connecting onto Narman, but this is a defensive Dark Ascension. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Wukong's command was used, but the PA will be staying alive, and he didn't even force out the Ravage. So once again, Ivory, they keep themselves cool-headed.
That they do. Again, it's kind of only 42's kind of feeling hot-fingered right now. Just looking to try to make these solo plays, trying to force attention to himself, which, again, it's kind of panning out the way he'd wanted to for the Trailer Park boys. Manta style for 11's gonna kick in, still top net worth, still not being contested on the Terrorblade whatsoever. Smoke play out from Ivory now to try to find something here. Let's see if they'll find an opening. Pings are coming in. Chuen would be a very good target to find right now.
He did stack the Ancients. Is he going to be greedy to farm them? It does seem like that's the case. For Staff to try and get himself away. Golem will be dropped. He has the Astral to keep himself alive a little bit longer, and the help is coming. Let's see what Ken has to say about that one. They still want him dead, and there will be a nice Sunder coming out from the Terror. They also had a full wand, so he's going to be quite healthy himself.
Pretty massive commitment from Ivory. No Ravage really thrown out, but the Golem alone is huge from Grimm's. Not setting up, not going to be able to use that in a big push, in a big team fight. The follow through just not there. Narupido still trying to wait for a blink timing to come online, and until that point, initiation with Ravage just isn't really there. It's still a very slow game considering all of this poke being done here, Harry. 1-5, 3k lead still standing for the Trailer Park boys. There has been a lot of action, not a lot of dying, but it has been pretty fun watching everyone just throw their ults out to try to find an opportunity. I appreciate that. No, it's not landing anything, but I appreciate that they're trying. Because a lot of times you just see heroes see each other, run away from each other, you know? At least they're trying to be optimistic here, thinking that they can kill someone.
They're going for it. They're applying pressure. They're showing their teeth. That is very important. And of course, they are creating space for the PA that now has a Battle Fury. And it is just so weird. This hero farms so slow. Battle Fury comes up. BKB, you know, is going to be coming in just a couple of minutes. But of course, TPP are not going to be waiting on those timings for Ivory. They want to make something happen themselves. Well, looking towards the mid lane. If the Warlock shows himself, Astral into an ice path, he can die very easily. Dark Ascension being used, and that is a dead Warlock 100%. There is nobody in the vicinity to help him. So he will be an easy grab. Now, the question is, can you get anything out of this? Well, the Terrorblade did TP and he's shoving out the bottom lane. So let's see if they can catch Drake there going through the Twin Gate. He will be able to escape, and the Tide is out as well. In the end, we've only killed the Warlock.
Well, that time for a Warlock kill doesn't feel great, but hey, at least you're finding a kill, I suppose, on the side of the Trailer Park boys. Widening that lead up to 4k. Again, it's not like you're maximizing his time at 43. He's spending a lot of time in the tree. You know, just watching heroes, trying to think if he can angle in or if he's in danger. They'll get the Tormentor for themselves at the least. Nice little pickup for Se to have on hand. And the gold is always an added boon. Up to a 6k lead off the back of that for the side of the Trailer Park boys. But this waiting game is getting a bit dangerous. Like you mentioned here on the PA, once that BKB is up, Aizen is not going to care about anything. He's not going to care about the OD. You're not going to care about the Night Stalker. You might care a little bit about 43, but it's not like 43's ultra farmed up as well. Staying in the tree line as much as he has. He's at equal farm with Aizen, which, considering the slower start for Aizen, isn't really a good spot to be in. So, I would say you're kind of in a happy spot for Ivory. You ride through this earlier spike, you're reaching 20-25 minutes in, where, again, this BKB of the PA is going to be extremely impactful. You might be able to get a little bit more utility out of the mechanic as well. Means it does look like his full Mage Slayer is up and running. So you can mitigate some of the damage coming out from Chuen and from Se, being the main damage dealers in terms of magic in this game. Another smoke out though. Again, trying to keep that pressure going.
Aizen is out. Nicely done by him, recognizing that there was something coming his way. Gets out just in time. If he gets caught there all alone, isolated, he's gone. And speaking of smokes, Ivory are thinking about one themselves. They've got all of their spells. They've got that Blink Dagger on the Tide. It was never a better time to fight than now.
It's the opening. If they only had a bit of an idea as to where the Trailer Park Boys are, just down the bot, camping that through. They'll have some time in the smoke if they want to make a long run, but might not make it in time. If you do find this tier 2 off the back of this, for the side of the Trailer Park Boys, you're going to be chuffed. You're going to be so damn happy. Missing out on this big teamfight opportunity, taking tier 2. The top tier 2 can't fall as fast. Your push on Ivory is also slow. It's not like you'll commit Golem just to push without a teamfight beforehand. And it does look like the Trailer Park Boys will get away with that for free. A tier 2 for free. Opening out some of the outposts if they want to take control and lining up for, say, a nighttime Roshan.
They are actually pinging out the tier 3. I mean, with a Jakiro, why not? You might even force out a another glyph.
Yeah.
Yep, there are illusions coming in. That tower is being demolished, and another liquid fire does connect. It's less than half HP. If you give away a Jakiro for this one, doesn't really matter. He's gonna be standing his ground with an Essence String, waiting to die, while his team just spreads around the map.
I mean, it went down to less than half HP, 1,000 HP from 2,500. In a span of, what, 10 seconds? A couple of liquid fire spams and the illusions. And just no response from Ivory. I'm shocked, honestly. They go for that smoke, and they dodged out bot. They should have figured out no one was up top earlier. Instead, they hold that ground. They decide to not reveal this blink, to not reveal the shard on Rupido. They might catch stragglers, though.
They have the shard, so his 4 staff is pretty much useless. He has the Astral, and will buy some time for the Dark Ascension to be used. They come in with the Silence and the Sunder again, keeping him alive. They didn't want to Ravage. Now they're going to be regretting their life choices. What a turnaround, and that is the second time that the Sunder from the Terrorblade makes a difference on Chuen.
He's been doing so much work here, 11. He's getting these saves off every single time. It's almost like Chuen has his hags. He doesn't even have that annoying bit kit yet. And again, Ivory are just missing these opportunities. Very forced movement out. There is a TP point there for the Trailer Park Boys. It was right by a tier 2. And they get a little bit antsy about just not getting their action out. At least still having Ravage and Golem up means you do have some big teamfight spots to throw out in the next engagement. You are already at the point where the BKB is up on Aizen. So you do have that protection up on your glass cannon PA ready to go. And you don't have too much to worry about.
Has one as well, right? And I feel like if there is a Monkey King with a BKB, okay, just we're gonna have to wait a second. This time OD might not have what it takes to get away. They do deal with the anchor there, and Chuen will be fine. Now turning around onto the TIE Hunter, will be saved. Golem being dropped very nicely, and that is gonna be a dead nice overpower. 4-3 into the backline. He goes. Hammer is gonna be dropped just before the OD goes down. Now the BKB being used. 4-3 onto Aizen. He has his own BKB, and with the immaterial, Aizen should be able to survive. But the chase is on. Onto Rupido they go. That is a bit of a hard target. Well, 4-3 doesn't really care. He's gonna be able to pop him open just the same, making this fight a 2-for-2 with Ivory using all of their spells.
Yeah, it's not this kind of circumstance you'd want. I mean, you do eventually kill off Chuen, but your problem now is 4-3 with that BKB, like you mentioned, Harry, and just 11. Like, this Terrorblade has not been punished. He hasn't died whatsoever. 11 has no kills, but he's also not dying, going for defensive Sunders, just getting all of these reflection usages out, getting really good usage out of the Metamorphosis as well, which he didn't even pop in the last fight. Now he has an amp damage rune. They've got an opening for Roshan. He rushes right into it. And without Ravage, without the Chaotic Offering, there's really nothing to be worried about here for the Trailer Park Boys. A free Roche coming their way. The Metamorphosis is being popped down as well. And the side of Ivory, it's looking a little bit lost. Right? Like, they miss that opportunity. The high ground kind of drops to half HP. They get antsy on the next fight. Now they lose Aegis on top. Chuen has 2 lives to play with. The Hurricane Pike set to go already as well. Like, you've got all your timings on the side of Trailer Park Boys. Mind you, you're not building up this lead as wide as you'd expect it to be. 4-9, 6k lead. It hasn't grown in any way since the last 5-10 minutes. They are looking to change that now.
And as a remnant back, lucky for him, Dark Session was used. They will still see him, but can they really close the gap? Doesn't look like it, so the rest of his team will focus on the tower, considering that there is no spells inside of Ivory. Can most definitely get away with the second tier 2 of the game.
Not much holding them back. Again, just its illusions out from 11, along with the occasional liquid fire, although.
In onto the Jakiro. He does have a Ghost Scepter. Very nice Wheel of Wonder, and however, Macro Fire was used. Narman will try to get away 4-3. Will pop his BKB. Boundless Strike being used as well. Aizen needs to run away from the Wukong's man. Hammer has been dropped. Not enough to finish off Ken, especially after the Orchid has expired. But the Ravage, they're going to make sure that the Monkey King goes nowhere. Beautifully done by Rupido, finding an opening. 11 will try to get himself away. What is with these long TPs? Everybody TPing to the bottom lane, and because of that, they're gonna lose not 1, but 2 of their cores. 11 will use the Thunder just to give himself a little bit more time, but that just means more beating coming out from Ivory's side.
And that is such a messy team fight out from the side of Trailer Park Boys. And I don't think this itemization is it from 423. Going straight for Mjolnir, wanting to have that active. A little bit, just spark some damage out, wanting the attack speed, but if you can't hit the PA, I mean, what are you supposed to do? No one can kill off Aizen. This Immaterial is making good work, and this is one game where the level 15 talent's making such a huge difference. Like, all of this evasion, there's nothing to pierce through. 50% evasion in, so you're not hitting with Arcane. You're gonna have to try to burst her down, but how?
Well, they're gonna try this way now when he doesn't have the BKB, but of course with the support saving him, they have the escape back. He's gonna be able to blink himself away, and here comes Rupido with the saves. Aizen will be surviving, also being healed up, and now look at the Warlock slowing him down. Nobody's moving an inch, and they're just gone. 4-3, they're gonna be jumping into the pit. I'm not really sure that you want to be doing this, Trent. Still alive, standing his ground, but he is still taking a decent amount of damage. The PA on the sides has healed up quite a lot. Wukong's man will be used, but the OD is gone. Aizen with just the daggers from afar. Grims is gonna be scouting out 4-3, and Aizen with the BKB going forward. He has the Basher. Where's the Sunder save? 4-3. No, he doesn't want to do it. 11 just leaves his buddy to die. Maybe he could have turned that one around, but not even close. They didn't even try.
No. And you're fully back in game for Ivory. After a very steady game out from the side of Trailer Park Boys. Again, it's like we were talking about. They were in the lead. They were in control. It was 4-9 just a while ago. But they didn't really grow that lead in a meaningful way. They had Aegis. They were just kind of stuck farming. There's itemization out as well from 423. Now he's going back for the MKB and switching it up for the Nullifier. But someone needs to handle Aizen. This is your big issue. This PA being allowed to live with no care of control while the BKB's up, with no fear of dying because of the immaterial talent at 15 and no one with significant magic damage to melt her, is causing massive issues. Wukong's flies out, she doesn't care. You're not hitting her anyway. OD standing his ground, trying to apply some arcane orbs, doesn't really do much when you're missing half your shots. Like, something has to give. And this MKB can't, well, the Nullifier for 423 can't come fast enough. They need some way of trying to focus down, either kill everyone off faster, ignore the PA as much as possible, kite her around, or try to burst down the PA. And right now it looks like they want to try to kite as far as they can. We'll see if they'll get the opportunity to do so. Ivory, completely smoked up, are finding an angle out. They do have Ravage up. Chaotic Offering down for half a minute longer, but good fight to set up for another push.
Well, if they can find an OD with the Ravage, that would be amazing. 11 gets out just in time. BBB at the moment in a solid position not to get caught, but also they're clumping up together. Rupido in there, getting the water being used. Ice Path as well doesn't really do much. Will of Wonder, nice hurricane fight to get himself away, so the OD should be fine. Se, however, will not be as lucky.
Get a decent enough target in that one. stalling out this Ags buildup that says going for, which I appreciate on the hero, knowing that if team starts are starting to look a little bit awkward, that Ags upgrade Macrophire can do a lot of work. So I like that understanding of just going for it early, only really going for the Solar Crest utility before that full commitment. The rest of the Trailer Park Boys just trying to find form where they can, while Bot is being shoved in by Eisen. Steady push out for our PA. And even down mid, is going to get shoved out with the Rupido on hand as well. And for Trailer Park Boys, this is where I was talking about that concern with this OD pick. You're really not doing that much damage. You've got a PA with Satanic plus BKB, a lot of defensiveness. The Basher is doing a lot of work and manning up against this Monkey King. MKB, again, not being built up here. 4-4-2-3 going for the Nullifier instead. They've lost the bot tier 2, mid's about to fall. No defense showing up just yet for the Trailer Park Boys. And I don't see a simple way for them to take these team fights. The Chaotic Offering, the Ravage, even just Fatal Bonds onto 5 is just ruining the day of the Trailer Park Boys already. And again, that doesn't really rectify itself anytime soon.
Eisen is coming. You do need that Macrophire to prevent this. Rest is going to be using the Ice Path. Eisen is being filled up, so doesn't really care about being hit by the tower. Doesn't take that much damage from it anyways. Once they see the Boundless Strike, it might be time to move away, but this PA... This is critical mass. You can pretty much deal with any of the problems that TPB are going to be throwing at you.
You can. Going for the full Abyssal first, before going for something like the MKB in anticipation of evasion, but 11 can't afford to really go for the Butterfly carry Terrorblade. He is going to use the solution with a Blood Torrent. He can find a farm for that, and use it before the BKB, or after the BKB flies on Eisen. It's going to be down to timing at that point, and that does complicate it in trying to isolate this PA, but it will give you some angles at the very least. 12 to 11, 2k lead coming out for Ivory. Trailer Park Boys just trying to split the map up as much as they can with 4-2-3.
Eisen is alone. And they know that he is there. Gonna be jumping in with the Silence Boundless Strike as well. Trying to finish him off. Pops the BKB. Thinks about fighting. Gets the bash off. He's gonna be needing the help of his teammates. But BKB being down, that is a solid win for TPB.
It is. I'm a little bit surprised they couldn't respond a little bit faster, or at the least, if they were a little bit closer. I think he had some turn potential for Eisen. Satanic was still there, a lucky basher too, and some crits. He can kill a little.
Found. Ooh. He gets his way. 4 staffs to keep him alive. That is gonna be beautiful with the Ravage connected. Go to all of them. They're just gone. 11 will get the Sunder off, but he's the only one who can swap HP. And with him being alone, Eisen is not gonna stop. Let's see now how lucky he'll get. He's gonna get extremely lucky on Eisen, but 11, he doesn't share the sentiment. Insta first hit bash, bringing them another easy kill.
Yeah, and it just kind of goes back to that. Yes, you did pop the BKB on Eisen, but everything else is ready. Like, how are you supposed to deal with the PA anyway? It's not like you had that Bloodthorn ready. It's not like the BKB is actually a massive part. Eisen still has the Satanic, still has that turnaround play potential, and has that damage. And you can just see the effect. Just Fatal Bonds of these team fights is burning through the side of the Trailer Park Boys. Like, they are just melting with all of that sheer damage output. There's no pipe. There's not a lot of BKBs outside of 423. There's none to speak of, so the bonds are always just there and are always a consistent issue. And I don't see any way of stopping this high ground. You don't even have the full Ags up yet on Se. 80 gold away, so at the least it's not too far off, but even with the Ags upgrade and Macrophire, it's not going to be enough. The team fight is just completely lacking right now.
To be honest, Ivory don't even have to push it here. If I was, you can still be playing it safe and disciplined. Reset, fight for Roche, but it does seem like they want to continue with the push. I'd say a bit unnecessary, and yeah, they will be pulling themselves back.
Some repositioning out. Again, I appreciate the warding coming out from Ivory as well. This is something that I've seen from them even in, say, different third-party tournaments. I think Predator League was one where this really showed up. Their warding has been on point. Their ward was taken out, but their vision game across the map is just so clean. Compared to the lack of vision coming out here from the Trailer Park Boys, they just have no info to play with. Managing to get some map space out now, get some wards in the triangle at the very least, but this forward ward on the low ground of that triangle is still there. They can set up for Roshan, and they're going to be clearing it out. No problems here on the side of Ivory whatsoever. The side of Trailer Park Boys. What can you do to fix this? Nullifier up on 423 is a start. Bloodthorn still a ways off from 11 and could be considering BKB first instead. We're going to be taking Tormentor in exchange for Roshan. We'll get some gold boost for losing on that secondary life. You have the shard up for Narman, so you can farm a little bit faster as well for some resources coming in. And you are working onto the BKB now for Chiwen, switching away from the Ags here on the OD. Understanding that he just needs to find a way to try to stay alive, spam out the Astral, spam out the Arcane, look for the opportunity to get big Santies off. Easier said than done overall. As the secondary life is, again, present on Aizen. Has that Abyssal, going for his own Orchid, potentially into the Bloodthorn.
With that Abyssal, I feel like OD is just such an easy target, right? This hero does have solid base armor, but as you itemize and as time progresses, you do not really get that much of it. And I feel like the PA will just annihilate you even if it smells you for a second. Oh, get him down. And he's still inside the macro pyre. Nice. That is a big one to take away. Aizen just underestimating what his opponents are capable of.
Yeah, but that is also the Ags upgrade and macro pyre gone. It's a big tool in trying to get some damage in. Without that, and BKB still up, Satanic's still up here on Aizen. You're not really that scared here.
Well, maybe he should be, because he has lost more than half his HP. Other Ravage will be used, and they will be finding the OD. This is what we talked about. Juan bombs the BKB, trying to get himself away. The Slaughter Fist will kill him there with a double attack. Aizen bombs the BKB to get himself away. He doesn't have the Satanic either, so this is very dangerous for him. The Monkey King will find it open, and Aizen is fighting, but only until his own death. They thought that they were strong on the high ground, they should be engaging, but they made the mistake. And now the chase is on. It's still nighttime, so Narman can see where they're at. Still hesitant about going for this chase. 11, he's not going to be hesitating at all. Uses the Manta. Lupido, be a bit careful there with the silence. The Crippling Fear is there. Finally, the Golem will get dropped with the Fatal Bonds as well. Nice dodge there from the Ember. Not going to be hit by the Boundless Strike, but the Monkey King gets himself way too deep into that fight. Now we know why TPB were hesitant to really go on for a full-on chase, and the Ember is not done until Terribly he goes. Thunder not available. Slaughterfish chase isn't going to be enough. No, but the attacks from Rupido will. Monkey King will be buying back. There's the macro power being used. Rupido does his best to escape, and he will be able to do so. So far, Monkey King doesn't want to die again.
Again, this time it's a little bit more awkward for Ivory. That disconnection with a Ravage usage and a Chaotic Offering does cost them some issues there. Like, they're not able to clean up as much. The bonds weren't as effective. They were a little bit more scattered out on the side of the Trailer Park Boys, which is an important move to make, an important distinction that they're not as clumped up to get max value from this AoE control on Ivory. They managed to eat through 2 lives on Aizen, getting a little bit over-eager to jump in. But it does cost him a lot on the side of Trailer Park Boys as well. Having to buy back, and this Monkey stalling out in his further itemization into his own Basher Abyssal. It's gonna hurt that control that you are somewhat lacking on the side of the Trailer Park Boys. As Rupido's just chasing by himself.
Jakiro, Sam will take care of the dead in the water. It still looks like he could die here. Juan comes over. Astral being used. Monkey jumping from the side. Let's see, can they punish Rupido for his insolence? Boundless Strike from afar. A couple of Arcane Orbs. He does have the Sanity's Eclipse, but the Glimmer Cape is a bit too good of a tool for Rupido to die.
Just a little bit too much. Really heads up. Chains out from Ken to cut off the Monkey King jump. And it does stall out the potential punishment coming out there from this Trailer Park Boys. On the side of Ivory, again, we were talking about what they need to do here. So far, they have been delivering on this concept of playing stronger as a team. And you've got a lineup that does have to coordinate with each other. You need some proper usage of Ravage, along with the Chaotic Offering and Bonds, and the Upheaval, and all that's panning out. They're putting their trust in Aizen to clean up this game. He has been delivering the goods so far. I do love that he has the Gunpowder Gauntlet as well. And when you play with that with Battlefield, there's a lot of splash damage just flying around every so often. Got the Shard being built up as well for Aizen, so You've got a good break to deal with Chuen to a certain extent. Kind of deal with the Jingu on the Monkey if you're quick enough. To deal with Silk and Stock as well. Lots of value there. Just some good damage to chip out. And for the Trailer Park Boys, they're kind of stuck in their high ground. We were talking about the lack of vision earlier. Same issue holds true because they can't really dip away from here. One lane down. No vision outside to hunt. No threat. They're just being hugged down here by the side of Ivory, and I don't really see the greatest openings for them to try to break this game open just yet.
It is a rough one. They're doing their best to stay in it, but for now it's just not working out. Also, Tidehunter having that BKB now doesn't help their case either, because he really can take a lot of the beating coming out from TPB. And of course, the crippled fear no longer an issue for the Tidehunter.
Gonna be able to emergency ravage if need be now, just in case. And again, as this game goes on as well, scaling isn't so clear-cut for the side of Trailer Park Boys. I mean, yes, Ravage loses its impact as BKB start to come in, if BKB start to come in. There is that to consider, but at the same time, this is a PA and Tide as they jump. Oh my lord.
Yeah, Trent does have a buyback, but generally you do not want your fight to start off that way. This is the thing. Minus armor, this of late, goodbye OD. Looking towards 11 as well. As that charge, none of his chains connects. We do have the Ravage still. We'll be using it right now onto the 3 remaining heroes. There was a BKB of 4-3. Jian gonna be joining in on the fight. Aizen uses the satanic, but he is caught and put into the escape act, so he's not really gonna be healing all that much. But look at the backline. Sken doing a great job at keeping them at bay. Rubido very low on mana, but he's already done his job. Still has the Ghost Scepter to play with, so generally should be fine. As Aizen's gonna be going in again. They need the Astral Save and will be able to get it off. He will be finishing off the Night Stalker, protected by the Glimmer. Now Chen gets bashed from afar, but the Boundless Strike gets healed quite a lot. Not enough. Here King Pike, he wants to survive onto the OD. That's not gonna be happening. GG has been called. Even with the Sunder 11, his impact in these fights just hasn't been felt at all.
He was doing a fantastic job of saving with the Sunders, but beyond that, I mean, trying to do damage early on was great. He never managed to farm up his own BKB, and it was really a lack of control. That's the one thing that we were talking about in draft, going for the offlane Terrorblade with a player like 11, when he's known for making these crazy team fights happen or isolating out supports. Terrorblade doesn't really achieve that. It can Sunder save. He did manage to bail out Chuen a couple of times, but it's just not enough. And Ivory, the team that I consider the underdogs here, Harry, do manage to rise to the occasion. We see that coordination from them playing together as a team for much longer than the side of the Trailer Park Boys have existed. Again, they have been going through a lot of up and downs. They hadn't had the best performances in the qualifiers, nor had they had the best performances in some of the smaller lands that they've been to. But that experience of playing together does lead an edge when it comes down to coordination, execution. These guys they know each other quite well. They know how to cover each other's backs. They know what kind of tempo and timing they want to hit. And each player delivered their part here quite nicely in this game.
So how do you feel about the continuation of the series, considering that TPB did start off with 5 kills, they were overtaking the map, and then they just lost because obviously better team fight on the other side. Do you think with draft adjustments, maybe some slight playstyle adjustments, that it's still a very close series?
I think it can be. I think the key thing is 11 on Terrorblade wasn't bad. He was winning his lane. He was doing what he wanted to do, but it feels like this guy just really excels on big playmakers. I think having him on either a more disruptive offlane or a more playmaking offlane sort of sorts some of those issues out. Chuen as well. Like, he has played a lot of OD even on his time in town. He was one of the only people picking OD like a year ago. And it makes sense. I mean, it looked okay. The lane was fine. He was having some impact. The hero just isn't in a good spot overall. And I think we saw some of the weaknesses here. Maybe it could have been played better, for sure. Arguably, it could have been a better OD game. At the same time, its shortcomings were highlighted a little bit faster, especially with the recovery of Aizen. Once that BKB was up, that's one less hero you're going to be bursting down, and you needed that magical burst to handle Aizen early on, because afterwards, the timing for MKB, the timing for Bloodthorn were all thrown out, and Aizen had a relatively free game until some of those items were kicking in.
That actually does make sense, and I can't wait to see what they're going to be cooking up in the in the second game. Overall, though, the teams are already getting themselves into the lobby, so we shouldn't have to wait too long for that to happen. But before that, we are gonna be resting a little bit for those 5-10 minutes before the draft is ready. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Even though I love getting on the screen, getting into the draft here at the Dream League Season 26 close qualifiers in Southeast Asia, I can't help but hate the fact that that awesome music ends. But luckily, John, we should be getting ourselves into the draft very soon. All of the players are in the lobby. So we saw something in game 1. We saw 11 on the Terrorblade. That was the, I guess, the hero player pairing that you disliked. Let's use that word the most. How do you feel they adjust right now? Do you just straight up not pick that Terrorblade if it's a great opportunity early on, or do you still go for it but just make sure that you're going to be playing it in the carry role?
Yeah, I think you can still go for it, but lining up for, I don't know, like hard picking Terrorblade 1 kind of takes away its impact on that flex. Not that I think the flex is the most amazing thing in the world. So there is that to consider. I think it's also not just the Terrorblade for 11. I think Chu Wen going on to the OD as well is a little bit of a mixed bag. Again, the hero I think is not at its strongest point. I know it had a little bit more play, but I think its fundamental issues still lie. That if it doesn't stomp the early game, if it doesn't win you the game by 25, it tapers off pretty hard. It does have a moment where it bounces back, like you hit Ags, maybe you hit BKB, maybe you got a refresh. It can be an ultra annoying hero to play into a late game scenario. But it's not like Chu Wen was winning that strong early that he had that massive lead to have all those tools available. So I think having a more stable choice for mid would make a big difference. And I'm keen on seeing what sort of draft adjustment the side of Trailer Park Boys do take up in this game number 2.
Yeah, well, you don't have to wait any longer because we've got it on our hands. Of course, we're going to be getting in without any of the bans being already there. You know, I like this. I like the clean slate. We are now going to be seeing exactly what the teams are going to be removing in real time. You know, when I get in and I already see 4 bans on one side, 3 on the other, I don't know where to look first, but this is going to give us great insight on how these teams are thinking and how they want to set up the game for themselves. Any heroes in particular that you've noticed in 738 and then BNC, of course, that you feel like have been underutilized in competitive gameplay?
Underutilized. I think all the obvious winners have been picked very early on in this case. You know, like people leaned into AA, even though I think AA was actually decent in the last patch. People realize that in the next patch, they start picking it, then all the things AA counters just disappear. I think
10 seconds
Dazzle
remaining.
Chikiro were the ones that stood out, really. Maybe the changes to Silencer as well, who
5
also was a
seconds
short-lived
remaining.
fad. Ansi, I don't know. It's hard to say. I feel like there are heroes that I think are good, but aren't necessarily good, perhaps by the numbers.
Give us one. Give us one.
I'm gonna sound crazy, but I think Axe is all right. I think Axe is actually all right. You know, I think that hero is pretty fine. You know, like going Blink Blade Mail is all right. A lot of cores on Safe Lane are physical right-click cores that hate call. So yeah, it works as a good foil to Dazzle. If you allow Dazzle true, you don't care, right? That's one less ban you have to expend if you just pick Axe. I know it's just not as lane crushing. It's not the same kind of team fight you tend to want to build up nowadays. So that is kind of one big reason why it's just kind of dead. But yeah, speaking of, there's that AA. Ivory just drag it out, even though, again, for the most part, the heroes AA deals with very well are all kind of dead. You know, Morphling, I guess, can kind of slide out. Maybe a
Tinker?
Lifestealer. Tinker to an extent, sure. Yeah, like cutting off that healing is nice. But at the same time, I'm keen on seeing what Ivory wants to do to kind of build up. Like what kind of... Because when you get the AA, it does feel like you really need some team fight coming either from your off lane or your pause 4/5. You need something to tie that in. Tidehunter kind of fits that build really nicely. We saw Rupido just dominate with that here last time around, so if it's not banned out with Trailer Park Boys, I wouldn't be surprised if Ivory just started to pick the Tidehunter. Like, there's really nothing that counteracts it too hard. It's tanky enough to ride through the Tinker. It can build pipe if need be for the team as well, so you can mitigate a little bit of the damage coming in at the very least from March and the laser spam.
I love
I'm
it.
curious if Trailer Park Boys want to ban it. I think it's a safe ban. Like, if you don't ban Tide, Rupido's just going to pick it again. Okay.
Well, they will leave it in. If you really want, you can protect the Tidehunter with something like an Ursa ban, something along those lines. The Monkey King is already out of the way, and then just pick the Tidehunter. And I don't really know if there's something that's gonna be a problem for him. I mean, in the previous game, you had the PA yourself, so you knew that break is not gonna be a problem. And this time around, the hero is banned out, so generally, does look like a pretty safe bet.
Does. Curious though, again, if Ivory are worried about any of those counters, we'll ban out the Night Stalker instead, so they don't want to have to deal with Tinker Night Stalker. That does sound like a nightmarish combination. And instead, they'll actually prioritize the Tusk. That is one way of getting on top of the Tinker. Right, Snowball can be nice, Blink Timing and Tusk can be nice. Snowball saves on hand now as well once you've got the Blink up on that Tusk. So there's a lot you can get done with his hero, and I think that is... It's perfectly fine. We have seen Tusk as well in certain lane combinations just crush still with tag team. So I don't mind that too hard. And you know what? It's very thematic of Ivory. That's 2 ice heroes on hand. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any ice cores. Unless you're crazy enough to go for like a Crystal Maiden core, but no one would do that. Or a Winter Wyvern core. So that's as far as we go with the ice stuff. Lich core as well, it's not a thing. But hey, we've got 2 ice supports.
Did you see the Lich bug that is going around? If somebody has a BKB and they are using a movement spell, the Sinister Gaze stops them. So Magnus with the BKB goes for a skewer, the Lich uses Sinister Gaze, it doesn't stun him, but it stops him. It stops the Phoenix Dive as well, and spells such as that, maybe Earthshaker Axe as well.
Oh yeah, I read about that. Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. That's hilarious. Not like Lich needed to be more annoying than he already is. God bless. Man, here I go again calling every hero annoying.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I've noticed that. And, you know, poor Lich getting some hate when there's a Tinker. A Tinker, right? You just add 1 letter and you get the real name of the hero. A Puck Pick into an Earthshaker. Okay, this is new.
I like it. I think the mid lane matchup is all right for Puck. It's not too bad for Shaker either, but it's not too bad for Puck, as most Puck lanes tend to be. I think this is a smart way of locking in the Tinker. It's a good source of damage into Terrorblade. High armor hero, not the highest magic res as well. So, I mean, it has base magic res. So magic damage is always good. Puck will kind of help that. It does complement your blast now as well from the Ancient Apparition. So you do have the Dream Coil to play with it on that one. And I do like seeing that come out. I am curious which way the Trailer Park Boys do go, because again, Shaker, it looks like a solid mid for Chiwen. It's something that, again, he played a lot of even in his time. Well, actually, I don't know if the Earthshaker mid was as hot when Chiwen was on hand. Actually, no, he was playing a lot of Sniper and OD, so maybe not.
Narman is a big Shaker player as well, right? So there is some flex potential, I guess.
That is true, but I don't believe in Shaker support. I mean, I think it can work. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I think you lose out a lot of your impact if you're not able to play around with Enchant and shoving a wave away, getting some chip damage in with Slugger. So I think it's fine, but you lose out on some of the impact of hero, because Slugger's great, and the other facet's not. It does not give you enough AoE to really make up for it. I feel like if they scale that down, the AoE bonus to a little bit less of a value every 5 levels, it might be considerable. But right now, if I recall right, it's every 10 levels, which is just sad. It's very sad.
You get nothing for it, really. 50 every 10 levels, no. Doesn't feel good.
It should be every 5, and then there's an argument for it, which maybe it's too strong, to be fair, every 5 levels, but hey, you know, it needs something to be viable. And Ivory with the Bristleback, again, I think they're covering their bases well. And this is a hero that's not going to care. It can stand forward, pop all the damage. This could be our Aizen hero. I believe Ivory is fond of giving Aizen +1 bristle and leaving something else for Rupido, so they do have some flex to play with here. I like seeing this. I think Trailer Park Boys do have some natural break heroes, like Terrorblade or Shaker can kind of build into Silver Edge quite fine. And now you have another source of break with Ags, at least. And there's that Primal Beast you were calling for, Mr. Harry Freak.
Yeah, but I'm not... Where is this an offlane Primal Beast just straight up on 11? Or is there like some flex potential still on
10
the
seconds
position 4
remaining.
shaker.
I would say
5 seconds remaining.
the way I'm seeing it, I would actually it would be ideal to just run. It's hard to say. I think Brown Beast off lane is probably the better bet. I'm trying to think if Brown Beast mid against Puck is alright. I think it's okay. We've seen that matchup before. It's not particularly amazing. I'm trying to weigh whether or not that's better than Shaker mid against Puck.
10 seconds
And it
remaining.
feels like it's both
Red
kind of
team
meh.
ban.
Well, I feel like both of them slightly win versus the Puck, just like any melee tanky hero does. But that's about it. I'd rather have a Shaker in the mid lane. Earlier Blink makes it so that you can punish the Puck throughout the game and not only like slightly win the
10
laning stage or
seconds
something.
remaining.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'd rather have the Shaker mid. You're on the
5
Prowling Beast
seconds
off.
remaining.
If it is into Bristleback, it's kind of fine. But again, this flex potential for Rupida to just take the Bristle is also alright. I'm curious to see what the idea is, because Trailer Park Boys are banning out off lanes. Like, they take care of the Darkseer. They can take care of, like, Enigma or Mars as well. And the side of Ivory just need to take care of what seems to be some flex, like Ricky's being banned out. Could be a sort of mid or support Ricky ban. They're trying to figure out what exactly the ideas are from Trailer Park Boys.
Why is
Because
there no
Chuen
Sand
does play
King?
both.
Why is there no Sand King? It got played quite a lot in Fisher Universe, so I'm kind of thinking why nobody here is even thinking about the hero.
I think the Sand King IDs in Southeast Asia died out earlier. I don't think it's as popular just overall, even in the past qualifiers. I think it's kind of faded out. Also maybe has something to do with the players. I think the biggest Sand King player was like Lewis on Execration. I'm not sure if he's still running it there. And Tino,
Radiant team ban.
who is now on Team Nemister. So maybe you'd see it there in terms of that, but I think the other players might just not be as keen on it post nerfs. I mean, it's still playable. I'm with you on that. I don't think it's too bad, but it does feel like it's now a little bit more in player
10
preference.
seconds
They will
remaining.
ban the Skyrat Mage as well. Not a support here you see too often, but
5
it
seconds
is one of those things
remaining.
that can pin the Puck down. So they're banning to protect the Puck hard on Ivory, ensuring that Ken has as good of a game as he can.
You still get something like a Shaman, right? If you want to. Sure, versus the Tusk, it's not the ideal target, but the ideal hero. But generally, Puck is away from his team, so you might just be able to catch him as well. Plus, of course, your talents do. He does still have the break talent, right? He should have it. X breaks, yes, he does.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind that idea, even though, again, Shadow Shaman is one of the most annoying heroes in the game. It does make a lot of sense up against what you have here on the side of Ivory. They ban out the Alchemist, some big scaling heroes. Considering that it's also protected by the AA, makes a lot of sense. And what will you pick up? I like the Shadow Shaman idea. I think it fits in pretty nicely. Nothing
10
else really
seconds remaining.
looks amazing. Maybe you want natural source
Muerta?
break. You could consider.
5
There's a
seconds
Muerta. There's
remaining.
also the Hoodwink if you want that. I think that
Yep.
could be fine as well.
But I feel like you already have ways to deal with the Bristleback. That maybe you're just... If you deal with the Puck, this lineup of Ivory at the moment doesn't work. Of course, we do not know their last pick, and it might work with that
Yeah,
hero
it
as well. There's the Shadow Shaman. It still could be like a Tide Hunter here for Ivory. You called it out earlier. It's solid with the Tusk. I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, still kind of fits in. Really tanky lineup for Ivory if they do go that route. Bristleback Tide. My concern is damage doesn't
5
feel
seconds
amazing.
remaining.
It's not like you have a lot of right click coming in. I guess Goo plus Anchor Smash can be funny in terms of that interaction, and physical damage could be a way to go, but it's not exactly mind-boggling amounts of damage coming out from Ivory, which I would like to see a little bit more output. Just something to help them drag these heroes down faster on the kill threshold.
Now select
And they will go with a Morphling instead, which is still covered by the AA. I like that for Aizen. That is a hero that he has played a lot. It's one of his specialties. We saw Morphling being banned out consistently in the last series as well towards the end. And this time around, it does slide true for Ivory. You have the Morphling to Terrorblade matchup. So eventually you can just use Terrorblade against himself. And this is a hero matchup where you will kind of go back to what Crystallis said there, Harry Freak, where there is a timer in the Terrorblade. Like, compared to a Morphling, it does not scale as much. And the Morphling has a lot to play with. The Morphling turns into Terrorblade, he has Metamorphosis, the Morphling turns into Shaker. He has a insane amount of damage. So there's a lot you have to be a little bit worried about, a lot of good forms for Aizen to play with. And I think this is a pretty clean draft from Ivory. There's a lot of pressure on the Trailer Park boys to try to catch out Ken. I think that's the big challenge. And it's catching out Ken and Aizen. Right? Like, this puck is slippery, but so is the Morphling. Who are you going to prioritize here on Norman? Are you going to lock in the puck? Are you going to lock in the Morphling? Do you have enough time to try to lock in both? Hopefully one of them slips up and you can pin them down with your Shaker Prowling Beast instead. Not the easiest thing to hope for here on the side of Trailer Park boys in a very mobile fight.
I still am not sure about this one, because I only see the puck as the big form of lockdown early on. And I understand, like, Morphling is generally good versus the Terrorblade, but I don't know if you've seen recently, people aren't even skilling up the Adaptive Strike. And I always felt that mixture of magical and physical damage, it was why the Morphling was good versus the Terrorblade. If you skip it, if people think that it's just not a good spell now, I'm not even sure it's that great. I'm torn about this Ivory draft. I'd much rather play the TPB draft, because there's, they have so many spells to play with. Echo, Hexes, Onslaughts, Pulverizes, like, whatever happens, you have a play. I feel like if this other lineup starts falling behind, they're screwed.
Yeah, that's the one big thing. I think that tempo is a little bit more impressive on the side of the Trailer Park boys, and you have to secure that tempo early. But if they can run away the game early, then you shut down the farm with this Morphling. You have a Bristleback who's also not going to be able to play, as we've seen. Like, both of these heroes do need farm. And the puck connections with just A and Tusk can be enough, but you're going to have to commit the Ice Blast every single time. You're only going to be finding one. And that's where things can maybe get a bit dicey. On your point about Morphling here, Harry Freak, I've seen that build for a long time now, where it's mainly just attribute shift and waveform. I think in Southeast Asia, that's the build I've been seeing anyhow, since before the patch. So I feel like it's fine. It just allows you to weave in and out, focus on farming, clear out camps, get to that point where you've got Vlad's plus maybe a Manta, and you're kind of good to go. The issue is just kind of hitting that point. There's some punishment you can have in lane. It's really down to how much can you get out of these stun combinations, because, like you mentioned, the lack of control on the side of Ivory could lead to their downfall if they're not able to sustain through the overwhelming amount of control that the side of the Trailer Park boys do have. And this is where they really have to play their lanes aggressively. Try to hit even just level 2 on some of these side lanes can lead to some very fast kills on the board.
How do you feel about the new facet on the Primal Beast? Because I'm not sure how to feel about it. Every time you get disabled, you get 3 upper stacks.
I think it's actually pretty okay. I like it. The only reason I pick it is because they nerfed the hell out of the other one with the added AoE from Pulverize. Like, they nerfed the crap out of it when they realized people were just using that on Tormentors, and because it refreshes the duration, you just got an insane amount of range. And, if you just camp Tormentor, no one's there, you're stomping the game, you literally just pulverize the map. It's dumb. It used to be dumb. But I think this is a fine one to get, especially with an Ags-oriented build, which it does feel like 11's going to be leaning into here. Right? To get that source of break, to get that consistent damage, you will almost always be max uproar stacks. And that is going to be devastating in some of these longer fights. It's just so much damage to come in, and so much armor that you have to eat through from 11. It makes this hero just extra durable. EHP you gain from uproar being up is kind of nuts. So I do respect that. I wish maybe it gave you additional uproar stacks, additional max stacks, but maybe it's a little bit busted if you gave it too much in that facet.
Oh, that is gonna be a dead courier on the Tinker. Brick won't be getting another one, so they are laning the Tusk with the Morphling. How do you feel about this laning setup? Is this kind of what you expected, or do you still want the Tusk with the Bristleback?
I think this is a very stable way to play. I think this lane combination is probably better, just because you have this front line that gets healed up I think the offense potential of Morphling Tusk is pretty nice once you have tag team and shards up, if you can afford to commit. Issue is trying to play aggressive onto Problem Beast is probably optimistic, and you're just kind of gonna have to hang back and farm up, which is maybe better off with AA, but even then, the AA also doesn't give you much. At least the Tusk can be a little bit of a buffer zone, cutting off, copying some damage quite nicely with all of his added HP in comparison to the Ancient Apparition. The combination of AA plus Bristleback down bot is pretty interesting. Once you have Ice Vortex up, it's a good amount of slows. You start to stack some Nasal Goo up. It can be hard to escape that kill zone. So like a level 3, level 4 spike can look good there. And that's the one thing. Just riding through the initial lane is what you have to do. But once you hit that point, it can get a little bit spicy here if you're not too careful in 43 and set.
So how do you feel about the mid lane? How it's developing right now? Is this within expectation, or is he getting a bit too much on the shaker?
Mid lane matchup. It's pretty much as you'd expect. Like you mentioned earlier on, right? Like Puck doesn't generally win the lane. I don't think you expect to lose the lane by a margin of 5 creeps right now in terms of CS. So it's a little bit rougher for Ken. But this is something Chuan has played to a high level for a long time, and he's kind of juggling it around well. The key thing for Ken is that he does have a slight advantage in securing water runes every single time. Heck, he could even snipe out a bounty rune if he so wished, and he's getting really
he might be
aggressive
going
with
for
the
a
tower.
kill. Look at that. He has a fairy fire and he didn't use it. Oh, get outplayed. This can be game changing, right? A lane that you should generally win as a shaker now is most definitely lost, and you're going to be losing the flag bearer full wave actually here, allowing the Puck to come back in that regard as well. This is a disaster.
It is. This is going to give some equalization for Ken. Allow him to scale into that 6 a little bit faster, have the threat of the Dream Coil up, and maybe tie that in with some rotation into the side lanes, and kind of open up the game. So far, though, despite that kill coming out for Ken, in terms of the lane situation right now for the Trailer Park boys, they are doing quite nicely in terms of CS. Like 43 is having a nice ride down bot, 11's handling top quite well as well. In fact, he's just holding pocket points on Trample and Onslaught. He does commit now with a Shackle out.
Trying to go in, but of course both of the heroes on the side of Ivory do have ways to get away from the trample, so generally you are not afraid of 11 whatsoever with either of your heroes in this lane. And as soon as he does have his trample back, you have your spells back as well, so you should be fine.
A-okay to just play that deep. And again, when you have that Provoke the Beast, getting out max uproar, much quicker, much more durable. You are mainly physical damage in this lane. Clearly so. Not being able to really burst down. 11 he oversteps his bounds. Down bot though, Rupido. Ooh.
Well,
laser out.
Gonna be fine. Overall though, it is 1 for 1 in terms of kills. This Bristleback is, sure he died now, but in terms of CS, he is really suffering. Like, why is this so? How did they manage to slow him down this much?
I think the key thing is they're applying the pressure onto Drick, and once Drick's zoned out, the Bristleback alone is something you can poke and prod effectively at. You've got some pure damage up with the lasers, of course. You've got the sustain to ride through a couple of quilt spams here with a march, so you don't really zone out too hard on Rupido. And it's a very manageable lane for 4-3-3. Not too much of a threat from that whistle on at the least. So it is a little bit tougher to manage that lane. And the constant pulls as well are just ramping up to cut off that farm for Rupido as well. At least has the value point in the Bristleback now. So it has some presence out, has some durability kicking in. And we'll be able to pull back at the least. There is room for stacks, to say the least, so there is some ways to and just recover later on.
The first power rune, Trent does get it. Nicely done there. Almost getting denied by the AA, but unfortunately for them, not going to be happening. He's immediately rotating towards bottom. Was spotted on a ward. Let's see if Rupido, even with all of the info, is going to be fine. I mean, he definitely knows that this is happening, but the thing is that he's all alone. Trent does have the echo. Will be going for it immediately. TP in from Drick, and if he shows himself, he will die as well. Unfortunately for TPB, he doesn't do that.
Plays conservatively. But it's going to be a lot of room to just siege down bot. And the side of Ivory don't really have a response. Again, it comes down to this draft, right? Like we were talking about this. There are some merits to running the Bristleback and Morphling, but that means early on, it's down to your supports in the puck to kind of make plays, and your supports are not ready. You're still level 3 on Drick. You're still level 3 on Grims. It's early on in the game to hope for any of those rotations to align with the puck. So obviously, your Bristleback is pretty far behind here for Rupido. Aizen's still in that point where he is trying to ramp up in the Morphling, and it's going to be a while until he's really in play. At the very least, after Manta is when you start to feel comfy. Maybe just the Vlads. Some more players get confident with just the Vlads up. And that does mean, if you are looking to play aggressive on the side of the Trailer Park Boys, you have a clearer angle to play that aggression out from. Again, Dream Coil's been up for Ken. Doesn't have anyone to connect with for that Dream Coil. These heroes are relatively tanky on the side of Trailer Park Boys. Will try.
They're gonna try. There's the cold feet, and that is looking like a dead shaker. The cold feet will connect, and Ken finishes him off with the waning rift. Very nice move towards the mid lane, and it just goes to show how bad of a game this shaker has been having. Right after that kill from Ken, really has made a difference. Also, Aizen in trouble, but the snowball will save him. Killing load is being used as well. Shards onto Narman, and now he's going to be the one to fall. One more hit from the Morphling will be enough. Grims, however, will pay with his life. 11 standing his ground, fighting Aizen. These two are both too tanky to die to each other.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They are.
attack.
A little bit curious about Aizen as well. He's level 6. He went 3 points in waveform, 1 point in attribute, and 2 points in attributes. At 1 point in attribute shift, 2 points in all attributes. So he doesn't even opt for an early morph, just looking to really go all in on farm, knowing that he's not going to be aggressively morphing into other heroes until a couple of items up. I can kind of respect that. It does cut off some utility for some opportunities when, say, 11's alone, or you find the Shadow Shaman alone. That turn opportunity isn't quite there. But it does speed up that farm pace just a tad bit, as the Vlads is set to fly in. A little bit of a smoke out from Ivory as well, with Ken and Grims connecting.
Dire are scanning.
Dream Coil is still ready, and they get the scan out. Chuwen would be a nice one to pick off again.
And they're looking towards him. They have the coil. There's the silence as well. Tag team being used. Doesn't want to use the coil just yet. He's waiting for some kind of a response. The coil will get used right now. Echo Slam onto the Tusk, and they don't even kill him. Instant Snowball wants to protect himself. Blood Grenade will connect. Says standing his ground. He doesn't even bring down the Tusk. Now Ken is getting his spells back up, and he will be getting another one down. Hit is there. Narman, he turns Grims into a little chicken. There's gonna be a snowball in 5 seconds, and they might decide to dive Narman. No need to do so, though. He's not that big of a target. As now Ivory are getting themselves back, and really Ken is playing like a god in this game.
He is. They even miss out on this opportunity on Brick, TPing in the tree line. They catch out Ken by his lonesome.
It's gone. I do like to curse him. That was an instantaneous kill on the puck. Though very hard to disengage coming out from him either way.
Yeah, I mean that's some compensation out from the side of the Trailer Park Boys, something they desperately needed. But it's also giving some much needed space out for the side of Ivory to play this farm game. Like you've got the Vanguard up on Rupido. Again, you've got the Vlad's already up on Aizen, and he does have that value point in more now. They are still getting that steady siege on mid, but that timing we've seen on the Terrorblade time and time again. But Rupido's also here to try to dissuade his attack. Again, having some of that durability up.
Oh. To the two of them, A-Blast gonna be flying through. He still has a Sunder. The A-Blast is not that good. Versus it, he needs to use it on his teammate, and will be doing just that. But I'm not sure that that's gonna be enough for him to survive. 4-3, he still has the Frostbite on him. He will die. Rupido running forward. He feels like he can take this fight, and it seems like that's the case with the snowball going on to 3 of them. Aizen going in with the onslaught, showing them how the spells of the Primal Beast are used. Pulverize being used just to stop them with their onslaught towards him, and it doesn't even save his own life. That's gonna be a double for Ken, and the mid lane tower to follow.
I like that play coming out from Ivory. Just really cheeky, having everyone funnel in on mid, landing the blast, forcing a Sunder out early on just to save 43's skin, and getting the punishment elsewhere. Again, it's down to this timing here for the side of Ivory. They managed to get the Vlads up on Aizen, and instantly, he hits level 8. gets a value point in Morph. He's ready to show up. He knows he's got some sustain. He knows he has a little bit more damage to play with. And he leverages that in a big way. There's so many good forms for the Morphling in this game. He takes the Problem Beast there, but Shaker down the line still fine. There's some utility, an argument to turn into even the Tinker could be decent if you feel the need for it. Spamming out Defense Matrix later on is going to be annoying to say the least. Turning into Terrorblade with Metamorphosis is also quite fun. And he's almost got the Yasha up into that Manta style now on the Morph. On the side of the Trailer Park Boys, and they've got to be able to play with some tempo here. They are dropping the wards, they're looking to siege up top just a tad bit. But the side of Ivory aren't willing to let that go. They're smoked up, they've got an amp damage room. They could find someone to jump onto that.
The move towards the top lane, seven wards and the illusions will take care of the tower. Eisen a bit too late to do anything about it, but he can farm those serpent wards, so that's going to be a big chunk of gold into his pocket. Let's see. And they find 11. It seems that maybe somewhat aware that something is coming their way. A Blast gonna be fine. Pop the coil, and very nice waiting grip there. Narman cannot even get the hex off, but there's the blink down reveal. Chen will be finding an opening onto the puck. They go. Snowball. It does cancel it out, and Ken will be fine. He gets himself onto the side, and they have nothing to close the gap. Eisen will be joining in. Waning Rift as well, and now that AD rune can really show its power. Close, but just not close enough to bring him down.
Not quite sharp enough. And that slam looked good, but the follow-through damage just not there. And in the end, the Trailer Park Boys kind of streaming one by one. Just not the kind of response you'd want. You need a little bit more. Maybe they can find some punishment onto Ruka, but again, he is fairly tanky here.
Yeah, he's just reducing the armor so much. Lucky for them that he doesn't have his tier 1, because with the rotation here, they would annihilate them.
Not be a good time. Even just the slows are causing massive issues for the continued chase from 423. And Rufudo, I mean, he's about to get even tankier. Blade Meal set to follow next into a pipe. So he's going for the build that I was actually looking for from WS last time around. And a lot of mitigation, a lot of frontline durability, and Aura carrying for his team. They're still camping around on this left side of the map.
If you want the Wisdom Shrine, you'll be able to get it at the cost of Grims, but in the end, who the hell cares? That is going to be a lot of experience into the hands of the Dire side, and I'm not sure what the BB could have done about it anyways.
Not too much. 4K lead coming out now for Ivory. They played a very smart game. They've allowed their force to farm up. It does look like Rupido has changed his mind, opting for the pipe straight up instead of the Blade Mail. Just wanting to have, again, a little bit of that magical block from damage coming in from, say the Tinker, say the Shaman, say the Shock, even the Shaker as well. So again, just getting a lot of space out for some of these cores that need it. Eisen still top of net worth. Ken, despite the activity as well, has been scaling up. Already has the Witchblade up and running. Mid tier 1 has still been standing, although it should be set to fall now as they commit the wards out. It should take the, and get the job done. And that does remove a little bit of threat.
Gone? Yeah.
But it is.
No more tier 1s on the map. There's an Athos on the AA already, and now he's gonna be getting a shard. He is over the Shaker in terms of net worth, or pretty much they're even. And I feel like that Shaker having a bad game is gonna be a huge problem for DPB down the line. It's already a huge problem, but it's gonna be even worse as time progresses.
That it will be. The timing of an AA to have Shard and Athos is also just sickening. Like, no one's going to have a Dispel on hand. You're constantly going to get Cold Feet proc. Getting Cold Feet on Ice Blast sets up quite nicely for some teamfight combinations coming in. It is not a pleasant time right now, as they will just clean up like this.
Yeah, that's going to be terribly dead while they're setting up for the Morphling on the top lane. Eisen, can they take him out? Look at that, he morphed everything into strength, and he's just expecting for a Shaker to attempt to take his life, which at this moment is just impossible to happen.
Like, you need so much more on the side of the Trailer Park Boys. The Kaya on Chuen is going to help the cause just a tad bit. I would say BKB Ags on 11 feels pivotal here. Having that source of break, having consistent damage, playing around with your facet and the full uproar charges you're constantly going to be getting in the front line. is going to be really important in just having some actual presence in these fights to follow through from Chuan's openings. 11 though.
Try to go for him. I'm keeping him in place a little bit longer, but without the A blast, you really don't want to commit. It's a bit dangerous. But I want to ask you, John. I mean, you talked about the timing of TPB, that they have to be controlling the tempo. Does that put them in a very uncomfortable spot right now?
I would say so. It's like you were talking about earlier with that interview with Crystallis. Your scaling on the Terrorblade is not amazing in comparison to this Morphling. Even the Puck can scale into the late game as well. Their smoke already breaks.
Oh, they're going for the Terrorblade. You have a coil shards a little bit off the mark there. It will do damage to him. But this smoke from TPB, it kind of has to work well. For Ivory, not so much.
Just kind of chill out a little bit, still get that farm game going. A Butterfly coming out next for Aizen already has that Manta style up. And just back to that point, if you didn't manage to get control early here on the side of the Trailer Park Boys, I mean, you know, leveraging this early timing that the Terrorblade can have on top of other heroes by virtue of Metamorphosis, then you're relying on scaling a little bit more. And again, Terrorblade scaling in this kind of game is just not clear cut. This Morphling's going to be an issue. The constant minus armor just removes the value of the Terrorblade in terms of his durability as a core. You don't have that gimmick with your high base armor any longer when Rupido's up front, getting all of the views out. Roche going to be falling here towards Ivory as well. And get himself a nice free secondary life up and running on Aizen. And no answers out from the Trailer Park Boys. I mean, all they can do now is just try to farm into the point where they can do a little bit more. This BKB on the 11 will help the cause, along with having a Dispel on 4v3, but his Manta is still a ways off. Oh,
that's not gonna be allowed to TP away. The A blast is flying in. There is a pause. Because, like, can we enjoy the scenery a little bit longer? And that is a pretty bad way to go.
That it is. Yeah, showcase view on that beautiful Terrorblade flying up in the air.
Feels like, you know, one of those cartoons when somebody's falling to their death at the start. And, you go back. How did I get here? Well, we know.
You know what I always find funny with showcase view on like stun effects? If you move the camera just right, you can see how far the stun spiral is disconnected from the hero model just from displacement. It's one of those things with animation. Always makes me kind of giggle. It's something you just have to kind of contend with when you're rigging up and mapping objects onto each other. When you displace them, you know, it just acts a little bit funky. It's a little bit of a fun little thing. If you're an animator, then I feel sorry for you. Just kidding. But I was an animator once, and it is it's a life. I don't know if one should willingly choose that, but we do.
Hopefully you had fun. I can see you changed careers, so maybe not as much as one would want. But either way, that is another kill on the Terrorblade. They're just destroying this game. I mean, they're destroying TPB. Not gonna lie, I don't see a single hero on their side who's having a good time.
No, certainly not. All the heroes suffering. Chuan still behind Drick in terms of farm. Mid Shaker is just not hitting its big item spikes that he wanted to. And again, I don't see that recovery coming in very simply here for the side of the Trailer Park Boys. Everything is just lined up right now for the side of Ivory. They've got control. They've got pretty much everything they could ask for at this point. Full pipe up on Rupido. Going for the Heaven's Halberd next. Gonna go for the Sanjin Yasha next as well. Gonna be extra durable. Just looking to spam that viscous nasal goo out. Maybe could go with his shard. That's the one thing lacking here from Rupido. And once you've got that up and running, you really have nothing that you're wanting. Spot out 11, farming up a little bit here.
He still doesn't have his BKB. He's very close to it. And now with the Parasma, Puck is going to be doing massive amounts of damage. Dusk goes in, actually stays on the low ground. Once the A blast disconnected, will stop his TP. Unfortunately, it was the AA that got the shard from the first Tormentor, and that is why Primal Beast will die.
I really love AA shard. It's probably one of the probably one of the most fun ones because it's so annoying. You can see that
Strong.
it is strong, and you can see how I gauge everything by how annoying it is to play against. Like, okay, AA Shard for me is annoying to play into, but not annoying enough to be pissed off. You know, it's like, it's annoying, but it's fine. It's kind of playable into it, but it is still strong despite that. You see, it's a good balance. You know, it's not like Shadow Shaman when he used to have Cluster Cluck built in foul play. You know, that was a load of horse. Not something fun whatsoever. But
Makes sense.
Ice Blast Shard, you know, it's annoying, it's fun, it's kind of cool, it's useful, it's well balanced. That's what I want. Not foul
Yeah,
play.
I understand. It's not something that I'd be mad dying to, you know, in the game. It makes a lot of sense. The Aegis is still gonna be up for another 2 minutes, a little bit less than that, but items are coming out one after the other for Ivory, and they might even be knocking at your door right now.
They will be. Already setting up with that full butterfly up on Aizen. So much output. Looking to collapse down bot.
Oh no, not again. He still didn't finish off his BKB. What are you gonna do without that one? He doesn't even have the buyback, which means that this push will continue. He's your tankiest hero.
Doesn't even have, I think the bigger thing is he's not even close to level 15 to have that self-dispel. That could cover the lack of BKB, but you're not even at that point where you can hope to have it. Siege onto mid, Fortify already forced out. Creeps are still pouring in on the mid lane. Not much to worry about. I mean, how do you take these fights? It has to be a massive slam out from Chuin, but what's the follow-through from that? Just doesn't feel like you have that burst on hand.
They're getting out of the base. They are going to be finding an AA. The snowball saving just not close enough, and he did get just close enough to pull him in. Drick will be surviving. He got his ulti off, buys back as well. Backle's going to be connecting on Grim's. Good position for the Terribly to stand his ground and fight. Going to be using the Sunder onto the Morphling, who still has the Aegis to work with, so he will be taken down. Now the Coral onto the two of them. They're caught in place. He's trying his best to just use those repair bots, keep his teammates alive, healing up the Shadow Shaman and Glimmer Cape as well. He's going to be surviving for now. 11, not going to be as lucky, and that Aegis is still standing strong. GG called. PPB have nothing else left in the tank.
I'm really surprised by the result here. Like, again, we're talking about what Ivory had to bring out, right? To go against all the experience, the individual skill that the side of the Trailer Park Boys has. They brought that A game out. They coordinate as a team, every single part, every single lane, playing to its strengths really nicely. Every single team fight executed to as high of a level as you could hope for 5 players playing together for almost a year now. And the side of the Trailer Park Boys, again, this is a stack that has just basically formed up. They went through Open Qualifier number 1, which is an impressive feat, just not having to retry on the other days. But Ivory are showing that even for a roster that maybe not as experienced, maybe on paper not as highly ranked, can still outplay in terms of coordination, in terms of their understanding of what they want to achieve in the game. And it certainly showed up here. That's a massive confidence booster for Ivory. They stay in the upper bracket. They're in the semifinals. And, you know, that's a position that Talon's not in. So they can kind of take a smile on that as well. They might have a legitimate shot in making it into upper bracket finals, having that chance to go into DreamLeague Season 26 to get some coveted points and experience right before the Esports World Cup.
The Boom versus Nimister is still going on, but did we just get all of the underdogs to go through? I mean, you favored Talon, Essence went through. You favored TPB a bit. Ivory went through, and quite easy. Mongols beating Execration. Did you have a favorite there, or did you think that Mongols were stronger?
Oh, that one I would have actually said Mongols, although that was a little bit more of a coin toss. I think that is probably the most even matchup across this day. At least, you know, before seeing what happened in our first series, I would have said that Mongols Execration was the closest series you'd have across all the streams. But yeah, so far, I would say the first series was a big upset. The second series that we have on this stream, also a massive upset, because again, Ivory, they're a team that has had a lot of ups and downs, and they're not like a team that has gone super far in the qualifiers. They have had some moments of digging a little bit further in the lower bracket. This is a huge boon for them. Just going up against a team with, again, all the experience that the Trailer Park boys collectively has. Even some of their players spending some time in Europe, right? 423, Narman spent some time over there. And still, you know, if you're not gelling together as a team, Dota is still a 5v5 game. Dota is about ideas on how to play around objectives as a team, how to achieve things as a team. And Ivory is just showing some of that teamwork off here.
So, makes sense. We got lucky with the first series, so we didn't have too long of a break. We only had like half an hour to rest to give the viewers enough time to just do a small activity and then come back. But now there is gonna be a huge one in a 2-hour gap. So before we send it to a break, John, what are you gonna be doing? Give us some advice how to kill the 2-hour time.
I've got a little bit of a hot tip. It's 6 p.m. local here in Southeast Asia. A good time to have some dinner. I've got some food waiting for me. My sister's been craving for some food. I've got some fried chicken. It's one thing you can get done. Also, like a hot tip, I didn't mention this at all in the stream. If anyone's wondering why I don't have the bearded freak instead of a hairy freak over here, the lovely hairy freak, it is Michael Phoenix's birthday. That's one thing you can do as well. Bug him on Twitter because he hates being pinged. Ping him on Twitter. Greet him happy birthday. Or DM him on, I don't know, Facebook. He hates that. So make sure to hit him up and just greet him happy birthday. He'll appreciate it. Happy birthday.
There is no way that he is gonna be hating that one. Another happy birthday here from John and me. Hopefully he does have a lovely time with himself. Hopefully you guys have a lovely 2 hours that you are gonna be having to enjoy, not watching us, but of course maybe the other stream will still be up. With that being said, we are gonna be signing off right now for a long time, and then we'll be back once Team Essence and the Mongol series is about to start.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
breath that flow. Yield your music wings, please to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with songs and enchanting tune. With sweet songs fill the air. Go grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne.
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped watching its pendulum swing to and fro. Many hours had he spent while a boy, and in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, so sir. If you think I lie, just ask folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you've been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you've been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where grayer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
mia si salterà, l'ora è bella speranzare, tiene a buon man mancherà, già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella speranzare, tiene a buon man mancherà, già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia la ride qua, un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà, mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
nights with songs and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go, happy pipe, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stoup, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune
grieves him. While the star of hope she leaves him, meany cheerful twinkle lights me. Dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory, we must answer no, sir. An English alehouse, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella danzare, tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella danzare, tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia, la ride verso un bello giocondo, ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
I hope everybody enjoyed their break. Everybody did do whatever they needed, went to the gym, ate, slept, and are now ready for the final series of the day here with Harry and John. You're watching Dream League Season 26 close qualifiers in Southeast Asia, and we've got the Mongols versus Team Essence. But before we focus on the game, we need to focus a little bit on my co-caster. John, did you rest? Did you eat? Did you exercise? Did you manage to do everything humanly possible in these 2 hours?
I actually did eat, and I did take a small nap in the bed, but I didn't manage to work out, sadly. That's the one thing. I normally go on a little walk, usually for an hour or so around the village. This time around, just no time, you know, walking around. Casting takes energy. I want to be at my best with you, Harry Freak, so, you know, just kind of relaxed a bit, rested. Had some good chicken, though, and that's going to set us up nicely for what should be a good series for the Mongols up against Team Essence. This is an interesting one. Because on paper, I think a lot of people expected Talon to be up here. Essence manages to make it through in very spectacular fashion themselves. Up against the Mongols, who have always been promising in the past few qualifiers. They did manage to take a 2-1 up against Execration. This should be a relatively evenly matched kind of matchup. And I'm curious to see how Essence kind of brings out their best up against Mongols. Because Mongols as a squad has been together for a little bit longer. You know, this is a team that has had some opportunities. They've stayed in boot camps together. I know that they tend to head out in Malaysia right now. I do believe they went back home. I'm not sure if they went back out because of like visa stuff. So I'm not sure if they're all back in Malaysia for this qualifier. Chances are they are. And again, this is a team that has shown a lot of promise. They've been steadily improving. They've had former Execration coach JL on their side now since the start of this year, around that time period, and it's helped kind of build up these ideas that the side of Mongols has had, whereas in comparison to Team Essence, I don't think that same support structure necessarily exists. You know, I'm fairly certain that most of them are playing remotely for the most part. You know, stuff like a coach, probably not quite in that team's scope yet. But the promise is there, of course, as we've seen in that first series up against Talon, taking it 2-1 up against, again, one of the teams that everyone has put as likely to just qualify through, along with Boom Esports, giving them a rough road into the lower bracket where things are a lot dicier for Talon considering the form we saw them last time. So, Essence is not a team that you can sleep on, but knowing how the Mongols kind of works, I would say they are slightly favored coming in. The wild card factor of Essence is there. I mean, again, that confidence boost in beating up Talon. We saw Akashi popping off in all chat. That is something that can kind of carry through despite having a little bit of a break before the series for both of these teams.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out for them. I mean, coming back to that break, right? Let's say, would you, if you're playing a competitive match, would you enjoy the 2-hour break, or do you think that would be too much and might actually get you a bit sleepy?
I would say it's too much. I personally think a 2-hour break is a little bit much. I think ideally half an hour to an hour, depending on how close the previous series was for them. In this case, it's quite a long break because these were our first series of the day. These teams played the first series of the day in parallel, so they've had pretty much half a day to rest off. That does give you some time to form some ideas. It also, yeah, it's one thing with esports games. I don't think you can really keep players on ice in the same way that you kind of just keep warming up as a actual physical sport. You know, there's a point where it's kind of like a long pause in a game, right? Where if a pause lasts more than 10 minutes, your brain kind of just fries. And I think the same kind of goes with esports. So that can also just completely reset. Maybe none of those factors for Essence really carry through, although we have seen, again, teams that gain that confidence, carry through that confidence throughout multiple days. I think the best example of that has been the Kukuis and Geek Fam back when they were still in the region. So I think it's a mix of factors, like the instant adrenaline high probably fades away, but the confidence in yourself, that confidence boost, certainly is still there for the most part in some shape or form here for Essence. And again, that could play a pretty good factor coming into the Mongols. Mind you, Mongols is not an underconfident team. They are filled with confident players. DJ is the silent type who just plays his own game. Aumq is, picking up the ropes on the Pause 1 and a higher level. He has been in the scene for a while, but his exposure to qualifiers recently has been a lot better than in the past. Castaway has proven himself to be a really good captain throughout his time on Neon and now into the Mongols, of course. And Bob, probably the loudest guy in that team. Like, Bob is the guy who will gas you up, who will keep the mood light, and he will let you know when he's having a good game. He will also let you know when he's having a very bad game, as he tends to spam the same voice lines when he's dying and when he's finding kills. So that is one thing with the Mongols. They are, I wouldn't say they're categorically a loud team, but just having Bob on your team kind of makes you a loud team by nature, Bob. That's just how he is.
Okay, so at the moment, it seems that Team Essence might need a substitute. I'm not sure what has happened, but there is a possible emergency, so of course we don't know the details of it, so hopefully all of it does get resolved and we do get ourselves into the match. But overall, I like that you mentioned Bob. Bob has probably been like the most fun player I've ever cast. It is insane, like how volatile, crazy, call it whatever you want, this guy is. Like, one game he can solo win the game, one game he can solo lose the game. It is very, very weird.
Yeah, it is. I think when you describe it that way, it makes me think of a classic old player, Mr. Yike, Mr. Mid-One, which I do miss. I miss him in the scene. I feel like, you know, there was always some pub beef with him, but he's actually genuinely a very nice person. I'm not just saying that, you know, I truly mean it. I've actually managed to catch the guy outside hotels and talk to him, and he's very chill. And every time in interviews, he's actually a pretty easy to talk to guy. It's just Dota probably makes you a different person, but it reminds me of Mid-One. Mid-One is the most apt description of that. He will single-handedly win you the game and single-handedly lose you the game, in the same vein of Eternal Envy, although on Envy, I would say the 50-50 is the biggest coin flip of your life. And
Yeah.
Bob kind of does the same thing, but he is... It's not as unreasonable when Bob does crazy stuff. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it
Yeah.
is. But he doesn't do, like, the crazy... I'm gonna hang in the trees for 10 minutes as Monkey King instead of farming because I want to try to make a play, and does nothing for 10 minutes. Bob's a little bit more reasonable, and you know, so I will hand Bob that. But
It's
I
very
love that. It just
reasonable
brings back memories.
to dive tier 3 with your Batrider mid lane in minute 5. That's very, very reasonable. I agree. We got the info what's happening. Akashi is experiencing a power outage. So right now we are seeing what the options are. And does look like we are still aren't sure. Castaway is giving some genius ideas to go 1 versus 1, to go 4 versus 4. I doubt that those ideas are gonna be taken into account, but it would be quite fun, right?
It would be. Eventually, I want at some point for a consideration like that just to be done, just for the heck of it. And that would be very, very funny. Unfortunately, it's not something that we will ever get done. It brings back to mind, Mr. Hayrufika, a long, long time ago, there was a TI qualifier, or some sort of qualifier, a major qualifier, TI qualifier, where a certain team named Signal Ultra were playing up against TNC Predator back in the day. And there was a power outage for about 40 minutes. And we did actually pause for around 40 minutes until March said, enough's enough. We're gonna unpause. They did, I believe they did reconnect 10 minutes after the fact, which was rather unfortunate. Or did they even reconnect? I think they slowly streamed back in, but the connection was highly unstable. And that was the one moment I've seen that we did get an unpause on a 5-man disconnect. That was the only time. And again, it's not like we didn't wait. That was almost an hour wait. So this time around, of course, there is time, and fortunately enough, hopefully we fix everything back for the side of Team Essence. Again, my boy Akashi, good old fellow Mindanaoan from my island in the Philippines, is experiencing power issues, which does tend to happen. Just the nature of things down south, sometimes in more rural areas, which his city's technically not that rural, but you know, it's not the biggest city in the world. So
when that
it can be a little
happens,
bit
how
sporadic.
long is there? Does it usually last for a short period of time, or
That's where it gets fun. You don't know how long it lasts. You don't know if it's a rotating blackout because there's a supply issue down the line. You don't know if a transformer blew, if the voltage just dropped, what they need to repair. Did the line get cut from a truck bumping into it, shipping around stuff? You don't know. Yeah, you got to call the power company. Hopefully, Akashi's figuring that out. Worst comes to worst, there's probably an internet cafe within 5 kilometers from him that should be able to get that done. So we'll have to see, but, hopefully it sorts itself out.
Yeah, hopefully it does. Unfortunately, production doesn't want us on camera any longer. They say you are too pretty, and if we keep you for too long, nobody's going to be interested in Dota any longer. So that's why we are going to be taking a break. Once we do know when things are going to be continuing, me and John are going to be back here to inform you with hopefully good news about the series. So see you, and who knows when.
Deus tuorum militum, sos et
And welcome back, everybody. That didn't take too long here at the Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers for Essence to find themselves a replacement. Unfortunately, the power didn't come back up, but that only means that we are gonna be getting Raven, a big name in Dota. He is back to help Team Essence beat the Mongols. John, upgrade, downgrade, how do you feel about it?
I'll be frank. Raven's been playing offlane in a lot of his teams he's been playing on, so I will say for now, considering just how specialized the roles can be, how changing your mentality can be a little bit rough, a little bit of a side grade perhaps. There might be a different hero pool open for Raven considering that, and considering experience as well. But it's going to be interesting to see Essence adapt, because we were talking about this. Mongols is a team that's fully adapted to itself. Like, they know how to play with each other. They already know the ins and outs, what kind of strategies they want to pull out. Having Raven in for such a pivotal match for Essence, honestly, is not the ideal, no matter what skill level you may say about Raven and Akashi, and we'll see what they do pull out in this draft. So we should be able to bring it up relatively soon. But it's really a matter of changing your playstyle, right? Can Raven do what you're expecting from Akashi? With all the scrims that they've taken on Team Essence, with maybe some practice time they've had, replacing that in the player is going to be a little bit difficult. And instantly adjusting for even just the game is not really something that's too feasible. So I'm keen on seeing what Essence will want, what kind of hero Raven will want. It's been a while since we've seen him pause one, because again, in very recent time, he has been pretty much on the off lane. He has made that transition, or tried to make that transition. So keen on seeing if that form is still there for Mr. Raven after all this time.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it, right? But hopefully throughout this game, throughout this series, we're going to be saying he still got it, right? And if that's the case, maybe he can carry Team Essence to victory. So let's see. It will be bans are a bit different than what we saw in the previous series. There are some that are the same, but the Ringmaster Mongols definitely don't want to be playing versus that. And all power to them, really. I don't know how you feel about it, but the games where I watched, especially specialized players, go for the Ringmaster. In my mind, it's when played properly, too strong and pretty much ban worthy.
Yeah, I hate it. I'm glad it's out of the picture. I am a Ringmaster hater. I don't like his poke. I don't like his save. His ultimate is at least making up for it.
You're a hater.
I am a
full
hater.
stop.
I am a hater. I am a hater. Full stop. I hate that hero. Just like, you know what? You know how, every hero comes out, it's hyped up. I actually do play them. I played Primal Beast quite a fair bit, maybe 2 weeks after release. I played Dawnbreaker. I played all of them. Maybe except Grimstroke. Not that much, because it didn't seem too interesting. But, like, Ringmaster, I literally have touched maybe 2 games, and I was like, this is disgusting. And Kez, I absolutely do not touch, because I enjoy playing against Kez, because I love how cocky they get in lane, and then get decimated as the game scales on. Yeah, it's absolutely lovely how hard you can wreck a Kez. But yeah, they're disgusting, these new heroes to me, which makes me worry about when Kez does make it in. Still, you get the Tiny out for Essence, so nothing too strange coming out from them. Saw them ban out the puck as well, and Mongols tied it up with a PA ban. When I think of Raven, there is one here that comes into mind that could slide true if Mongols don't pick it up. Terribly rings to mind when I think of Raven. That is the one big hero for me. From the portion of his games that I've casted, he was already on like a Terrorblade phase at that point, and his TB is probably one of the best. So if they want to just give strong comfort from the heydays of Raven Prime, a Terrorblade pick for Essence down the line could be good. We'll see if that's the case. Mongols have been picking up some unique heroes in this qualifier. They already pick up the Ancient Apparition. So already
That's a classic Castaway hero, right? He used to play it even when it wasn't good.
Oh, yeah. He sees the value in it, and Castaway has been maybe one of the quirkier supports in Southeast Asia. He was picking stuff up in previous qualifiers, especially in his time on Neon, that really weren't popular. Stuff like Winter Wyvern before she got the rebound facet, right? Like the redirected curse facet. He was one of the only players in Southeast Asia to slowly pick up Winter Wyvern with a mana regen facet. And it did look pretty good. So I like the AA. Again, opening with Ice is nice. We'll see if they can keep it up. Maybe something like the Tusk. Still available there as well for a thematic continuity, but probably not something that, of course, you're planning here. Again, back to the Mongols. There's a couple of heroes that I do like to see them pick up. They've been picking up recently in their earlier series, and like the Quap could be really good for Bob. High mobility, laning into Tiny, if it is a Tiny mid here, is not too bad up against Mac. You've got some good burst damage play. You certainly can clean up if the Ice Blast connects, and with how Sonic Wave works, you can consider it as a slight sort of way of holding. Just with the push, it does keep heroes relatively in a tight spot, so you can land these Ice Blasts from a mile away and just try to get that connection and combination going. So I'm keen on seeing if that's something Mongols will consider. We do see the Morphling and Ember Spirit ban. The Mongols, for their part, gonna have to think twice. Again, TB is in there if you want to ban. Tide Hunter is still up in the pool. As well, if you are looking for something stable on the off lane here from Essence, that could be something Mongols can consider taking out, as Tide Hunter has proven to be a pretty stable bedrock overall. Instead, the Deuce gets taken away, so that at the very least. And the Doom does slide through this time. So,
okay, well, we didn't see it in the 2 series that you and me cast. There was one game where he was banned a little bit later on, but definitely not prioritized, so Mongols definitely see it as something that is worthy of a second pick. This is pretty weird to me, because I don't see a clear reason why you would take a Doom here.
It is not the clearest cut Doom game, but maybe they're considering stuff like, say, again, like that Terrorblade options there. Dooming him up can just kind of ruin him at the very least. Take that hero out of the picture, and just maybe it's a matter of comfort. This is something we have seen JG play a lot, even in times when Doom hasn't been the hottest hero. It's just a stable offlane to kind of get things done. There's also this possibility, and I'm not sure if Coach JL mentioned this at all, but I remember having a discussion about support Doom with the man, and honestly, it's not a bad idea. But they will go into the Terrorblade for Team Essence. Again, if you want to give Raven some strong comfort, TB is one of them. And they also go into the Muerto that we've dodged for 2 series in a row here, Harry. So you do get that big popular support out, along with a big scaling carry for the side of Team Essence, if that is who they'd want to go with the TB. And I like that answer. Mind you, I don't like it as much picking TB into Doom, but it's also not too bad if you play your cards right here.
5 seconds remaining.
So one of the guys that kind of got me into competitive Dota, he played in Dota 1 days. Pretty much he's not very well known to any of the bigger audience. But anyways, when we used to play together, this is one thing that he mentioned. In that meta, there was Terrorblade, there was Doom, and there was Bane. And we were always discussing, like, should I ban the Doom? And he's like, no, if I can attack, I don't care if I'm going to die. I just want to be able to attack. Ban the Bane, because if he connects with me on the ulti, I cannot attack. So I always, from then onward, look at the Doom. Of course, the game has changed significantly since then, but look at the Doom as not as a big Terrorblade counter, and definitely something the Terrorblade players are fine playing against.
Yeah, it can still be comfy overall. Taking away at least his ability to sunder is pretty damn big, I would say. And that can kind of remove the bleeding edge that you can play a Terrorblade on. So it can make things a little bit more complicated, but there is still a game to play as a TB. I do like the answers from Mongols overall. Going into the Shaker now. So likely our Bob hero mid. Shaker into Tiny is a melee versus melee matchup, which doesn't feel too bad for Tiny. Not too bad for Shaker as well. Although the Avatos can be a little bit annoying if it does reach that point. The Gyrocopter is a more interesting pick from the Mongols. Picking it into Terrorblade Muerta doesn't feel great as a core. There is a possibility of just running this support. I'm not completely sold on that possibility, because the last time around, I mean, it did still occasionally get picked up in the old patch as support, even after the nerfs to his facets every single time. The core position for him, it's still alright as well with the secondary strikes on the call down. It can be some decent damage on a tight clump up on Team Essence if they're not careful, and can kind of take care of this Terrorblade issue for you, but it doesn't feel like you get max value from Flak overall, considering how high the armor on Terrorblade and Tiny can be just by virtue of their heroes. So I'm curious to see which way Mongols will lean for that Gyrocopter pickup, whether or not we last pick a support or a safe lane. Essence, tidying it up overall. With the TA pickup, there's some potential flex for the Terrorblade or the TA. You can look at a Mac mid TA, you can look at a safe lane TA for Raven, you can maybe opt for Terrorblade off lane coming out here for Cox, and just kind of run Tiny more to support. That there are some possibilities. Team Essence are keeping it relatively open, and trying to adjust to what the Mongols may want. Mind you, Mongols do have last pick overall, so it's not like Team Essence can really go through without showing their cards first.
And Bob Ryder is taken out, right? So we're not going to be seeing that. It's funny, we mentioned it here before. Of course, it is more of a position 4 hero nowadays, or a position 5. But you never know. If a Shaker is put on the position 4 role, we could see a Bob Ryder. That would be very fun.
Would be. It would make the. I think both lane matchups are pretty decent for the Battle Rider, if we had that possibility. So at least taking care of some issues down the line. I think that is one big thing for the Mongols. Like, just having a single target hold outside of this reliance on Doom would be good. Your team fight and control isn't bad anyhow, so I don't think it's the biggest threat in the world if you don't get something that just holds a hero down for a few seconds, like, say, the Bane, which I don't think that idea is something that the Mongols will look at, unfortunately enough. We will see. They do ban out the Marcy, so trying to remove some stronger combinations on hand. Of course, Marcy with all 4 facets does feel pretty cool. I think Marcy is the biggest benefactor of like some of the facet changes here, mainly because they're the most interesting synergies. Like
yeah, for sure.
I don't think any other hero has as cool synergies with their facets as Marcy does. Maybe you could argue like Earth Spirit, but they nerfed the heck out of a lot of his stuff, so not even a talking point considering the state of the hero overall. But Marcy is just cool, and I respect that the Mongols do ban it out. See the Dark Willow taken out, so again, expecting just safe lane Gyrocopter coming out here. And I'll go with a Shadow Shaman. So there's that annoying hold coming in, And that does mean that you are likely to just run probably TA safe, mid tiny, off lane Terrorblade coming out here for Essence, which does make a lot of sense. Like the TA into Shaker, you really don't mind this matchup as the TA too badly. Shaker has no easy ways of like ripping through Refraction. You're going to be able to cop through a few of the Slugger hits as well, cop through Enchant, and overall make it hellish for the Shaker, especially as you approach level 3, level 4. TA can start to pop off, even from level 2, with like, say, Refraction, Psyblade, or just Meld. Getting a couple of nice right clicks onto the Shaker can make that lane a lot more difficult to manage for Bob.
So let's you put the position 4 here, unless, as you mentioned, we're seeing a gyro there. How about the carry gyro generally in this game?
I think it's fine. I think with secondary strikes can be fine, but they just go into the DK now on the side of Mongols, so they could shift this Shaker into support, and yeah, we'll get the Bob DK, we'll stick with the OnQ gyro, and we will get ourselves likely just DJ Shaker with Castaway staying on that AA. I don't mind that. The mid matchup for DK up against TA is a little bit more manageable. You are fairly tanky, you don't care about meld strikes as much, so you can kind of play your game a little bit better. I will say, it does feel like Team Essence does have a lot of his early tempo lined up for themselves, right? Like there's a timing here where Cox, if he does manage to get that durability item in the offlane, he joins in again on that same mid-siege timing we tend to see from Terrorblade on one or offlane. Join in, pop Metamorphosis, take that objective, and then you've got this later timing from Raven when Desolator is up with Dragonlance at minimum, and you can also start to consider Roche, or at the very least Tormentors. So there's some really good tempo here from Essence, you know, like level 6 on Shaman to take objectives, blink timing on Mac to start to make some plays. You've got some good reach with Muerta and Shadow Shaman to help follow through as well from that tiny blink timing. Whereas for the Mongols, playmaking doesn't feel as straightforward, right? Like you have an off-lane Doom. Maybe every now and again he'll show up, Doom someone, go back to farming. You've got the Gyrocopter who will need build-up. Again, who could also consider a play at 6, just to play with, well, Afterburner. If he had secondary strikes, I would say there's a consideration for early team fights off the back of that incredible magic damage that Calldown will provide. Not so much the case. So my concern for the Mongols is it could be a little bit passive. Your supports don't have great direct connections unless Bob really pops off in his mid lane, which in this matchup, it's not a bad lane for DK, but it's also not, you know, it's not a lane where DK will just crush it, theoretically. There is still a lot of leeway for a TA to kind of weave in and out of that lane, try to hit level 3, get a couple of melds out, still manage the lane, and just kind of draw even at the very least.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. So, what is the plan for Mongols? Wait for level 6. Mostly wait for level 6 on the AA. Is that they can then just try a long laning stage until then?
I think the real key is, honestly, probably DK6 more than anything. I think if you have this foundation of the first Elder Dragon form and you can kind of collapse onto mid, force an issue on TA, you do again have some good reach for some stuns out, right? Like you've got the support Shaker, you can block off the mid. You've got the AA who can apply some presence out with a Vortex and the Cold Feet. That can make it really annoying for anyone to have to try to play into this DK6 timing. I think that's probably the easiest way to kind of get that done. We do have connection issues. PLDC, says Mac. This is why you switch ISPs, guys. You can't keep complaining about the same. I switched ISPs. I had enough of them.
Look at that.
You know? It's like, switch your ISP. Stop sticking to the one that sucks. Look for what's good in your area and stick to that. Because there's no point. They will never fix themselves, guys. There's no fixing them. Like
okay, so we had so listen, I have a story when provider fixed themselves and became the best one day by somebody. So now they're not as good, but anyways, so they always lagging, they was always breaking. It starts raining, their internet goes to crap, and they were the ones back a long time who got fiber because of that. And then they got fiber everywhere. Did everybody's download and upload the same? Back in the day, that was, I think even nowadays, you would need to want a specific package to get out from anybody else. and best ones. And as I mentioned later on, bought by a provider that I'm using right now, which is solid, but definitely not as good. So, you know, people do get better, John. You have to believe.
Country, so they're never going to get better. They have no incentive to get better. They just get their paycheck. When they're happy, they cash it in. You know, you just look for something else. That's my 2 cents. I do get your point though. If you're down to like this local carrier that care for their community, that eventually get access to new tech, yeah, these guys never do. I've lived for so long. You know how ancient I am, how crusty I am. They have not changed. You know what their fiber was? It was copper, not copper to the fiber like point. You still had copper in that last mile connection. It was awful. And they had the gall to advertise that as fiber. They still do. They still call that fiber. It's terrible. Don't fall for their lies.
Anyways, Mongols are in a smoke. Bob will be getting a ward out. Not going to be spotted by that one. So that is going to be a nice ward for him. Scouting out the runes. Scouting out potential rotations from the top lane. You know, you mentioned the DKTA matchup, but it's actually going to be a DK versus a Tiny, which actually does do well for the DK, apart from the potential to get tossed back. But generally, a 0 armor hero versus a corrosive Dragonite is going to have an issue.
Yeah, should be relatively fine. And again, should be somewhat manageable for Mac overall. Unless Bob just completely oversteps, which, you know, talking about Bob being an explosive player, sometimes he can feel himself in lane. For the most part, he doesn't, unless he has very good reason to feel himself, so I don't expect him to make any major mistakes. We shall see. Should be able to hold this lane overall. Down bot, you're seeing a decent enough block. Lots of creeps already under tower from the side of the Mongols, so you're going to have it nicely shoved out here for Raven to manage. And this is probably the slower lane for the Mongols, right? Like, you've got a Shaker support. It really doesn't do much in terms of trying to play around with JG either. At least until maybe level 2, level 3 really is when it starts to be a little bit comfier. You might have to just sit back, try to soak up here on JG just a little bit more. At the least every single time. You know, Raven isn't the longest range hero without the side blades up. So you can kind of poke back with the Infernal Blade, but it should be relatively smooth sailing for Raven. Like, there isn't much presence here from JG and DJ until levels do start to pour in, and that can be a slower process. There is some decent camp access at the least. You can get yourself a nifty Purge creep or a Mana Burn creep down the line. That can help manage that lane a little bit better. Let's see if that access is provided for, as they do manage to get pull off in this lane.
We're gonna be looking at the top lane a bit. This is a dangerous one. I'd say for both of the sides. Dareblade and Muerta have kill potential most definitely onto the AA, maybe even onto the Gyro, and then Gyro AA. Imagine the amount of damage that these two can do together. And if you're not careful as a Dareblade, you might have a lot of armor, but your HP kind of sucks, so they can take you out. So how do you reckon that this lane is gonna end? Who's gonna come out on top?
I feel like this is a lot easier for the side of the Mongols, as you can see. Just get the Rocket Barrage going, get a little bit of Ice Vortex, and just like that, that HP issue for
and a bonus
show up. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah. Bye-bye. And look at that wave underneath the tower. This is gonna be a big deal, especially because one of the range creeps just got denied. It's gonna be another creep as well. Maybe even a full-on wave. Say goodbye to that.
That's a lot of EXP that's just going to keep hurting here. Going to lead to a slightly faster level 3 for OnQ, level 2 Rocket Barrage. Again, that basic combination. Ice Vortex down, Rocket Barrage on top. You've got the Bone Chill facet as well, so less strength, more squishy, more kills. That's in the lineup here for the Mongols. And again, they get themselves some nice Lotus control on top of everything else. It's not going to be smooth sailing for the side of Essence. Again, the threat back with Reflection and Meta is great whenever Meta's up, but when it's down, you're a sitting duck here for Cox. You have to watch yourself. Only so much IHEAD can do to dissuade them from jumping you here.
Meanwhile, mid lane, a bit of a currently advantage for a Dragonite. Not too much. Okay, that is a mistake from Mac. He's gonna be taking a lot of a beating there from the tower, and With 0 armor, you really don't want to be stunned underneath the tower. So a bit of a mistake, but still kind of fine.
Yep. Balancing the lane fine enough as we do get a pause from Mac. Hopefully sorted out soon enough. No one's disconnected, so, you know, no need to rant about the ISPs this time. Get the go-ahead. Good old Mac. There, I will be honest. I have a friend who does stay in like the same city as Mac does, and they are playing remotely. The connection there is absolutely terrible. I do not know why. It's been consistently bad every time, especially around
Old
this time. It can be
cables.
like hit or miss.
Probably old cables that tends to happen. Hopefully,
Man.
because you said that they're a rich company, they will change them.
Oh yeah, they will. for our children, for our grandchildren down the line there. That's how soon it will be, I'm sure. But it is.
Ancient, that's gonna be fairly soon. As Cox gets pushed back there, Castaway standing his ground. MQ needs to be a bit careful about going forward. I mean, this Terrorblade is no joke when it comes to damage output.
Yeah, he really does need to respect that metamorphosis whenever it's up. It is on cooldown now, so if you can maybe make another connection with Castaway, just drop Ice Vortex, get a single chilling touch off, get that Cone Chill going, Rocket Barrage him down. Can still be a simple process for OnQ, especially since he does have the boots up to keep that chase down going. Have to be very well aware on Cox that there's some good damage to fly in. They do manage to get some decent pulls out as well to hold this lane back a little bit more. That can just give a little bit more for OnQ to play with at the least in terms of clearing out. Overall, with the 2 kills under the belt of the Mongols, it is looking pretty sharp. The lanes are all looking pretty damn good as well. JG kind of drawing even with Raven, which is the ideal here for the Doom, as you are just going to be out farming anyhow with Devour now up and running. You are getting very stable time for OnQ with all those kills and some really great lane management coming out from Castaway. The blocks just constantly getting de-warded off. And again, you've got that stable mid foundation for Bob, who is slowly set to approach at level 6. We'll have that for his dragon form. You can start to consider the threat onto the objective or the threat for a kill. There are some good wards to watch in deep rotation, say from the Shaker, from the bot. Oh, pop out.
Castaway, just enough damage, but this just means that OnQ can go forward. There's gonna be 1 kill Cox. I don't know if he does have enough moves to get away. There will be a stun from the centaur. Now he can only hope that he survives, and he will. Goes for a TP out. Very nice recognition of what he needs to do. But however, again, does mean that OnQ will be all alone in this lane.
Oh, on mid, Mac.
Blood Grenade connected. They're getting the body blocks. He's gonna have an avalanche in a second, so that's gonna make an opening for them. I mean, beautiful dead shot onto the both of them. And with the shackles, Castaway, what are you gonna do to stop this? He did use the cold feet onto Mac, who doesn't care, just gets another toss, and that attempt on Mac's life propels his game to a beautiful position to be in.
Yeah, equalizes the game entirely. And they didn't quite have any mana on Bob, so couldn't really spam out the spells the way he'd want to try to drop that Tiny down. And the punishment is pretty damn clean from the side of Essence. That kind of boils down to having Aya die too, right? Like he's in position to just TP onto mid, fully reset, the timing lines up there for the side of Essence, and it all pays off. So,
JG, OnQ with his rotation is looking to get a revenge. Vanya might die first round with the shackles and will die either way. Now Raven is next in the mid. That was a beautiful vision from DJ coming out just in time. No melt, but he does have the refractions that you go through immediately. But now rotation from Mac. One more slap. Raven is somehow still alive, and he will go for the melt, which will allow him to live. With the melt strike, he's the one who brings down DJ, and OnQ, he is happy to be alive.
that he is not so happy to miss out on this kill onto Raven, trying to slow down this TA just a tad bit. And you can see some of the shortcomings of just not having a high-powered enchant. The fissure is nice, having a little bit more uptime on it is pretty great, but you don't have that output to really melt heroes with a rotation out. And Raven just living through is a huge boon. Again, we were talking about the timings coming out in this TA. Already has the power treads. It's, you know, it's not the quickest TA game we've seen in the world, but the timing into the Dragonlance, eventually into that Deso, is lining up for smooth sailing here, allowing the side of Essence to kind of consider these power spikes into, say, first Tormentor, into maybe a team fight into Roshan as well. And that is the key point of that TA. It's very high tempo, and so far, you haven't really stopped that from JG. He does have his Doom ready. He can get the connection out. Although
That is a nice fissure. Ponyo has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Maybe hope that he can walk into the Roche Pit and deny himself. Let's see if that's gonna work. Oh, he dodged him! And the Roche Bash! No way! No freaking way! Bob gets outplayed insanely well there also. Beautiful dead shot. Essence, they've started playing out of their minds here. Just one opening was made and now they're just running down Mongols over and over again. Castaway will be next in the menu with the meta going strong. He's most definitely gonna die. Another beautiful dead shot, and that is a level 6 Muerta before 9 minutes of the game.
it's a crazy progression coming out from Essence. And for the side of the Mongols, just a little bit scattered, right? Like Bob walks into the Roche Pit, right-clicks Roshan instead of instantly dipping up and he doesn't see anything. And just missing that opportunity, which again provides these openings for Essence to play elsewhere, is a pretty massive mistake. It's 7-4, less than 1k lead for Essence, so it's not the end of the world, but that tempo is kicking into gear here for Essence. They're starting to pull ahead on Raven. Cox is a well past recovery, still looking for more. Castaway again.
That's not something you should allow yourself to happen. He came there because he's hoping to get there at level 6, but now dying twice, it's going to be a long time before he can get the experience needed.
That's just going to hold him back. That Ice Blast is fundamental in finding some openings. He does have Doom ready on JG. This defense is shaping up. No meta to worry about on Cox. Inside of Essence will at least play it safe with no mana as well on Mac, although he does have the Soul Ring and the shovel to dig up some water for his bottle. You get the pause out again, as Cox is still experiencing intermittent internet, but it hasn't held him back from this gameplay whatsoever in Essence. And again, there were questions as to how well they could fit Raven in, how well could he adjust to their playstyle. It doesn't seem like there are any issues. They managed to save Raven, give him the space he needs to farm, Dragonlance up, even has himself a nice tasty Orb of Destruction, into the Desolator timing, which shouldn't be too far off considering there's no one to contest him in lane. And you've got a lot of timing issues to worry about inside of Mongols. Right? Like, this Blink Dagger for DJ, miles away. You're not going to be farming that fast, with Fissure being prioritized, of course, over Enchant Totem. So clearing out camps, clearing out creep waves, not going to be as quick for the Shaker. That level 6 on Castaway, eventually he'll find it. And maybe at that point you can start to play with the Ice Blast setup, try to play off the back of Bob, who's still working into his own first major item with the Blink. Again, just lagging a little bit behind considering all of these missed opportunities and these pickoffs that the side of Essence have been finding for themselves. Once something like the pipe comes out for Cox, I worry that you might not have enough to kill off these heroes any longer. Like, unless you commit the Doom out.
Oh, now Essence are having that internet problem. And that is a bummer, right? 'Cause, already one of your players is missing, and right now you're not going to be able to change somebody mid save. It's coming. We're not gonna give our time. Okay. I have a question. How do you feel about your countrymen invading the Mongols and now they're not being a single Mongolian player on this team?
You know who warned us about that? A wise man named 23 Savage warned us about this years ago. Years ago. It happened before. I mean, to be fair, I don't know. I don't know how they ended up with a stack. And the Mongols play out of Malaysia as well, so I have no clue. All I know is there was no drama. I think the team just really formed up this way. And, you know, it was much... It's not like the old days when Mr. 23 Savage had some choice words to say. Those were the times. Who DC'd? Mac.
What?
Who?
Okay, he's back. Discord.
Discord.
Okay. It's Discord. It's not a disconnect. We don't know how to read these shorts coming up from them, but hopefully they're gonna be fixing it up fairly soon. We do have time to talk a little bit about the current state of the game and how it's gonna be developing in the next 10 minutes. Do you think that this advantage that Essence have gotten is something that should be able to ride for the next couple of engagements, or is it such a small amount that it's gonna be pretty much irrelevant.
I think the amount itself is irrelevant. What is more important is what exactly is flying out. Again, like the pipe for Cox is being formed up. That's going to mitigate a lot of the early magic damage you're reliant on from, you know, from your AA, from your gyrocopter, even to an extent from your shaker. It's not going to be as effective. And that should simplify the engagements for Essence in a nice way. You also have some decent spikes coming in. Level 6 for Ponyo's a little bit further away, so the Serpent Warriors aren't quite online to pressure onto the towers. But as long as you've got Metamorphosis on Cox, you can get that pressure done anyhow. Nice and quick here with a Terrorblade. And again, you've managed to buy this insane amount of space out for Raven. Like, no one's contesting him down bot. No one's bothering to try to poke onto the TA, especially not while that tier 1 bot is standing. You're forced to just kind of farm around the map right now on the side of the Mongols, leaving bot alone. Your own timings on the Mongols are just a lot slower. Blink timing for Bob is still a good 900 gold away. Blink timing for DJ is a pipe dream at this point with 1.7k gold to go. Like these same tempo items just aren't present yet for the Mongols. And again, that's despite the net worth lead just being 1k. And net worth wise, you're kind of balanced out, but timing wise, it's lining up a lot better for Essence anyhow.
Well, that is currently still a pause. Still Discord having issues. Maybe it is the new Discord and their change to the UI that is creating a problem for them. So they're not sure how to deal with it. But already, John, we are in this series. 52 minutes basically have passed since the scheduled time for the series, and we're only 10 minutes into the first game. So let's go long series. That's what we're here for. Maybe not this way, but still, long series is fun.
That it is. I do believe I have the solution for Mac. Unignore Cox. I'm sure you all must have all ignored him. Right-click ignore or right-click mute user. Just make sure you don't mute him. Just a quick heads up. Discord is not that bad a piece of software that you end up with these. I never understand these Discord issues. I don't think I've ever had a Discord issue outside of the servers actually dying. You know, when Discord just fails to RTC connect, you get that error. That's the only time Discord fails. And that's a universal failure. You know, it's not like only one user will have an RTC error. No, that's the entire Cloudflare DNS issue, normally. So I just never understand Discord issue. Probably a routing thing. I think that can be like a specific thing.
This is probably the first time that you're experiencing a real Discord issue. Usually when a player says, guys, problem Discord, it just means that they have to go to the bathroom, but they don't want to say that they didn't do everything that was needed before the game, so they don't want to get scolded by the TOs or by their opponents, and then they just say Discord because it's the easiest one to use as an excuse.
That it is. It's the easiest scapegoat. That and mouse are the best ones. Mouse, headset are the most common. It's like, brother, if you have a wireless thing, you should have charged it. You know, be responsible. But I guess that's asking too much from our players, as I have experienced firsthand with my adventures with Skem. That would be a very good sitcom. My adventures with Skemberloo. An outstanding time. I can't believe they have 1 minute left.
Has
of
1
pause.
minute left of pause.
How do they have a minute of pause? That is insane.
You mean how did they have that much, or how did they have that little?
How do they have that much at this point? Goodness gracious me. There we go, please.
This is not good though, that they pretty much have no pause time left, right? If there is a actual emergency once again, and it seems that the gods of Dota are targeting them, it's gonna be problematic.
That it would be, but it's something for future them and future us to contend with when that time is up. But anyways, we've discussed the game state a little bit too frequently now. They are setting up for a little bit of a shove top, using call down to clear out these illusions and creeps, at least on OMQ to slow things down, but top tier 1 tower down to 294 HP. The rest of Essence looking for a smoke flank into top lane again, where we just saw Castaway die twice over. This time maybe can get themselves a juicy gyrocopter with a metal
Run,
bits intact.
Gyro. Run, MQ. He should be fine. They've missed him. They missed him. They didn't place no wards there to see him. So in the end, this smoke is just going to be giving them a tower and nothing more than that.
A bit of a missed opportunity, but it is always awkward to have to run up into the upper river on this area of the map, so it's understandable. Same thing kind of goes bot, although it feels less awkward bot for whatever reason whenever you rotate in there. I don't know, there's something about that spot that just feels easier to control than it probably is. Game state still holding steady. The pipe for Cox not too far off now. And again, that timing's just gonna make it kind of hellish for the side of Mongols to look to play their game. They're all just farming. Now, DJ's farming into that blink. You're farming on JG down bot, at least taking a lane for himself. So there's some steady build up into the Shiva's Rush, into Radiance, which is going to be high value if you can get that timing. Drums are up on our Doom along with that blink for Bob at least. So you do have some initiation lined up here on the Mongols end. They just kind of need to work that out. Smoke out for DJ and Bob. Getting a jump on Cox pre-pipe could be quite big here.
Let's see if they can do it. That Blink Dagger is going to be coming in handy. They have the Echo as well. Level 1 in Aftershock. Is that going to be enough? 2-1 stun. A blast. 9 game. Bob stuns. Goodbye, Cox. They're going to be finishing him off. MQ gets the kill. And A blast in the end. It seems like it wasn't even needed. But they're just to secure it.
Cox takes it all. That's a lot to throw out for that one kill. But again, it's a pivotal kill. It's stalling out this pipe timing just a little bit longer. Still lacking the recipe at least. They do have that level 6 up on Ponyo. Steady siege now beginning, although catching one out.
He does have the Regen Rune, which versus Doom isn't going to help you too much. He's going to have to save it for another day. Pretty weird positioning coming out from Matt. Not really sure what he was doing there, but maybe the long pause just inflicting some pain onto Essence, and they lost their focus.
There's a little bit of mental damage every single time you pause that long. Is to be expected. That should wake Mac right up. That does even the game out just a tad bit for the Mongols. You know, getting some good value out from first Doom, killing a big tempo setter overall. For the side of Essence, and even if you lose those heroes, losing Terrorblade, losing the Tiny, again, Raven has the freest game of his life. And he is going to get that Desolator in 1,000 gold. He's going to have that timing. You can consider making a play, either a quick little team fight or a skirmish over the Tormentor. Not going to be too shabby here whatsoever for the side of Essence with that Desolator up and running. And for the side of the Mongols, it's still somewhat recovery time. Although, to be fair, DJ's Blink not too far off at this point. Just about 400 gold away. So more Blink initiation starting to ramp up here.
That is going to be a very good timing for him. You don't really see that. Arcane Boots into a Blink is going to be around 15 minutes. That is awesome for a support shaker. I mean, it is DJ. This is kind of his forte, but still. Being very close to it. However, Essence are getting very close to this Dragon Knight. Let's see what Mac is going to be able to do. He uses the industry. Spin him out. It's going to be the Blink. Toss into spot, and they will use the drums. Beautiful fissure to separate the fight. Dogs popping his metamorphosis, and the Mongols, despite everything, still need to run away, even though they've separated the enemies away from each other. Immediately, a blast will be waiting for him. They have a pipe to protect themselves. Avalanche on the two of them, and also the serpent towards Ponyo in a very cool position, not to allow anybody to help. That's going to be a lot of damage into Mac, not enough to die. Cox will be using his Thunder just in case. DJ hit by the dead shot. Disconnect on AMQ. These double dead shots from Ayad have been amazing.
They have been a little bit unfortunate with that separation on the Fissure as well from DJ, cutting Bob off from trying to get out. If he was on the other side of the Fissure with the rest of the enemy team on the other end, getting blocked off, might have been able to get away. Still, the timing not quite right for Mongols to take that fight. You get the Blink up now on DJ. This is the time when you'd want to make that same play. This is the time you want to funnel them down, and you miss out on that opportunity as the Tormentor opens up for Essence, again, off the back of not even the full Desolator being on Raven, just having that team fight win, knowing that you can secure the area. You managed to take it out as it spawns. A freebie shard out now for Ponyo means you get good old foul play back up. Why? I hate that. Seriously,
Well,
please. Take care. Please, for me.
no, it's gonna be a strong one. So, we'll see. We'll see if they're still gonna be able to find out who the real chicken is. Gonna be finding an A. The vision a little bit too late. That shot connecting on just one shot from Raven. Now Doom has been caught as well. That Muerta calling going through him over and over again. If he came out of the shackles, he'd still be silenced and not able to do anything, as Mac is gonna be chasing for more essence. They finally found their stride yet again.
They have. They are playing as a team so damn cleanly. It almost doesn't feel like they've got a substitute in Raven. And already, instantly as he picks up the Deso, 4 charges up. More damage to play with here with the TA. Keeping that run and gun going, knowing that the rest of the Mongols still need to farm. Again, their timings are nice with double blinks, but doesn't feel like it's nearly enough. Bob?
Athos calling, getting himself away. They will not be getting the toss back, so Bob should be fine. It's still so much pressure from Essence.
Just making it as painful as possible for the Mongols right now. 4K behind with this kind of lineup. The lineup that just wants to kind of keep building up. You've got DK Gyrocopter who just wants farm. Even the Doom kind of just wants farm.
That Doom is going to be called Visceral. Awesomely used. And Echo Slam as well. DJ has found an opening. That is going to be a dead Ponyo. And let's see if anybody else will be dying. Nice usage of the Thunder Fox once again. Saving his buddy. MQ going up the high ground. And there's the minus armor. Raven has found his opening. The dead shot off the mark. MQ still pretty strong. Bob, he's going to be finding the Terror Blade. He did save his buddy, but at the cost of his own life. Raven needs to get away as fast as possible without the blink. It's not going to be that easy. Nice blink avalanche from Mac. Just cover for Raven, and these traps should generally be okay, but Mongols, they're relentlessly chasing. Beautiful fissure, be connecting onto Ayed. Goes for the calling. It is going to be enough to dissuade the chase. Maybe on some of them, but not on Bob. This guy is relentless.
Yes, that's the kind of cleanup you want after a bit of wonky fights out for the Mongols. They managed to line things up their way. And what looked like a bit of an awkward position for JG again kind of sets up. This Doom, not the easiest here to kill off. The bonus armor he's getting with the toughness just enough to bulk him up, even though there is quite a significant amount of magic damage coming in there as well. And now you're at the point where, again, the game's just equalizing just a tad bit more for the side of the Mongols. You check our graphs here, it's a 50-50% win chance for the Mongols and for Essence, considering all of that back and forth. And you are reaching some key spikes, right? Like the Ags is up on Almq, could go for a BKB, could go for an SNY, just with this Naked Ogre axe on hand as they will clean up DJ at least. Nice little punishment out from Hawks as DJ's venturing around the bot jungle. Oh, Almq.
Dead Mac, gonna be going for Almq, gonna get tossed back. That is a dead Gyro. The only question is who's gonna be getting the kill. It will be the dead shot from Ayad that finishes him off. Mac has been on point with the grabs with the Tiny. It's hella impressive how he's playing this game.
It is. It's been very, very much the aggressor that you'd want to see here from Mid-Tiny. Ever since he picked up that blink, he's just been non-stop going around. They're trying to leverage now this quick timing from Raven into the Roche. There you go. Double meld, even the wards drop to make short work of Roshan. No real counterplay option for the side of Mongols. They are kicking with Bob. They should know something's up. The Ice Blast does connect, slowing this progress down. Could be awkward if you slip this Aegis back into Mongols' hands here.
See, using that Ice Vortex into the pit just to see what's going on. There's the smoke coming out from Essence. Both of the teams smoked up here. We're not in it at the moment, so it might be the first point of contact, which I'm not sure that you want to happen. Now in the smoke as well. That's break. JG caught. Falling onto him. It's gonna be a toss and avalanche, dropping him low, not enough to kill him. Bob goes in, gets hexed up immediately. Ponyo in a good position to defend Mac. Missile coming in, and they will be blocking out Ponyo. He needs some help. He needs somebody to throw him up to the high ground. That's gonna be a nice dragon tail. Ponyo will die to the flak cannon. I'll play this time around. Not gonna be saving his life.
Great blocks again from DJ. Very consistent with Vicious. Go for more.
Not done. A-Blast will connect. Cox, he does have the Sunder if need be, and he will need to use it onto Mac if he wants him to survive. Bob, his BKB is gone, and in the end, that is not something that Mongols were looking for.
Certainly not. They did manage to, again, hold back on Roshan. Rosh is making his way across the river. They are blocking him off for whatever reason. DJ just trying to slow Rosh down as much as possible for a few resets here and there. They do still have Doom ready on JG if they'd want to go make a play. Dragon form is fading from Bob, so you're not going to be as confident coming in there. On the side of Essence, are slowly starting to take control down bot now for this kind of opening. Should have enough time now to just do Roshan. Again, they do have certain boards back up as well.
Maybe a bit unnecessary there, especially because they did have good vision around the pit. I guess better safe the approach.
Yep. Better safe than sorry for sure, with so much on the line. Having that smooth ride into upper bracket finals is certainly what you'd want to see for a team like Essence. 13-10, side of the Mongols. Just, again, forced to kind of wait out and keep this farm game going. Waiting for the BKB on AlmQ. Bob already has his, of course, and the Shivas to eventually come in here from JG. I would say the Radiant, if he went just straight for Radiance, bypassing the Shivas first, I wouldn't mind at all. I think that mischance can provide a lot of durability when you're playing up against a TV, up against a TA, even to an extent the Tiny as well. And that Radiance can do some heavy lifting here and providing a little bit of a buffer zone in terms of HP for the side of the Mongols. The issue is just the time you need to farm. Again, it does feel like a lot of heroes just kind of need to play that farm game out. So you're standing back, being a little bit more passive, surrendering space out to the side of Essence, who have kept this pressure going. Right, like you're still constantly shoving up top with Cox, getting the illusions out, and getting some slow and steady poke, keeping waves shoved in their favor. Side of Mongols trying to do the same down bot, at least with Bob. But they have the commitment to just clear an objective here, and the Mongols just aren't ready for full defense. They'll force out the 40 at the very least, but the no heroes coming in. Raven, with all the time in this Aegis, there's just no stopping the side of Essence right now to find these small objective wins.
Well, Raven is going to be focusing on that tower. He does have enough range to go for it with the full Hurricane Pike, and that tier 2 will fall the first tier 2 of the game. Interesting enough, Mongols have only taken down one tower. They're a Dragon Knight lineup who went for the Corrosive Dragon and hasn't been able to drop down more than one tower. That is a bummer. And is that something that's going to haunt them, John, or is it okay-ish for them in the continuation of the game?
It's still okay. You still have decent enough reach into that top point to farm up anyway. You are playing across the map. As long as you maintain control in this bot jungle in equal amounts, you're still kind of getting the same farm out, so you're not losing out too much in terms of tempo and farm pace at the least. You do manage to hit some good itemization starting to line up now. BKB up for AlmQ, so he's going to be a lot more confident to take these team fights forward. A little bit of smoke out from Essence though. And again, considering that they have so much time in the Aegis, they just kind of want to keep running and gunning. Try to see if they can force a fight into another tier 2. On the side of Mongols, just playing very defensive. Not willing to meet up, not willing to go into that zone of control that Essence has established for themselves, which is a smart play. It doesn't feel great. You're still lagging behind in gold, but you're not bleeding out any more than you have to. The siege from Essence with wards does not take too long anyhow, and they do blow through their last refreshed fortify here onto the tier 2, so not going to be too tough for Raven to just eat through another objective. 2 towers already with the first Aegis, and feel nice and clean here. Oh, Mac?
They found Castaway. That is a very dead AA. The only question is who's going for the Shadow Shaman is rotating. You're gonna have the Hex and a couple more hits. Ponyo with the Aethershock takes him down. DJ, Fissure, fall up there with the Shard, and then just TP away. Get out of there as fast as possible.
I mean, all things considered, just losing your AA, not the worst thing in the world. Losing all of this map control is starting to be a pain point for the side of Mongols. And again, look at Essence and how they're warding so aggressively across the map. They've got vision in the triangle. They've got a hell lot of sentries to just kind of keep themselves safe. They're keeping their Roche ward is fading, but they have pretty damn strong control of the map. They've got the traps on top of all of that as well, keeping consistent vision as to where the side of Mongols may want to play or may want to try to set up their smokes. And all you can do in Mongols is just play farm. And JG is going for the Shivas first. About 100 gold away from the recipe, so that timing is at least lining up. But it just feels like you're ceding a bit too much ground out to the side of Essence. Aegis only has half a minute left at the very least, so you don't need to worry about that too much. But they did get value out. And that's 2 objectives. That's a couple of support kills, panning out off that Aegis already. But Qualifiers smoking the Mongols, so.
And there's the toss back. Hex while he's flying in with the shackle. Nobody to save him. Bob is going to be getting close. That gyro is already dead. Now Bob is going to try to finish off Anya, which is not going to happen. His BKB also running low. This is probably going to give an opportunity for Mac to re-engage. AG not needed for him, but will use the avalanche just the same. Cox gets a double. And this could turn into a high ground push. They might not have the Aegis any longer, but they can still knock on your door. And really, there's no glyph.
No, there's nothing to be worried about here. Again, they pop their only port fight left after it got refreshed.
Bob, what is he doing? He might get tossed back if he continues showing like this. They don't care. They just want the tier 3, possibly the Raxes as well.
I like that. I feel like Bob's trying to bait out just a tad bit. There's the Ice Blast ready. There's the Slam ready on DJ. He wants him to kind of clump up into his position. They'll be satisfied here on Essence just to take the tier 3. A little bit of a poke on the range Rax at the very least. Melee Rax can eventually heal up. So not too much to worry about there, but Essence in control of this game. 16 to 10, 7k lead up. Again, the Mongols, all they can do is just try to farm and hope for the best. Shiva's up on JG is a pretty good launching point. You would want, say, the Blink BKB rather than the Radiance first at this point. The Radiance probably just a bonus item if you can even find it. Or find the farm for it. Another Tormentor going the way of Essence now as well. But again, no contestation, no control coming out here from the side of the Mongols. Free shard up for Ahiad. And that Spell Amp's going to feel pretty damn good, especially as more Pierce the Veil kills start to pour in, or assists start to pour in. That stacking damage is going to make this Deadshot feel pretty damn painful, especially with that full Ags up and going into the Gleipnir. Mongols trying to make a play outside once more. A little bit of a smoke out. Again, Vision's just somewhat lacking. At the very least, they don't smoke under any sort of vision from Essence's end, but they've got to find a way to make these fights work out.
It's not going to be easy. They know roughly where their opponents are at, but they're gonna be losing the shrine before they get into this engagement, and you are going into a team that is almost 10k gold ahead, and in a position into a high ground. Doom goes in, gets hexed up immediately. He's not going to be using any spells, even with the Fissure. That's not enough to defend him. Bob is also surrounded by opponents. At least he'll get a BKB TP away, but what is AMQ to do? He might have to do the same. Wherever he runs, he's going to get caught. There's the slows, the Deadshot was used as well. That is BKB gone, Castaway next from the menu. Mac will find the toss just before Raven finds the damage and pretty much just 2 hits. And of course, Earthshaker, when a Shadow Shaman finds you, you just die. You know that the lockdown is going to be lasting more than long enough to take you down.
Just, again, an awkward angle out from the side of the Mongols. Essence clumped up, take that high ground position. No forward vision out from Mongols to try to scout them out. Just like that, it falls apart. You got some openings out for Essence to try to shove the objectives. You do not have the wards, however, so it can be a little bit slower to pierce through. But you are getting freebies on the map now inside of Team Essence, and inside of the Mongols. I don't know how you pull off this defense. You do have Slam, you do have Doom. You really need that BKB on JG. Without that, it just feels like whenever you jump in, the calling, the silence, the rates are there. You're just not able to really achieve what you want to set for your team. And again, with the power of the Terrorblade, just slow, steady chipping away with the Conjure Images. It doesn't take that much commitment to really look for some of these softer barracks, some of these softer objectives. A 13k lead manifesting itself for the side of Team Essence as Mongols still need to find a way to make this game work their way somehow. Still need to find that initiation, and it's JG without a BKB. It's just down to that, it feels like. He needs that BKB. If there's no Doom, then it just feels like there's no fight whatsoever here.
Or just make sure that the Dragonite is the first one that's jumping in with the BKB and giving info. And then wait a little bit with the Doom, not be just the first point of contact. Mac running forward, Bob using the Dragonite. He's trying to connect, and there's the Doom. Now connecting all the time. He does have the BKB if he wants to use it, but first there's going to be a summon. Now with the BKB, he's going to do his best to run away and should be successful doing so. Bob goes forward with the Doom. Is being annoyed by the illusion, and there will be the one to fall. Foul play, wanting to live a little bit longer, not for too long. A full fissure there, gonna be connecting onto the TA, but with the Hurricane Pike, he's fine. Doesn't want to pop his BKB, might have to because of that homing missile. Tiny thinking about re-engaging. No more Doom, but the A-Blast pretty much does the same. Bob kills him before it even does connect, and that is going to be another one. So an opportunity for Mongols to go for more. Nice dead shot to stop any kind of chase there.
And it all goes back to what you said. Just have Bob jump in first, give the info. Maybe a little bit of a cleaner target as well. Mac exposed by himself with no saves around him, or at least close enough to buy some time, get some silences off. And that does provide the window that the Mongols need. Trying to get this game swing back their way just a tad bit. They find a mid-tier one. Not the big mean objective you'd want. They have an opportunity for Roshan here. And they do have the slam ready on DJ for a counterfight. They might be willing to actually just give Roche control away and hope for a counterfight action instead. Let's see if that's something that the side of Essence will feel antsy about taking ASAP. We do have Raven slowly scaling up even further. Has the Crystallis up and running into that full Daedalus next when the farm does eventually find its way into his purse. And again, Roche going to be the big objective. Looking to scout around first. Yet?
They're looking towards the Shaker. Nice dead shot to push him back a bit, but no follow-up. So without that, the Shaker is apparently going to be fine. He's still in this game, but Roche is a big objective that you don't want to do away.
Only Raven in the pit, so it's really awkward for DJ to hope for a big slam play here.
Ice Vortex inside of it as well. You have to be careful sending it there. Gonna be an invis, or actually that's a smoke, but Illusion's obviously able to break it. Mag does. Roche very, very low, but Mongols, they see exactly what's going on because of the Ice Vortex. They might be able to just themselves in even. Eating for an opportunity inside of it. Mac is going to get some of that. It's a big initiator. It's the BKB for Bob. They want to stun. Will try to fight himself away, and with the pipe will be more than capable of surviving this.
Not enough damage just yet in Bob. The Roche is still slowly being chipped down. Unfortunate that the sentry is just outside of that Roche pit lip. Still?
Going in with the Doom, gets the stun off, he wants to get the and he will be able to do it. This is a huge one, especially because now he doesn't care that he doesn't have the BKB because he has two lives to play with. The A-Blast is going to be going towards Raven. It should be clipping him. No, he gets the blink away just in time. They've only lost the supports. Essence, if they go out of this fight this way, it's actually going to be ending better than they would have expected, but in the end, Raven will fall. Mongols have found an opening, and now they're going to be turning this game on its head.
That is insane that JG managed to get that done. Blinks in, gets the War Stomp off, gets hexed up, but still manages to walk. They didn't instantly shackle him. If they just held back, they would have gotten Aegis out onto Raven. That fight would not have ended as badly as it did right then and there. But Mongols managed to claw their way back in. They are still at a 4K deficit, but taking this Roshan away from Essence does keep them away from the high ground, keep the threat of the full super creeps on mid lane to just appear. Only the range creep is still manageable enough here. And again, to equalize just a tad bit. 2K lead remaining for Essence. Not huge by any means whatsoever. You are getting that scaling kicking in on the side of the Mongols as well. Full Butterfly already up on Anku, going for the Satanic next. You've got Bob, who's been sitting on his durability with the AC, is lacking a little bit of damage. So does need some sort of steroid to boost that up. We'll go for the Hurricane Pike first to try to get some gap. Some distancing out for himself, prevent being kited around in the middle of these fights. But you are seeing some of that bite left in the Mongols. Essence are still in the advantage. There's no mistaking that. Again, range super creep on mid. No outer towers left for the Mongols, but if they keep finding pickoffs like this, you could be in trouble.
The momentum is gone though, right? And that is a TA lineup. TA lineups usually, second Roche is when you should be overtaking the game, not where you should be losing the game. Fortunately for them, they just weren't expecting the Doom to be that on point with his jump.
A little bit of a smoke out here. This time they're on the low ground.
Where Amku is at, that jump connects, toss as well. Amku dropping low. Fissure, perfect, onto multiple heroes, actually onto all of them, just stops. This attempt onto Amku's life, he will survive only because DJ is pretty much playing this game out of his mind.
And he is. And perfect blockage point. The same choke point where the team fight failed for the Mongols is the exact same spot where Essence forces out that movement. And it's just not ideal when you are in the low ground, not having that info out. Don't manage to catch out Bob as well. Quick reflexes on blink away from the Ava. And they are playing the stall game out. Mind you, having Aegis on JG might not be the ideal, but it does still allow him to maybe be the initiator for the team, relieving that duty from Bob, having 2 lives to play with. They have to kind of find that angle once more. They need to be able to find a backline, or just kind of take care of these squishy heroes first. Get good Ice Blast going for yourself somehow, if that is possible. And onto more than one target, which we haven't really seen from Castaway. It's been a little bit of a harder game for him to kind of get that all connected together by himself. Again, despite losing a little bit of that tempo here on the side of Essence, they are still keeping creep waves under control. Like, even top lane, like, the fact that this top tier 1 still standing is a big pressure point for the side of Mongols. You'd want to clear it out. You want to have some threat cross the map to ensure someone has to respond to a creep wave being shoved in. No such threat, really, with tier 2 standing and with a tier 1 standing top, overstaying its welcome for the side of the Mongols here.
Things are still looking okay for Essence, just because they're controlling the majority of the map. And I don't know how long that is going to last, right? Because did the other side buy a gem? Yeah, they have one in Castaway for quite some time. So I assume once they take care of these traps, finally Mongols are going to be able to come out a bit more on the map.
They ought to be. 37 minutes in, 19 to 15 with a 2k lead still hanging on Essence. And again, with these items creeping closer, like if once OMQ gets a Satanic, that burst play that they tried to make happen onto that high ground, suddenly becomes a turnaround opportunity for the Gyrocopter. Stand his ground, pop Satanic, wins out. Yet smoke does break.
And that is a very difficult. He has no way of getting out of that one. Castaway snipes him with a nice blast. Meanwhile, tier 3 will be taking a decent amount of damage. So this is one thing that Mongols always have to think about. How to protect our base. And it's not going to be easy.
That it isn't. Again, in terms of map control, that's where you're still falling flat here on the Mongols. You need to clear out that top tier 1. You need to be able to just shove these creep waves out for longer. Provide some space for yourself to keep that game going. I like this deep ward coming out from Essence. Could allow some opportunities down the line. They need to manage to dodge out from that movement into the top lane as well, as the Aegis does expire. The game has fully equalized. 1k lead for Essence is meaningless at this point in time. And the side of the Mongols, well, full Satanic up for OMQ. Satanic being formed up here for Bob. You've got still the Radiance being queued up here on JG, which, again, is still a fair pickup, considering that you already have the Radiance, adding a little bit more evasion to OMQ, with no MKB in sight for Raven. Does make this game kind of hellish when it comes to, like, a core-to-core matchup, and you're just trying to right-click each other down. That's going to feel a lot better for OMQ, for sure. You are still keeping the wave shoved down bot, ensuring that you don't have that much time on the Mongols to try to sneak around, but they will still try to sneak in down here.
Bob goes in instantly, gets hexed up. He did get the stun off. However, I don't think that's going to be enough of a lockdown for Mongols to be able to get the connection. That was a pretty nice response coming out from the Shadow Shaman. Though, even if he didn't get hexed up, there is a chance that Terrorblade easily just away.
Still had some room to kind of bail out. The backup for the Mongols, not quite quick enough to follow through from Bobby. And again, just a little bit of a quiet period in a very back and forth match on the side of the Mongols. Still need to equalize map control. Next Roche, we'll see in about a minute 10 how long that respawn will be. You do, of course, have the TA with the third eye on hand, so Roche control for the side of Nemesis, much easier to figure out. It could lead to them, again, just securing that control much faster, maybe a little bit cleaner than what happened last time, because this entire debacle happened because JG managed to snag Ray Aegis. They were forced to play defensive, not able to pierce high ground. They lose a couple of big cores there from a position where they were ahead on the side of Team Essence, and it just provides this way in for the Mongols to keep that pressure going, keep this game up and running for themselves.
So
you see the shift.
Shaker will have his Octarine soon. And this is kind of when it becomes almost impossible to play team fights versus it, because you're always going to be playing inside of a fissure. The downtime of a fissure, I mean, when it's on the ground, is going to be like 2 seconds maybe. And that means that he's just consistently going to be stunning you around it. It becomes very, very hard to play against.
And it does. It becomes 0 seconds once you have the Octarine. Right now you do have it at 13 duration, 13 cooldown. So you can be blocking off quite nicely. Yeah, around 2 seconds of gap. You're going to be able to just constantly reapply that, along with all of the aftershock spam with a short up. You will have to commit these BKBs early to even find an angle. And still the smoke out here, though.
Is this a target? GG would be a great target as well. Get AOQ. He does have BKB and the Satanic, and he does get the BKB off. Hex wasn't there in time. A bit of a bad communication there. Though he's losing his BKB, needs to be very careful. Fissure coming out onto the Muerta, into the back lines they go. Only missile connecting. Dragonite is going to have to be dealing with his own reflection. Everybody's still alive. Most of the spells still available. Bob is gonna be found, tossed back as well. Gets the BKB off. A blast is gonna be flying through, and that is gonna be that Shadow Shaman, not just yet, but she should be dying to the overtime damage of the DK. Now, Tiny has been caught as well. Again, Thundercogs every single time saving him, but who's gonna be saving you now? And Bob does finish him off with the overtime damage as well. It is gonna be next one on the menu. Cold Feet Fissure, goodbye Tiny as well. And Mongols, another fight going their way.
Again, another re-engage from Mac where he's trying to get that burst play out, but it doesn't feel like Raven's even ready to follow through. Like, if you don't have the TA willing to come in when that Avatos comes into play, or if you don't manage to toss back close to a hero that's close to TA, then how exactly are you hoping to burst a DK with 4.4k HP and a godly amount of armor? Like, that is just not something that's easy to melt, even if you drag that in to Raven's firing range. Like, it's just not feasible at this point. Raven's trying to go back for that full MKB to try to deal with OMQ, but now Roche has spawned up, and you're in no position to go for that on Essence. Mongols have the opportunity to take this Roshan away. This is with the refresh and the cheese on hand, along with a banner. You're going to be able to clean it up nice and quick, as they do have the damage output running on OMQ with just the crystals up. And the game has fully turned. A 3k lead for the Mongols. Again, not the biggest lead in the world, but the tempo is back their direction. They've been able to take all of these fights. The Aegis should allow them to now pierce through tier 2 towers. Maybe take care of that top tier 1 as well, because it's been such a pain point for them in terms of having to rebalance top constantly in the past 10, 15, 20 minutes of this match. And for the side of Essence, this is where the game starts to become a little bit rough. You know, like this Terrorblade can scale up, but it's from an offlane position. So again, you have itemized for durability, for utility. Your TA does start to hit a hard cap, considering that she is a minus armor physical damage core, playing into a DK with AC, and playing into a gyrocopter with a butterfly up with no MKB. Like, you don't have easy answers for when that commitment fully comes in. At least he has it now.
Yeah, but I haven't seen Raven being able to find an opening to fight. He also has an 8-second BKB, so Raven has been pretty conservative in his way of using the BKB and joining the fights in general.
Again, it doesn't feel like he's quite upfront enough to try to play off these blink Avatosses at the map, which feels like that has to be one of the launching points for the re-engage. Your TA has to be ready to back you up. Got the full Silver Edge now as well for Mac to try to look for these angles and have a pretty good chance of breaking here onto Bob. So he's just gonna clear out the creep wave to slow down the siege. At the least, Essence are doing a great job of just keeping that bot creep wave shoved in as well with the Terrorblade illusions. But again, they have to find answers for that. But some outer towers starting to slowly fall. Take that top tier 2. Mid wave again being cut off by the shenanigans here from the side of Essence. So good delays overall being done by the Radiant side. And Mongols, that's going to eat into time where they have this Aegis. You know, they have to course correct on these lanes. They have to go back, waste some time. And that's all you want in Essence. Just waste as much time as possible, stall this out. Mac is going really deep to waste some time here.
But the Doom might actually see him. He's not going to be able to find him Shiva off the mark. That was quite dangerous for a Tiny, though. He will live.
Nicely calculated for Mac. Again, they are stalling this game out very well on the side of Essence, constantly cutting creep waves, ensuring that there has to be someone on every lane just to ensure that the creep wave will get somewhere useful. They do have bot access now, though. But I don't keep walking him up with his Daedalus up as well. And taking care of his tier 2 tower shouldn't take too long. So leaving one outer tower left for the side of Essence to play with. And still having 2 minutes on the Aegis.
I mean, they want to push this. Spanya is on the top lane, ready with the level 3 Serpent Ward, so that is something that you're gonna have to think about. But, let's see just how fast Downfield Pop can push. There's the glyph. Now some hard decisions are gonna have to be made by Mongols. They didn't deal with waves, which this is gonna be a problem. That's not hard for them at all. They're just gonna go for the push, but they're gonna be losing 2 axes while doing so. Shaker will be keeping in Bob as well. Axes have fallen. Meanwhile, on the bottom, only the tier 3 was claimed, so Mongols definitely lose more than what they gain.
What they do. Again, this is eating into that precious Aegis time. Only a minute left, and they haven't found like that big commitment where they can utilize these 2 lives in on-queue in the fashion they did want. I love this response out from JG. Just go into Travels too. Just be able to go back, course correct on the lane. You can have decent clear with a Scorched Earth up. And you can kind of try to counteract that nuisance that constantly happens up top from the Shadow Shaman, from the Terrorblade, from trying to just push out and find your opening there. 19-19, 3K lead again standing for the Mongols. But Essence are keeping themselves in the game. Hey, if your objectives don't fall, you're still in the game every single time. And again, they're the ones to actually make more progress with the range racks down, having the range super creep at the least to help naturally shove out lanes. Does make it a nuisance for the Mongols. Still, you know, you've got the refresh shard still sitting on JG. So double Doom, double BKB still on hand if need be. Or just slowly trudging around.
Yes, boss doing. Well, Mac is gonna be finding an A. TP out, A blast gonna be used. Doom, of course, you don't use while he's TPing out. Is there anybody who can buy a Basher, a Abyssal, something to stop them from doing this over and over again?
They don't really have the item slots for it. Not quite. And maybe you could try to go for a Basher and Castaway. Hope for the range bash chance. It's not something that they would ever consider, but I feel like these slots are a little bit too valuable. Perhaps you could on, I don't know, maybe Bob's the best bet. He could utilize it. He could try to sell off the power treads and just rely on the Swift Blink, but it also just feels really awkward. So, unfortunately, no easy answers for the BKB TP away here.
Yeah, you can't do much about it at this point. But you can punish them when they do it by going for a fight, going for an objective. Next big one is going to be Roche, 2 minutes, and of course, in 2 minutes we're going to be finding out when it's going to be up.
And this is one that you can't afford to give away on the side of Essence any longer. Like, you have to be able to play with confidence as we saw them play before. You have to be able to see them just try to zone out the team fight, get some vision down around Roche, take control, take Roshan themselves, have that opportunity to try and play. Because if you don't, it's just going to lead into the same process where, yes, you'll try to stall out as you get Travels 2 up on Anki now as well. But you can try to stall out as best as you can with these Travels 2 up. That same play of split pushing just doesn't pan out as well as you'd hope it to.
Ooh, Mac.
You are going to be able to.
Okay, this is very dangerous for Tiny, and this time around, no BKB TP out. He will die beforehand. They did break the Lincolns and use it too. They will be catching the Gyro. Has a Satanic and the BKB. A Blast is going to be flying through. Uses the Satanic. Heals up from just one hit. He is even going to be making sure that this Shadow Shaman doesn't come out alive. He should be able to survive in the fountain, I think.
Not quite enough with that Frostbite to kill him off. maybe, again, just lacking the shard and castaway to simplify some of these pickoffs. He is prioritizing, again, more utility out with the Lotus Orb first. But a free shard would go a long way here. They could find room to do that here on the Mongols. Try to take Tormentor control at the very least. And get something going for themselves. Next time that spawns up. We are now 15 minutes in. So we have matched our wait time for the series so far. And our first game has gone... We did launch at around 8. So it's been an hour and a half. So, you know, we've managed to catch up there with game time. You know, we've gotten our value here, Harry.
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. We might actually get to see tier 5 items today. That'd be cool. Lecta has a BKB, also has a level 20. Speaking of level 20s, Frostbite, level 20, Talon is as well there. He doesn't have a BKB TP out opportunity. DJ did blink into the trees. Sunder being used, the MQ as soon as that happens, goes with the Sunder, goes with the Satanic, and is back up to full. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Bob is just posturing aggressively. No reason not to. He's kinda unkillable. 50 freaking armor.
Yep. You gotta love that. You gotta love DK. Just how much he can get done. Still, the fact that he's been relevant for so long as well, it's amazing to me. That he's relevant in different ways. But that he's still relevant. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. But, you know, if it works, it works. You can't fault the pros for using what's strong. And you are seeing why. And the scaling's starting to kick in. You have some good items still left to kind of fill up here for Bob. He's just going to go for a Mjolnir. Has the Ag's Blessing if he so wishes, although it's not going to be as high priority for the Black Dragon as they catch out in Mac. He could be TP again.
He did doom the Lincoln Sphere though, but still has the Refresher Shard if need be for a fight.
That he does. I'm surprised again that Essence still has pause time as we do get the go ahead. They have less than a minute now, I'm sure, as the last time we checked it was a minute. Used a little bit, so they've dipped into it. A few seconds in. So we are approaching the 1 hour mark of our game 1 of the final series of the day. And the Mongols have managed to, again, kind of take advantage here. When you check the graphs once more, the probability for the Mongols 54% of considering how
last coming. Now he can stand his ground. Of course, Ayad is not going to be caught by him. Praise the Veil, BKB, pretty much untouchable.
They are forcing some charges out, but we're at the point where even Ponyo has his own BKB up and running. So, you have fun playing into BKB shackles. For the most part, that's not going to be a very pleasurable time for anyone on the side of Mongols if they don't want to have to commit onto that shaman. A little bit of a smoke out from Essence. And you could be. I don't know why on earth you would be, but hey, if you're a sicko, you might be one of those guys who ask for the Satyr Tormentors back.
Yeah, Essence, they're in a smoke. Tiny, not in it. He is on the other side, and he's been the one making the moves. All induced, Fissure as well. At some point, of course, he's still smoked up, so we don't know about it. Nice dead shot. Nobody too eager to commit at the moment.
Right. You might be starting to get eager now with a full Ags up on Bob. Black Dragon form up. More damage, more effectiveness out on his Corrosive Dragon. Just need to find a jump, but everyone's dodging quite nicely. And yeah, Mongols with a smoke also not going to find much. Roshan is open. There's an amp damage rune for the taking as well. So that's going to be nice and juicy for anyone that finds it and goes into that pit. A little bit of a rinse and repeat for Mongols if they do manage to get that for themselves, which, again, it's going to feel awful for Essence giving away another Roche. Giving away an amp damage on top of that. I feel like they don't really have the best choices here so far. Are we at the point where you might have to consider something like a Divine? Not quite. I don't think you're desperate enough to have to think about Divine Radiance yet. It's all down to how well you can like execute around here. Roche will fall unceremoniously with that amp damage rune up. Another Aegis, another banner, another cheese, and refresh shard on hand. We are shoving in top and to drop the wards onto melee rack, so a quicker response is necessitated here.
That's now 2 Russians?
Yep.
No? Where's the one with Ooh, it's not there.
You might have eaten it a while ago.
Maybe. Oh, Avalanche used.
Oh.
DK in some trouble. They take him out.
Oh.
Nice Echo Slam,
Oh.
but in the end, they're only going to be killing Ponyo with the Force Staff. He will fall though. Castaway. Zolti lingering way too long. Crystal Totem IonQ doesn't get connected on by the dead shot. And Bob, look at how mad he is with the Swift Link going forward. They want to mag that homing missile. It will not stop until it connects, but of course, it's an intense here, so they'll be fine pushing this one out. That is a great one that you kill the DK, force out a buyback, and only lose the Shadow Shaman.
And you still have this opportunity to cut waves to prevent the side of the Mongols getting anything. Heck, mid is just naturally shoving in with 2 siege creeps, some chip damage on that regenerating melee racks. They do clear out the top melee racks now as well. So slowly but surely in the war of attrition, you are still finding some better openings on Essence. As now top lane will constantly shove in with a full super creeps up. And again, for the Mongols, you've got to be smart about how you take these fights. Heck, you've got to be very careful with Bobby. If he dies now, he just bought back. Not being too safe using the firing line.
I feel like they just buy Rapier on the Gyro and they go Throne. That's what I would do. Like, I'd get so annoyed, and he did queue it up. So, that for me would be a pretty cool approach.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
There used to be a castaway there.
There used to be a little bit of a magic trick. The Divine would certainly help things out. I do feel like you can't afford to go Raxo. You would just want to end this game right where it stands, if possible, on the Mongols end. As this is just steady suffering. Illusion
really,
shoving
when we look
in.
at it, do you even with the Rapier push faster than Essence? Could Essence just ignore you and do the same?
Yeah, I don't think you necessarily push faster, especially if they just stick Cox and Raven together and just shove in themselves. That does feel relatively quick as well. Like, I don't think you're too bad off here on the side of Essence if you did come down to a base race. So, you can kind of take your chances with that Divine for OMQ. I would appreciate if you tried to end the game, but it's also just not a very easy call.
Toss, they bring down DJ. He does have a buyback as well as the AA. OMQ is gonna get Hurricane Pike away. JG has Zag and Scepter running in, but he still needs to get close. Pretty sure that's ideal to use it on yourself. So, find the stun, Muerta taken out. That's not something that they were expecting, so they get a gem. It's on the ground. Somebody still needs to pick that one up. Oh no, Castaway, he just bought back and don't want to die again, and he will. Without the AA Blaster, really not that strong. JG will be next on the menu with his Doom. He does absolutely nothing, and he did refresh. They have the cheese onto the Shaker. He might need to give it to one of his scores. Cox taken out. He didn't have a Sunder, nobody to use it on though. 3 versus 4, Avalanche Toss, goodbye Shaker, 3 versus 2, have they finally found an opening? Essence, they've been annoyed by Mongols winning all of these fights for the past 25 minutes, but Essence waiting and waiting and waiting, and the opportunity is finally here for them to win it all. Buyback on the Gyro is available, but 2 versus 4, can you really do it? Bob, standing his ground, the big black dragon will not be taken down easily.
They've got the numbers to come in. Without the Terrorblade, it might be a little bit slower in push progress, but... Oh!
He goes forward, he wants Ponyo dead. Force Staff away. He will be getting himself out. Ayad, a little bit of trouble, doesn't have the Pierce the Veil. We'll have it fairly soon. Homing Missile. It doesn't help. It doesn't help versus the Homing Missile. They will be taking down Ponyo. Still the opportunity is there. 3 versus 2. Dragonite is really strong, but OMQ, look at the attacks going for him. Can the Dragonite do it all on his own? So without the Satanic, it is just not going to happen. And DJ disconnects. He's not too happy with how this game went.
Certainly not side of Essence. After a very rough time, they managed to find that opening from a very awkward fight on the Mongols end. And they get the punishment. You know, they managed to let the Mongols stream in one by one, kite them in and out. JG as well with his Doom choices in the end there. You called it out when he doomed himself the first time. The second time he did it, when he just dies without really applying Doom for that long onto anyone, just felt questionable at best. I think there were a lot of better ways for the Mongols to try to clean that up. It was a stalwart effort from them to last as long as they did, considering that they were not in control of that game for the first 35 minutes of it. They were pretty far behind. It was all Essence all the way. They were getting every single thing done. They were getting the Tormentors, they were getting the Roshan, and it was off the back of JG that they even had a chance in the game when they did manage to steal that Aegis, but those late game fights just getting a little bit too awkward for them to execute on. Just so many things to have to worry about. The constant shoving in from Essence, ensuring that every Aegis they'd find on Mongols just wouldn't achieve much, was a huge part of how they held out there on Essence as well. They didn't lose anything high ground outside of a tier 3. That was the most progress the Mongols made onto that siege, and that's just not enough.
That was beautiful errata Dota overall, coming out for 25 minutes, I think, is what they were doing. That they were constantly just shoving in the waves, not really focusing on fighting, and pretty much they couldn't win a straight up fight. It had to be, let's go around, split push, find an opening, and then when it became too hard for Mongols to deal with it, they started making mistakes. Shadow Shaman, the best possible hero to punish those mistakes, because he holds you in place for like 10 seconds, and what are you to do? Somebody's gonna come and you're gonna die. So we got ourselves a really cool game. But Mongols now, after losing that game, John, are they gonna be demoralized?
I don't think so. I think they're going to be able to shake it off. Again, Castaway is a very solid leader. Bob is a very upbeat fella. Even in the loss, they can discuss what went wrong, try to regroup, and clean up into game 2. I don't think the draft was all too bad, so it's really just down to execution. Felt like the lanes weren't as good as they'd want, and we'll see if they can course correct for that into game 2.
Yeah, well, hopefully the teams are gonna be getting themselves into the lobby fast, and we're not gonna have any issues, so that we can get that game 2 underway as fast as possible. But before it, we're gonna be taking a short break.
Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro. Many hours had he spent while a boy, and in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip hip hop.
And we are back with the second game of Team Essence versus Mongols. You're watching the DreamLeague Season 26 Close Qualifiers. Southeast Asia here with Harry. And of course, John. And some good news for people that are just joining us. Of course, it's going to be neutral news for them. But Team Essence, they did have Raven standing in for them in Game 1. Akashi had some electricity problems. Those electricity problems are taken care of. So, John, your country working around the clock to make sure that the power gets to everybody's homes when it's the most needed.
That we try to do, and at the very least, you know, Akashi only had to sit out the one time. Mind you, Raven did do a bang-up job to sub in. He looked pretty on point. For a while, though, the game did look like it could have gone the Mongols' way, but Essence did manage to clean it up in the end when the Mongols started to get a little bit sloppy, considering how long that game actually lasted. It says around 50 minutes, but because of the wait, because of the pause, it can be a little bit straining for a team to have to play in those conditions. So we'll see if they can kind of shake that off, and the Mongols try to drag us into a game 3. We will be taking a look at the draft shortly to see what adjustments are made and what considerations are made, considering that Akashi is back up. So we'll have to kind of see if that's a consideration here as well, because that TA performance from Raven was pretty spectacular. There's really not much JG could do in the lane, which is kind of funny considering that JG was the one that brought the Mongols back into the game with his Age of Steel earlier on. Still, we shall see the bans already on hand. Essence did ban out the Night Stalker and the Tinker. Mongols do take care of the Terrorblade, so don't want to have to deal with that from Cox on the off lane. Leaving stuff like the Muerta also being banned out. So a lot of previous picks just being banned out right here. What do you have left? There's Jakiro, there's Dazzle still in the pool. If you want to take care of those options, PA is still there as well. So I'm curious to see who does prioritize what here.
I have a question for you. It has to do with these stand-ins, right? So let's say you have a stand-in for a series. Do you think it's better for the team to try to help the stand-in do the best possible, in a sense that they adjust their game style to what he wants to do? Or is it a better approach for the stand-in to try and implement himself into the team?
I think it depends on who your standing is, right? Like, if your stand-in is comfier adjusting, if he's a very flexible player, I think having him blend into what you do as a team is a lot better. Of course, if your stand-in is maybe more of a specialist, plays in a very specific way that you can adjust to as a team to maximize him, then that might be the way to go. I think overall, it would be better for the stand-in to adapt to the team, as that is the majority, and it's easier for one to adjust than 4 to adjust to 1. So I think that's the better mindset. I think that's what tends to happen for the most part. And sometimes some stand-ins don't look like a good fit. Sometimes it does look like they can fit along quite nicely, which is, again, what you got there for Team Essence in the last game. But for the most part, I don't feel like Essence really shifted their playstyle too much. Maybe Akashi would play a little bit more aggressive. That is one thing to consider, but overall, it didn't really hold Essence back by any means there whatsoever.
Makes sense, right? Because I'm thinking in Southeast Asia, a lot of the carries have a similar style. Am I wrong with that assessment?
I think it's overall fair to say. I think the only standout different styles, not necessarily better, one that really stands out was probably Miracle when he was still active, right? Like he certainly had a very hybrid, aggressive, and hyper farming kind of style. 23 is also a little bit different from the rest of the pack in terms of what he does in comparison to Akashi and Natsumi. But otherwise, I would say you are on brand, on point. Like everyone else does feel a little bit almost samey. It's just a matter of what heroes they like to pick in the current patch. That tends to be the one difference. But otherwise, They have almost the same farming patterns, almost the same sort of aggression to certain extents. So I don't think that's too unfair to say. For sure.
Yeah. Okay. That's kind of that was kind of my thought. But you're the expert of the region. Anyways, Nature's Prophet did make it through. So Mongols had a really big problem shoving out the waves in the previous game. I kind of doubt that's gonna be happening now, where when the Nature's Prophet is a part of the equation.
Yeah, I think this does solve some of those issues. It's a very stable carry as well. It is still fairly popular nowadays, and I don't mind it too much. I feel like there is a little bit of a hard cap on NP and his damage output as well. Considering how he scales up in damage is a little bit funky. Like, utilizing your innate means that certain fights in certain areas don't feel as good because you kind of lack damage. You're reliant on just Sprout and being around that rather than just supplementing existing trees with Sprout, which can feel really good. So his damage can kind of be awkward, but I don't think it's too bad for the hero to play with nowadays. I'm keen on seeing whether or not Amq will just pick that up for himself. For Essence to go back into the Tiny, that does mean that we are likely just seeing a Mac early pick. This is something that teams with Mac used to do. Once he's in a groove, they just pick the same hero, prioritize it first, leaving everything else open for the rest, and they go back into that Tiny Coddle combination we saw earlier today. So you have that relentless output of Avalanche Toss, never running out of mana. You potentially have that play with the Recall as well. So you have this almost global presence coming out here for the side of Essence, which I do like in terms of the hit and run. In terms of trying to match this NP, this does feel pretty damn good. You can just have the Coddle come in, get the Tiny going on top, and you can just kind of punish the Nature's Prophet quite nicely here if he's not too careful with his positioning.
I've seen so many Coddle Tinies recently, and it's just so cool how people utilize it early on for farming. Because Tiny can have mana issues early on if he's going from camp to camp and using spells. And then when you have a Coddle, that's not a problem. So you get your Blink Dagger earlier. Of course, I don't even want to talk about the combo later on. Have a toss, then after just like 6-7 seconds, you have the same combo again. So people are just gonna die over and over again.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to watch. Something that has to be appreciated. And every single time I see a Coddle, I always get giddy at potential, like early bounty rune fights. This is something that we've seen with, I think, all the way back on Neon Times for Skem, with the Keeper of the Light running around, just blasting people away, getting first blood early on, and forcing prolonged fights can be quite nice. The Mongols, for their part, do manage to pick up the Jakiro and the Ember Spirit for themselves. So keeping that high mobility up, knowing that Coddle doesn't really lock in the Ember is a pretty good call here for the Mongols. Nice here for Bob to play with if they will lean it that way. And the matchup against the Tiny isn't too bad here for Bob. So should be able to manage himself up against Mac quite nicely. The Chikiro, of course, does give you more control. A little bit more tower push as well with the Liquid Fire, of course. That slow, steady poke is quite nice. I'm keen on seeing what lane combination to decide to go with. Like, Jakiro Nature's Prophet does sound very spicy in terms of long-range poke, but it's not going to be the tankiest duo. No one's going to be face tanking for the NP. The Jakiro can be susceptible to some poke as well, and that's something Essence can look to use to their advantage, depending on what they'd want to draft here in the offlane for Cox overall here.
Well,
okay,
that's gonna be
this
the
again.
answer. Yeah, I have to say I wasn't like the biggest fan of it. I don't think I still am. I like the pipe here. I feel like there's just so much magic damage that the Underlord is going to be amazing. And there's no targeted damage. It's all kind of AoE. So heroes with a lot of auras who like to build them are obviously going to be valuable. But I'm not sold on the Underlord. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I feel like there are shortcomings to the hero. And it does feel like I'd like to see a little bit more to play around it. Like, to have some cleaner initiation coming out, probably from your support pickup here, just to try to play off the Pit of Malice, because relying on that as your big team fight doesn't feel great. This is one way to kind of help fix that up. Marcy on hand, you've got some great shenanigans to pull out here for Team Essence. You can kind of flex this. Like, Akashi loves Marcy 1. This is something that he constantly picks up, even when Marcy fades away. Yeah, you have to consider an IO ban for the side of the Mongols overall, and just that global presence that can come out. Gate Recall, relocate. It's pretty scary if you do allow an IO through from the Mongols, but I'm sure they are well aware because, again, with Jail around, Coach Jail around, he's seen Akashi just pull out the Marcy and tell his teammates to just pick IO. He's run on Execration the Marcy IO himself multiple times in multiple tournaments in the past year. So I'm sure the Mongols are thinking very hard as to whether or not they can kind of deal with it, which at this time it doesn't feel like you really want to tempt fate by allowing it. So we'll see. They have to consider their pickup first as well.
I guess ban Io and the Gyro. That'll be the two I would consider. But they're gonna get an Ursa. That means that it will be an offlane Nature's Prophet, maybe position 4. I've seen position 4 Nature's Prophet, not out of the ordinary, so that is a real possibility as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad for DG to play. We've seen him play that before, although a little bit more sporadic in comparison to his other supports. Certainly something that still lines up. I like the Ursa into the Underlord. My one concern is there are some kiting issues for the Ursa, but once you have your ult up, once you have, say, your shard up, it can feel a little bit more manageable with a status res, so it might not be as bad as you'd expect it to be here for our Ursa. Do see some bans coming out from Essence. They did ban out the Tide Hunter, and Mongols do ban out the Morphling first, so maybe suspecting that the Marcy will just go for more of a support position, like into the Pause 5 to try to help buff up a ranged core on 1. I think that is one way to go. An Underlord Keeper of the Light Lane isn't too shabby to play with anyway here for Essence, as keeping up the uptime of the Firestorm can be quite nice, so I don't think you want to take away from that. And yeah, they just ban out the Moors as well. Some team fight control for the Mongols being taken away from JG. I'm wondering how they can kind of compensate for that. Like, there is an Enigma, but I don't think it feels the safest overall. I mean, in terms of getting a black hole off, it's not too bad. The Eidolons are still going to be effective, although there is a lot of AoE coming out from Essence, so whether or not you actually get full value from your Eidolons, depending on what the lane setup looks like, it might not be as smooth. Heck, even Marcy with a rebound can kind of slowly poke at the Eidolons just like that, so
you can go for like Sand King or Pango if teamfight is really what you want, unless it's still an offlane Nature's Prophet and you're just looking to shove in the waves and then the Ursa to hunt people down, which would be a viable approach as well.
That is fair. I think I do like the Sand King and the Pango. I feel like JG probably would lean towards the Pangolier a little bit more. This looks like a solid game for it. No hard stuns for him while he's in the Rolling Thunder. Some solid team fight
here. No?
Oh, okay. Okay. That's your range carry to play with Marcy here. Rather interesting.
This is a pretty solid Medusa game. I don't necessarily think that she's the best matchup with the Marcy because you don't care much about the lifesteal, but I feel like this is generally a really good Medusa game. Right? Maybe laning stage can go bad, but I don't think so, considering that you have a Marcy with you.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too rough. You got some good bodies to throw forward. You can have a couple of layers of circles here, Stone Gaze, plus the Pit of Malice, plus eventually some like the Will-O-Wisp. I am very curious about whether or not Omq will actually consider something like a Disperser, a Diffusal Disperser kind of build up on Ursa here, just to help to make short work of Akashi as fast as possible, and to, again, get himself a basic Dispel, stop him from being kited around too badly, give him some angles to play in and out. The Dawnbreaker makes a lot of sense in that you kind of want to be able to launch off of Bob if he does fully commit. Right, he remnants forward, Dawnbreaker can easily back him up, and you do provide a little bit of durability coming out here on the Mongols, and you don't have anything like a Nyx to worry about with Spike Carapace, no Silencer as well, so you will always get that that ultimate off with no problems. But for the side of Essence, I feel like if this game does hit at the tempo, like you don't have a rough lane on your Medusa, you manage to get a couple of stacks, you've got this potential scaling on Marcy, especially with the Fleeting Fury facet as well, over the Dispose facet and trying to drag someone along. There is a lot of scaling potential. Like, it's not just all in on Akashi. Hanyo can kind of scale up as well. So you do get the lag, pause, and XD from Castaway. Game call out from Akashi.
What does
Bob's
this
telling
mean?
him that Yeah, Bob's saying that he's getting under pressure. This can add pressure for you.
It's cool to have somebody who's gonna be able to translate. Go on.
Yeah, Mac is saying, that's ATF, Akashi the Filipino. Akashi's saying, of course, you're talking to a handsome person here. That's why it's pressuring for you.
Yeah, I feel like now when you're translating like that, I feel like it's when I was a kid, somebody reading a comic book.
Yeah. Bob is telling, oh, are you Filipino? And then Akashi's like, no, I'm Bisaya. Akashi's telling Bobby to focus, and that's it. End of memes.
Okay. Is it the end of memes? We're gonna be finding out fairly soon, because they've been doing quite a lot of this all chat, and I hope that the viewers have been enjoying it as much as we have. I can see that you like it when you see your own language here in Dota. It's always nice.
Yeah, it's more of that they say some really random stuff. It tends to be that. It's just, I don't know, they like to... Bobby's a talky guy, right? Like, even in typing, this guy, you can't imagine how talkative he is in person. He's insane.
Well, that is going to be Bob getting the bounty rune. I thought there was not going to be...
Oh, Bob. Come on.
Yeah. Okay, and he's also going to have a pretty solid time on the mid lane. I mean, I've seen Burst do really well since Tiny's in the past, so probably should be the case now as well.
Shouldn't be too bad off here. We were watching a little bit of a block down bot from JG to force a creep wave again right under tower. Try to get it shoved out. And that they will be. This lane is a little bit silver. It's the kill off OnQ already. The heck? The heck happened there?
What? Yeah, don't know. It happens.
It's a lot.
Whatever happened obviously does happen from time to time.
A lot of
Never experienced it.
It just it's that thing again with a Kotl. You get Illuminate, you're spamming it out, you're getting some burnout with the Firestorm as well. And that can be enough if you're not careful with the Illuminates. It doesn't look like you expend too much mana here though on Ayad, but it does get the job done. OnQ, I mean, that's really not what you expect. You expect a little bit more. Laning into melee as an Ursa, theoretically you should just be able to poke back onto Cox, especially as the mana pool starts to run low. And you know, early level Chakra is not really enough to fully sustain with a cooldown. So there's some play potential there for the Ursa. Castaway has to put the work in to zone them out with the dual breath and the liquid fire. But with a kill like that, you're already on a strong start for Cox. Like, you get the levels up in Atrophy, eventually get the value point in Pet of Malice. Trying to get that chase down onto Cox is going to be a lot tougher, especially now that he has brown boots. And that early kill opportunity that you'd normally have, not really presenting itself. And you've got room for Ayad to just constantly try to stack up now with that Kotl and his Illuminate.
Both boots and the lace, right? So only when the Ursa gets a full base boots is he really going to be a threat to the Underlord. OnQ, he doesn't have boots at all, so now he's going to be taking a lot of damage. He's playing aggressively on this Ursa, and now we're finding out how he actually died earlier, because he wants to search dominance somewhere where he can't have it.
I mean, I appreciate that. It's just a little bit too aggressive to maintain that lane. I mean, quite a fair bit in terms of CS now. Cox constantly shoving out. Castaway has the right idea to try to poke back the backline of Ayad, but that just leaves Cox with a lot of room to play into OnQ anyhow. So we can take a gander at the other lanes. We were looking at the bot lane just a while ago. They're starting to build up steadily here on Akashi. You can't really pressure out on JG. There's some combinations you can get once Sprout is up. And once you have maybe level 2 Celestial Hammer, you can kind of gap close, try to poke down Akashi. But with Ponyo having the dispose and potentially having that rebound as well, not going to be too easy, and really looking for that full commitment out to Akashi unless he severely oversteps and they don't utilize their spells in the way that you want to here. So you're happy with a farm state right now on Akashi. He's getting that build up he'd want on the Deucer very early on. He has the ground boots flying in. They're still poking up top. Trading away some blows here.
Castaway is very dominate. Will be going through, and there's a TP in from DJ. Oxford will be getting his Firestorm off. Killing Lotus being used as well, but this should be a dead Underlord, and As soon as you get out of the position, the chase down is quite easy. The Spose being used, the TP back from the Nature's Prophet, his Dawnbreaker needs him, and he will be back just in time.
Yeah, not quite under enough threat. Has the protection from tower at least there for JG. He does opt for the value point in Luminosity, just try to maintain that lane, get a little bit of healing and damage going while farming up, and have a little bit of a threat for the early Starbreaker if he finds an opportunity. But again, your real play starts to kick in once you have level 2 Hammer. Try to gap close onto Akashi. See that opens up a little bit more later on. Haven't really talked about the mid since the start of the game, but Bob has been building up nice and steady. Not a 24-11 up against the 15-4 of Mac, and it's like you called it. The Ember tends to have a very good time against Tiny. They're not having the smoothest of starts here. 9-4.
He's lying.
Yeah, he is. Oh, Bobby though, all chatting to CS. You know he's feeling himself at that point. Good old Bob. Probably telling his teammates, look at me, 24, 27, 12, guys. Maxo noob. He's probably yelling at that.
I know that it usually backfires, but this is manly from Bob, right? A lot of people, they win the game, then they write into the old chat and they feel all high and mighty. No, you do it at the start so that if you lose, that you face the consequences. This is what you should do. This is respectful. Cox gonna be on the menu once again. Beautiful Sprouts. He can only eat one of them, and well, he cannot run himself away that easily. Even with the high ground, this is someone going to keep him in. He will still be losing his life. Castaway this time around is the one to claim it.
And I like this realization that if you force everyone away from JG, if you force away Ponyo, disconnect him from the Dusa, then the 1v1 lane for Dusa and Dawnbreaker is very manageable for Dawn. The key factor is just having to play into that Marcy. Still down mid, some pokes.
Bob is level 6. He is not a target at all. He'll be using a remnant towards top and probably running towards the bottom lane to make sure that the first power room will go his way.
And I like that idea from the side of Mongols. After a play up top, just go for the secure across the map. Hold on. Bob?
He's bottom. Oh. Bob gets himself away. And it is an she should be getting it. Now looking towards Castle. He doesn't really have that mana back. Got his mana put back onto him, but only the Avalanche will come out. Toss a bit too long until he has it. And they're really making mistakes here on the Essence side. Bob leaves a remnant, goes back to base, and he will be able to continue laning no problem.
Again, they're getting the ideal setup for JG on the off. He's just soloing. He's getting EXP. He's getting a steady farm now. Level 3 Celestial Hammer up. Thing out the creep wave with no problems. They do at least start to rotate Ponyo back in to try to provide a little bit of a threat onto the Dawn. But look at this clump up top. Like wanting to contest the Shrine of Wisdom, and looks like they're just going to be able to find it.
Bob is just getting everything for his team. Having such a great start to the mid lane, punishing this Tiny, and then with the rotations of the supports, making all the difference. So far, DJ has been making awesome rotations as well. On his Nature's Prophet, making a hell of a difference.
He is.
Ron Cox. Out. But he's so under-leveled. After the start that he has had, you would have expected an Underlord to be crushing it. Well, he is getting crushed.
He is not the game state you'd want to be in as Essence. Underlord from behind just doesn't feel great, right? Like you want to be tanky, you want to hit these early spikes on the auras. The Vanguard's still somewhat lining up, but just doesn't feel quick enough, and the level disparity is just insane.
You're gonna block him off? Even with a bit of malice, that is a dead Underlord once again. All of these creeps that are now underneath the tower, first of all, they're gonna take his tower down, which for an Underlord is a disaster, but also, he's gonna be losing a big chunk of that wave as well.
Yes, just missing out on everything. Room control. Bob looking for it. Does not spawn in Mac's favor again. I haste when the times they're going in.
Solar Guardian will connect Celestial Hammer as well. Starbreaker, he doesn't have his spells to stop it, and that is going to be another one. At this point, it just looks way too easy for the Mongols.
It is. They're wiping the board across. Essence not having much to play with. Wait.
It is gone. They're just gonna kill him. Bob doesn't even want to use the mana for him. They're not worth it, my friend.
I'm so confused. It says Bob bottled the haste, Aya denied haste, and Bob used haste. Which one is it?
Yeah, if it happens in the same frame, sometimes it bugs.
Ah,
like that.
yes.
It's a little annoying.
Yeah. Right in the same tick. Always fun to read. Game time for Bob, as it's 1-7. In essence, have not found a game just yet. They are getting a ton of space out for Akashi. It's all in on the Dusa, but losing all of this tempo across the map is certainly not going to feel great when you've got a Tiny and an Underlord behind. Even the tower mid now falling with no deny to kick in. Essence need to find recovery elsewhere. Blink timing for Max going to be awful.
How do you find the recovery here, John? What do you do?
You stall. You stall, you hope for the best. Someone's gonna have to get sacked, if any. Probably Mac, if not Cox, is just gonna stay in the back foot at this point in the game. And you just kind of hope this investment on Akashi, the space that he's been given, will pay off in the end. Manta's set to fly out. Rebound falls flat from Ponyo. Good look for a play here.
Coming for him. Starbreaker on point, didn't get the disposal of DD away next to an Ember Spirit, not gonna be happening. Bob comes over and they do take him out. DJ is now also level 6, so Wrath of Nature will be coming in handy, shoving in those waves, making it even easier for Bob to play. This is game time for him.
It is. We get the Arcane Rune as well. All rune control coming in here for Bob. Everything you could possibly ask for on the Ember is kind of lining up for him. There is some good wards again from the side of Essence. Very nice defensive wards watching these entry points, trying to keep track of where Mongols is playing aggressive. And again, considering this game stage, you're 3k behind, a nice early lead for the Mongols to have for themselves. But Akashi is number 1 in that word. Issue is Medusa with just Yasha is not really a launching point for that just yet. The Manta can kick in, maybe it starts to feel a little bit better. You're really eyeing even more items to stabilize this game. And we're nowhere near that point just yet. As long as the Mongols keep this pressure up, they can easily just smother the side of Essence into a game 3. Like, if this keeps up, if this same map control, same issue of tempo maintains itself for 10 to 15 minutes, you are choked out on the side of Essence. Like, there is no way to juice the solo carries you that hard when this disparity maintains for Mac and Cox. Mind you, right now, the disparity isn't that big. It's just that relative total farm, 700 gold behind, is pretty significant at this point. If that gap just maintains its proportion rather than its absolute value, then yeah, the trouble will continue. We'll see. Essence trying to sneak out. The smoke phase boots done on Mac. No blink, but they are going to try to unleash that avalanche toss combo here.
They can do it. There is a ward scouting out DJ. Top of him, and they should be able to avalanche toss, rebound. DJ illuminating, he's not dead. This is the one shot for Solar Guardian as well. He will be surviving through it all. They didn't want to commit because of this. And now the Medusa needs to run away as well. Doesn't have the Stone Gaze. Does kill it up right now. He didn't save the point. Takashi, but he's inside of the macro parts. Even with the Stone Gaze, while they're looking at him, they finish Akashi off no problem.
This is getting pretty painful for the side of Team Essence. Mongols just on point with the aggression. Again, I appreciate that they're trying to make some plays out with Mac. It's just that without the blink, you can't gap close as fast as you'd want. There's a tier 1 TP point there as well. Everyone just backs that up on the side of the Mongols. You're giving space out to Cox now, and again, I would much rather prefer that Cox is just completely sacked and just allow Akashi to get that investment. Now he's lagging slightly behind in farm off of that. That's some tempo taken away from him as they maintain this aggression here.
Going on to the Tiny, Sleight of Fist chains with an AD rune. If an Ice Path connects, it's going to be a problem for Mac. He does get his mana back with the spells coming off cooldown. You do want to think twice about the dive there on Bob.
There's some respect for some damage that can come true. Showing some respect for how often the Avatars can come in with a chopper up. So they do, you know, temper that aggression just a bit. Invade the triangle instead, steal some farm away. 1-10 so far. As DJ is looking at Ponyo a bit here. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, one more right click.
Wasn't enough. The one Tiny again, they're just not lining up the farm. He needs 800. Blink, and now he's going to be losing some as well. Macropar, after the Ice Path, one more Sleight of Fist will end it. Bob got it just in time to finish the Tiny off once again.
has been on point for that aggression. Look at how badly they're choking out down bot. They can't even access this bot jungle. Only Cox is getting farm top, and the investment in Underlord I don't think is the play. Sakashi's getting caught out now.
Yeah, going for him. Uses the Stone Gaze. Already has lost the majority of his mana. He has 21 charges and a Mango, and should be able to survive because of that. He's attacking through the Blade Mill. The poor Marcy kills herself. Ashton is around, gets his mana back there from the Chakra. How do you punish this? Mac will be coming over. Maybe that is money. So beautiful Ice Path Solar Guardian. They baited him in again. Sleight of Fist Chains, keeping him in place. What are you going to do now when you don't have the Stone Gaze to protect yourself? Maybe with the Chakra, they can keep Akashi alive, but he gave it to Mac. He wants to go for the aggression. Illuminate through. JG a bit too fast. He's not going to get caught by it. In the end, only one hero died, but that just means another victory for the Mongols.
And it does. It drags so many resources down bot. And again, you're not getting the investment back that you'd want here. You are working into the Atos for Cox, so you will have that hold in the pit mouth, some chain control to maybe try to pin down Bob if he's not too careful. That can start to make things a little bit more interesting here for the side of Team Essence. For the Mongols part, I mean, Aonkyo shows up, and he's starting to get willing to play with a Battle Fury going. Maybe wants that Blink Dagger next, and you've got some considerations. A pick off into Roshan starts to open up. The Tormentor is available now. The Mongols are closer to this general area. They look to just get themselves a nice little gold injection, plus a free shard for themselves here. And that is what they will set out to do. And you're not in a position from Essence to try to counteract that just yet. You do need so much more farm to come in. You just have to use the space given from this objective. Free shard for DJ. Pretty nice to have on hand as well. Help to find some heroes kiting around with the Curse of the Old Growth. A little bit more damage coming in as well. And again, it's 1-12 Essence. This is an atrocious game so far. Like, there is no sugarcoating this. They just have to sit back. They have to try to hope to play off a timing. Blink up on Mac could be one timing, but same blink up on Aonkyo can also cause some issues here.
And the Nature's Prophet is looking to overtake even your Medusa. That is how bad this game is going, or how well it is going for DJ. He's just having a hell of a time. We talked about the core Nature's Prophet, and we got it, even though it didn't start off that way.
Basically has turned into that point. I love the itemization as well. Just having a Spirit Vessel, having the Force Staff to bail anyone out from the Pit of Malice, from some chain control, from the Borden's Grasp as well. And that does keep things in a really good check here for the side of Mongols. Maintaining that 8k lead. Still applying pressure all across the map. Mac.
Towards the Tiny. They use the Stoss as well. A few more hits from here, so are going to be enough Bit of Malice. Gets used. Doesn't really do anything though.
They're still just completely cutting off this bot jungle. The side of Essence now starting to play towards top, which is really the only area to play. Get that build up on Akashi, trying to get his own diffusal into probably a disperser out here to just try to get maybe some sort of self-save on hand, or at least get the inhibit on to prevent being just run down here.
You also need damage, I think, right? If you're Essence. With the current state of the game, your damage is non-existent, and diffusal is somewhat of a solid damage item for Medusa.
Can be. It's not quite the ideal in comparison to a free game where you just manage to AFK farm Manta Butterfly, but it is a good a stopgap measure to kind of give you some presence out. Smoke from the side of Mongols after a tier 2 could just go for the Roshan straight away, but they want to go hunting first.
Nice smoke break by the time he saw the sentry being placed down, and because that they're going to be knowing about it. However, that sentry will make them lose a ward. No, Mac takes it out. Was it really worth your life to try and save that ward? He doesn't even have the avalanche or the toss to delay this death a bit. He's just going to forfeit his life.
Not really worth it. And now the opening for Roshan is very clear cut for Aonkyo, making his way into the pit. Just with Blink and Battle Fury, more than enough here for the Ursa, of course. Be a little bit lacking in someone to just tank Roche for him if possible, but will try to weave himself in and out to get those stacks going. The side of Essence, honestly, this wouldn't be too bad to try to make a steal opportunity. It's just that they're completely unaware. On your playing tag with JG,
members of the old growth, they do see him quite clearly. One will try to escape. Nice stop of the Starbreaker, but in the end goes down just the same while the Roche drops as well.
1-15. A big bloodbath from the Mongols. This is almost historic with what you'd expect. This is like the Khans moving across, the Khaganate moving across. It's bloody, man. Essence are just getting wiped across the board. And I don't see a silver lining here, Barry. A Diffusal, Sup, and Akashi, great, that's nice. Is it enough? Not particularly so. Maybe you start to play and combine that with a Pit of Malice, get the Avalanche Toss out, play with Gorgon's Grasp, try to kite them around and melt through their mana and slowly poke them down, but I don't know if that threat is fully there. Look at the confidence from the Mongols here.
Why would they ever stop? He's going to be using the bodyguard, so Akashi does do a decent amount of damage. Rebound away, DJ comes forward, wants to finish him off. Bobby's going to be protected by the Solar Guardian. Very hard hero to kill, but in the end does get taken out. Only the Aegis, however, Ponyo is out. No bodyguard, the Medusa, his damage is in trouble. Nice toss back, JG though. Pretty tanky there. Has a lot of armor with his blade mail face, boots MQ. Pops the enrage, gets himself away. That's going to be 2 heroes dead. Mongols, other than the Aegis, they don't lose anything.
And just forcing out the side of Essence away from farming. And then cut down right around their top between tier 2, tier 3. Find a straggler though.
Let's see if Castaway really is that Atos a bit late. Let's grasp. Gonna be going for the Stone Gauge just for the extra movement speed. Castaway will get caught, and finally they do bring him down, but let's see at what cost. Akashi now doesn't have that himself. In a bit of trouble, doesn't have the enrage. He's gonna be next to the enemy. He's out of the Pit of Malice. Now you all die. Akashi gets a double DJ. Uses a Mango there, doing his best to escape without mana. Very soon he's gonna be the next one on the menu. Is that a 1-1 for Akashi? Well, they should give it to him, but Cox says no. I need a little bit of gold as well. You can't be the only one holding the glory. Essence, fight back.
They do, and the side of the Mongols this time, maybe getting a little bit overzealous. That's a pretty significant gold swing back their way. That is a 4-for-2 trade, a 2k gold swing in favor of the side of Essence, equalizing them just a bit. From 10k advantage for the Mongols down to 8k. Need a couple of more of those fights to really get things going, but look at that. Off the back of that, Akashi now top net worth already has an Eagle Song up, and into the Butterfly he goes. Once that Butterfly is up, that's where issues start to rise up. Omq is not going to be able to just twack away onto the Medusa carefree and know that the Fury Swipe stacks are building up. You're going to be missing a lot of shots. And we're seeing already some of the kiting issues that come out here with the inhibit as well, and the slow and steady damage output boost you have with a mana break on hand as well. So, Mongols, they're still in control. They're still in a good spot in this game, but they have to be careful about bleeding that lead off. Even your supports dying can swing this game back in a very meaningful way for the side of Essence to equalize to a certain extent.
Ponyo has been found, Solar Guardian. It's gonna be enough for the kill. Nice takedown. JG gets the or actually DJ gets the kill.
I don't mind that. Like, considering the build-up you've gone here on JG, DJ is actually more damage-oriented, going for the Orchid next, could go for the Blood Torrent to help mitigate that. Butterfly coming in on the Medusa. So you have some ways of piercing through with the hits. 420 now on the scoreboard, very nice, as you like to tend to see here. We are 22 minutes in as well. And again, the side of the Mongols, they dropped a little bit in that last fight, but the pressure's on Essence to repeat that fight. It's on them to kind of look for that opportunity again to drag this game back, because they are still at a deficit. As the side of Mongols will go for a little bit of a smoke around. Haste Rune up on Bob, and a BKB on Omq should fix some of those issues from the last fight here.
Okay, Nakashi though has the Butterfly. Damage output of this Medusa now quite strong as well. Bob basically has to go for that haste to get himself away from the Medusa. This game no longer is straightforward for Mongols. It felt like they were in complete control, which they are in still, but when it comes to fighting this Medusa, you might actually lose the fight.
Yeah. And that is the issue. If Akashi is comfy enough, if they manage to get the Pit of Malice plus the follow-through chain stuns, it is painful. It's a painful zone of control that the side of Essence can easily exert. I like that they are just going into the MKB for OMQ. That's going to sort some issues out. They break the smoke as well in a nice manner.
Nice force staff for Mac going forward. Let's walk into the ice pad there at the edge. Still look at themselves casting. One thing I would ask you to do when the bodyguard gets used on the Medusa, see how much damage he has. It's gonna be quite easy to calculate. I guess he's gonna get like 150 extra, a little bit less than that, right?
Around 50, 60 damage, 200 with.
Yes, it says 75%. It says 75%.
Lifesteal and oh,
like
yeah,
damage
okay,
bonus.
that's fair. That's fair. I was reading the base. That's the passive, of course. Fair enough. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit crazy once it's up. The side of the Mongols at this point, I mean, they are starting to lose ground. They're doing a great job of recovering. You have to notice as well that kill on Castaway was worth about 700 gold on a measly Jakiro. That's just how far ahead you are in the Mongols, and that's how punishing every single kill that that Essence finds is going to be onto this side, or the side of the Mongols. So again, you have to take some caution here. You're looking to play aggressive. It's a good smoke break, but Castaway dying does set them back a little bit in terms of building that advantage up. He's starting to shrink down a little bit. Kashi, for his part, going for a Hurricane Pike to try to get himself out of dodge as well. You've got Mac.
Get himself in. Nose.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Either way works.
How are you gonna deal with the split push potential? Because they do have an Aegis and the Dawnbreaker, so I feel like they're so good at making sure that the waves are shoved in. How do you counter that? Do you have the tools?
I do feel like you do. Again, you do have at least the recall if you're kind of trying to course correct and you need to drag in some heroes for a fight. You can kind of split off. You've got the gate usage as well, so you have some ways of keeping that same map presence, almost not quite at the same tempo as DJ can get done, but you can kind of respond across the map or play a little bit more split apart on the side of Essence than you'd normally expect to have to do so. Bobby.
See Cox. The chains moving forward with the Malice as been used. That Atos as well. There's another bit of Malice. Not gonna be using the core now he's gonna go for it, and rebound doesn't connect. Bob really needs to be careful when playing with Medusa.
Just a little bit cautious of that one. The side of the Mongols. Oh, catch up, Mac.
Guardian. No TP out for you. Just allows him to land a little bit faster than the JG having that Aghanim Scepter.
But I was doing a little bit of reading. Just a tad bit. Does it mean 75% of lifesteal and attack, or 75% of the base bonuses? They get the jump here onto Cox.
Force that onto the high ground there, or over the cliff rather. Still will die. DJ is just everywhere. Now we're seeing that split push and catch potential of Mongols really coming into play. They're not playing around any longer.
No. They managed to build that lead back to 9k, close to the point where it was previously before they took to drop a couple of heroes. So they're back to the point where they are dictating this game again. And for their part, in essence, I mean, this build-up on Takashi is steady. Right, Disperser's going to be coming out next. Hurricane Pike's in to get him in or out of these fights. Roche control, it's going to be important, and we do have a little bit more time until the Roche does spawn up. I'm in at 40, but that is something for Aonkyu to just pick up, and if you're on Essence, dealing with that Aegis again is going to be a little bit tougher. You have some better tools, but it's already taking a lot of work to try to find some of these pickoffs. Dealing with 2 lives on, like, Bob, probably on Aonkyu as well, it's just not going to be simple. In fact, I like this build-up on Aonkyu, going straight for a nullifier, trying to ensure that these 4 stabs won't be an issue, trying to keep them locked into his loving bare hands, and see if that will be enough to kind of mitigate some of this kiting around that they can get done on the side of Essence, as Roche is back up, spawning north side with the banner.
It might force out the BKB here, but nope. There's a force staff on the Jakiro. Will make sure that Bob is out of that bit of malice.
This is a little bit of an opportunity. But are starting to get some confidence out on Essence to sneak out themselves. Heck, not going to try for Rush. They're going to try to sneak onto DJ. Not gonna be easy here to pick up. Teleportation is on cooldown, but not for too long. And just kind of get that farm game going. Would have been.
But he can't get it. He has a Bloodthorn now as well, so his damage output is actually quite high. I thought he was going to be going a little bit more pushing route, maybe Deso or something along those lines. But no, he wants to smack you in the face.
Yeah, I think it makes perfect sense just to have a way of, again, reaching on into Akashi, kind of hitting that hero consistently with a Bloodthorn. So long as he times it with the Manta style usage, it is fine. Although with the Disperser up now, it might not be as clear-cut, as there is a couple of ways of dispelling now. So not going to be as easy to smoke as well here from the Mongols. Not going to catch anyone. They still haven't checked Roche either. Want to pick off first. Mac?
Not really something that's gonna help you, so he just kind of accepts his destiny. The Break of Dawn has been used as well, so Mongols know exactly where Essence are at. They're not out of their base, they are very close to it, and now you know that you're choking them.
Like you are. And these items all being up in Akashi is nice, but it is only Akashi farmed up. You've got 4 cores above Cox and Mac and farm. I say cores, and DJ is, again, as you mentioned there, Harry, pretty much a core at this point in the game. And I don't know what you're going to be expecting out. Again, they have some ways of keeping them locked in. Roshan finally being taken by the side of the Mongols. Not going to take too long to wipe that out. They even have the Radiance up on Bob to provide, again, a little bit more of that evasion and mischance for everyone on the team, preventing some of that output from Akashi. And heck, even Ponyo can be a little bit worse off with having to deal with the Radiance here now. It's 5 to 23.
Things are kind of getting out of hand, right? I don't know what Essence are to do, right? If sure there was a point in this game where they had only 1 kill and didn't really have any farm, but this to me is worse because you actually don't have a response, and I don't know how you get it.
I think it has to be down to near perfect team fights, which is a very hard thing to ask for, right? But it still kind of stems down to their concept of control, which is Pit of Malice, Gordon's Grasp, and Avalanche Toss. Maybe you start off with the Ava Toss into the Pit of Malice, try to pin some heroes down, melt them through that point. It's just that we're not seeing the clump up that you'd want to see here on the side of Team Essence. For the part of the Mongols, taking the gate across, looking for a foray down bot. Mac is getting recalled away, so the smoke is not going to connect onto anyone unless they make a move onto JG, who could be a nice sitting duck to kind of pin down here.
That'd be a great thing to start things off. Did they spot him? Mac gets the avalanche. Get himself away. Still have to use. Shouldn't be able to escape inside of Malice. I suppose closer. They stopped the toss from Mac there with pretty much 2 of those spells in the supports. But either way, a kill's a kill.
Kill's a kill. And again, that's 518 plus 900 gold going to Mac. It's a significant amount of gold off of 1 support kill. And that's what you need to do over and over again on the side of Essence. Find that moment where the side of the Mongols are kind of split apart. Try to get those kills going your way. Try to get the cleanup. Try to find those pickoffs and equalize the game slowly but surely. Hey, you're still in dire straits on Team Essence, but at the least, you know, pushing into high ground here for Mongols is also really awkward. You're pushing into a Deuce. You're pushing into the greatest turret in the game along there with Sniper and his plinking damage. Look, Akashi is presenting himself fairly far forward here.
Silence off. Thinking about getting himself away. Looking fight, man as well. So far it has connected, and they want him dead. They'll use the Stone Gaze, that should be enough. Sway them going forward. Ursa is taking a lot of damage. He's inside of the Pit of Malice, and despite having the Enrage, it's not really helping him all that much. He's dead. Bob has to use the BKB to run himself away. Hurricane Pike out. Nature's Prophet is fine for now. He will be hit there by the tree toss, and the end does survive. Bob, I think he's going to be as lucky. Doesn't have any mana to work with. Castaway next from the menu will get a beautiful ice path off. It might have just actually saved his life, but who's going to be saving him? He has the BKB. Doesn't have the Enrage at the moment. Doing his best to run himself away. The damage output, is it gonna be good enough? Solar Guardian coming in. JG now, he's all alone, doesn't have the force, but of course from the high ground, the supports are doing the damage. Blade Mail, Medusa doesn't care about it all too much, but he doesn't really have all that much mana to work with, so you're better off just running yourself away. The supports of Mongols making all the difference there. It would have been a disaster unless they played it so well. And now Castaway, he wants more lucky for Cogs that he doesn't really have mana to work with. But only soon at least the Ice Path would be available. Going forward, nice disarm. So this Bloodthorn not working out immediately, but in the end they get the kill just the same.
Bob is saying, I didn't buy back Akashi so you'd live. Akashi, you've been warned. Could have bought back. That's gold. Could have bought back. Better watch your back, Akashi. I mean, again, a very back and forth fight. In the end, I'd say it's still not bad for Essence, considering that you're finding kills, you've got your Deuce up to level 24, you've got the damage slowly pouring out. You did overextend, like you didn't show that much respect going into a very tight choke spot, into a Jakiro with all of this control, into an NP who has so much damage on hand if you're not careful. And you do have to respect these supports quite a fair bit from the side of the Mongols. But Essence, again, they're hanging into this game, man. They're still in it to win it. And they are one game up. They'd love to be able to just take a nice simple 2-0 for themselves, considering how long the series has gone on for. And we'll have to see if they can, again, just stall out as best as they can, start to reel back this gold lead, start to make it so that 15k, maybe 10k starts to feel less and less relevant. You've got a Sight of Vice up now on Cox. That's a stepping stone, a massive stepping stone to help them, again, just complete that lockdown cycle and get the control they'd want. A little bit of a smoke out, though, from the Mongols. On a little bit of a hunt. Might be able to get this collapse up top. Good scan here.
Awesome one. If they start moving back, they're going to be going over enemy vision as well. Castaway, Ice Path, going over the Marcy. Nice smack up one has to be KB, DB out with the successes. The was used as well. Well, Ayad is not going to have the same luxury as a Marcy, but if that's the only hero that you do, it's not half bad.
Certainly not. Cox can be able to gate away here as well. In fact, he's just staying around, maybe looking for... Doesn't have the Fiend's Gate, so I was thinking he could have tried to set up for his team to come to him. But they are still playing around her vision here. Kashi a little bit forward.
Still too dangerous, right? Versus the Nature's Prophet, who's the most farmed hero on the Mongol side. Oh, silence onto the Ursa. Goes for the Rage, BKB, and Marcy will be taken out. Force himself out. Fox will do his best to run away. His arm into MQ. BKB is way too afraid. His grasp does not connect. Castaway will be fine.
Bailing out. A little bit of a hit and run as the tower does fall as well.
Ooh, Avalanche off the mark. He gets the silence off, but Akashi's now isolated. Because of the force stab below ground, but they do find behind him. They'll use this force stab there defensively onto the Medusa. Nullifire on him. And help him much anyways. Okay, Dosser, sorry, moves in a second. Still had the enrage to work with.
The lead is just widening now for the side of Mongols off the back of all of this poking and prodding and off this support punishment that they're finding for themselves. 18k lead. Right around a while ago when we were talking about the advantage, it's only about 8k. So it is starting to get a little bit out of control. Well, around 15k actually last time. It is starting to, again, slip further away from Essence. They are still getting all of this humongous investment onto Akashi. And the full Bloodthorn not too far off now. It does feel like he still needs a damage steroid. I don't think that physical threat's really there. Again, even with the Marcy adding on the bodyguard with a percent of that base bonus, it's not quite enough. You'd want maybe something like a Daedalus if you can think about it, or just straight up a Divine Rapier time. It feels like I wouldn't mind that too much from Akashi considering this game state. As you are 20k behind, it's 7 to 29. Next Roshan, we'll see in about half a minute how long that respawn will be. And you've got all the tools piling up here from the side of the Mongols. Ags up on Bob, you can just dance around these team fights. Satanic up on JG with an AC to boot. And it's just so hard to kill off some of these heroes now if they are clumped together on the side of the Mongols. So, same story goes for Essence. Where they found their most success is in pickoffs. They have to find a way to split apart the side of Mongols, get some punishment on individual heroes, and hope that the Mongols start to stream in one by one to widen that advantage and try to reel this game back in.
Ice Path used, Bloodthorn again, Akashi just poking a bit, but the thing is that as he's poking, the side lanes are being pushed in more and more, and Mongols are increasing their lead by a huge amount as well. So I'm still not sure what Essence needs to do to actually find the right fight. Mongols should never give it to them.
That they shouldn't. And as long as they stay relatively clumped together in the same area, don't give this opportunity for a pick-off, then Essence will never find what they're looking for. And again, it just becomes a matter of feeding gold into the basket that is Akashi, and draining the economy away. He should be at the point where he should be concerning the Divine, not a Daedalus, and straight up for the Divine Rapier. Gonna do some good here if he does manage to farm into that point. We've got some room to maybe shove into that bot tier 1, not the biggest objective to find, of course, as there's a bit of a flank out from the Mongols. Smoke out, unit of 3. On the side of Essence already backing off, knowing that something is awry. It's not even giving some opportunities to the side of the Mongols to widen that lead as well. And
well, DJ doesn't find an opening, and it will be coming over. And bring in another hero, and maybe they can go for DJ, but that is not the easiest of targets for sure. Definitely a hard one to bring down. Avalanche and the Jakiro. That's pretty much the only support on the side of the Mongols, but can they bring him down? With the Ghost Scepter Castaway should be fine. Nobody dares follow him a bit deeper than that.
no. A lot of conservative play coming out from the side of Team Essence. They know that trouble is just around the corner. If they overextend again, that's the end of the game here. Have to be very cautious.
What do you do? What do you do, John? Because I don't know how you win. You kind of have to risk it at some point.
Not you do.
What is that
I think they're... I mean, to be fair, they're not losing if the high ground never gets taken. So they could afford to also just play stalemate like this. They are trying to smoke. Smoke is revealed from Akashi just hitting into the creep waves. The side of Mongols trying to gun this time onto Roche, 20 seconds away. If they find this jump while there's relatively scattered here, that could be the big opening they're looking for.
Scan, they know exactly where they're at. Ayad is going to be scouting them out with Illuminate to see what's going on there on the high ground. Doesn't get any info just yet on it. Are they going to get their last tier 1? Let's go! Essence, but from the side, Mongols, they're not going to be just sitting idly. Of course, that way, Yules doesn't really help. As the Nullifar has connected. Now they go forward. Ember Squid has that Aghanim Scepter Mac with the 4-step, gets himself away. BKB, TP out, damage output's very high, and the bash kicks in just in time. Wanyo doing his best to escape, and of course, another bash will connect just because JG is way too good at heroes in the side. Or maybe that was the Ursa this time around. But either way, 3 heroes dead quite easily. Roche.
Not going to take too long to melt, of course. Same story of the game. OmQ can clear out Roshan quite fast on that Ursa. And with 3 heroes down, there's just no counterplay whatsoever inside of Team Essence. There's going to have to wait, hold the high ground. Again, their high ground hold is pretty menacing. You've got Dusa, you've got Underlord, you've got these toss-back plays that can come in. Mongols will have to try to pierce through. Divine Rapier now being queued up for Akashi. That's when the damage can start to really kick in, as we haven't seen the Dusa really be under too much of a threat here. As long as they play their position right on the side of Team Essence. And the Mongols, for their part, I mean, 7-32. Surely at some point this game will end. I'm saying all of these things about high ground hold, but you have a 26k advantage. That ought to account for something at some point onto the objective.
Why did they leave everything in the pit? They're like, we don't need this. What the hell?
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's probably Bob telling them, just leave it, you know? I was just like, don't need, just leave. And just leave it. Why not? A little bit of river pollution. Not too uncommon in the Philippines, sadly enough. Bob, clean your mess. OmQ, no, don't ride into the bad influence. Make sure to pick up your trash every single time. later on.
Yeah, sure. Cheese, refresher shard, banner, pretty much trash stuff. It's, no, one man's trash is another man's treasure, they'd say, and you know, Mongols, they are rich, so they can get away with that being their trash.
That they can. Someone from Essence just has to check. Just Pit of Malice in, not Pit of Malice, just Fiend's Gate in there. Literally just Fiend's Gate in to pick up all that junk in Roche. Castaway, is he gonna walk back for it? I mean, he has a banner on hand already. And yeah, they get the couriers in, they don't have vision.
One.
Come on. There you go.
Yeah, those are the previous banners. I has 2 of them.
Okay, Bob actually cleans up the trash. Alright, they just forgot. They just actually forgot. They can't hold
No, he'll listen to you. He'll listen to you, and he started feeling bad about himself and the pollution that he was causing. I think that was the case.
It's fair enough as well. Certainly a possibility. 7-32. 30k advantage. I cannot stress how much I can go in circles here. I'm running out of circles to run around.
They're trying to take away his mana. They're gonna take away his first life. And refresher shards, Cheese still to play with. It has to be KB to survive. Yule's avalanche off the mark.
The Divine's up.
Ember needs to be careful. He's gonna be dancing around with an Aghanim Scepter, as you mentioned, but this is still quite dangerous.
Gosh, he's kind of crazy.
He doesn't have. The BKB had the cheese, however. Refresher shard still on him if he wants to. Of course, maybe he should wait for his remnants to come back themselves and then go.
It's getting crazy. With the Divine up, Akashi's playing with full confidence, just looking to run forward. And the damage output on this Dusa is insane. And that's for the most part without the little added bonus on the body card either. There's a little bit more room for damage to flow in. Mind you, some big items being picked up now. Castaway has his Ags, so the macro fire is going to hurt that much more. Titan potential is there. They are doing a great job in Essence to make sure. Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job to ensure that any fight takes away a little bit further away from the high ground. Right? Like, it's such great stall out from Essence. And the Mongols, if they somehow fumble this 33k lead, I would be a little bit speechless. I mean, again, Essence are in no position to see this game state and be like, yeah, we're winning this, guys. And this is not a winning game yet. But the fact that they're even holding on at 46 minutes in is...
there. They get the Hex off. He's not just yet being healed up there. Not enough. Without his BKB, he's gonna be taken out. Now it's gonna be the JG next on the menu. Buyback from the Ember. He didn't leave a remnant going forward, but inside of the Pit of Malice, that is quite dangerous. Using the Stone Gaze, but finally they lose the Mars. They can fight away. Inside of the Pit of Malice, you don't want to be there for sure. Akashi trying to get himself away. A little bit too late. So you fight now until the very end, but in the end, the Rapier will drop onto the ground. They need to take it back right now. It's their only opportunity, but there's just no way to do so. You have 3 of your heroes alive, 2 of which just bought back.
OnQ snatched it up, straight up. Made an opening in the inventory. Divine Rapier Ursa to pierce into the high ground. Akashi doesn't quite have enough to buy another Divine just yet. This makes it a nightmare. He had so much output, but he overstayed her welcome again on the side of Essence. And the buyback from Bob, we heard his threat a while ago. Didn't buy back Akashi, that's where you live. He bought back now and did manage to get that cleanup. It's going to take a miracle for Essence to try to get a hold back in this game. They need to save this buyback on Akashi for the Divine. He needs to find that gold for it.
He does buy back. It is going to be a problem without the Rapier. You almost have no chance. We saw the difference, but look at the push on the level 25 Nature's Prophet. You're only buying back. And I'm thinking that the opening was made, but the disengage from Mongols will be clean.
Will be. I suppose Akashi has some options. He could just look to sell an item, but he needs to sell a lot of items to get enough gold for this. High ground hold still sits in. The side of Mongols could look into Roche number 4/5 at this point, if they wanted to. And just play it patiently. I mean, slowly chipping away at the objectives already lining up here anyhow. We got Mega Tree. And again,
it
Essence
really is pushing too fast. That Mega Treant, it's not fair. It kills the tower in 5 hits.
That it does. 234 damage times 3. 500 damage when both these types. 460 damage when just crap away. He at least have the Dagon up on Mac to delete them. So he is ready. He is ready for these creeps to come in. At the very least. 46k lead. Yeah, I mean, props to Essence again for holding on this long. Props to the Mongols for showing a lot of restraint and respect, but at some point this game has to end.
Which way will it end, though? Is it certain that it will be going the way of the Mongols?
It's an 80% probability according to the graphs, which I do agree. There's a 20% chance for Essence, especially if they manage to get gold for another Rapier on Akashi and he doesn't overextend with Maniac. Certainly can still happen. Smoke out from the Mongols. Maybe they catch a straggler, but no one's dipping outside of the high ground at this point.
Smoke. Can they find themselves an opening, Mongols? Kill the Medusa, win the game. He also doesn't have a Rapier, so maybe this is the right time to just go in. We are going to be sending an army. Up against it, but inside of the macro party, I think about going for him. Marcy will go down, both of the supports without buybacks. You're in a 5 vs 3 scenario with having some buybacks on your side. The hits from the Nature's Prophet just showing what he can do with all the farm that he has accumulated, and he's the top 1 net worth on DJ.
He is the carry at this point. At the very least with the Divine Omki, he's also not too shabby here. Finally, Arax falls at 15 minutes in. We finally do get some progression on the side of the Mongols. 52k advantage. This is just nuts.
Halberd on the tree end. That's what you need, and look at that. Just one hit and bye-bye. DJ's doing his best. He's sending the courier for the Rapier. He needs it. Should have the gold. Toss back Hex as well. Courier doing his best. This AG should be fine. Starbreaker being used there with the shard. He's okay. Seal Totem. You have to be careful in December. That's gonna be mega creeps now, though. Makes things all that much easier. Courier is coming back. Akashi is waiting for the big sword to come into his pockets, but versus mega creeps feels almost impossible to do anything with it. Again, the macro fire, a solid position. Akashi gets himself away. Avalanche? He can't get the toss back. If he stayed there a little bit longer, he would have been going down as well.
Oh, this is just a bad position for Essence. Again, they're not out of it. They have a tier 4. They have the Ancient still up. They've got the Divine up on Akashi. There is damage to play with. If they can somehow kill off Ankyu, take this Divine Rapier back. The issue is you're going to have to kill off Ankyu twice. And hopefully this time there's no pollution from Mongols if they do dip into Roche. A Butterfly being bought out by DJ now. Again, just a second core to play with. Roshan does not take too long for them to wipe. Aegis. No, the refresh shard is picked up by Ankyu. The Aegis is onto Bob. And they shuffle things around with the cheese on Castaway. But how do you take care of 2 lives on Ankyu? I don't think you can. It is a tall challenge for the side of Essence, even with this Divine up. It's do or die. This is the point where, because you're so far into the high ground though, Mac and the tossbacks can be quite massive. Heck, if you just had this level 25, tossback placed into the fountain feel very feasible for the lineup right now on the side of Team Essence. And that's going to be their bread and butter to drag this game back if they can in any shape or form.
I like your optimism though, but I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, even if they get somebody in the fountain, I'm not sure what you do. The mega creeps are too much to deal with. And are they gonna have their glyph back in 2.5 minutes? I would be surprised.
That's fair. I do believe in the turret that is Dusa though. Like, the creeps are dying. Even the Mega Treant dies in a few hits from the Dusa. So, there is that at the very least. Megatreants up against Megadusa. And I can't believe it, Harry. We had, like, what? An R game a while ago, plus the delays. We have an actual 1R game going on here, and it looks like it's going to go into 3 games. We have some pretty decently quick games overall, not mid-average sized games. To save the big one for last.
Of course, that's how it goes. I mean, it's late where you're at. I'm only the sun is only setting now, right?
Yeah.
So, this is the time to cast Dota, basically.
That it is. Mongols. And relaxing, chillaxing, farming, knowing that, well, Essence can't win if they don't push high ground either, because they can't push out. I mean, there is a world where you could try to Fiend's Gate and do something, but without creeps, you're not going to creeps will be backdoor anytime soon. Unless you get maybe double divine at that point, perhaps. That becomes a little bit more for reality.
No, maybe Mongols should wait for tier 5 items, because now the losing team pretty much doesn't have any way to get them. They're going for a smoke. No, Essence. Wait. Tier 5s.
Ooh. I mean, you call for tier 5s, and that's when the game ends. And that is the curse here, Harry.
Is that how it goes?
That is what happens. That's how it goes. The moment you mention tier 5s, that's going to end right before the tier 5s.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. The buybacks are coming back, so Essence, even if they die, they still have some to work with.
Smoke out Mongols. Can they bring an end to this? Could this be it?
Maybe. Probably. That Greater Treant cannot attack the tower disperser. Handy. Towards place. They see Akashi. Going in, Nullifar, Force Staff. He did the Nullifar off on him, so we got the Force Staff away. Still, the Starbreaker should be keeping in place. Goodbye, Akashi. Not yet, and yeah, I cursed it, though, to be honest, considering the lead here didn't have to do much of a curse for Mongols to finally get themselves a victory and get us, and of course the viewers, a decider game, which I think a series like this does deserve.
That it does. All the way into the early mornings we go here for the Southeast Asian closed qualifiers. Our players are going to be trudging into midnight, but a job well done. A very dominant game coming out from the Mongols, start to finish, almost, outside of a couple of mistakes that did keep the side of Essence alive. And I'm wondering for Essence now what they do change into that next game here, Harry, because it feels like the ideas didn't really pan out. Max mid lane didn't go quite as well. Again, you're playing into the Ember. That lane matchup's already pretty rough. You're having to contend with just all of this aggression coming in as well, with Aonkyu on the Ursa matchup up against the Underlord. And kind of goes back to what you were saying about the Underlord pick here, Harry, where it just doesn't look good, at least in the games we've seen it come out. It just hasn't felt great. It's not stomping its lane. It's not stopping that farm from going on. You see a couple of cheeky Fiend's Gate plays, but it didn't really feel like it was having that much impact in this game. So I think that's something that has to go into the bin here for Essence. Fresh slate for Game 3, hopefully.
Yeah, well, if they want to win, or maybe they want to have fun with it. One thing that I noticed in this series, I don't know if you noticed the same, is that pretty much the team that had better wave outpush won. And they utilized that wave outpush. So in my mind, Nature's Prophet has to be banned out. And the team that doesn't have good outpush, if they can't get themselves those heroes, I feel like you should go all in. Just go aggressive. Like, stop with these Medusas, farmers and stuff. Just go and fight. I don't know if you see it the same way.
Yeah, I'd say I'd agree. I think you've got to be able to find opportunities. You've got to be able to dictate the pace of the game. I think just playing overly passive like this is never a good feeling in this patch. It's certainly viable for sure, but it just doesn't feel like you're getting back enough in terms of trading all this land space for one carry to farm and sacrificing everyone else. No one had a game. Mac had no impact, at least as much as you'd expect, outside of Avalanche tossing someone back. Cox had no impact whatsoever. And it just made it so impossible to play that DJ was just a secondary core. DJ was above all the other cores farm outside of Akashi for such a long time that they just felt like supports, like 4 supports and Medusa was that gameplay there for Essence. So we'll have to see if they can think of something better into that game tree, and whether or not the fatigue starts to set in for both of these teams, as it's been a long haul in this series already.
Yeah, well, Let's see if that's going to happen. For now, teams are going to be resting for 5 to 10 minutes. That is usually the break time that we give them. But once they are ready, we're going to be coming back with the third and final game of the series.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations.
Last game of this series, the last game of the day here for Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers here at DreamLeague Season 26 with Harry and John, is gonna be coming your way right now. Mongols facing off versus Team Essence. Game 1, Team Essence take it. Game 2, Mongols, they've taken everything out of Team Essence. I feel like they've just strangled them so much in that previous game that I don't know if Team Essence can breathe. But John, you're the expert, you're gonna tell me, how does it look for you after games 1 and 2? Do you have a favorite?
It's hard to say because the game 1 from Essence was pretty strong, especially considering that they had to look for the Mongols to make a mistake at that point. Game 2, almost the same story, where Essence this time around didn't have an early lead at the very least, but still were looking for mistakes from the Mongols to kind of exploit, and they were finding a couple, just not enough to really reel back a 15k at the start of that entire swing around. 15k advantage on the Mongols, and eventually eclipsing to almost a 70k lead, considering all of that gold being bled out for the Divines. So I think I'd like to see Essence take control, almost like game 1, where they just take control of the game. They don't just sit back and farm. They don't just kind of pour all of their gold into one basket. That is, like last game, it was Akashi's Medusa. And you actually try to play a game. You try to get some action going. You try to win your lanes. Have something for Cox with a lot more laning presence. And then that Underlord, because it just doesn't, it hasn't been looking good, at least for Essence so far. We'll see, as we do have the draft underway, so we should take a look at some of those adjustments relatively soon here, Harry. And we can see what's in store for us for that game number 3. The last game of the night.
The last game of the night. Production, give us the draft. Come on, we want to see the heroes. And yep, there it is. Curtains will open, and Nature's Prophet this time around for Essence. Goodbye Mongols, you're going into the lower bracket. The outpush of waves was the winning strategy 2 games in a row. John, do you think I'm overreacting, or do you think it's fair to say?
No, I think it's very fair to say. I mean, you saw how much DJ did with Nature's Prophet last time around. He was basically a semi-core. He was getting some good rotations in for his team as well. So it's not like he was just sitting back and farming all the time. He was getting some impact in. And I do feel like the same can be achieved here by the side of Essence. We've seen Cox play this off lane. I'm sure Ahiad and Ponyo can kind of consider it on support as well. Akashi used to play it on pause 1, but that has kind of faded away just a tad bit. It's still viable for sure if you want to go that route. I like the answer from the side of the Mongols, just straight into the Doom. So they've got themselves a steady source of lockdown, a wave just maybe trying to eat the Treant as well, or removing some of that laning presence out early on, which I do appreciate. If you are expecting the NP to be on core position, I am curious to see what else comes out for either side. Essence themselves banning out the Tiny this time, so not giving Mac the option to have the Tiny, at the very least, for themselves, and banning it from Bob as well, who does play it to a very high degree. Curious to see what else does get banned up. Like something like Dazzle still in the pool, hasn't been really high priority. Jakiro still there as well. So there are still some prime heroes left for either side if they want it.
Nobody's gonna play Dazzle, I think, for a month at least, because when the numbers get destroyed that much, you are just gonna have the wrong read of what you can get away with. So I think it's gonna be some time until people forget how strong he was, and then they come back. Because he's most definitely a strong hero, but I just feel like you would overextend more often than not, just because you think you can get away with it.
Yeah, I think the real big one was not even, the ag exchange was like whatever. It's really just the cast range you have of the nodal projection just feels awful. You get the Jakir out in Mongols, and this time around Ringmaster slides through, so Essence will take that save for themselves. Ringmaster does pop his mechanical head back out. The nuisance hero is back in the pool. And I'm wondering how they tie that in together, because it's still relatively open. You could run Nature's Prophet Ringmaster supports. You could look to play Nature's Prophet core and offlane, or safe even a very small consideration for a Mac mid if need be, although again a lot of these positions for the NP has faded away a little bit under luster, but those options still stand if some flex is needed. We'll have to see as they are digging into that reserve, but I do like this opening. It's very different from what we've seen across the series at the least. It's a change up, and the Disruptor will come in for Essence, so they'll lock themselves into that core NP on safe or off. I think that's the most likely spot for it. Either Akashi or Cox picks it up this time around. And I do like this teamfight potential they have. Static Storm, plus the Kinetic Field / Fence, plus the Wheel of Wonder. I think it does lead itself to some good control options to take some teamfights here.
You do have two supports that are kind of susceptible to dying fast from 100 to 0. Well, I guess that's one of the reasons why the Tiny got banned out. You don't want him hunting you down, but I still would like to see Bob on something aggressive that can get on top of them. Sure, there's a Static Storm, but I feel like those mobile heroes are pretty good in this game, because without it, when it's on cooldown, pretty much Team Essence have no lockdowns to control somebody. Like Storm is banned out, but Ember, maybe again the Puck, things like that.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd say either a Puck or a Bot look pretty good here. If they want to go for either option. Instead, just back to the Ember. Well, why not? It worked before. It'll work again. You don't care too much about glimpses. You've got remnants to kind of dance back to position anyhow. So I can see the value here for the Mongols. And that does feed into your point there, Harry, of these two supports being extra squishy. So you do have some backline chase here for them to just melt these heroes apart if you're not careful on the side of Essence. The one thing about the Ember as well, into the Nature's Prophet, is that you do have a high mobility hero who can kind of work his way across the map to try to match that pace. And now you got the Ember plus Coddle combination as well. So Sleight of Fist spam is online, a little bit more mana to play with, a lot more damage to pump out with the lower cooldowns. It is going to feel nice and smooth for the Mongols to have that combination on hand.
I'm loving their lineup, right? So Storm is out of the way. Void Spirit and Earth Spirit are not that great. Keeper of the Light, one of the best heroes to hunt him down is the Ember or the Storm, and you can't have either of them. You cannot Huskar because of the Doom. Viper, I guess you can because of the Nature's Prophet, but generally anything that counters the Ember in the lane is going to be problematic. One thing that does come to mind is a Monkey King, but for now they're going to get a Tide, so that Monkey's probably going to get banned out.
And well, I like seeing the Tidehunter coming in for Essence, as it is a durable front. You've got Ravage to tie in, so a little bit more control. Again, most of your control is still tied in to these ultimates, but at least with, say, Tide Shard, with the leash, you can have a way of just pinning down the Ember Spirit a little bit longer to try to get a handle on him. So you have some solutions starting to pop its head up just a little bit on the side of Team Essence. And, for Cox, at least it's not Underlord. I mean, the Tidehunter feels like it's going to achieve a little bit more in the lane. Thank God for that, as it's not been the most successful for Cox to this day. We shall see, though. Last bans coming out, Mongols did respect ban the Medusa Walgo, and they'll ban out the Monkey King themselves. Taking that option away from the side of Essence. One last ban to go. Last pick overall for the Mongols. So they can try to surprise here. I mean, a couple of picks are still there. TA is still there for them on the Mongols' end if it's not banned out by Essence. The Slark you mentioned along with the Ursa, right? Slark still available out of the pair if it's not banned out by either side. So could be some decent options for the Mongols to kind of just play into Tidehunter, right? And sap away. Build up a little bit more.
Is there a hero that pushes solidly? Because if you look at their heroes, they suck at taking down towers. Early on, sure, Jakiro can do it, But when it comes to committing to a tower,
Dire
committing
team
for a
ban.
siege, I think that's where they're lacking. That is a good ban on the Shaker as well.
There's some jump that can instantly burst. Strong pushing hero. I would honestly say a little bit left field
10
on push,
seconds
but
remaining.
I'd say a Razor could kind of get that done, although it's not, again, ideal. You don't tend to go
seconds remaining.
Ags. But
Gyro?
Gyro could be good as well. That doesn't look too bad. Leaning into Tidehunter is pretty nice for Gyrocopter overall. Not too shabby.
I feel like that's a good ban. Not gonna lie.
Would be. Let's see what Essence will want. Gyro, probably the most straightforward one to ban out. There's something like a Morphling in the pool if you wanted. You have the Doom on your end for Mongols. Could be something to consider there as well for Aonkyu, as he is a prolific Morg player. Oh no, it was banned earlier. What am I saying? They banned a Lifestealer instead on the side of Essence, keeping that option for Gyrocopter open. And what will they want for themselves on what seems to be safer mid, as the Monkey and Shaker bans do indicate that the Nature's Prophet is likely going safe
10
here for
seconds
Akashi.
remaining.
So looking for a Mac mid, perhaps,
5
into the
seconds
Ember.
remaining.
Quap, Puck, I guess, are options that also still stand. Your lockdown on the Mongols is also not that great. Ice Pat, that's basically it. Maybe a route from the Doom. Chain Sap from the Ember, not the most reliable, at least in certain circumstances. So there's still a lot of leeway for something like the Puck or Quap to kind of dance around here. What'll it be for good old Mac?
I still feel like they would need something a bit beefier. Sand King, I know we haven't seen it and I've been calling out for it, but something like that I'd like to see. Shaker was the perfect one for me. Got banned out.
I wouldn't mind, again, the Sand King. Mac did play a lot of mid Sand King the previous patch. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of Southeast Asian Sand King in recent times.
Yeah, people haven't really been playing it. In other regions, it is popular. Here in Southeast Asia, they don't care about it much.
Radiant team pick.
Admiral Kunkka.
Oh my god, I'm so happy I see a Kunkka. I was looking at him and like, if this hero was in the meta, maybe. So I have no idea what to expect from a Kunkka, really.
I'd say the one thing for Essence's draft, it's really tanky. With Tidehunter Kunkka on hand, and trying to kill anyone off, plus a Ringmaster on hand, it's going to be really annoying to try to get that kill. I will say, I'm not the biggest fan of the Kunkka. I think it has really been nerfed a little bit too hard. You are playing for durability more than anything else, right? Like, the hero doesn't have the greatest damage output in the world. His control is so and so as well. I like that the Mongols close out the Bristle, so their own hero kind of enjoys these prolonged fights because your burst isn't really there on Essence. So Aonkyu with a Snot Rocket can soften these targets up for Bob to just double impact plus Chakra, then double impact Slight again, melt through some of these heroes. I'm not sure which way I lean in this draft. I think I would honestly lean just a little bit more onto Mongols because, hey, you've got Kotl Ember, Kotl Bristle. These combinations are pretty sickening if you do just want to spam out your spells. Your mid matchup for Mac, this is something he's used to, and it is something I think the Ember can actually dance around if you manage to just time your Slight well here for Bob, but it shouldn't be too rough. Perhaps if you don't manage to do that, then Kunkka just kind of wins out a little bit more. But again, it's a decent poke lane for Bob. Anyhow, I'm just very curious to see what the value in the Kunkka is, because I'm not the biggest Kunkka believer. Even in the last patch, I know, the hero is just strange. It feels like it really lost its identity. You know, you think of Kunkka, you think of like Attacker back in the day, Tidebringer kills,
What do you mean
Fog.
back in the day? He's still playing and streaming every day.
No, but I mean, you know, like, I don't see his highlights anime. You know, it's what I'm saying. I don't see Kunkka highlights as often. Yeah, exactly. So I'm talking back in the day when Kunkka was just like this, you know, Tidebringer hero, kill so much damage. You know, it's not that. It has a really weird identity crisis where they had to nerf the tankiness from Rum. They had to nerf Tidebringer conceptually. He lost his annoying Ags, which is a fair call. I think that Ags was too annoying. But now it's just a hero that doesn't feel cool. It doesn't feel amazing. It doesn't feel rewarding to land all your spells because you're not killing anyone. So I don't know. I don't know. It's weird.
I feel like Mongols got everything they wanted though, right? I agree with your sentiment. I'm not really sure what this Essence draft is supposed to do. Because if I'm looking at Mongols, they did exactly what I wanted. If my enemies have a lineup that can split push, shove out the waves, I just want to go full on in. Bristleback, Ember, Coddle, Do. Like, 4 heroes that literally just want to run at your face. Run forward and that's it. And really, when you look at it, when there's no Ravage, you have got no way to stop them.
No. You're really way too reliant on just having the Ravage up, or at the very least, a really good ghost ship landing set up for yourself here, which, again, is easier said than done. Mac just checking for wards. Obviously not finding any as he's walking right within the tower. Although he will get walked into by Bob. Will cop a hit at the very least, but break the smoke.
30 seconds to battle.
I don't know, man. I know, I'm still looking at the Kunkka and I'm like, why would you willingly do this to yourself, Mac? Maybe he just wants to play some Kunkka. No, I mean,
yeah, maybe.
He did have his moments, right? Like, with his Ags, with the ghost ship and the cannons, it was like, okay, it was kind of popular at TI for a bit. For, I don't know how long ago was that TI actually? Yeah, we get really old and crusty. But it was, for a little bit, it had its moments. I don't know. What I do know is, this is something that JL on Mongols would say is a theoretically good pick. As we've discussed the merits and demerits of Kunkka multiple times, he's like, he does believe Kunkka is good. The issue is JL is on the other side. So, it's not like his theory crafting is going to Essence, but Essence has picked it up themselves at the least, so hey.
Well, the lanes will start this time around, no fighting beforehand. How do you reckon this mid lane will go? So, I remember back in the day when Kunkka could deny creeps with the Tidebringer. That was like 6-7 years ago. Ember Spirit was one of the few heroes that could at least get something out of that lane. So does it mean nowadays Ember does better than the Kunkka?
I think it can go either way. Like, again, it's down to whether or not you can dodge out from Tidebringer. You do still have to respect its damage early on. And the cooldowns do kind of match up. Kind of how well can you dance around there. It's still pretty playable for Bob, especially if he does manage to get the double impact onto Mac, which, again, shouldn't be too tough for the Ember to kind of get done. And that harassment is going to be consistent. I think when it comes down to that, considering that there is a mana cost slight, you have a slight happy time here on Mac. And the damage out from Tidebringer is not to be underestimated, but again, Bob shouldn't really be bullied out too hard. That is the one thing that I think you have to be aware of. Is, yeah, you just do that. You see him coming in for Tidebringer, wait until he's close to committing, slight dodge, and you're happy for days here, Bobby.
Let's look at the bottom lane. Okay, good time to look at bottom lane because Ayad is in trouble. He does have 9 stick charges, so generally should be fine. And Amq doesn't want to use any more of his mana. How does this one look to you in general? Can the Tide get a solid amount of farm in this lane? Because so far he's kinda struggling.